Shrouding the Heavens Chapter 1094 to Chapter 1136. Yifan pressed down on the princess of the Orem clan as they descended from the clouds. Their bodies were in the Orem sacred domain, and they could exchange thousands of blows in an instant. Divine techniques flashed brilliantly as multicolored light shot out. The two of them would sometimes separate and sometimes collide together. This was the most powerful battle between emperors, and it even surpassed the battle with the heavenly prince back then. The Orem clan's holy daughter's sparkling hair fluttered in the wind. She had already pulled some distance away from Yifan. No matter how strong she was still a woman. This kind of charming battle caused her to go crazy. Heavens! Some cultivators cried out in alarm. When the two of them separated from each other, golden light rained down from the sky. Shredded clothes danced in the air. The skin of the golden princess's upper body was snow-white and exquisite, as though it was carved from translucent ivory. It caused people to feel dizzy. However, the spectators didn't have the chance to see it clearly. With a flash of light, a set of golden silk divine clothes appeared on her body, blocking her jade-like skin. Hand over your life. The golden princess was so angry that her red lips were trembling. Her body was convulsing. She was arrogant in the supreme ancient immortal realms and looked down on her peers. Yet today, she had actually fallen to such a state. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The corner of Yifan's lips curled up. He didn't seem to care in the slightest. Just now, he had indeed seen something he shouldn't have seen, but he didn't mind. Anything could happen in a close combat battle with an ancient emperor's descendant. It was even possible for one to be utterly defeated. Who would think too much about it? Because in a battle between emperors, lives could be lost at every turn. The Orem clan's princess grew up under the love of the supreme emperor. In her entire life, only a single man, the Orem clan, could make her revere him. That was her birth father. Other than him, she didn't care about anyone else. She was high up above. To her peers in the supreme ancient immortal realms, she was like a divine moon in the sky, pure and holy. She was an unreachable goddess, unrivaled in this world. It was difficult to find someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Today was a type of humiliation for her. Her golden eyes shot out astonishing lightning that transformed into sword chi that rampaged about, hacking towards Yifan. Her attacks became even more intense, causing the ancient emperor's blood to boil. The blush on the golden holy maiden's face still lingered. On her snow-white, sparkling skin, it was as if a gorgeous flower had bloomed. Bright red specks flickered with luster. She swore to kill the holy body of the human tribe. She had never suffered such a big loss. Skin to skin with a strange man was almost naked. Golden immortal light rained down like a violent storm. This place was drowned by the golden divine splendor. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, rivers dried up and lakes dried up, clouds rose and rosy clouds rose, and it was a magnificent scene. What's the big deal? Don't look like you've suffered a big loss. It's not like you didn't see my upper body, Yifan said in an indifferent tone. The golden princess's beautiful eyebrows stood on end. She was so angry that her slender and sparkling body was trembling. Her attacks were becoming more and more astonishing. Her golden hair fluttered about, resonating with the Tao. The sun and moon rotated in her eyes, and the terrifying scene of stars falling appeared. Bang! Yifan resisted. Golden immortal light swept over, turning the upper half of his clothes into ashes, revealing his robust body that flickered with precious splendor. Are you dissatisfied? Do you want to see my upper body a few more times before you can feel better? He laughed heartily. The golden princess' bright lips were almost bitten through by her sparkling teeth. When had there ever been anyone who dared to speak to her like this? During the archaic years, even the most exceptional heavenly geniuses could only look up to her. She didn't say a single word and used the golden skyboid steps. With each step, an illusion would appear, making her look like a deity. Her golden hair fluttered about, and her celestial appearance and jade bones were the best of her generation. Her attacks became even more terrifying. In the distance, a few half-saints felt their bodies go cold. Their pores were ice-cold. The strength of this imperial goddess made them tremble. It was as if she was walking through the river of time, and it was impossible to defend against her. Bang, bang, however, Yifan was truly too powerful. His physical body was unparalleled, and he faced her calmly. His heart was filled with unrivaled fist intent. Every strike made the golden princess palms and fingers feel pain, and the space between her thumb and index finger was covered in golden blood. After fighting for 3,000 rounds, the golden princess still couldn't gain the upper hand. She was injured several times by Yi Fan, and she was full of unwillingness. As the peerless goddess of the archaic era, she was actually defeated. There was a type of melancholy in her heart. Yi Fan naturally became more and more courageous as the battle went on. His eyes were resplendent because the battle with the ancient princess allowed him to see the path of the archaic emperor. His gains were great. He didn't use the 3 pure ones and other secret techniques. Instead, he fought alone in a true life and death battle. He wanted to observe the path of the ancient emperor. His eyes became brighter and brighter as if he had seen a peerless treasure. He pressed forward step by step and struck out with his golden fists, causing the golden princess body to continuously tremble. She continuously retreated with traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, a dangerous aura pervaded the air. Yi Fan retreated, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of the golden princess' mouth. She unleashed a killing move that she had never used before. Golden Divine Treasury. In the distance, the ancient race people cried out in alarm. This was a legend, and they never thought they would be able to see it with their own eyes. There's really such a supreme divine technique. According to ancient legends, the Golden Ancient Emperor wanted to open the celestial domain but ultimately failed. However, before he passed away, he opened up a mysterious divine treasury world that was filled with weapons formed from various Tao marks. This was a world of secret techniques that could transform into boundless great Tao attacks and evolve into an ultimate divine technique. It was obvious that the Golden Princess had obtained a secret inheritance. The Golden Princess had a tall and slender figure. Her golden hair danced in the wind, and behind her was a resplendent golden divine realm. The legendary boundless divine treasury had appeared. There, the golden ancient bell, the divine cauldron, the Tao sword, and the sacred pagoda all flickered with golden light as they floated up and down. Looking forward, this was a divine treasury world that belonged to weapons. Not to mention the spectating cultivators, even Yi Fan was shaken. This world was too magnificent. There were golden auspicious lights everywhere, and there were weapons everywhere. It was a stretch of holiness, and there were countless artifacts. Clang, the golden princess waved her hand, and a golden divine sword appeared in her hand. She slashed forward with a sharp sword light that was thousands of meters long. It was exceptionally sharp. Yi Fan's fist collapsed, and the golden sword energy scattered in all directions. He received it with his bare hands, and then he fiercely rushed forward into the golden divine treasury. Dang, a long and drawn-out golden bell appeared above the imperial princess's head, shaking out a golden wave. Ripples spread out, and the mountains and rivers were all shattered into pieces. Even Yi Fan was affected by the impact and was blocked outside. Then, a great cauldron rumbled and descended from the sky, wanting to suck him in and refine him. Bang, Yi Fan opened his mouth and spat out a divine radiance. It turned into an innate Tao diagram and sent the cauldron flying. However, the sky trembled, and a golden divine pagoda descended again, suppressing him. The weapons were endless, and the attacks were boundless. Standing in front of the golden divine treasury, this imperial princess seemed to have the absolute initiative. Powerful weapons flew out from the golden world behind her, and they were densely packed as she summoned them. However, Yi Fan didn't panic. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. He operated the army formula, causing the golden weapons in the sky to become chaotic. These weren't true weapons, but they were all transformed from the traces of the great Tao. He couldn't control them all, but it was enough to instantly throw this place into chaos. This was a golden world, and every corner was filled with weapons. They were all sent flying in all directions, and the two of them suffered attacks that didn't distinguish between friend and foe. If it was anyone else facing this golden divine treasury, it would definitely be a great disaster. This was equivalent to starting a war in the world controlled by the imperial princess. However, the army formula made all of this less obvious. Yi Fan began to secretly learn and plunder the golden divine treasury. He felt that this was an unrivaled secret technique, and the divine treasury of the great Tao left behind by the ancient golden emperor had endless uses. The Three Pure One's secret technique was displayed, and Tu Yifan appeared to seize the golden weapons together in this golden world. Every time he seized one, he would be able to control a Dao law. Boom! He used the fighting formula to imitate and evolve it. Golden weapons appeared behind him one after another. Ancient bells, Dao swords, treasured cauldrons, divine pagodas, and so on floated up. The golden princess was astonished and furious. This was a blatant act of robbery. He was using a secret technique to spy on the origin of her divine treasures and seize the various divine weapons transformed from the traces of the great Dao. If the battle continued like this, the enemy would most likely succeed in stealing her techniques in the end. She had never met such a powerful, terrifying, and shameless opponent before. Yifan cared a lot about this golden divine treasury. Based on his instincts, he knew that the enemy hadn't evolved this secret technique to the highest level. Otherwise, it would be boundlessly terrifying. Boom, the two fought until the end, and the golden princess was helpless. She spat out a mouthful of blood as cracks appeared on her snow-white arms. She had no choice but to start fleeing in defeat. The golden divine treasury was about to become the enemy's secret technique. Just a little bit more. There are still some areas that I don't understand. Please give me some pointers, princess. At most, I'll tear my clothes apart and let you see it clearly. Yifan evolved the golden divine treasury and chased after her. There were two of him in the middle, and he used all kinds of weapons of the great Dao for his own use. The golden princess spat out blood from anger, but she could only helplessly flee in defeat. There was no chance of victory, and if she didn't leave now, she might be captured alive. Princess, don't worry. We're here. A half-saint led the guards to attack. Yifan snorted coldly as he stood in the air. Boundless golden light shone behind him as he opened up the golden divine treasury. All kinds of weapons hummed and floated up and down. Kill. After he spat out this word, the entire heaven and earth changed. The golden ancient bell, divine sword, treasured cauldron, and heaven knife rushed over at the same time. None of the weapons were the same, and they transformed into a rain of light that swept over. PFFF, the golden divine treasury was a supreme secret technique that was terrifying. In this world, only Gai Jiuyo and Yifan knew the true secret word. Apart from them, no one else could interfere. This was an unrivaled technique. After a golden rain of light, the golden divine sword pierced through the half-saint. The bell rang out leisurely and enveloped him. Under the vibration of the bell, his body was shattered inch by inch. There were also heaven knives and the others that swept through the guards, treasured cauldrons that refined numerous experts, and golden guqin that released divine sounds. Chi rays weaved about and swept in all directions. An attack with peerless power. Countless weapons transformed into a golden rain of light that swept past. The experts in front of them were all sliced into a bloody mist and turned into marks of the Dao. Not a single person survived. At this moment, the ancient emperor's forbidden technique displayed a divine might that made people tremble in fear. The golden princess was filled with hatred. This person had caused her to lose all her face and had seen the upper half of her body. Now, he even stole her celestial technique and killed her guards. To her, this was a great humiliation. Princess, don't go. I still want to ask for guidance. Yifan chased after her. He had grasped the movement's secret word, which was the fastest in the world. Naturally, he was faster than all of his opponents. The goddess of the golden race didn't say a word and quickly fled into the horizon. However, the enemy was too strong and she couldn't get rid of him. After a few attacks, her golden divine clothes were continuously torn apart. Some of the ancients tried to stop him, but Yifan's attack was very simple. Once the golden divine treasures were opened, the divine weapons of the great Dao were endless. A golden rain of light swept across, and screams could be heard. He discovered that this type of divine technique was extremely suitable for him. His golden blood energy was boundless, and once it was used, it could be considered an unmatched technique that could attack indiscriminately. He set the resolution to seize it, not willing to let the Gold Clan's heavenly girl go. He prepared to capture her alive. Along the way, Yifan beat the Huangjin princess until she was completely driven crazy. It was unknown whether or not it was intentional, but her jade-like body was strewn across the ground several times, and her divine clothes were torn to shreds. She almost had no clothes to cover her body with. "Princess, please stop. It's fine if you don't want to be honest with me. Just tell me the secret technique and I'll let you go." "Dream on." "Then I'm sorry. Let's decide who's stronger and who's weaker. Let's settle this to the death." Yi Fan spoke. Another round of attacks began. He chased after the primordial goddess and fiercely attacked her until her battle clothes collapsed and her wonderful body lay in disarray. She hated him so much that the roots of her teeth were itching. "Capture the golden goddess alive." In the distance, the large black dog and the others shouted loudly. "Capture the primordial goddess and bring her back to be the wife of the stronghold's ruler." Longma also let out a long hiss, trying to distract them mentally. The human race's holy physique chased after the Golden Clan's goddess. All kinds of great techniques were used at the same time, beating the archaic goddess in front of him into a sorry state. Her sparkling hair was scattered about, and her divine jade body was almost completely exposed. Yi Fan chased after her all the way. Now that the battle had reached this state, he naturally had to consolidate his gains. He had plans to capture the Golden Princess, so he had to obtain the Golden Divine Treasure technique. Ever since the Golden Clan's goddess was born, she had never experienced something like this. Today, she was actually being chased by someone. Fragrant sweat dripped down her body, and she was almost naked. She clenched her teeth until they shattered. Xiao, the 3600th killing technique arrived. This divine technique was crafty and strange. A golden ripple transformed into a ripple. It looked weak, but in reality, it was unstoppable and all-pervasive. Pooh! The few golden divine clothes on her body were torn apart, and most of her pure white body was exposed. At this moment, she was truly going crazy. The scoundrel behind her was definitely doing this on purpose to torture her mental state. In the past, she was like a bright moon that illuminated the archaic era. Who could look up to her? She was exceptionally graceful and stood alone in the clouds, yet now, she had fallen to such a state. The golden goddess became fierce and turned around to fight again, but in the end, she was still no match. Her sparkling white body was riddled with wounds, and her magical power was almost exhausted. She could only retreat in defeat again. "Human race's holy physique, I will skin you alive sooner or later." The Golden Clan's goddess bit her bright lips and brought out the mysterious ancient formation platform for the 8th time. She wanted to cross the void and escape. What could she do? Yi Fan didn't give her the chance at all. The line's secret art was unrivaled under the heavens, and it followed her like a shadow. A golden fist smashed out. Wind, thunder, and lightning interweaved. Regardless of whether it was the formation platform or the weapon, they were all turned into powder. The Golden Princess was chased until there was no road to heaven and no door to earth. She was almost going crazy because her body was almost completely naked. Only a snow-white figure was left behind as she ran forward. Yi Fan cut off her path every time and forced her back into the great wastelands. He was trying to suppress her and force her to hand over the Golden Divine Treasure technique. In the distance, everyone was dumbstruck, especially the ancient race. Some of them scratched their heads and suspected that this was a dream. They simply couldn't believe that this was real. The Imperial Clan's Heavenly Lady was defeated by someone, almost running around naked. This was just too fantastical. Many people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Unfortunately, people couldn't see clearly. The Gold Race's heavenly daughter had a wondrous technique that blocked their line of sight. Moreover, her speed was too fast, so not many people could keep up with her. Even so, many people couldn't help but feel their mouths go dry when they saw a pure white figure fighting a great battle and then fleeing in defeat. Where do you think you're going? Hand over the divine technique and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll send you to see the great ancient emperor. Yi Fan shouted. The princess of the Gold Clan was so angry that her lungs hurt. Fighting naked was like a legend. She had never thought that there would be such a day. Bastard, you'll fall into my hands one day. The Gold Race's Heavenly Lady was so angry her delicate body was trembling. She had already used a divine artifact, but the other party also had one, so she almost suffered even more. Her body seemed to be cast from the moonlight, pure white and shiny. She used the divine rules of order to form a skirt to cover her important parts. The golden silk divine clothes had all turned into ashes. However, she knew that it was useless. To this person with the heavenly eye, she was practically naked with no secrets to speak of. This was truly a crazy battle. She really hoped that with the golden truncheon in hand, she would be able to turn this bastard into ashes in one blow. She had never met such a hateful person who forced her to fight naked. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Don't tempt me, I won't fall for it. If you want to live, it's very simple. Give me the golden divine treasury, or else you'll be buried here. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. Acting, the golden princess really wanted to step on his face with her jade-like feet and curse him 100 times. She wanted to step on him 10,000 times and turn him into a pig's head. That was because the corners of Yi Fan's mouth were slightly raised, revealing his mood. In her opinion, this bastard was doing this on purpose. I'll chop you into pieces sooner or later. The golden princess was so angry that her ivory-like jade-like body was spasming. Boom. However, Yi Fan's attacks were truly too ferocious. His killing moves were unending, shocking even the gods. Strong gales swept past, causing goosebumps to appear all over her jade-like body. Her pores were shivering. Even though his attacks were ruthless, his smile was still brilliant and unchanging. In the eyes of the golden princess, this kind of cheap smile was the most hateful. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some ancient race people went to help, but they were all killed by Yi Fan without being of any use at all. Meanwhile, even more people chose to watch from the sidelines. Many people were speechless. The human race's holy physique was too unreasonable. He actually chased after an ancient queen to escape. This was truly a bit lacking in virtue. How could the Golden Clan's holy daughter swallow this anger? This was a lifelong hatred. At this moment, she simply didn't want to kill Yi Fan anymore. Instead, she wanted to catch this bastard and torture him for the rest of his life. Killing you isn't enough to vent the anger in my heart. The Golden Clan's holy daughter was so angry that her blonde hair stood on end. Her beautiful eyes were wide open as killing intent rushed into the 9 heavens. It filled the great wastelands, causing many people to tremble uncontrollably. Then I'll be the one to kill you. Yi Fan activated the battle formation saint technique to the extreme. A group of heaven-shaking killing moves were unleashed in succession. First, the eternal universe furnace flew out from the tip of his finger. Flames blazed for tens of thousands of zhong, causing the golden princess to be sent flying. After that, he waved his hands and produced a void mirror. It shone with an immortal light, causing the imperial holy daughter to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Next, his hands moved and changed again. An exceptionally sharp Tai sovereign sword shot out. It was a dragon-shaped immortal sword that suppressed the past, present, and future. It almost slashed the golden princess in half. The imperial holy daughter fell into a dangerous situation of life and death. She passively fought the battle. Her entire body was calm and the white light was dazzling. She was so angry that she almost fainted. This was a blood-spitting battle. This was the first time in her life that she regretted helping Li Wendian. If she knew this earlier, she definitely wouldn't have provoked this bastard in front of her. Yi Fan fought with ease. The weapons of the ancient emperors were materialized one after another. Their power was peerless as they suppressed over. The golden princess was flustered. She had a premonition that the situation was far from good. If this continued, she would definitely be captured alive. At that time, she would be half dead. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't show any mercy. The battle today was also a form of deterrence. It showed everyone his determination. Even the ancient imperial holy daughter had to flee naked. What else did he not dare to do? The golden princess led the crowd to find him and help Li Wendian. At this moment, this battle was Yi Fan's counterattack and punishment. He killed her until she lost all her battle clothes and was almost naked. Boom! Finally, the golden divine treasury appeared once again. All kinds of golden weapons appeared. Auspicious multicolored light shone brilliantly. This was a brilliant world. The imperial holy daughter stood in front of the divine treasury and confronted Yi Fan. She communicated with her consciousness. She was forced to compromise. Losing was a small matter, but if she really had to be naked in front of so many cultivators at the end of the battle, she would rather die. She was the daughter of an ancient emperor and was known as the proud goddess of this generation. Her name shook the ancient world, so she couldn't afford to lose this face. At this moment, her slender jade-like body flickered with light. She gritted her teeth and negotiated. She was exceptionally charming, but her face was covered in frost. Yi Fan calculated the time and reckoned that the reinforcements would arrive soon. Because the imperial holy daughter was no match and no one could save her, someone had most likely gone to ask the ancestral king for help. It was impossible for him to eliminate an ancient imperial holy daughter in a short period of time. If the son of the ancient emperor disregarded everything and fought with all his might, he would be able to hold on for a period of time. He killed this ancient imperial holy daughter until she was completely naked. Perhaps this was the fastest way to force her to submit. Now, he had achieved the desired effect. The Golden Clan's holy daughter gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Yi Fan didn't dare to delay. He asked for the secret art of the Golden Divine Treasury and imitated it. He created a similar divine treasury and opened up a golden world of weapons of the great Tao. The ancient golden bell, the Tao sword, the sacred tower, the heavenly blade. Divine splendor flickered as they rose and fell in a dazzling display. Actually, Yi Fan still wanted to negotiate for a holy weapon. However, the Golden Princess was furious and wanted to destroy indiscriminately. She only threw him a half-saint great ancient weapon. Princess, honestly speaking, my respect for you is like the surging waters of a great river. Why don't we form an alliance? Yi Fan asked. Sure, I'm very willing. The Golden Princess ground her teeth. Her beautiful golden eyes flickered with divine splendor. Her delicate fists trembled slightly as she resisted the urge to rush. Over. You and I really hit it off at first sight. We will definitely work together in the future. I was too hasty this time, so I'll treat you to some Tao comprehension tea next time. Yi Fan prepared to retreat. That was because the Black Emperor transmitted his voice from afar, reminding him that it was time to leave. The saint-level ancient king was most likely about to arrive. Oh right, the princess is very loyal to me. I have a divine jade robe here as a token of my respect. Yi Fan placed a treasured robe in the void and decisively retreated. The Golden Princess gazed at his disappearing figure. She was so angry that she almost shattered the heaven and earth. She smashed this worthless divine jade robe into dust with a single palm. Human saint physique, I swear I won't kill you. But you better pray that you don't fall into my hands. Not long after Yi Fan's group disappeared, the void gate opened wide. A saint-level ancient king appeared, and his divine might engulfed the 100,000 mountains. His cold eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Princess, are you all right? I'm fine. The Golden Princess directly crossed the void and left. She didn't want to stay in this place for even a moment longer. What sacred land? What grave? She had thrown everything away. The archaic ancestor's eyes flickered as he stared at the grave. It seemed like he was about to take action, but his heart suddenly palpitated. He immediately tore open the void and left this place. What did you say? Is it really the human saint physique? He killed the holy daughter of the ancient royal family and forced her to flee in defeat. It really is him. He has reappeared in this world. The holy daughter of the Golden Clan probably wants to eat him alive, haha. After this battle spread, everyone was stupefied. It turned into a huge wave that spread to all parts of the world. Yi Fan became the focal point of everyone's discussion. Bang, a loud sound rang out. The Alcade Old Land collapsed several days later, and a huge abyss appeared. Strands of immortal energy seeped out, and multicolored light filled the sky. However, all those who came here were terrified. Not a single person dared to approach. It was as if they were facing an ancient emperor. Even those as powerful as the Tao executioners were trembling and couldn't help but want to kowtow. Yi Fan stood in the distance and didn't approach. His heart was pounding, and he felt as if something was calling out to him. It was related to him. I wonder how many saints came. This place seems like it will collapse the heavens. This is definitely the aura of an ancient emperor. The Black Emperor firmly said. It's not time to go in yet. The great tomb hasn't completely collapsed. The tip of the iceberg has just been revealed. Duanda frowned and muttered. There was a sense of uneasiness between his brows. There were tens of thousands of strands of immortal light and hundreds of millions of Tao marks. This was a piece of calamity land. The highlands collapsed from the bottom to the top, and the clouds were dense. However, the auspicious clouds didn't appear all the time. They would gush out every once in a while, and most of the time, this place was peaceful and quiet. The surface of the great tomb collapsed, and a huge abyss appeared in front of him. It was so dark that it made one's heart palpitate, and it was difficult to see the bottom. Only when the immortal clouds surged could people peek inside, but they couldn't see anything. There was only an aura of creation and respect for the universe. This place was related to the ancient emperors. This was the consensus of everyone. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be like this. Anyone who approached the abyss would have their legs tremble, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. Their bodies and minds trembled. From this day onwards, the 100,000 mountains that this highland faced were silent, and the birds trembled. None of them dared to cross, but when the birds and beasts passed by, they would bow in this direction and then take a detour. Yifan understood the Tao and asked himself what it was that was calling out to him, making his mind restless. However, he had no idea. In the past few days, countless cultivators from all over the world had come, causing Duanda and the Black Emperor to curse continuously. They originally wanted to do it alone, but they didn't expect the whole world to know about it. The divine dynasty of the Middle Continent, the Holy Land of the Eastern Wasteland, the Buddhist sect of the Western Desert, and the Demon Imperial Palace of the Southern Mountains all had a large number of experts rush over. As for the ancient race, they had already occupied a favorable location. I hope that the secret path we left behind is useful and can seize the initiative, Longma said. This humble Taoist is a little uneasy. I don't know why. I've roamed the underground world for so many years, but I've never been defeated. Why would I feel so uneasy? Duanda muttered to himself. Stop being cocky. Hurry up and use your special abilities to locate the exact location of the immortal treasury. The Black Emperor's eyes were fervent. This was the tomb of the ancient emperors, and everyone knew about it now. There was no mistake, and only the heavens knew what kind of people it would attract. The archaic ancestral kings were like a great mountain that weighed down on everyone's hearts. This was what many people were worried about. With the appearance of such a mysterious emperor tomb, even saints would have to come into being. The news of Yifan's return spread to all corners of the world. In the first battle, he killed the Son of Heaven, and in the second battle, he chased after the Golden Princess and escaped in defeat. This caused a huge uproar. At this moment, he no longer had any fear. He was going to leave in half a year's time. The damaged immortal cauldron could hide his aura. Even saints couldn't deduce everything about him. However, he still took some precautions. There would definitely be saint-grade ancient kings who were dissatisfied with him. If they discovered him, they would definitely attack him without mercy. His performance was far too eye-catching. Even among imperial princes, who dared to say that they could defeat him. Once he matured, apart from a few ancient princes, who in the world could compete with him, time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The emperor's tomb became more and more unfathomable. Every time it surged with immortal multicolored light, the aura of an ancient great emperor would fill the air. It was as if an ancient person was about to awaken. The high ground caved in, and the abyss expanded into a bottomless pit. Even the heavenly eye couldn't see through it because of the interweaving Tao marks below. Even saints were helpless. That's right, the legends are true. The Alcade's emperor weapon's origin is quite fishy. It wasn't forged naturally by the heavens. And now, the ancient emperor's tomb had appeared. All the secrets of the past had been blown away, and all kinds of ancient rumors were coming to light. The black dragon pattern cauldron was known as the world's greatest miracle. After so many years, the truth was finally about to appear. Was it a miracle or a divine manifestation? A great tomb appeared, and the aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air. There was no need to say anything more. It had already confirmed some of the records in the unofficial history. The Alcade had indeed found the black divine gold, but it was most likely not the result of their 50,000 years of worship, nor was it something that could be forged by generations of saints. It was related to an emperor. On that stormy and rainy night, a great emperor descended and reversed the natural order. He used an unrivaled divine technique to forge the black dragon pattern cauldron. All of this was too mysterious. An emperor-level existence appeared amidst the torrential rain and lightning. The more people thought about it, the more unfathomable it became. The alcade was built on top of a great tomb. This was already mysterious enough, but in the end, an unparalleled existence actually appeared beneath the ancient tomb. How unimaginable is this? Everyone's imagination ran wild, and they were even a bit scared. Was that a human or a ghost? Since the tomb had already been built and its body was buried, how could it still be alive? Since ancient times, there had been rumors that using a corpse to prove one's Tao was an extremely ancient legend. Could this be true? Was the Alcade's tomb such an existence? However, thousands of years had passed, and the river of time had flowed on. If it used a corpse to prove one's Tao, then it could be said that it had obtained a new life and had defied the heavens. Its name wouldn't be unknown in history. The Alcade's black dragon pattern cauldron appeared relatively late. Let's think about it. Based on this, which great emperor's era was closer to it? It was later than the eternal universe furnace and later than the void mirror. If we carefully calculate it, it seems to be closer to that one. When everyone deduced this, they were all stunned. They felt as if their bones were going cold, and their expressions were all strange. This actually involved a supreme being that shook the past and dazzled the present. He was powerful to the point where he could suppress the 9 heavens 10 earths and make all enemies in the world fall silent. That era wasn't that far from great Emperor Wuxia. Finally, someone spoke these words. It made all of the cultivators' hearts surge with heaven overflowing waves. Was this true? Was it related to Wuxia? If it was true, then it would topple everything. It was a bit inconceivable, however, if it was false, then it would be difficult to find another person. How could an emperor-level existence be nameless since ancient times? As long as it appeared, the great Tao would respond, the heaven and earth would resonate, and the 4 seas would respect it. In that era, if it wasn't Wuxia, who else could it be? That shouldn't be possible, right? How could great Emperor Wuxia use a corpse to prove one's Tao? Aren't there some records before he became an emperor? He barehandedly received an emperor weapon. Before he became an emperor, he received an emperor weapon. Who can prove that he truly didn't prove one's Tao at that time? Perhaps this just points to a huge problem. This is too inconceivable, right? Many people's voices began to tremble. The appearance of a great tomb involved some ancient secrets. It might overturn some historical truths. Great Emperor Wuxia was a corpse that was reborn. No one would believe this, but this great tomb and the Alcade Cauldron's era made this hypothesis have a trace of truth. If it was Wuxia, what era did he come from in his past life? Could it be that he had an even more ancient identity? It was inconceivable. Those who used corpses to prove their Tao, when they were still alive in their previous lives, how could they be ordinary people? Who could they be? Thinking of this possibility, everyone's primordial spirit trembled. This highland was in complete chaos. Everyone was shocked. The moment this deduction was made, it was like a raging storm, causing everyone's hearts to tremble and their hair to stand on end. This is impossible. How could great Emperor Wuxia use a corpse to prove his Tao? A bunch of idiots, they don't know what they are talking about. The Black Emperor was very excited and immediately rejected it. Are you sure? Yi Fan asked. At the side, Yi Tong also had a face full of curiosity as he stared at the Black Emperor. He yearned for everything about the ancient emperors and wanted to know every bit of their past. Duanda had a rare serious expression as he sighed, using corpses to prove one's Tao, although there are legends, it is not feasible at all. It is lacking that innate life energy, which is why the path of immortals is incomplete and difficult to perfect. How can you be so sure? Yi Fan asked. Taoist Grandpa, who am I? Robbing all the ancient tombs in the world, is there anything I don't know about? This is a broken path, no one has ever succeeded since ancient times. What people say are all rumors. Yi Fan looked at him strangely. Taoist Duan's origins were mysterious, and there was nothing he didn't know. Even now, it was still hard to figure out his background. A great ancient tomb emitted strands of great Emperor Qi. It was filled with boundless mysteries. More than 100,000 years ago, an imperial cauldron had been forged on a rainy night, making it difficult for people to see through it. Who exactly was sleeping in the great tomb? So many years had passed, and everyone was looking forward to seeing if the tomb master had already turned to dust. What had he left behind? Suddenly, a beam of divine light enveloped the highland. A majestic figure with disheveled purple hair appeared with his back to the crowd and his back to the great tomb. He stood on the highland, making people feel as if they were facing a divine mountain that was too high to reach. Their legs and stomachs went soft, and many cultivators couldn't control themselves and wanted to kneel down. A saint-level ancient king had arrived. As expected, the appearance of the great ancient emperor's tomb made even the saints unable to sit still and rushed over. The majestic figure suddenly turned around and faced everyone. His purple hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were like a deep, pitch-black abyss. No one dared to look directly at him. It's Huatan, he has become a saint. Some ancient race experts cried out in surprise, coming from a half-saint. Many people revealed astonished expressions. Huatan was an outstanding genius, and his reputation was extremely great among the ancient races. During the final years of the Archaic Era, he had challenged everyone. This was a newly advanced saint. After the ancient race's revival, he was the first person to become a saint in this era. His name would be recorded in the annals of history. It really is Huatan. In the distance, some famous ancient race experts who didn't have much lifespan left revealed a bitter smile. Huatan wasn't the number one genius of his era, but now, he was the first to become a saint. From then on, he had transcended. The difference of half a step was like the difference between heaven and earth. The half-saint realm was a heavenly barrier. Once trapped, one might not be able to cross it for the rest of their lives. Many geniuses were blocked at this stage. The difference between half-saint and saint was only a single word, but the difference was too great. One could only be looked up to, while the other was high above. Huatan actually succeeded. The number one of that generation was still struggling, but now, he has become a saint ancestor. Many people of the ancient race were unwilling, but they couldn't do anything. Huatan's ascension to saint symbolized the rise of another generation. Where is the human race's saint body? Huatan's pupils were like two black suns, emitting a frightening light. As they swept over everyone, all creatures trembled. Saint Huatan has appeared, and he wants to find trouble with the human race's saint body. Some people of the ancient race were excited. Few people dared to defy the victorious fighting Buddha's decree, but it didn't mean that everyone would obey. Moreover, if one wanted to kill the human race's saint body, there were loopholes that could be exploited. Huatan had come, firstly to explore the ancient tomb, and secondly to deal with Yifan. Before he became a saint, he was an elite among the radical faction of the ancient race. During the Archaic Era, my ancestor used the human race's saint as food. I once heard that the human race's saint body contains precious blood, and I really want to taste it. This was what Huatan had said before he became a saint, and many people still remembered it clearly. Huatan becoming a saint signified the rise of another generation, indicating the true arrival of a great age. Everyone felt a sense of urgency. After Huatan became an ancestral king, he didn't say much. He just came here as soon as he came out of seclusion to find Yifan. What he wanted to do was self-evident. His body was much taller than an ordinary person, and a pair of black sun-like eyes shone with a cold and merciless light. As he swept his gaze across the crowd, it was like a sharp blade being unsheathed, causing pain to one's skin. This was the will of a saint. If his gaze focused on one spot, an ordinary cultivator would definitely explode, bleeding profusely and losing their lives. In the 100,000 mountains, the birds and beasts were all wailing and crouching on the ground, trembling with fear towards the saint's might. Yifan, Duanda, and the others immediately retreated silently, not approaching. This person had come with ill intentions, and they didn't want to get into conflict. After all, he was a saint. This 23 really knows how to put on airs. Lanma blew out 2 puffs of smoke from his nostrils, using some vulgar words from Earth to evaluate. Now he's here to show off. When he was a half-saint, why didn't I see him showing off? Otherwise, I would send him to heaven with one formation platform, the large black dog said. Huatan had become a saint after all, and no one here could deal with him. He surpassed the limits of humans, and no matter how nature-defying Yifan was, he was no match for him. Ignore him. We'll wait for an opportunity. I must enter the great tomb, Yifan said. An indescribable calling made him more and more uneasy. Huatan's arrival caused the atmosphere on this high ground to become extremely tense. People didn't even dare to speak loudly, especially the humans. They all felt very guilty. Where's the human saint physique? I heard that you're the strongest in the world, so why don't you dare to show yourself? Why are you curled up in that corner? After Huatan became a saint, he naturally had some followers. These people laughed coldly on the high ground, harboring sinister motives. Since ancestral King Huatan has come, the human saint physique better stay away and never show himself. Otherwise, he'll only become a pile of bones. Someone laughed loudly. Some people were fearless, standing on the high ground and wantonly provoking, wanting to cause some disturbance. Huatan sat cross-legged on the high ground with his eyes closed, not moving at all. At this level, he naturally wouldn't speak too much, or else it would be beneath his status. The tomb was about to open. He closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the best time. He wanted to be the first saint to enter the tomb and obtain the rare treasures, further solidifying his position as a saint. 23. Keep pretending. Sooner or later, I'll trample you to death. Lama was indignant. Since Huatan had arrived, they had no choice but to stay away from the high ground. They could only watch from the crystal platform. In the following days, no one dared approach the entrance of the great tomb. Multicolored auspicious light gushed out from that place, all types of immortal light swirling about. Only Huatan resisted the pressure, sitting at the very front. With him here, not a single person dared to step forward, unable to compete with him. They could only watch passively, feeling deeply helpless. Ancestral King Huatan is here. You'd better retreat as far as you can. The people behind him sneered. Boom, on the fifth day, an intense tremor sounded. The natural crater was filled with endless Tao traces, surging with power that moved one's mind as it swept in all directions. So fragrant, there seems to be immortal medicines below. Quite a few people were moved, looking forward. Within the multicolored light, as well as the intimidating aura of the great ancient emperor, strand after strand of fragrance wafted over. It was extremely faint, but it was unforgettable. Huatan coldly glanced back. The ancient races were still all right, not suffering much of an impact, but a few human sect masters were shaken greatly, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Just a gaze alone swept over, that type of pressure was unbearable. The faces of the old sect masters turned snow-white one after another, staggering backwards. Everyone's hearts went cold. Those who weren't saints were less than dung after all. They couldn't even endure a single ice-cold gaze from Huatan. Everyone's hearts went completely cold. How were they supposed to compete? A saint bore hostility, not planning on letting the human race approach at all. If not for the fact that they feared the old saints of the human race, they might have already started a massacre. Hong Long, on the 8th day after Huatan arrived, the great tomb collapsed again. All types of divine splendor surged, turning into great waves that surged over. The natural crater became several times larger. All right, we can pretty much enter, Duanda said. And on this day, Huatan sensed something. He walked around the giant crater for half a day, as if he had set his resolution. He was finally going to take action. What should we do? If nothing unexpected happens, this is the tomb of our great human emperor. How can we allow an ancient race saint to enter first? But who can stop him? There's no way to stop him. The experts of the human race were all helpless. Right now, only Huatan had arrived, and he was indeed unrivaled. Everyone dared to be angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. I'll go down and take a look. You guys guard this place well. Huatan spoke, his voice low as he swept his eyes over his followers. At the center of this highland was a natural crater that radiated outwards. There were cracks everywhere, extending into the distance. The mountainous region was in ruins. Huatan hesitated. Slightly, and then he jumped in, entering the bottomless natural crater, heading towards the ancient tomb of the great ancient emperor. He had no other choice. Time was precious, and if the other old saints came, it would be useless even if he had heaven-warping talent. He could only take the risk and try to get in first. I can guarantee that he has gone in, and it will be hard for him to come out in a short period of time. Moreover, there's no second ancient king in this region. Duanda spoke, his eyes flashing. This fellow's background was mysterious. Up until now, even the Black Emperor who had followed Great Emperor Wuxia couldn't see through him. Moreover, his life-saving methods were top-notch. Since he said so, it was most likely true. Yi Fan nodded and stepped forward. He had already activated the row formula, and with each step, he appeared on the highland. During these days, Yi Fan had long understood what kind of person Hua Tan was from the ancient race. He had once said that his ancestor had fed on the human race saints during the ancient times, and he also wanted to taste the precious blood of the human race's saint physique. You came for me. My cultivation level isn't high enough, and I'm not your opponent, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Yi Fan muttered to himself as he stood in front of the natural crater. His appearance instantly caused a commotion. The ancient ancestor king had just disappeared, and the human race's saint physique came. How audacious. Beside the natural crater, the expressions of Hua Tan's followers all changed. They felt that the situation was far from good. The ancient king was just below, yet he dared to come so close. What did you guys say just now? A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. These people retreated, their hearts beating like drums. They didn't think that Yi Fan would have the courage to directly approach and finish them off. Just now, they were mocking Yi Fan, saying that he could only curl up in a corner and humiliate him as much as possible. They wanted to force him to appear, but now, he really came to kill them. Go. They weren't saints, and it was impossible for them to fight against the person in front of them. If they went up, they would die without a doubt. They turned around and fled. There was even one person who didn't care about the dangers in the natural crater and jumped in. He would rather do this than face the human race's saint physique. Clang. However, Yi Fan didn't give him the chance. He operated the army formula and reversed the control of the divine sword in his hand. He turned it around and stabbed it back. With a pfff sound, the sharp blade cut across his own neck, causing blood to splash out. This result shocked everyone. They all thought that he had gone crazy and used the shining divine sword to cut off his own head. With a gulu sound, his head tumbled onto the ground. Pfff. The divine sword chopped down vertically and cut his head in half. His primordial spirit was extinguished, and he died a violent death. Run in different directions. The other people's faces were ashen. Just now, they had Hua Tan's support, so they weren't afraid of anything. Now, however, they were like stray dogs in a state of panic. How could Yi Fan allow them to escape? The travel formula under his feet activated, and all kinds of Dao patterns appeared. They turned into golden lightning and carried him forward with the world's fastest speed. Xiao. He was like a streak of lightning as he blocked one person's path. His fist smashed forward, and with a ping sound, this ancient race member exploded. Blood and bone fragments flew everywhere. Chi. He didn't stop for even a moment and turned into a blazing light as he charged in another direction. Golden blood energy overflowed into the heavens, and with a heavenly swastika sound, the other two broke apart inch by inch. They turned into fresh blood and dyed the sky red. Sonorous sounds rang out incessantly. Yi Fan opened up a world that belonged to the golden divine treasury. All kinds of golden divine splendor flowed about. Ancient bells, Dao swords, sacred pagodas, and other boundless things rose and fell together. With a shake of his body, they scattered out like a rain of light. This was a country of weapons. They were all golden and dazzling. They turned into rays of blazing light that swept in all directions. The remaining people screamed miserably as they were chopped into bloody paste. Yi Fan attacked powerfully. In a short moment, he killed all of Saint Hua Tan's followers and didn't let a single person escape. In the wilderness, everyone cried out in alarm, but no one dared to stop him. Even the ancient race was the same. They were all intimidated by him. How daring! He truly has no fear. Huatan had just entered the ancient tomb, yet he wiped out all of his subordinates. He doesn't fear incurring the hatred of the saint. He's so domineering, yet he killed them all. Huatan's lungs will most likely explode from anger. This is a naked slap to his face. He had just become a saint, yet someone came to trample on him. This is a great loss of face. Even many of the ancient race's legendary figures were dumbstruck and felt their hair stand on end. The human race's saint physique couldn't be provoked. What else did he not dare to do? He even chased the Golden Clan's heavenly daughter until she ran naked. He even challenged Huatan and didn't care about anything. Yifan swaggered off and didn't stay for long. He left behind a ground full of blood and some broken limbs. It was a ghastly sight. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the great tomb. It shook violently as Huatan rushed out in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. He was on the verge of collapse. No one knew what he had encountered. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and his broken bones were protruding out of his flesh. Blood covered his body, and he fell to the ground with a plop while gasping for breath. At the entrance of the great tomb, immortal multicolored light gushed out for a period of time before finally stopping. The great emperor's divine splendor was once again withdrawn. Huatan looked back and heaved a sigh of relief. But soon after, he saw the corpses of his subordinates and exploded on the spot. Who killed them? It's the human race's saint physique, someone replied. Is that so? I came for him and wanted to use him as food. I didn't expect that he would take the initiative to offend me. This time, the victorious fighting Buddha has no reason to protect him. No one can say anything if I kill him. Huatan's expression was cold. He didn't mourn for his subordinates and instead laughed coldly. 23 and you're so cocky. I'll slaughter you sooner or later. Lanma said. In fact, this was also what Yifan was thinking. He really wanted Huatan to shed blood here and make a saint fall. Bang, the great tomb collapsed again, and the aura became even more vigorous. Duanda raised his eyebrows and said, I think it's time to enter the tomb. I finally know what's inside the great tomb. Yifan's heart beat violently. This time, he could clearly feel that there was something in his body that was resonating with him. Back then, it was also in the southern region. He narrowly escaped death and obtained the immortal fate. He didn't expect to meet again here. Perhaps, from this, I can conclude who the person inside the great tomb is. The myriad chi cauldron trembled slightly as if it had the will of a god. The ancient cauldron walls glowed, and the markings carved on it were like living creatures coming back to life. At the same time, the golden dwarf between Yifan's eyebrows opened its eyes. For so many years, this golden primordial spirit had held the small cauldron and comprehended the ancient scriptures together. The bronze immortal palace. I can feel its aura. Yifan revealed a look of disbelief. This immortal palace that could move had always been wandering around the eastern wasteland. Each time it appeared, it would appear in a different location. There were secrets about immortals. Back then, he and Jizue had mistakenly entered and narrowly escaped. It was also because of this that they obtained the myriad chi origin root. After so many years, he had almost forgotten about this place. According to the records, the bronze immortal palace would only appear once every 10,000 years. It's it, there's no mistake. Divine runes appeared on Yifan's forehead bone. The golden dwarf in the immortal platform was trembling. He vaguely saw the word immortal written in blood in the depths of the immortal palace. Was it the blood of an ancient emperor or a true immortal? There were too many secrets in this place. It was rumored that Ruthless was here in one of his lives. Unfortunately, he failed to transform and his body shattered there. Someone from the Yaoguang lineage knows the undying heaven art. Now, the immortal palace that is closely related to Ruthless has appeared. So, is this really her grave? Yifan muttered to himself. Yifan knew why the myriad chi cauldron was trembling. It was not perfect. It was missing only the origin root and not all of the materials from back then. Outside the bronze immortal palace, the mountain-like origin root surged violently, making people feel suffocated. He only used the green copper to obtain the essence origin root. The rest of the divine materials were still there. Ruthless had the heaven-devouring evil jar, but he also found the origin root from the creation of the world. He naturally wanted to forge an even stronger weapon. If it was forged into an immortal weapon, it would be unparalleled in the world. Yifan used his own Tao to build the foundation of the cauldron. These years, he often thought that if he could refine all the materials outside the immortal palace, the cauldron should be perfect. The source Qi is inseparable from the cauldron. They were originally one, so I should make them merge. In a daze, he saw an enormous copper palace rise and fall within the natural crater. Source energy curled about it, releasing immortal cries that were so loud that even the deaf could hear. It made one feel as if they were about to comprehend the Tao. "Master, what's wrong?" Yi Tong called out softly. Yi Fan was in a daze. After a while, he recovered and said, "Didn't you hear?" "What are you talking about?" Duanda's eyes lit up. Yi Fan looked toward the high ground again. It was a stretch of ruins, and there was only the occasional celestial glow from the bottom of the abyss. Apart from that, there was nothing else. "It's the tomb of Emperor Merciless." Yi Fan told him everything he knew. He couldn't see the scene in the depths of the great tomb, only knowing that the bronze immortal palace appeared. It floated above the mysterious region, possibly rushing into the heavens. The bronze immortal palace has the secrets of immortals. Back then, it was taken over by a vicious person, and after all these years, no one knew where it went. Who would have thought that it would rise and fall within its tomb? Duanda rubbed his hands, his face full of excitement. "Where's your heaven-devouring demonic cover? Hurry up and bring it out." "Who knows, it might be able to sense what's inside the tomb," said the Black Emperor. "I didn't dare bring it out. That was refined from a vicious person's head. I'm afraid that this really is her tomb. If something unforeseen happens, this poor Taoist's little life might be lost here." Huatan stood above the abyss with a gloomy expression. His followers had all died, yet he couldn't find any traces of Yi Fan. Deathly light swirled in his eyes, making one feel intimidated. "He's blocking there, and we have no way of going over. Otherwise, this is an immortal opportunity. Why isn't he struck by lightning?" Longma cursed. Suddenly, two divine rainbows crossed the southern region and quickly approached. They descended and appeared on this high ground. Divine light overflowed from every single one of them, making them look high and mighty. Two saint-level ancient kings arrived. Their strength was extremely powerful, surpassing Huatan. They were both veteran saints, causing the ancient races to cry out in alarm. They went up to pay their respects. "Huatan, what did you gain?" One of them was surrounded by undying divine splendor and couldn't be seen clearly. There was a divine disk behind his head that was as resplendent as a great sun. His words were dignified and didn't have a trace of emotional fluctuations. It was the same even when facing Huatan, who was also an ancient king. There was a type of lofty and aloof aura that overlooked the common people. Huatan was dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to contradict them. He had just become a saint and was far from being comparable to these ancient saints. He seriously replied, "The immortal splendor is flowing below. It's difficult for me to go deeper." The other ancient saint gave him a look and directly walked over. He arrived above the abyss and a crack appeared between his brows. A streak of immortal light shot out and illuminated the bottomless emperor tomb. However, after a long time, he frowned. He couldn't sense anything and couldn't sense anything. The archaic emperors all have a precise location for their ancient tombs. It isn't here and is definitely the tomb of the great human emperor. Who would have thought that even saints couldn't see through it? "Let's go down together. Even if we can't break through the ancient tomb, we can still protect ourselves," said an ancient saint. "Good. If there is an emperor treasure, it will definitely help us achieve the Tao and have a chance of walking the path of the great sage." Radiance flickered. The three of them disappeared at the same time and entered the abyss to explore the great tomb together. Right at this time, the great tomb collapsed again. The heavenly crater expanded several times and immortal multicolored light surged. Colorful mists pervaded the air and rushed into the heavens. The speed at which the great tomb collapsed increased. The highlands were crisscrossed and there were cracks everywhere. Rubble pierced through the clouds, turning this place into a dilapidated land. 9 Heavens Divine Jade Series Blue Sky Divine Jade. someone cried out in alarm. An ancient race half-saint reached out his hand and grabbed a green precious jade the size of an infant's fist. It flowed with brilliant light and overflowing colors, making his fingers almost transparent. Mutton fat jade iron. A human race sect master raised his hand and grabbed a fist-sized piece of divine iron. It was spotlessly white and flawless with specks of light flickering about. The ground exploded and enormous rocks rushed upwards, bringing with them a few precious materials. This made many people's eyes go red. There were endless treasures within this great emperor tomb. What are you all waiting for? Everyone, think of a way to seize the treasures. Duanda shouted loudly and inwardly fanned everyone. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to enter and seize the treasures. Otherwise, with the 3 ancestral kings below, there was no way they could deal with them. With so many people entering together, it would be difficult for them to be discovered. There is an ancient great emperor's aura here. It will be difficult for us to do anything even if we enter. If we take the risk, we might die. Someone said dejectedly. It's fine. Each time a mortal multicolored light surges, there will be a period of quietness. We just need to move about in a safe area and seize divine materials. We won't enter the depths of the tomb. Humans died for wealth and birds died for food. Mutton fat jade iron and blue sky divine jade appeared one after another, making even half-saints unable to sit still, let alone the others. They were all moved. An hour later, the immortal light evaporated. A group of people rushed towards the heavenly crater that was 10 times larger and leapt inside. Even though their souls were trembling, they still couldn't resist the temptation. In that instant, magical treasures covered the skies and all types of secret artifacts appeared. The cultivators used them to protect themselves as they entered the great tomb. Apart from this, there were even more powerful holy artifacts that released tsunami-like sounds. These were the actions of the peak powers that stood in the clouds, using this to forcefully enter. Large amounts of ancient race, human, and fiend races cultivators appeared, entering the abyss. The great emperor's ancient tomb moved everyone's hearts. Let's go, we should move out as well. If we don't go now, someone might really get there first, said the Black Emperor. Duanda led the way. This was a secret passage that led directly to the great tomb through the underground dark vein. This was something that was left behind when they were here. It's boiling up above, they're fighting. After entering the heavenly crater and looking upwards, all types of magical treasures were colliding. It was as if large amounts of meteors were flying over from beyond the heavens, interweaving into a great destructive light. It's raining. No, this is blood, some from the human race, some from the ancient race. Duanda raised his head and touched the wet marks on his face. Above, a rain of blood scattered down. From time to time, corpses would fall, and there were even more broken magical treasures that exploded. It had long become completely chaotic. At the center of the sky, there was an even deeper grave pit, so deep that the ground couldn't be seen. That was the true emperor's tomb. Fine jade iron, blue sky divine jade, everlasting silver essence, and other things would occasionally rush up along with the rubble, specks of immortal light flickering about. What is going on? Are there really countless rare treasures? 9 heavens divine jade and everlasting silver essence are divine materials even saints would be moved by. Lama sighed in admiration. There weren't many fragments, but they could still see a few. They surged with auspicious multicolored light, as if there was a great mine of immortal materials underground. I know, this is a piece of primal chaos immortal land left behind from the creation of the world. Look, there are wisps of multicolored light surging, it originates from there. The Black Emperor was greatly shaken. Based on its suspicions, Great Emperor Vicious all life source energy came from this place, the essence immortal root nurtured in the primal chaos immortal land. It was dug up by him. In this kind of place, even if it was the outer layer, there would definitely be rare treasures. Apart from the all-life source energy immortal root, blue sky divine jade, everlasting silver essence, and other things were definitely nurtured outside the primal chaos immortal land, these were accompanying creatures. It's just like the spiritual herbs growing outside a true dragon's cave, the most precious is naturally the true dragon in the cave, but the grass beside the cave is also precious to mortals. Duanda said. His heart began to itch. This was a piece of primal chaos immortal land. There was most likely a small primal chaos world below. Only heaven knew what kind of divine treasures were nurtured inside. He really wanted to immediately rush in. Do you guys feel it? There is powerful life force here, immortal light and other things are all overflowing from the small primal chaos world. This truly is an exceptional divine land. The Black Emperor sighed in admiration. According to what it said, Great Emperor Wuxia wanted to forge the most powerful Emperor Bel, traveling the entire world, perhaps even visiting many ancient stars, all in order to find a small primal chaos world with life force. He found suitable materials, but he ended up empty-handed. In the end, Great Emperor Wuxia traveled to the Qinling Mountains in the west of Central Continent, unexpectedly obtaining a primal chaos stone in the immortal transformation pool, and only then did he refine the immortal materials he needed. Duanda said, the Great Emperor can easily refine the primal chaos and open up a small world. However, it is extremely difficult to find life force in the primal chaos. Things that can be born in the primal chaos are all supreme treasures, rarely seen throughout the ages. They knew that they had arrived at a divine land, a primal chaos immortal land rarely seen throughout the ages. If they went in, they might be able to find something of immeasurable value. Dong. The small abyss at the center flickered with multicolored light. An ancient building floated up and down, blocking the entrance, making it impossible for people to enter. The aura of the great ancient emperor pervaded the air, almost making their bodies and bones shatter. Fortunately, Yi Fan's body emitted a hazy green light, propping up a light screen to protect them. Otherwise, if one wasn't a saint, they wouldn't be able to reach this place. Standing in a suitable position, Yi Fan, Duanda, the Black Emperor and the others all revealed strange expressions. They discovered that the three ancient saints were all blocked here, trapped in a life and death situation. An ancient bronze palace emitted a hazy radiance, floating up and down in the small abyss at the bottom of the heavenly crater. The entrance of the palace had a great gravitational force, millions upon millions of strands of immortal light, almost swallowing Huatan and the others. Even someone as powerful as the three ancient saints found it difficult to resist. Yi Fan was stunned. It really was it. After several decades, he saw the bronze immortal palace again. Great waves rose and fell within Yi Fan's mind. When he saw the grand and imposing palace cast from bronze, he thought of Ji Ziyue and how the two of them mistakenly entered the immortal palace. His heartstrings trembled. In this place, the old bronze piece in his body was especially sensitive. Just like back then, it seemed to have been stimulated, immediately reviving. This place was extremely terrifying. This bronze palace related to immortals seemed to possess life, different from before. Now, it was shining on its own, the three ancient saints unable to break free. Its scale was massive, tall like a small mountain. It was unknown just how much bronze had been used up, but now, it was mottled with green rust, leaving behind ancient imprints. The bronze rust traces were extremely heavy, displaying an ancient feeling of great changes. However, this didn't affect its magnificence. Millions and millions of strands of immortal light shot out, twisting into supreme Tao marks, covering this place densely. This was going to refine the three ancient saints. They were all roaring loudly, blocking the entrance of the bronze palace, using all of their cultivation to support themselves, barely preventing themselves from being sucked in. Yi Fan clearly remembered that when he and Ji Ziyue entered the bronze palace back then, the inside was deathly still, not this type of scene. It was like a tomb, lacking immortal light or Tao marks. Otherwise, they most likely wouldn't have been able to walk out alive. This ancient bronze palace has a heaven-defying great secret related to immortals. Duanda swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It actually appeared in Vicious Tomb. It seems like it has great karma with her. The Black Emperor's large bronze bell eyes shone. This time, the ancient tomb's collapse might have been related to the bronze immortal palace. It was the aura it released that intensified the cracks in the highlands, and then it completely collapsed, forming a heavenly crater. Compared to the bronze immortal palace, the three ancient saints were like ants. The main reason was because this bronze palace was just too large, moreover releasing endless immortal light. They discovered Yi Fan's group. Huatan's pupils were like black suns, pitch black and immeasurable, releasing strands of dark light. As he swept his gaze over, there was a type of lofty and aloof aura, as if he was looking down on ants. Unfortunately, he couldn't break free, couldn't rush over, and even more so couldn't take action. Yifan, Duanda, the Black Emperor, and the others didn't feel any fear. The three of them couldn't even protect themselves, locked in place. Whether or not they could survive was another matter. So much. Mother Qi? Longma's forehoofs emitted a fiery glow as it circled around the copper palace from afar. It looked like it had too much energy. Yi Tong also opened his mouth wide, revealing an expression of disbelief as he said, "Master, this is where your cauldron came from? Emperor Ruthless is incredible. What is he trying to do? Did he excavate a chaotic immortal land to forge the most powerful celestial tool? He's using so much source chi to forge a cauldron, and he's refining it repeatedly. Who would be able to block his attack?" The large black dog was also stunned. Outside the bronze immortal palace, all life source energy swirled about, forming mountains and seas, layer after layer. It was as heavy as a stellar domain, crushing down until one stopped breathing. There were endless Tao traces interweaving. Any strand of source chi could crush a mountain. How heavy would it be when so many of them were gathered together? Did the ancient emperors want to destroy the other monarch weapons with a single strike by forging it into a weapon? If an ordinary person was able to find a strand of source energy, then it was already a great opportunity. Now, there was so much of it, densely packed like clouds, surrounding this place. It was simple and unadorned, majestic and majestic. It was a type of miracle. "Rise!" Yifan shouted loudly, and a small golden person in his forehead opened his eyes. He stood up and took a step forward, using the Tao traces as his battle clothes and the cauldron as his weapon. The all-life source chi cauldron hovered above his head, and the small golden person opened his mouth and let out a clear cry. The small cauldron quickly enlarged and flew forward, beginning to swallow the huge amount of source chi. "You dare!" Huatan was furious, and his expression finally changed. He was unable to remain calm. There was so much source chi, and even if it had lost its source, it was still a divine material that was difficult to find in this world. If he could obtain it, it would be a heaven-defying fortune. What was the most precious thing? It was naturally the weapons of the ancient emperors, and this source chi was prepared by the great human emperor to refine weapons. There was no way to measure its value. The expressions of the other two ancient saints changed. They wanted to help, but they were powerless. They couldn't even protect themselves, so how could they stop him? "Saint Physique of the human race, you killed my people and stole my fortune. This is a great enmity. If I can escape, I will kill you 100 times over." "Even the victorious fighting Buddha will have nothing to say," Huatan said gloomily. "We'll talk about it after you escape. I don't have time to deal with you now." "I'll find a quiet place to go," Yifan said indifferently. At this moment, he was in a good mood. He used the cauldron to swallow the huge amount of source chi and fused it into the cauldron. The army formula was activated, and his cauldron floated up and down, making sonorous sounds. The source chi was like 10,000 streams returning to the sea, causing the void to distort and collapse. It became one with the cauldron, and there was no distinction between them. From then on, the source chi became one. The materials of Vicious Emperor weapon were rare throughout the ages, so Huatan's eyes were red and he roared in anger. The cauldron was the essence of source chi, and at this moment, it became one with the huge amount of source chi. It emitted a wave of life, as if it was about to give birth to a divine consciousness. "You have the life to take it, but not the life to use it." Huatan smiled coldly. He was full of unwillingness, and his murderous intent was revealed without any concealment. If he could move, he would definitely attack at the first moment and crush Yifan into ashes. At this moment, he was incomparably regretful. "You don't have this chance. Even if you become a saint-level character, it doesn't mean you won't fall. You should be more careful of yourself." Yifan laughed. He didn't mind. What could be more exciting than a perfect Tao-proving artifact? His cauldron could absorb all the source chi and interweave its marks. 23. You better be more honest with your mouth. Otherwise, I'll reward you with a fried dumpling and make you roll on the ground. Longma's mouth was full of nonsense. As it spoke, it raised its hoof and prepared to kick Huatan while he was down. It wanted to make Huatan die with a grievance in the bronze immortal palace. "Don't. Duanda hurriedly stopped it, telling it not to act blindly without thinking. That bronze immortal palace shone with millions and millions of strands of celestial light, almost engulfing the ancestral king. If they acted rashly, they might also be engulfed. This kind of balance can't be broken. If they are lucky, they can charge out, but if they are not, they can only wait to die, the Black Emperor also said. The cauldron suddenly became many times heavier. Fortunately, it had already been refined long ago, and its weight wasn't something that Yi Fan could bear. Now that it was thrown out, without using any magic power, most ordinary enemies would probably be directly turned into dust. Brat, such a precious thing has fallen into your hands, so you have to compensate us with something. Otherwise, we'll split it equally. If it was someone else, I would have already snatched it, the large black dog hooted. After killing the heavenly prince, there were quite a lot of good things that were dug out from his body. Why didn't you hand them over? Yi Fan exposed him. Immeasurable celestial being, since this is your Tao-proving artifact, I'm willing to help you achieve your dream. When the time comes, just give me an extra portion of the enlightenment tea that you obtained from the deathless heavenly emperor's palace. And mine. Longma also called out. The three extremes hooted together. Yi Tong was very dutiful, and it was impossible for him to split his master's treasures. Not far away, the three ancient saints were sulking. They watched helplessly as a few juniors took away the exclusive celestial materials of the great ancient emperor, and now they were even discussing how to split the spoils. This really made them furious. In particular, Huatan's lungs were about to explode. That was because that Longma kept saying 23, and judging from his tone, it definitely wasn't something good. He looked at him from the corner of his eyes, and didn't treat him as a saint at all. Duanda frowned as if he had detected something. Not good, a saint has come. The formation patterns that I set up are reacting, and my heart is pounding. The Black Emperor's expression changed. Now, they weren't saints, and lacked the capital to settle down, so they naturally had to be careful. Before entering, they had set up various formation patterns. Once a saint descended, they would be alerted. The Black Emperor didn't say anything, and took out the chessboard formation platform, opened up the void, and directly entered. What a pity, the Bronze Celestial Palace has a chaotic immortal land, and there are most likely divine treasures inside. Duanda was very regretful. What a pity. Longma was even more restless, but there was nothing they could do. A saint had come, and they could only retreat. I'll temporarily leave the source chi in your hands, and keep the heads on your necks. I will go collect them. Huatan said sinisterly. Idiot, just wait for your deaths in peace. Longma's words almost choked him to death. Swoosh, with a flash of light, they disappeared from the underground world. In the distance, mysterious fluctuations spread out. The realm gate opened, and a scarlet-haired woman walked out. Her body was tall and slender, and she was a powerful ancient race expert. The Blood Lightning Queen is here. Many people cried out in alarm. This was a Saint King who had appeared at the Jade Lake meeting and fought against Divine King Jiang. Today, she actually personally came. The matter was getting bigger and bigger, and even such a character couldn't sit still. She didn't act blindly without thinking, and only walked around the abyss for a long time before taking a step down. When she arrived at the distance of the Bronze Celestial Palace, she saw the three trapped ancient saints. Hong, after a quarter of an hour, a loud sound rang out. The Blood Lightning Queen rushed over, and there were bloodstains all over her body. Her body almost exploded, and behind her, there were three other figures that were even more miserable. Their primordial spirit flames had almost been extinguished, and their bodies were tattered beyond recognition. After they rushed over, they all cried out loudly, full of anger. There were immortal treasures underground, but they couldn't seize them. A single celestial palace was enough to suppress everyone to death. Huatan, in particular, felt extremely sullen. He was ridiculed by Yi Fan and Longma, and he could only watch as the source chi of all life was stolen. That kind of unwillingness and resentment was hard to describe. Human race holy body, I will definitely kill you. Even if a deity revives, he won't be able to save you. Huatan roared. With a honglong sound, the sound waves were like heavenly thunder. The bodies of many cultivators near the great tomb cracked apart, and those with slightly weaker cultivations directly exploded, turning into bloody mist. When a saint was angry, there would be countless corpses. This was not just empty talk. Your tone isn't small. I just don't know what you will do if a deity truly descends one day. An aged voice transmitted over. Without a sound, Heavenly Jade Holy Land's old saint, Wei Yi, appeared. He was like an ancient well without any ripples. He stood there like a piece of withered wood. The Blood Lightning Queen looked as if she was facing a great enemy. Her expression changed. Which human saint was ordinary? Back then, during the Jade Lake meeting, a white-clothed divine king killed so many ancient race saints that their blood splashed through the sky. Batch after batch died, and their vitality was greatly damaged. This old saint was someone even she couldn't fathom. Her heart was beating rapidly, and she didn't dare to act recklessly. Wei Yi stood there and silently deduced for a while. Then, he frowned, and without saying a word, his figure became indistinct, disappearing into thin air. At the same time, the moment Wei Yi disappeared, he brought all the cultivators on the high ground with him, and they were transported into the distant sky. Suddenly, the bronze immortal palace reached tens of thousands of meters in an instant, rushing into the heavenly crater. Immortal light was boundless, and it shone like a sun. The bloody immortal character inside turned into a beam of light, and it was reflected in the void, cutting across the past and present. The Blood Lightning Queen, Huatan, and the others quickly retreated. Their joints made cracking sounds, and they almost exploded in this place. Their bodies were covered in blood, and they were almost crushed to death. What a great immortal palace! It is indeed extraordinary. It's really hard to imagine who it was that made such a big hole inside, and forcefully blasted it out, an aged voice said. Great Sage Hun Tua appeared on the horizon. Behind him, there were several ancient saints following, advancing, and retreating together with him. Clearly, they were determined to obtain the divine treasures inside the great tomb. On the other side, a figure appeared in front of the human race. His white clothes fluttered in the wind. It was Divine King Xianxia. He had also shown himself. As soon as the peerless Divine King appeared, the scene was immediately thrown into chaos. Many ancient races were trembling, and even some ancient kings felt their bodies go cold. During the Jade Lake meeting, the Divine King killed them all alone, and they were all terrified. This bronze palace is related to immortals. Why don't we open it up together and see what's inside? Another figure descended, and it was extremely ancient. Many people were shocked. It was the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons who had arrived. An emperor's tomb triggered a great chaos. Many ancient kings and a few great sages couldn't sit still any longer. They wanted to open it up and obtain the secret of becoming immortals. It's difficult for outsiders to touch the tomb of a great human emperor, Jiang Taishu said to himself. All the saints had arrived and surrounded the tomb. The atmosphere was tense as all sides faced each other. Even though the majestic bronze palace was covered in rust, it still shone brightly and lit up the sky. The word immortal that it reflected made everyone's heart tremble. Great Sage Huntuo, Great Sage Hun Tua, and a dozen other ancient kings stood side by side. They were like a dozen ancient demonic mountains that made everyone's hearts tremble. There were too few human saints. Up until now, there was only Wei Yi and Jiang Taishu. The others were nowhere to be seen, making people feel that they were alone. Great Sage Hun Tua squinted his eyes and looked at the bronze palace. This special structure that had existed since ancient times had come back to life. Even someone as strong as him didn't dare to barge in. What a strong fluctuation. I can vaguely hear someone chanting immortal scriptures inside. It's unfathomable. Once I step in, it'll be hard to predict. As a great sage, he had such a feeling and made such a judgment. This made the others even more fearful of the bronze palace. No one dared to act rashly. Yi Fan, Black Emperor, and the others were 80,000 miles away. Through a mysterious crystal, they could clearly see the situation around the tomb. This was the result of the endless wondrous Emperor grade Dao patterns. The great sage of the ancient race has people here. If they attack with a few ancient weapons, they'll most likely get what they want. At that time, we'll be in big trouble. The ancient race didn't lack extreme imperial weapons. The golden truncheon was said to be able to beat immortals. The dragon bell could collapse the universe. If the Fire Qilin Cave, Primitive Lake, Divine Silkworm Ridge, and Blood Phoenix Mountain all came with weapons, not to mention the southern region, even the eastern wasteland would be destroyed. Everyone, what do you think of my suggestion? Let's enter together and search for the secret of immortals. Great Sage Xianxia spoke again. If we enter with ancient weapons, there shouldn't be a problem. At least we can protect ourselves. Great Sage Qianluan of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons nodded. These two were the leaders and the peak existences of the ancient race. Even the other Saint Kings didn't dare to breathe loudly in front of them. No one dared to go against them. Someone looked at Divine King Jiang and Wei Yi. These were two saints of the human race, and they were not simple at all. Even the ancient king had to be cautious. During the battle at the Jade Pool, the white-robed Divine King had single-handedly shaken the universe. He had left a deep impression on them. Are the two of you going in? Qianluan, the great sage of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons, smiled and looked over. Forget it. I can't beat you guys, so I won't cause trouble. Wei Yi shook his head. 10,000 clans coexist, the world is one family. Why should there be any distinctions? Everyone can enter. Qianluan said. A heavenly sound rang through the air. The bronze immortal palace's radiance flourished even more brilliantly. The immortal character that was reflected was dripping with blood, incredibly large, full of a shocking feeling. This time, the dozen or so ancient kings all frowned. They also heard someone chanting scriptures, but it was very blurry and indistinct. Could there be another living being in the Copper Palace? So many years had passed, and even the ancient emperors had long passed away. It was impossible for them to be alive. Could it really be related to immortals? I smell fresh blood. This immortal character is at least condensed from the blood of emperors. It might even be the blood of immortals, Great Sage Xianxia said. No matter which one it was absolutely shocking. Who could injure the ancient emperors and use their blood to carve words? This was a kind of blasphemy. And if it was the blood of immortals, it was even more unbelievable. 80,000 miles away, Yi Fan frowned. He had entered back then and seen this immortal character. Was it written in the blood of Vicious? It didn't seem like it. There was a mysterious door behind the immortal character. He only walked there and didn't have the chance to enter because he would die if he took a step forward. Tell the ordinary cultivators to retreat. There will be a great calamity in this place. No one should stay for long. A sickly old man appeared and secretly said to Divine King Jiang and Wei Yi. The moment he appeared, Great Sage Xianxia and Great Sage Qianluan couldn't stay calm anymore. Their faces were full of seriousness. Gai Joyo's arrival made them feel the pressure multiply. White-robed Divine King nodded. Which of the ancient emperors were ordinary? Who could rob their tombs? If they weren't willing, anyone who came would die. For example, everyone knew that Great Emperor Wuxia was buried there. But so many years had passed, who could do anything? Back then, several emperor weapons had attacked the mountain, but they could only retreat in defeat. Many important figures had come, and all sides couldn't remain calm. Ordinary cultivators started to retreat. This wasn't a simple battle. If a holy war broke out, not to mention tens of thousands of miles away, the entire southern region might be plunged into misery and suffering. Be it humans, demons, or ancient races, they were all very tactful and started to retreat. If people wanted to pay attention, they had to use the eye of the formation. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, ordinary cultivators would be as weak as ants. How lively! Another ancient saint had arrived. A beam of golden light appeared in front of the Alcade Old Land. The great sage of the Gold Clan appeared with the golden truncheon. The ancient emperor's aura spread out, causing the bronze palace to tremble. The Golden King glanced at Gai Joyo, then at Wei Yi and white-robed Divine King. He didn't say anything. After losing to the victorious Fighting Buddha, he had been depressed for a while. This time, he came with the golden truncheon to make up for his loss of the priceless divine marrow. Another great sage is here. If they really start fighting, will the southern region be able to protect itself when the ancient emperor weapons are used? Everyone was worried. Even divine King Jiang and Wei Yi frowned. With so many important figures here, they represented the peak battle power. It could be said that the matter was getting bigger and bigger. Ordinary cultivators weren't qualified to participate at all. They retreated like the tide. Not long after, the huge arcade old land became deserted. There wasn't a single ordinary person left. Those who remained were all saints. Boom, the bronze immortal palace rumbled. At the same time, the sound of the great Tao became even more vast. It was as if there really was an immortal giving a lecture. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear. This is. Be careful, I almost transformed into the Tao. An ancestral king whose lifespan was about to end and didn't have many months to live was horrified. This was an older generation saint. All the hair on his body stood up, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on his skin. Chong, the golden truncheon rumbled and turned into an immortal divine radiance. It could cut down the sun, moon, and stars, and destroy all living things. The ancient emperor's aura was recovering. At the same time, the bell rang. Countless purple gold divine bells were strung together, forming a true dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it appeared in the void. Each bell of the 10,000 dragon bell was a piece of dragon bone. When it sounded, the 9 heavens and 10 earths could be broken. It had the power to split open the world, and the primal chaos surged. The 2 ancient emperor weapons appeared at the same time. The bronze immortal palace sensed something. Its radiance didn't decrease, and it slowly descended towards the depths of the natural crater. It blocked the entrance of the primal chaos immortal land and took the initiative to defend. Wu, formidable. The great human emperor is dead, and his tomb is difficult to move. Even the bronze immortal palace has come to stop us. Great sage Xianxia said to himself. For the sake of the secret of immortal ascension, we can only forcefully attack the immortal palace. Apart from this, the primal chaos immortal land is also a place that must be fought over. Golden King was the first to take action, descending into the natural crater. Don't let random people get close. Great sage Xianxia spoke. He left behind a few ancient kings to provide support. Everyone moved, descending into the abyss together. Something big has happened. All saints have arrived to open the bronze immortal palace and enter the tomb of the great ancient emperor. A great storm is about to rise. With so many ancient saints taking action, the southern region might be destroyed. There are rumors that this is the ancient tomb of the great emperor. She is the most brilliant person since ancient times. Will she be able to succeed? The news spread in all directions. All the cultivators in the world focused their attention. Unfortunately, they didn't have the qualifications to participate and could only watch. On this day, many important places in the southern region had ancient formation platforms shining. They used the formation eyes to observe and pay attention to this world-shaking change. I feel a little uneasy, Wei Yi said. He looked back in the other direction of the southern region. Back then, the heavenly jade holy land was almost completely destroyed, leaving him with a lifetime of pain and memories. Let's wait and see, Gai Jirio said calmly. White-robed divine king and the others didn't move. They only stood above the abyss, watching the ancient race take action and waiting for the result. A few ancient saints flew in all directions, patrolling the surroundings. If there were any changes, they would immediately inform the people below with their divine senses. In reality, it was very obvious that they were guarding against the ancient saints of the human race. What else could it be? They were afraid that they would set up a killing formation above. Boom, southern region, forbidden ancient land. The atmosphere was strange. Below the abyss formed by the 9 sacred mountains, a terrifying aura rushed into the heavens. The 2 outer realm ancient saints were very uneasy and immediately retreated. They had long since heard that the tomb of an ancient great emperor had appeared in another place, so they also hurried there and temporarily left this place. Yi Fan and the others weren't far away. They were shocked to see this scene. What happened? Don't tell me the path of immortality is really going to open? Could it be that it's going to happen soon? This is going to be a world-shocking change. All of their hearts were beating violently. Was the illusory celestial domain really going to appear? Who could use this light to ascend and transform into an immortal? Boom, suddenly, a great power surged over, controlling the 100,000 mountains. The leaden clouds were like the vast sea, and the entire sky was about to collapse as it attacked Yifan and the others. Not good, a saint is attacking, the Black Emperor shouted. With a shake of his hand, 12 formation platforms flew out and lined up in the void, blocking the overflowing holy light. The chessboard platform flashed, and they immediately entered. Pung, the 12 formation platforms immediately shattered and turned into ashes, unable to block the attack in the slightest. One had to know that this was a damaged corner of the Emperor formation, enough to kill a half-saint and make his blood fly everywhere. However, the formation diagram was damaged after all. There was only a tenth of it, and it couldn't block the attack of a saint. You can't escape the human race's divine physique. Next time, I will definitely kill you. It's useless no matter who comes. You are my food, and the source energy you obtain will also belong to me, Huatan said coldly. He was very regretful. He had obtained the guidance of the great sage and deduced that these people should be in this direction. He moved horizontally, but in the end, he still didn't hit them. Only the aftermath destroyed a portion of the formation platforms. Tens of thousands of li away, Yifan, the Black Emperor, Duanda, and the others frowned. It was truly dangerous just now, and they were almost intercepted. The great sage didn't hesitate to spend a great deal of effort to deduce it. Otherwise, Huatan, who has just become a saint, wouldn't have been able to find it, said Duanda. I have a damaged immortal cauldron on me, so they couldn't figure it out. It seems like they have another secret method to deduce you all. Yifan said. You have to be careful. This emperor will carve a few more small-scale heaven-deceiving formation patterns, and everyone will bring a few. Even the great sage won't be able to deduce it. The Black Emperor said. A while ago, they killed the heavenly prince and plundered the Tao-deceiving tea. They used this divine tree trunk to carve the heaven-deceiving formation patterns created by great Emperor Wushi. The Black Emperor firmly believed that they would be fine. This is not good. It was clearly incited by the great sage, and he personally deduced it. This is a bad sign. Duanda said. Yifan walked back and forth, looking towards a certain place in the southern region. His eyes were cold as he said, even the ancient saints jumped out. Do you really think I can't slaughter a saint? What do you want to do? Longma asked, both excited and nervous. It only wanted to see the world in chaos, but it deeply respected the ancient saints. It knew that the gap between them was too great, and it was completely powerless to defy the heavens. Huatan wants to kill me, but he might not succeed. Meanwhile, if I think of some way to slaughter an ancient saint, I might not fail either. Yifan said coldly. What plans do you have? The large black dog asked. Now, everyone in the world knows that I have returned. I seem to have been silent for too long, and the ancient races have bullied me. In that case, I will slaughter an ancient saint. I will give them a great gift. Master, you. Yitong clenched his fists tightly. He was both nervous and excited. Kill a saint, these two words were too illusory for cultivators. No one would have such delusions. If they weren't a saint, they would be an ant. The difference in strength was too great. That was a chasm that couldn't be crossed. Even a half-saint would occasionally have saintly might, but it was difficult for them to truly reach it. Saints were existences that had completely transcended. They were above the masses and were like gods. How could a mortal slay a god? The difficulty was too great, the Black Emperor said. Brat, it's hard for you to go against the heavens. The difference between you and a saint cannot be measured. In a sense, a saint is a different kind of life form. They are no longer human. Even the killing formation he had set up couldn't hurt a saint under normal circumstances. There was only one reason. The difference was too great. How could an ant bite a dragon to death? Let's be more realistic. Duanda shook his head. Is there no hope? Yitong didn't give up. He hoped that his master could rise up and get rid of the resentment in his heart. Unless I can find enough divine materials and carve out a world-shocking killing formation. Only then will there be a chance of killing a saint, the Black Emperor said. The divine materials he spoke of were naturally rare in the world. They were things that were specially used to carve emperors' formation patterns. They could only be found by chance. Only then would he be able to display the true power of the Wusher's formation pattern. The other way is for Yi Fan to reach the half-saint realm and trigger the divine restriction. He will be able to break through the barrier of the saint realm easily. Only then will he be able to fight a saint, Duanda said. These two conditions were too harsh. At the very least, Yi Fan couldn't achieve them at the moment. This? Yi Tong's eyes dimmed. He was depressed for his master. The ancient race was too much, but he couldn't fight back. Even so, I still want to kill a saint. Yi Fan's words were firm. He then told the Black Emperor to prepare a formation platform for him. There was no need for anything else. It had to be a chessboard emperor pattern, the kind that could cross the undying mountain. The human race's saint body might be finished. In recent days, some of the ancient clans had been discussing how Huatan had been looking down on the southern domain. He had appeared in every city, and it seemed as if he wouldn't rest until Yi Fan was dead. During these days, everyone knew that Yi Fan had really returned. Killing the Heavenly Prince and battling the Golden Heavenly Maiden were all done by him. There were no secrets to speak of. Huatan wasn't that old. After awakening, he was the first ancient race genius to become a saint in this world. He had a special status and would be recorded in the annals of history. Now, he had come out in force. In just a few days, everyone in the eastern wasteland knew that he was going to kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan, aren't you proud of your bravery? What are you in front of my master? Cowering in a corner and not daring to see the light, it would be best if you don't come out for the rest of your life. Huatan's disciple had also arrived in the southern wasteland. His words were sharp and unkind, full of mockery. It was to humiliate Yi Fan and make him feel uncomfortable. Yi Fan naturally didn't care. In the past few days, he had been walking in the southern domain's ancient lands. He had even brought Yi Tong, Longma, and the others into the fire domain, letting them see the true immortal flame. In the 10th layer of the fire domain, there was an immortal flame formed by talismans that they couldn't touch. They were fortunate enough to see it from afar, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Even the Black Emperor was in a daze. He said, "It has been so many years, and it still exists." As expected of the immortal flame that allowed the ancient desolate tower to float for thousands of years. This poor Taoist has an ideal. I want to take this flame for myself and use it to refine pills. Unfortunately, it's too difficult. Duanda sighed. While they were walking around, Huatan was also conducting a carpet search. According to his deductions, these people were in the southern domain and had never left. Our ancestors ate humans' blood, and they tasted delicious. The human sacred body contains precious blood, so the taste is even better. Huatan's disciple clamored without restraint. He didn't place Yi Fan in his eyes at all. This was intolerable. Many cultivators felt annoyed when they heard this. If they had enough cultivation, they would definitely slap them to death. Huatan, your grandpa is calling you to wipe your snot when he gets home. On this day, Longma stood out and responded. It was like a loudspeaker that rang through half the sky of the southern domain. Of course, after it shouted, it fled. It controlled the formation and didn't give the saint a chance to make a move. Otherwise, even 10 horses wouldn't be enough to kill it. Huatan's face was ashen, and his gaze was sinister. He immediately rushed to where Longma appeared, but he could only watch helplessly. There was nothing he could do. Huatan, as a saint, you have the nerve to compete with Yi Fan. He hasn't even become a saint, so how thick is your skin? Why don't you go and challenge the victorious fighting Buddha? You'll probably be scared to death before you reach Mount Meru. Longma appeared in another region. It neighed loudly, and like a great llama, it clamored all over the world, similarly mocking him. Yi Fan, if you dare to come out and fight, my master won't bully you. He'll seal his own magical power, and he can crush you with just one finger. Huatan's disciple shouted. Huatan, your mother told your disciple to go home and rinse his mouth. Longma had never been a very proper master. Even though it was an auspicious beast, it wasn't some kind soul. A Longma caused a ruckus in the southern domain, clamoring everywhere. In the end, it provoked Huatan to continuously cross the void, wanting to chase after them. Human race's divine physique, everyone says so much about you, but in my eyes, you're nothing more than a smelly bug. If you dare to appear, I'll directly trample you to death with 1 foot. Huatan said coldly. One could imagine how angry he was, or else he wouldn't have said such words. He was a saint who had proven his Tao, yet today, he was repeatedly clamored at by a Longma. He didn't take him seriously at all, and he really wanted to immediately capture the Longma to establish his might. Huatan, come and accept your death. Yifan appeared. He was repeatedly mocked, and he began to challenge the saint, actually wanting to fight against him. Haha. Huatan laughed loudly when he heard this. He immediately rushed over, whistling through the air, saying, "You want to be my enemy? Even an ant wants to bite a dragon to death? You overestimate yourself." That day, everyone was shocked. Was Yifan really going to fight against a saint? Was he going to erupt with anger? This was a wasteland, overgrown with weeds and ancient trees. There were many wilderness in the southern domain, and the vast uninhabited region occupied 90% of the region. Huatan appeared, stretching out a large hand from far away, grabbing towards this place. The attack of a saint was going to turn everything within 100 li into scorched earth. Hong, Yifan appeared. He didn't make any other movements, directly activating the cauldron. The source energy of all things curled up, and with a violent shake, the great cauldron flipped over. Overflowing flames rushed into the sky. The 9-colored mist turned into streaks and streaks of Tao marks. This was the divine flame of the 9th level of the fire domain, able to burn saints to death. It surged upwards. Once the blazing holy splendor appeared, the entire wasteland turned into a sea of flames. The great earth turned into magma, and the few rocky mountains all vaporized, leaving nothing behind. The 9-colored flame was too terrifying. It wasn't purely due to the high temperature, but also the mysterious and unfathomable Tao power that could grind an ancient king to death. Huatan was shocked. His right hand that reached down was scorching hot, burning until blood splashed everywhere. His bones were in excruciating pain, but he was a saint after all. With a forceful swipe, his Tao skills operated, and the injury immediately stopped. Moreover, he shifted several thousand zhang away, avoiding the sea of flames in the blink of an eye. He said coldly, "If you aren't a saint, you are still dirt. Killing you is as easy as crushing a dog. Without the corresponding strength, you want to rely on external objects to fight against me. You don't know the difference between life and death." However, Yifan was also quite decisive. The instant he activated the divine flame, he put away the cauldron and stepped into the chessboard's formation patterns. He turned around and left. "I locked onto you as soon as I appeared, yet you still want to leave? Even the descent of an immortal king can't save you." Huatan's expression was cold. He pointed out with a finger, and a streak of splendor splashed out. This was to shatter the vacuum and shake Yifan out from the realm gate. He was shocked. The realm gate didn't move in the slightest and was about to disappear. This was the chessboard's formation patterns. Back then, he borrowed it to cross over from the Undying Mountain. Even the great ancient emperor's killing formation couldn't erase it, so it was naturally difficult for a saint to destroy it. You've made ample preparations, but unfortunately, in the eyes of a saint, you are still an ant. Since you've been locked onto by me, there is only death awaiting you. Huatan didn't seem to mind and laughed coldly. He took a step inside and followed the moment the realm gate closed. At his side, there were a total of 4 disciples that followed. They were enveloped by the holy splendor and entered the realm gate at the same time to chase after Yifan. Hong, after Yifan came out, he directly entered another realm gate. Splendor rushed into the heavens in this place. All types of Tao patterns were activated together and turned into an exceptional killing formation. This was meticulously laid out by the Black Emperor. He used the terrain of the mountains and rivers. Even though he didn't have any divine materials, when used together with the heavenly origin divine formation, it also formed a terrifying 7 extreme formation. Huatan roared angrily, and holy splendor filled the sky. However, his entire body was crisscrossed, and dozens of wounds appeared. If it weren't for his protection, the 4 disciples would have been chopped into mush. I didn't expect a saint to be so terrifying. Not even a tiny corner of the Emperor formation was able to obliterate him. Unfortunately, there are no divine materials to carve the formation. Yifan muttered to himself. He entered the void and directly shattered the formation platform outside, not giving Huatan the chance to chase after him. You want to run? There is no way out for you in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Do you really think a saint can be humiliated? Atone for your sins with blood. Huatan sneered and produced an item with a shake of his hand. The shattered formation platform was quickly restored to its original state. He brought his disciples and forcefully opened the realm gate to chase after him. This was a secret treasure given to him by a great sage. Even if one's formation patterns were unparalleled, it would be useless even if they crossed to the outer realms. It could temporarily restore one's formation platform and chase after him like a shadow. Without a doubt, this was a sure-kill situation. There was no way to shake off a saint. Before long, he would be caught, and surviving would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Do you think the human race's saint physique is well prepared? In front of my master, it doesn't matter how many methods you have. If your strength isn't enough, then it's useless no matter what you say. You want to obliterate a saint with a mere divine flame and an incomplete ancient emperor killing formation? You are too naive. My master has made ample preparations for you. He specially borrowed a secret treasure so that you can't escape. A mere Dao Sever dares to challenge a saint? My master will kill you like killing a chicken. Huatan's disciples laughed loudly. They were surrounded by holy light and quickly followed. They saw Yifan's figure in the void. Swoosh, however, what they didn't expect was that Yifan would once again produce a formation platform in the void. He changed the path of the void in the eternal darkness and disappeared once again. Changing directions in the void and changing the path, this kind of method made Huatan's expression change. He clenched his fists tightly, thinking that he had lost him. Swoosh, he swiped with force, and a secret treasure flashed in his palm. It restored a damaged formation pattern in the dark void in front of him and followed in. I didn't expect the great sage's secret treasure to be so marvelous. He laughed loudly and was no longer worried. Yifan fled at top speed and changed the formation platform more than 10 times. Each time, he carried it out in the void, but he still couldn't shake off Huatan. If it were any other saint, they would have been thrown off a long time ago. The great sage's methods are admirable. We can chase him all the way. He can't shake us off. One of Huatan's disciples was pleasantly surprised. He was also deeply afraid of the ancient race's great sage's cultivation. Where are we now? Each time, he changes directions in the void. We don't even know where he is and can't predict the path ahead. Another disciple frowned. Let's see how many formation platforms he has. When he runs out, he will die in front of us. Master can crush him with one finger. Not long after, Yifan's figure was getting closer and closer. They could almost see him clearly. Huatan's lips curled into a cold smile. He reached out with his hand and wanted to crush him to death. Boom, right at this moment, the space gate opened. Yifan rushed out of the void and entered the real world. He fell down. He has no more formation platforms. Death is in front of him, haha, human saint physique, your death is near. Huatan's 4 disciples were overjoyed and smiled cruelly. Huatan's eyes were cold. His purple hair was loose, and his majestic body was as intimidating as a mountain. He was the first to walk forward. However, with one step, he staggered and fell to the ground. Behind him, his 4 disciples were in an even worse state. They directly fell from the sky and fell to the ground. Their bodies were covered in blood. What? What is this place? How did we lose our spiritual energy? The 4 disciples revealed expressions of fear. Their hearts were beating fast and they felt that the situation was not good. Huatan's expression changed. His cultivation was suppressed to the lowest level and it was difficult for him to use it. This made his hair stand on end. One has to know that he was a saint. Everywhere was silent. The plants were lush and the ancient medicines were tens of thousands of years old. This place was excessively quiet without a single sound. It was like a land of death. Up ahead, Yifan stood with a dark golden spear in his hand. His expression was cold, calm, and calm. He was no longer trying to escape. What is this place? Huatan felt waves of fear. As a saint, the amount of spiritual energy he could use right now was pitifully small. He couldn't even fly. Ah! My cultivation, my source of life. One of Huatan's disciples cried out in fear. He felt that not only was he losing his spiritual energy, but his life was also quickly slipping away. Wrinkles slowly appeared on his face. Noisy. Yi Fan snorted coldly. He left behind an afterimage in his original position and moved past Huatan. With a pu sound, he pierced through the space between the brows of one of his disciples. Blood splashed high into the air, and he was lifted up. Peng, with a forceful shake of his hand, the corpse flew out over Zhang and stopped moving on the spot. A large amount of blood flowed out. You. Huatan was furious. He was a saint, so how could he tolerate Yi Fan's impudence? He swung his palm forward, but the power that was as vast as the sea did not surge out. Yi Fan swept out with his spear. Waves of golden light overflowed from his palm and fingers. The power was astonishing. Just the power of his flesh alone could shatter the sky. Huatan released a muffled groan. After his arm made contact with the spear, he trembled and almost spasmed. He was in incomparable pain. He knew that things were bad. In this place, it was useless even if he had heaven-reaching cultivation. What exactly is this place? Welcome to the ancient desolate forbidden land. Today, I will slaughter a saint and send you on your way. Yi Fan said coldly. What, this is the ancient forbidden land? Behind him, Huatan's 3 disciples all cried out in alarm. Their faces lost all color and became completely pale. The surroundings were filled with lush vegetation and old medicines. However, it was completely silent. There were no cries of insects, birds, or beasts. It was as if this was a land of death. The ancient trees towered into the sky and extended their branches. Through the swaying tree shadows, one could see the 9 sacred mountains not far from here. They possessed a demonic nature that devoured one's life force. No. One of Huatan's disciples cried out in fear. He knew that this time it was most likely over. There was no way out. What kind of place was this? One could enter but not leave. During the archaic years, this forbidden land did not exist. It was formed during the ancient era. After the ancient race revived, they immediately understood the dangers of this place. Many ancient race experts had come here with the intention of obtaining the 9 wonders' undying medicine, but in the end, they all died with grievances. Even saints failed. They barely managed to escape, but they lost an astonishing amount of lifespan in the process. And now, Yi Fan actually borrowed the great ancient emperor's chessboard formation to enter this place. Did he not want to live anymore? He wanted to take them down with him. Master, let's go. Now was not the time to fight with their lives on the line. The 3 disciples wished they could grow wings and escape in an instant. In this place, they had lost all of their magical power. Apart from their still powerful physique, they were no different from mortals. Their faces were pale and ugly to the extreme. Huatan's expression was gloomy. Without saying a word, he turned around and left. He did not want to waste any more time in this place because every moment was taking his life. Today, you can enter but not leave. Not a single one of you should even think about leaving. Yi Fan's speed was extremely fast. His physique was sturdy, and even without relying on his cultivation, he still possessed astonishing battle prowess. He turned into a faint golden figure and blocked the way. Wang, a spear pierced over, distorting the void. This was purely the power of the flesh. The dark golden spear tore apart the heaven and earth, emitting a black light. Huatan's expression changed. His strength was greatly restricted in this place. He had lost the magical power of a saint that could look down on the common people, so it was difficult for him to circulate his own cultivation. Hong. He activated it with great difficulty and barely managed to produce strands of radiance that wrapped around his fist. It emitted strands of divine might to block the spear. After the 2 of them collided, divine light splashed outwards, and sonorous sounds rang out. Their palms and fingers were comparable to silver essence, and their sparkling and translucent bodies contained the power to split open the heavens. Clang, Huatan's palm was sparkling and translucent. He avoided the sharp tip of the spear and struck the spear shaft from the side. Then, like a fish, he slid down the long black spear shaft and chopped toward Yifan's finger. He wanted to seize his weapon. Yifan stepped to the side, holding the spear in his left hand and blocking with his right fist. His fist fingers glowed with a golden luster, forcing Huatan to retreat. Then, he gripped the spear with both hands and used it as a big stick, striking horizontally. With a shrill cry, the airflow exploded and the void was compressed until it became blurry. Huatan quickly retreated. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. One of Huatan's disciples was swept by the black spear. His bones were broken, and his flesh and blood splashed out. His bones were thick, and his body flew out like a fallen leaf, losing his life. Green veins appeared on Huatan's forehead, and his whole body emitted a sparkling and translucent luster. However, he couldn't change anything. In this forbidden zone, it was difficult for him to shatter mountains and rivers with a single roar. Yifan frowned slightly. As expected, cultivators who had obtained the position of saint had transcended the scope of humans. Even in the forbidden zone, they could still use part of their magic power. This couldn't be explained with common sense. What was this place? A life-forbidden zone. In the past few decades, ever since the 9 dragons carrying coffins smashed into the abyss and desolation slowly recovered, the forbidden zone had become more and more terrifying. Regardless of whether one was a mortal or a Dao Severer, no matter what their cultivation level was, once they entered, their cultivation would be cut off. He still clearly remembered that when the peerless emperor of the ancient Hua dynasty didn't have much life left, in order to prolong his life, he wore the golden battle armor of the ancient sages and carried a battle sword on his back as he charged into the forbidden zone. Not long after he entered, he directly turned into flying ashes. Only a set of golden divine clothes rushed out, leaving behind only a desolate scene. Saints transcended all living beings and couldn't be calculated with common sense. Huatan's cultivation hadn't completely dried up, and with his saint-level body, he still had the power to fight. Swoosh! Huatan rushed over like an arrow that had left the bow. Every second he was delayed meant that he would be in more danger. He didn't want to stay for even a moment and wanted to fight his way out. Yifan attacked with his spear. Every time he swung it, it could shatter the sky. Huatan's other 2 disciples were so shocked that they were no longer as arrogant as before. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After all, Huatan was a saint of his generation. Even if he couldn't use his magic power, he was still extremely experienced in battle. He took a step forward and attacked horizontally, avoiding the tip of the spear. At close range, he attacked Yifan's vital points. Yifan was calm and composed. On his body was a layer of stone armor, made with the skin of the divine origin stone as the material and refined with the 6 seals of the celestial prohibition technique, turning it into the heavenly origin divine robe. His every movement was incomparably calm. Even with the corrosion of time, he would definitely last longer than Huatan. The one who would fall first would definitely not be him. Clang! The dark golden spear in Yifan's hand stabbed out rays of divine light, not leaving Huatan's vital points. It left bloody marks on his body. The 2 of them fought fiercely. Huatan's palms and fingers were filled with divine light. His palms were transparent and bright, gushing out divine light. He wanted to forcefully shake out the saint power and destroy Yifan. This was a threat. The saint power was not dried up. Although it was only wisps, it was still very terrifying. Master, you must kill him. The other 2 did not dare to speak. They could only pray in secret. At the same time, they moved their feet and retreated into the distance, wanting to escape. Chi! Suddenly, a ray of black light shot over. The dark golden spear left Yifan's palm and flew over. One of Huatan's disciples spat out blood. He was pierced by the spear and flew hundreds of feet away. He was nailed to the ground. At the same time, Yifan left the battlefield. Like a pale golden Jiao dragon, he moved over and grabbed the spear again. Huatan's other disciple saw this and felt a chill from head to toe. He did not dare to take another step. This was a god of death. His fierce aura made his legs weak, and he almost knelt on the ground. Moreover, he was rapidly aging. He was originally in his prime, but now he was covered in wrinkles. It would not be long before he died of old age. "Master, save me!" Huatan saw this and could not help but let out a long roar. He had already become a saint, but he was forced to this step by an ant in his eyes. He had killed 3 of his disciples in front of him. This was a great hatred and humiliation. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. The two fought again. The dark golden spear and the fist resonated, interweaving like bolts of lightning. An ant cannot bite a dragon to death. I have become a saint. How can an ant like you bully me? Huatan's face was ashen. His killing intent was revealed, and the saint light overflowing from his palm became a little thicker. Yifan was fearless. He held the spear and fought. The dark golden spear flickered with a cold metallic luster. His body was slender and strong. His black hair fell to his waist. His eyes were clear and bright. His entire being was restrained, and there was a kind of transcendent temperament. Wang, the two of them exchanged blows again. Yifan's spear struck his shoulder. Huatan staggered, and a bloodstain appeared. He let out an angry roar. Heaven and earth, the Tao is natural. The great Tao of the universe appears. Suppress! Huatan roared angrily. Boom! He really borrowed a strand of the divine might of the great Tao. It was as if the heavens were pressing down. The divine might was faintly discernible, majestic and irresistible. However, it only lasted for a moment. The marks in the sky collapsed, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. It could not be suppressed. Yifan's expression was indifferent. He had already guessed this result. Otherwise, why would he choose this place as the battlefield? This was the only place that could suppress a saint. Princess Divine Silkworm is only a step away from becoming a great sage. She wears the ancient imperial battle robe that her race seizes the fortune of the world to barely protect herself. She can fly and fight against the desolate slaves. You are an existence that has just become a saint. Your Tao fruit has not been consolidated, and you don't even have a sacred weapon. Yet, you want to defy the heavens here. Yifan's merciless attacks became even faster. The dark golden spear in his hand turned into a black light, covering Huatan within. Ah! In the distance, Huatan's disciple screamed. His skin all loosened. He was originally an expert of his generation, but now he was about to die of old age. He could no longer care about anything else. He ran madly, rushing out of the forbidden ancient land. The white hair on his head scattered with the wind. He was incomparably miserable. To him, this was a demonic land. Yifan's spear struck horizontally, forcing Huatan back. He turned into a stream of light and chased after him. How dare you? Huatan was furious. He had already watched 3 of his disciples die in his hands. At this moment, his eyes were about to split open. He definitely could not allow such a thing to happen again. Yifan's physical body was unparalleled. His blood energy was vigorous. As a saint physique, he had experienced the baptism of lightning many times. He had even rushed through the primal chaos lightning domain and tempered himself thousands of times. Every inch of his flesh and blood contained terrifying power, and his life energy was extremely powerful. His speed was extremely fast, and he caught up in an instant. With a pu sound, his right hand descended and cut off this person's head. He held it in his hand, dripping with blood. For you. After stopping, he turned around and handed over a head dripping with blood to Huatan. Huatan was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He let out a mournful roar like a wild beast. His chest was about to explode from anger. He clenched his teeth until they shattered, and the veins all over his body bulged. Bang! Yifan threw out the head. It streaked across the sky and landed in the distance, leaving behind a trail of blood. At this point, Huatan's 4 great disciples had all been killed. Hand over your life. Huatan went all out. He did not believe that as a saint of a generation, he could not kill a Tao executioner. His attacks became even more ferocious. Clang! Yifan held the long spear in his hand as if it was his own arm. Every strike was fatal. Dark golden divine radiance suddenly appeared, shattering the void. Every strike was fatal. Pooh! Huatan could not dodge in time, and a bloody hole was pierced through his shoulder. Blood splashed out as he flew forward. A single drop of a saint's blood could eliminate a powerful being. Even though Yi Fan's physique was powerful to this extent, he did not want it to touch his body even though he was fearless. He let out a light shout and twisted the black spear, almost lifting Huatan up. He swung the spear shaft and flung Huatan away, smashing him into a large limestone with a pung sound. Huatan was both shocked and furious, but he had no other choice. He could not kill this enemy with a single palm strike. His cultivation was nothing, but he could not display it all in this place. Meanwhile, his opponent had a saint physique of the human race. His physique was powerful, and his blood energy was exuberant beyond imagination. In terms of physique alone, he was not inferior to Huatan. This was almost inconceivable. He had not yet become a saint, but Yi Fan's physique had almost surpassed the limits of a human. His exuberant blood energy was as terrifying as the ocean. Kill! Huatan shouted loudly. He used all kinds of techniques, all of which were wonderful techniques for physical combat. They contained the truths of heaven and earth, and every move he made was filled with killing intent. However, what made him want to vomit blood was that in the field of close combat, he was actually inferior to the ant in his eyes. Yi Fan's attacks were simple and direct, and they were extremely effective. Bang! Yi Fan held the spear with both hands and swung it around. After exchanging hundreds and thousands of blows, it struck Huatan's back, sending him flying over 100 meters away. His spine was almost broken, and he was covered in blood. Huatan spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up from the ground. The attack just now had sent him flying hundreds of meters away. His entire spine felt like it was broken, and he was exhausted. He chanted sutras as his joints crackled. He forcefully channeled his divine energy to heal his wounds. Waves of blood energy rose and his body shone brightly. In just an instant, he had used up hundreds of years of his lifespan. The price of using a secret healing technique in this forbidden area was too high. In this forbidden area, he could only use a little bit of his cultivation. If he wanted to truly heal his origin, the amount of blood essence consumed was far less than the amount consumed by the forbidden area. Holy physique of the human race, do you want to die together with me? Even if you injure me, you won't be able to live, Huatan said with a gloomy expression. You die, I live. There's nothing more to say. Surrender your head. Yi Fan began a new round of attacks. Time was of the essence, he couldn't waste any more time here. The dark golden spear drew out a black light and soared into the sky like a black dragon. It turned into a life form and pierced through all obstacles, aiming straight at Huatan's forehead. Ever since I became a saint, I have never experienced such humiliation. My disciples were killed one after another. If I can't use you as food, what face do I have left? Die, you ant. Huatan fought with everything he had. Tao sounds rang out in his body as he forcefully absorbed the holy power and channeled his cultivation. He didn't mind paying the price of a part of his life. However, the effect wasn't good. The forbidden area of life suppressed all laws and Tao marks and stripped away the cultivators. Lifespan. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became as white as paper. Clang, the spear in Yi Fan's hand was almost at his forehead. Huatan leaned to the side and avoided the sharpness. He forcefully spat out a beam of divine light. The heaven and earth collapsed, and Yi Fan retreated like a golden lightning bolt. After this battle, Huatan's expression became gloomy. Wrinkles crawled up his face. The power of the forbidden area had manifested, and even saints couldn't withstand it. At the same time, although Yi Fan was wearing the heavenly origin divine robe, his face gradually lost its luster. A few strands of white appeared in his black hair, and his life was slipping away. The two of them fought fiercely. Time was of the essence, and they both wanted to kill each other at their peak. One was a true saint, and the other had the saint physique of the human race. His physical body and bloodline power were both extremely powerful. Both of them did not have much cultivation experience, so they could not use their secret techniques. Occasionally, they could use their mana once or twice, but it was not enough to threaten their lives. Focus on close combat, their speed was very fast. From the beginning until now, not even a quarter of an hour had passed. Not much time had passed, but all of their faces had some wrinkles. Kill. The two of them fought to the death, fighting with their lives on the line. Yifan used a dark golden spear to the acme of perfection, whipping Huatan 4 times and piercing his body twice. Scarlet spots, this was the blood of a saint, blood seeped out of the corner of Huatan's mouth. His expression was cold. Although he did not say anything, his gaze was like a knife. He strove to kill his way out of the forbidden zone. Once he escaped, he would torture Yifan 10 times more. Human holy body, you better pray that I don't leave this place. Otherwise, you will understand. Huatan's expression was sinister because a new wound had appeared on his body. You won't have the chance. The spear in Yifan's hand was like a violent storm. It turned into a black light and drowned out everything in front of him. At this stage of the battle, there was no way he would let this person go. Yifan used the black spear to slash and stab forward at the same time. It was a spear, a knife, and a staff. There were all kinds of attacks. Huatan was covered in wounds. The most serious attack was almost pierced through his heart, causing blood to spurt out. Summon the ancestor, bestow the seal. Huatan shouted. As a saint, his life was threatened by Yifan. This was a disgrace to him, so he fought back with all his might. Between his eyebrows, traces of the Tao interweaved. He barely activated his secret technique, wanting to use a powerful attack. Boom, the blood energy in his body boiled, turning into strands of demonic patterns that appeared on the surface of his body. Blood flowed from all the pores on his body, condensing the power of heaven and earth and emitting strands of saintly might. Clang, clang, he barehandedly blocked the dark golden spear, his strength astonishing. He finally had the dignity of a saint, but his body was quickly aging. Even the space between the thumb and index finger of someone as powerful as Yifan split apart. The stone armor covering his body shattered inch by inch, falling onto the ground. His true body fell into the ancient desolate forbidden land, suffering the corrosion of time. I am a saint. I want to see what you are going to use to fight against me. Huatan shouted loudly. He pressed forward step by step, his attacks becoming more and more vicious. Unfortunately, he still couldn't display the secret technique. It only made his body release holy splendor, his flesh becoming several times stronger. How long can you last? Yifan stared at his wrinkled body and said coldly. If I can't do it, then you won't be able to stop Huang's power either. You will definitely fall here, turn into a pile of yellow earth. Huatan said coldly. He didn't believe that Yifan would truly take him down with him. After exchanging blows again, Huatan finally couldn't continue activating his blood energy. His entire body became dim and his wrinkles deepened. His body staggered. From the start of the battle until now, he had lost at least 1,000 years of lifespan. In the distance, purple light flashed. Huatan was pleasantly surprised. He gave up on Yifan and quickly rushed over. There was a 20,000-year-old purple gold lotus on the ground. Its entire body was sparkling with purple light, and it was 2 feet tall. A sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Huatan grabbed it with a single motion, opening his mouth and devouring it fiercely. Right now, his essence energy consumption was severe. Rare ancient medicines could be seen on the ground from time to time, the best things to replenish one's life potential. Yifan didn't stop him. He calmly produced a jade bottle, pouring it into his mouth with gudong-dong sounds. This was divine liquid obtained from the immortal ascension pool, and it had great effects in replenishing one's life essence energy. Huatan was shocked. When he saw this, he immediately threw himself over to seize the jade bottle. It was because if this continued, he would definitely exhaust him to death. Yifan put away the jade bottle and continued to fight a great battle against him. He was full of energy, his blood energy surging. His attacks became more and more ferocious. Pfft! Huatan was ruthless. He actually used his body to endure Yifan's spear attack, allowing it to pierce through his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood at Yifan. Yifan forcefully shook his spear, and the dark golden spear pierced through Huatan's chest. It rushed out and didn't fall into the enemy's hands. He fell back. Although he had lost the dark golden spear, his expression was calm and didn't show any fear. His fists were glowing, and there was a faint sound of thunder and lightning. That was his blood boiling. Kill. The two rushed together, fighting with their lives on the line. Their physical bodies clashed as they launched the final life and death struggle. After hundreds and thousands of exchanges, a golden figure and a purple light tangled together. Blood splashed out from time to time. Yifan had used his Tao-severing body to kill a Saint Realm ancient king. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the forbidden zone for life for half an hour. Yifan finally revealed a worried expression. He couldn't delay any longer. There was no time for a stalemate. From this moment on, his attacks became even sharper. His black hair was disheveled, and his golden fists flickered with the sound of thunder. It was as if bolts of lightning were interweaving as they struck Huatan's body. Blood gushed out, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. "Ah!" Huatan cried out. One of his arms had been twisted. His close combat skills couldn't compare to Yifan's battle saint technique. He was at a disadvantage, and his arm was broken. "Kill!" Yifan shouted. He slapped his palm hundreds and thousands of times, and then he pulled forcefully. Huatan's left arm was broken, and blood gushed out. The white bones were visible. "Ah!" Huatan cried out. He had never thought that there would be a day like this. He had clearly become a saint, but his arm had been broken by a Tao-severing expert, and he had suffered such a heavy injury. Yifan quickly retreated, avoiding the bloody impact. He broke off the saint's arm and threw it on the ground, dyeing the grass red. Huatan was like a wounded beast. His eyes were blood red. Although he had lost an arm, he was still extremely dangerous. He turned into a beam of purple light and pounced on Yifan. A battle of life and death had begun once again. Yifan calmed himself down, avoiding the sharpness and attacking where he was weak. His body was like a flood dragon, leaping and leaping. One moment, he was like a rock spreading its wings, and the next, he was like a true dragon emerging from the sea. His fists moved, and wind and thunder erupted. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It could be considered heaven-defying to be able to use pure physical strength to such a level in the forbidden ancient land. Bang! Yifan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed. There was no golden light splashing out, but the invincible fist intent was contained within. It struck Huatan's sternum, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. His entire chest caved in, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The situation was hopeless. Huatan knew that he was in danger and that it would be difficult to reverse the situation. "I am an ancient saint. You want to kill a saint and become famous under the heavens? Impossible. I won't let you do as you wish. At the very least, I will drag you to death with me." Huatan roared. He could imagine what kind of great waves would be created once Yifan slaughtered him. His name would certainly go down in the history of cultivation. Meanwhile, as the loser, he would highlight this child's battle achievements. He would also be recorded in the annals of history and become a pitiful foil. One would shake the past and the present, while the other would become a stepping stone. As a negative example, just thinking about it made his blood energy unstable and his body about to explode. Chi! Light flashed between his brows. He was actually about to forcefully use his powerful divine sense. A small purple person was about to rush out of his frontal bone. "Ah!" Huatan screamed miserably. As soon as his primordial spirit appeared, cracks appeared one after another. The small purple person screamed miserably, but it still flew towards Yifan. This was perhaps the only method he could use to kill Yifan. Yifan was very straightforward. He took out a wooden stick from behind his back that was like a sword and a mace. It was simple and unadorned. He held it with both hands and immediately hacked at his primordial spirit. Pfft! The small purple person couldn't dodge and was immediately smashed into pieces. He let out a miserable cry as his entire body broke apart and rushed back into his frontal bone. How could Yifan let go of such an opportunity? With the deity-striking whip in his hand, he arrived in front of Huatan with a single step. With a pfft, the whip landed on his frontal bone, almost shattering his skull and creating large cracks. It had to be said that the physical body of a saint was truly sturdy. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long since turned into flying ashes. Huatan suffered serious injuries. His body staggered and he quickly retreated. However, Yifan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist arrived again and sent him flying hundreds of meters away. Moreover, he was caught up before he could land. Pfft! Yifan grabbed his remaining right arm and twisted it forcefully. With a crack, the bone broke and blood gushed out. Huatan had completely lost the chance to turn the situation around, and his right arm was also torn off. Slaughter a saint, it was about to happen, and no one could stop it. Yifan threw away the bloody arm and swung his right leg. He spun high up and then kicked out with force. Pfft! Huatan screamed miserably. His spine was fractured, and the upper half of his body was almost rotten. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. He flew hundreds of meters away and couldn't move at all. Huang's power surged. His flesh and blood withered, and he could no longer resist or struggle. Yifan picked up the dark golden spear and with a pft, pierced through his body and lifted him up. Meanwhile, his left hand held the deity striking whip and struck at his frontal bone. Bang! Blood rained down. Huatan's primordial spirit was shaken out, and a large half of it was immediately shaved off. The little purple person in the forbidden ancient land lost the protection of its physical body and almost immediately dried up and died. Slaughter a saint today, Yifan said coldly. This place couldn't stay for long. He carried Huatan and quickly rushed out of the forbidden land. During this process, he destroyed the vitality of his physical body and obliterated his primordial spirit, fearing that he would suffer a backlash. Before long, the edge of the forbidden land was already in sight. Yifan stopped, and the dark golden spear in his right hand shook. Huatan's body was immediately covered in dense cracks. As for his primordial spirit, that little purple person was also almost obliterated by the deity striking whip. Only a weak beam of light was left. Huatan smiled bitterly. His cultivation of a lifetime was completely destroyed. Even if he could escape, he was finished. His primordial spirit was the most precious, but it was almost obliterated. Now, it was only the size of a bean. Human saint physique, do you really think you can slaughter a saint? Die with me. At this moment, he completely let go. He was going to die anyway, so what was there to be afraid of? His primordial spirit merged back into his physical body. His entire body was glowing, and he was actually going to disintegrate. He was going to use the flesh and blood of a saint to burn and grind Yifan to death. At this moment, Yifan only had a few actions. He threw the dark golden spear out, threw the deity striking whip out of the forbidden ancient land, and didn't hesitate to cut open his own body to take out the myriad chi cauldron and throw it out of the forbidden land. Then, without hesitation, he attacked Huatan. Golden blood flowed all over his body, and his fists emitted a dazzling light. Boom! He blasted Huatan's body with one punch, allowing the saint's blood to splatter on his body. His body also suffered terrible injuries because of this, but he didn't care. It's useless. Today, you will accompany me to death, and turn into ashes with me. Huatan laughed crazily. The flame of his primordial spirit was about to be extinguished, and he wanted to drag Yifan to death with him. Kill! Yifan roared. With one roar, the mountains and rivers moved, and the entire divine body was filled with saint blood. He punched out again and again, causing Huatan to disintegrate. Golden lightning interweaved between his fists. This was a kind of tyrannical power, and it had crushed a saint alive. Flesh and blood were everywhere, and there were white bones stained with traces of blood everywhere. So what? You can't change the ending. I will drag you to death with me. All the flesh and blood were wriggling, emitting a terrifying power. They burned fiercely, drowning Yifan. Yifan's expression was cold. Slaughtering a saint was right in front of him. Even though danger was approaching, he was still incomparably calm at this moment. He only spat out 2 words, lamentable. I am lamentable, but you aren't much better. This is the sacred flame of life and death. Even if you escape from the forbidden ancient land, it will still burn your body and spirit. Die together. Huatan screamed crazily. Lamentable, you still don't understand even now. Go die yourself. Yi Fan punched out. Golden lightning interweaved, causing all the flesh and blood to burn even more intensely, rushing in all directions. At this moment, Yi Fan's hair was white like snow, and his appearance was old. He stood in the forbidden ancient land, allowing the corrosion of time and the sacred flame to coil around him. He stood alone in the world of mortals, his expression peaceful and calm. His body was slowly fading. You. What's going on? Huatan finally discovered the abnormality. He was both shocked and angry as he shouted loudly. 1 chi into 3 pure ones, equivalent to a true body. Why would I accompany you into a dangerous place? Yi Fan's figure faded. His expression was indifferent and incomparably peaceful. That is. Huatan roared angrily as he looked into the distance. Outside the forbidden ancient land, another Yi Fan stood calmly. He put away the myriad chi cauldron, the deity-striking whip, and the dark golden spear. His purple clothes fluttered in the wind as he stood alone in the world of mortals. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were deep as he looked over here quietly. I can't accept this. Huatan screamed. He wanted to go crazy, but he was powerless to reverse the situation. How hateful, Huatan was unwilling to give up. He let out a mournful howl like a wild beast, but he couldn't change anything. In the end, he couldn't escape death. A cool breeze blew past, and the ancient trees in the forbidden zone swayed. Ashes flew up. Huatan had been burned to ashes by his own destructive holy light, and the ashes scattered with the wind. In the distance, Yi Fan watched everything quietly. His purple robe fluttered, and his expression was calm. After a long time, a sound came from behind him. Duande and the others had arrived. Haha, a saint was slaughtered. This time, it's completely heaven-defying. Longma laughed wildly. The hooves of his horse galloped, and flames flickered. He had almost mistakenly entered the forbidden zone. Yi Fan wasn't too excited. He saw the gap between himself and a saint. The difference between the two couldn't be measured. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no hope of winning in the forbidden zone of life. The difference is too great. As a saint, he is unfathomably strong. Even though he was lured into the forbidden zone, he still managed to kill Yi Fan's other body, the Black Emperor said with a solemn expression. That was equivalent to another Yi Fan with flesh and blood. There was no difference between the two. He died in the forbidden zone, indicating that if Yi Fan's real body entered, he would have perished together with Huatan. In today's world, if you want to have the capital to settle down, you must become a saint. Otherwise, things will become even more complicated when the ancient sages from the outer realms come. The world will definitely be in chaos, Duanda said. Becoming a saint. An invisible pressure appeared in Yi Fan's heart. This was just an existence that had just become a saint. How terrifying would a true ancient saint be, and what kind of terrifying cultivation would the few great sages who stood at the peak of the entire ancient planet have? Just thinking about this question would make one shiver from head to toe. Huatan left something behind, Yi Tong said. Yi Fan had already seen it, but it was not suitable for him to go in now. Using the 1 chi turning 3 pure ones required time, and it couldn't be used continuously. When the red sun set in the west, a wisp of clear air appeared above Yi Fan's head, and another version of himself was born. He walked in, and this time it was a flesh body. He arrived at the place where Huatan died. Under the ashes of the calamity, there were a few pieces of sacred bones covered in cracks, and there was also a palm-sized jade stone. After taking it out, Duanda pursed his lips and said, "Its bones are all rotten. It can't be compared to a saint king. It can't even be used to forge weapons." The Black Emperor appraised the jade, saying that it was a secret treasure that came from the hands of the great sage. Even though it wasn't some weapon, it had wondrous uses. Everyone frowned. It was just as they had expected. There was a great sage behind Huatan after all. This made them feel worried. "It's fine. Wear these things on your body and you'll be safe." The Black Emperor distributed a string of pendants to the few of them. It was carved from the divine tree branch of enlightenment and contained the heaven-deceiving array marks. This secret treasure can be placed in the green cauldron. After the great sage's aura is removed, I will study it, the Black Emperor said. The group of people left the forbidden land. They hadn't gone far when they felt the mountain shake. A whistling sound came from the forbidden land of the ancient desolate era. Hong, Desolate's power surged out of the forbidden land and pervaded the mountains. Many birds and beasts directly turned into withered bones, making the few of them feel their hair stand on end. Let's go, something shocking is happening here. They quickly retreated and rose into the sky. They revealed shocked expressions as they watched from afar. The 9 sacred mountains surged with multicolored mist. All kinds of mist lingered about, making it look hazy. It was very different from before. A few desolate slaves have appeared above the abyss. They all opened their heavenly eyes and could see 1,000 li away. They saw a few figures, all of them dressed in ancient clothes. They all had terrifying origins. One of them was a woman with peerless beauty. She was the heavenly jade holy lady from 6,000 years ago, the #1 beauty of the eastern desolate land. Now, she had become a walking corpse, her eyes without luster. Not a single one of them is ordinary. They are all incredible existences. Duanda narrowed his eyes. His emotions were somewhat strange. He stared at a white-haired old man. This person wore an ancient Taoist robe. His face was covered in wrinkles, and his hair was white like snow. His eyes were lead gray. Who knows, this is ancient sage Xia Feng. He had an audience with the Azure Emperor several times. His cultivation is great, but he is a slave here, Duanda said calmly. Since ancient times, the peerless experts who had reached the end of their lives would almost always make the same choice in their later years. They would enter the 7 great forbidden lands and search for immortal divine medicines in order to live a second life. Unfortunately, no one had ever succeeded. Several figures appeared above the abyss, but they could only recognize 2 people. One was more powerful than the other. The others were dressed in ancient clothes, and it was impossible to distinguish them. It was unknown which era they belonged to. Voila, the sound of iron chains rang out. Even though they were so far away, they could still hear it clearly. A wave of black mist surged out, and a figure stood in the void. Only a pair of eyes could be seen. Azure light flickered, and it was astonishing. The heavenly eyes were ineffective. Yifan and the others could not see through the black mist. They could not see the figure's body. That place was mysterious. Boom! The entire ancient forbidden land was trembling. The black mist surged violently, almost reaching the edge of the forbidden land. The sound of iron chains rang out continuously, as if it was right next to their ears. What is going on? What is going to happen? The large black dog's black fur stood on end, and he bared his teeth. He felt waves of unease. Could it be that he is going to come out? Yitong possessed the sun god's body, but he also felt a chill throughout his body. He sensed a special aura. It was said that the path of immortal ascension was going to open in the southern region, and the ancient sage said that it might appear in the ancient forbidden land. The ancient sages had just descended, and they chose this place. Was this really going to happen? Voila, the iron chains swayed, and the sound of metal rubbing against each other was extremely ear-piercing. It was as if there were many metal chains that were stretched taut, and they were going to snap at any moment. Is he, the real desolation? Could it be that he is going to break free and leave the ancient forbidden land? The people present all sucked in a breath of cold air. If this was true, there would definitely be great chaos. Black Emperor, did this forbidden land already exist in Wusher's era? Yifan asked. It should have existed for a long time. The Black Emperor stared at the 9 sacred mountains. Black mist surged there, covering the sun, moon, and stars. Did Great Emperor Wusher ever say what kind of place this is? Did he ever come here to fight? Didn't I tell you guys long ago? I really don't know about this kind of question. When I followed Great Emperor Wusher, he was already in his later years and went into seclusion. It is impossible for me to know all the great things he has done, the Black Emperor said. However, his eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. A strange expression appeared on his face, and he said, "It seems that this place is very special." When the Great Emperor passed by the southern region in his later years, he once said something to himself, but I didn't hear it clearly. Think carefully, Duanda said, his eyes narrowing into slits. He said something about not becoming a celestial. I seem to recall these 3 words. Back then, when I asked him about it, he only shook his head and didn't say much, the Black Emperor said. Voila, the sound of the chains became even louder, shaking their eardrums until they felt pain. All kinds of metallic cold light flickered in the black mist, incomparably dazzling. That is, divine gold. The desolate slaves all retreated, standing on the 9 sacred mountains. Above the abyss in the center, a figure stood alone, pulling many divine chains straight. Scarlet multicolored light flickered, and the cries of phoenixes shook the 9 heavens. That was a divine chain forged from phoenix blood and scarlet gold. Divine marks of the great Tao appeared, and it could extend endlessly, locking this person's body. Purple light was dazzling, and an expanse of purple mist surged. The divine marks of the purple gold chain trembled, extending from the abyss and locking this person down. He was struggling violently. Green light flickered, and immortal multicolored light pervaded the air. It was as if there were streaks of tears flickering. This was a divine chain forged from immortal tears and green gold. It was sparkling and brilliant, as if the tears of immortals were flowing down. This is. When he saw this scene, even Duanda was a bit stupefied. There were 4 or 5 divine chains that intertwined with each other, winding around this person's body, trapping him in the abyss. They were all unmatched divine gold, materials used to forge extreme Tao Emperor weapons. Not even great ancient emperors might be able to find them, yet they were used to bind a person. Just how terrifying was this? What exactly is going on? Just what kind of cultivation realm has this person reached? Who was it that locked him up here? What kind of background does he have? The so-called desolate might be a prisoner, locked up by someone with extreme Tao divine gold, unable to break free from this place. It was hard for others to understand who had such heaven-reaching magical power. Hung Long, the 9 sacred mountains were trembling, shaking intensely. That figure was struggling, and the Tao marks on the extreme Tao divine gold chains seemed like they were going to shatter. He might struggle free at any time. Black mist surged, and all types of divine gold radiance flickered about. From time to time, one could see the dazzling metallic luster. Only that body couldn't be seen through the entire time, unable to be seen clearly. Why is it like this? Why does he suddenly want to leave the ancient desolate forbidden land? The few of them were shocked, but at the same time, they were puzzled. Could it be that your great battle with Huatan just now angered him? Lama's eyes rolled. The Black Emperor and Duanda also looked over, both of them staring at Yifan, as if they were looking at the culprit, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Of the 7 great life-restricted areas, only this place had an unmatched existence that might appear in the world today. If it was true, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Let's go, let's leave this place first. No wonder the 2 sages from outside this region retreated. Perhaps they saw that something was wrong. Yifan said. There was no need to keep an eye on them here. Otherwise, if Desolate came out, wherever he went, the creatures would definitely wither up and become a land of death. Something unexpected would happen to them. The realm gate opened, and their group decisively left. The iron chains behind them resounded through the heavens, and the black clouds that stretched for hundreds of li had nothing to do with them. Huatan's soul lamp has been extinguished, he's dead. That day, the ancient race that Huatan was in revealed this piece of news. A saint had fallen. Who was it that killed Huatan? During these past few days, he had always been chasing after Yifan. Could it be that the human race's ancient saint couldn't stand it any longer and took action against him? It's definitely the human race's ancient saint, or else who could kill Huatan? Someone as powerful as Yifan is still at the Tao-severing realm, there's no way he can defy the heavens. When news got out, it triggered a huge uproar. Everyone was discussing this, because this might very well trigger great chaos. After all, it involved a confrontation between saints. However, soon after, a secret rumor leaked out. It was Yifan who killed Huatan. The ancient race had someone proficient in divination who deduced this result. Hua! The entire world was in an uproar. Everyone was stupefied. How could they believe this type of reality? Was the ancient race trying to find an excuse to take action against the human race's divine body? No one believed this. Yifan killed a saint? This was too preposterous. Even if he was an imperial prince, even if he had heaven-defying methods, it was impossible for him to have this kind of battle prowess. It's true. Huatan really was killed by the human race's divine body. The moment his soul lamp was extinguished, the final scene was reflected. It was Yifan who destroyed his divine body. Many people from the ancient race didn't believe it at first, but after going to Huatan's clan to verify it, they received conclusive evidence. They were all dumbfounded. When this news spread out, people couldn't help but believe it. The entire world was shocked, and the entire world was in an uproar. Yifan killed a saint, this was truly heaven-defying. Yifan killed a saint. This is enough to be recorded in the history of cultivation. He can stand shoulder to shoulder with the ruthless, comparable to the young Wuxia, and comparable to the Azure Emperor. With this kind of battle prowess, once he becomes a saint, who can contend against him? The entire world was shocked. Yifan had returned, and with his glorious accomplishment of killing a saint, he had rung the great bell of the mortal world. Great waves swept through the world. Huatan has finally become a saint, but he will be recorded in the annals of history as a negative example. He will become a foil to the human race's glorious battle. This is a battle that will shake the history of cultivation. 3 immortals killed a saint. There have only been a few examples since ancient times. The universe has been reversed. The entire world was discussing this, but they didn't know that the forbidden ancient land in the southern region was cracking. An even more terrifying event was about to happen. Slaughtering a saint, it was a dreamy and revered phrase. Now, it really happened. The storm swept through the world and spread to every corner. Some people were happy while others were worried. Everyone had different reactions. After disappearing for over 10 years, Yifan actually did such a great thing after returning. It truly caused a huge uproar. The human race's saint physique has matured. Once he becomes a saint, who can stop him? We should destroy him while he's still in the bud and not let him grow. Someone from the ancient races said in a low voice. Yifan's performance made them deeply worried. This kind of glorious battle record left them dumbfounded. How could they resist him in the future? How could they suppress him? Comparable to ruthless people, comparable to the young Wuxia, comparable to the Qing Emperor. A dazzling pearl shining with immortal light, able to illuminate the mountains and rivers. Those who were biased towards Yifan exclaimed and praised him from the bottom of their hearts. They were full of expectations for his future. It was very likely that he would become an immortal legend. A cool breeze blew past. The leaves danced in the wind, carrying with them the freshness of the earth and the fragrance of the flowers and plants in the mountains. Yifan stood on a mountain peak and gazed into the distance. Although he was far away from the forbidden ancient land, he still felt uneasy in his heart. He always felt that something terrifying was about to happen. He kept looking in that direction. "Master, let's go. There's no need to look anymore." "In any case, we can't change anything," Yi Tong said. Yifan nodded. The group left this place and flew into the distance, disappearing into the horizon. That day, they entered many places in the southern region. The streets and alleys, the inns, the teahouses, as long as there were cultivators, they would all be talking about the matter of Yifan slaughtering a saint. This was like a hurricane that swept through the eastern wasteland, the central plains, the southern mountains, and the western desert. This battle shocked the world. When the Void Emperor was young, he was nothing more than this. Within the Ji clan, a middle-aged man muttered to himself. He sat in the majestic palace. His skin was bronze, and his eyes were like lightning. He had a dignified aura. This was Ji Haoyue's father. He gazed into the sky and thought of his son and daughter. If they were still by his side, how far would they have grown? His daughter had interacted with Yifan. Unfortunately, it was useless no matter what he said. He didn't know if his son and daughter would return. Central Province, within the Yin Yang sect, a group of people were all silent. After 14 years, this person had returned again, making them feel extremely uneasy. In the western desert, when Miaoi heard this news, her eyes lit up and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Is it really possible to be undefeatable in this world, to be able to break through all obstacles with a pair of fists? In the center of the eastern wasteland, there was an old man with white hair draped over his shoulders. He was tall but couldn't straighten his body. His eyes were dim and lifeless. He looked into the distance and said, "My Peng'er could have fought against him in the past, but he died young. He died in the heaven pass set up by the great sage of the Peng race." With a desolate sigh, he seemed to have aged 500 years in an instant. His eyes became even dimmer, and turbid tears flowed down, streaking across his wrinkled face. It was the golden-winged old Rock King. He was once a demon king, but now he looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. His golden hair had turned snow-white without any luster. Suddenly, his expression became sluggish. He stood up from an old tea-house and staggered. He looked at a young man on the street, and his golden eyes shot out two beams of light. "His temperament is very similar to my Peng'er's, silent and stubborn." In front of him, a young man was covered in blood. It was clear that he had just gone through a fierce battle. His face was full of determination. "Young man, what is your name?" The old Rock King went over to greet him. "Long Yuxuan," the young man replied. The old Rock King trembled and stretched out a rough hand. In the end, it was quickly blocked by Long Yuxuan. At the same time, he raised his eyebrows and raised his eyes. "Good, really similar. I don't believe that no one can pass the heaven pass set up by the great sage of the Peng race. I will fulfill my final wish and charge in." In the center of the eastern wasteland, when the wind phoenix heard that Yifan had killed a saint, her five-colored mask shone brilliantly. Strands of immortal splendor surrounded her body, making her slender and beautiful body even more alluring. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "He actually killed a saint." Outside the window, rain fell on the banana leaves, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. She was momentarily dumbfounded. "Hee hee." A wave of bone-chilling cold laughter transmitted from a small world. If someone heard this, they would definitely be terrified. This was the aura of the ancient saint of the killing Tao. This was an ancient divine palace. The carpet was actually the divine skin of a saint, and the ancient palace was actually piled up from the skulls of various kings. It looked snow-white and sparkling. It was cold and eerie, as if they had arrived at the Nine Hells underworld. In the northern region, the Jade Lake Saintess' eyes swirled. She was sitting under the immortal peach tree, facing a sparkling stone king. After hearing the news, she became absent-minded. "Big brother, where are you going?" In the Fire Qilin cave, blue light flickered. The graceful and elegant Fire Qilin spoke. Purple flames leaped about in the ancient cave. The Qilin lay down, and the fragrance of ancient medicine wafted through the air. "It really is him. I want to take a look and see if he really is powerful to this level. Killing a saint on the sixth small step of the Immortal Three is just too unreal," the Fire Qilin said. His body was tall and sturdy, and his blue hair scattered about. On Blood Phoenix Mountain, an ancient prince whose true body was covered by Tao marks stood up. "Is he really that powerful? I don't believe it. I want to fight against him." In the nest of 10,000 dragons, a tall and slender woman dressed in purple golden battle clothes gazed at the ancient coffin in the primal chaos dragon nest. She then suddenly turned around. Her appearance was devastatingly beautiful. Her purple eyes were sparkling, and her body was dazzling. "He really killed a saint." Central Continent, Odd Scholar Manor. An old man sat in a small wine shop, pouring himself a cup and drinking by himself. His old eyes looked blurry, but not a single person dared to approach. Business was bleak. Ever since they found out that this was the old manor lord, none of the disciples dared to breathe loudly when they passed by. "Woo, I really am looking forward to the most powerful trial in the starry skies. The human race's holy body is truly formidable. Can it kill a saint? However, I am even more looking forward to the appearance of another type of physique. When can an innate holy body Tao core be born? Who will be the most powerful in history?" In Alcade Old Lands, immortal multicolored light rushed into the heavens. During these past few days, the battle in the heavenly crater was intense. Noises rang out incessantly. Ancient saints took action together, bombarding the bronze immortal palace to forcefully open it. However, this immortal palace seemed to be an immortal artifact that could defend against the attacks of extreme Tao ancient imperial weapons. Even now, it didn't suffer any damage. It even swallowed two ancient saints inside, their fates unknown. Great Sage Hunchuo, Golden King, and Great Sage Qian Luan, these three archaic giants had previously witnessed Emperor Fighting's unmatched might. He swept through the 9 heavens 10 earths, yet now, they couldn't open the bronze palace. This bronze palace suppressed the entrance of the primal chaos immortal earth. If they didn't move it, then there was no way to enter the tomb of the great ancient emperors. We might have to fight a great battle. Great Sage Hunchuo said. Qian Luan nodded. The purple gold 10,000 dragon bell shook, releasing Walala sounds. It turned into a purple-colored true dragon that flourished with brilliance. The world was split open, primal chaos surging, above the abyss. Gai Joyo frowned and said they didn't truly activate the ancient imperial weapons, feeling some misgivings, fearing that the immortal palace has an ancient great emperor's killing formation. Now, it seems like they are going to act for Real. Who knows, they might really be able to open it. On the other side, the golden sword breaker turned into a streak of eternal immortal light, illuminating the heavens. It drew out a radiance that dazzled endless time. The ancient emperor's aura revived, and then it surged. In this place, it was as if an ancient emperor was awakening. They wanted to forcefully hack open the immortal palace, not wishing to waste any more time. Everyone's expression became serious. It was because the immortal palace was provoked. The immortal character in the palace became increasingly fierce, dripping with blood. The scriptures that were chanted made the entire world tremble, all life horrified. Hack it apart. There are definitely secrets related to immortals inside. Great Sage Hunchuo said, his eyes flourishing with radiance. Hung Long, heaven and earth were overturned. The archaic emperor was reborn. The purple gold 10,000 dragon bell and golden sword breaker released undying divine radiance, striking towards the bronze immortal palace, southern region, ancient desolate restricted land. The sounds of iron chains shook the heavens. At first, the sound traveled several hundred li, then it became several thousand, ultimately reaching over 10,000 li. All creatures in this region knelt down in worship. A figure towered in the void above the abyss, firmly bound by 4 immortal chains forged from divine gold. It was forcefully struggling, and the 9 sacred mountains were actually about to leave the ground, about to be uprooted from the earth. This was undoubtedly horrifying. The silence of endless time was broken at daybreak today. The aura of an ancient great emperor overflowed, cutting apart the 3 realms and 6 Tao, tearing apart the past, present, and future. At this moment, a light shout sounded from the ancient desolate restricted land. It was like the shout of an immortal, making the void collapse inch by inch, blasting the boundless heavenly dome into primal chaos. Nothing existed anymore. Then, an extremely ear-piercing metallic sound rang out. The phoenix blood scarlet gold, divine mark purple gold, immortal tear green gold, and eternal blue gold, the 4 divine chains all broke apart. An indistinct figure soared into the sky, a light roar sounded. Endless time seemed to have been thrown into disorder, as if it was going to flow in reverse. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of li the entire southern region was in. Everyone trembled, trembling with fear. All life knelt down. A moment later, this feeling disappeared. All life felt as if they were in a great dream, none of them knowing what happened. On top of the 9 sacred mountains, a tall and slender figure stood in the clouds. His hair fluttered about. When he glanced back, it was as if tens of thousands of years had passed. The great Tao of heaven and earth trembled, collapsing because of him. Unfortunately, this type of stunning gaze only lasted for a moment before turning into indifference. It was submerged within the black mist, making it impossible to see if he was male or female. 4 divine chains, 1 scarlet multicolored light fluttered about, 1 surged with purple energy, and 1 flickered with green light. They respectively wrapped around his 4 limbs, imprisoning him here for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. However, his body never aged, and he couldn't feel the passage of time. This could be considered a type of miracle. He gazed into the distance, and then he tore with his bare hands. A beam of immortal light rushed up, splitting open the void. He took a step inside, and it was unknown how many tens of thousands of li he had traveled in an instant. Almost in the next quarter of an hour, she appeared in the Alcate ancient land. She didn't travel with the help of the realm gate, but purely with her physical body. The distance she traveled in an instant was measured in units of tens of thousands of li. Swoosh, Gai Joyo, Wei Yi, and divine King Jiang all retreated thousands of li. They opened their heavenly eyes and looked at the natural crater in disbelief. They were all moved. Huang, it's her, she has come into being. Wei Yi's lips were trembling, and his face was full of sadness. His heart was bitter, and his eyes were filled with sorrow. Old tears fell. A tall and slender figure, the same throughout the ages, stood on top of the natural crater. In the 100,000 great mountains, countless vicious birds and ferocious beasts were instantly turned into white bones. The power of life flowed towards this place, gathering into that person's body. Her eyes were so cold that even ancient saints would tremble when they saw them. A single glance could last for tens of thousands of years. Being stared at by her eyes would cause the passage of time to flow with immortal force. Even peerless geniuses would turn into white bones. Mountains crumbled, seas dried up. In an instant, the world changed into mulberry fields, wisps of mist drifted about. A slender figure stood in the mist, towering above the abyss, overlooking the bronze immortal palace and the primal chaos immortal earth. She had condensed the power of time. Even someone as powerful as Gai Jiuyo and the white-robed divine king could only retreat and watch from the distance, not daring to rashly approach. The 100,000 mountains were quiet. Life energy turned into small rivers, sparkling and translucent, flowing towards her body. The fluctuations of life surrounded her. This was a person that even ancient saints had to revere. Her eyes flickered, and reincarnation collapsed. Even heavenly geniuses were about to become withered bones. She didn't move, but just her appearance alone made people want to kneel and kowtow. And those who had this kind of feeling were all ancient saints. Who is it? The ancient race experts in the natural crater were naturally shocked. They all looked up. Above the abyss, the mist stirred. A pair of cold eyes gazed down, penetrating the void. Every single saint-level ancient king felt a great pressure, their skin and bones going cold. Below, some ancient saints felt a chill run down their spines. They couldn't help but retreat. The life energy within their bodies leaked out, and their primordial spirits grew dim. It was as if they had aged several decades. What happened? Stop her. Our life force is flowing towards her. In the natural crater, the ancient race saints were shocked. Their bodies overflowed with essence energy, and every pore was shining. Their essence energy was decreasing sharply. This was something that had never happened before. Kill your way up. Even if the great sage came, he wouldn't dare to treat them like this. What kind of people were they? All races feared them, the four seas respected them. There was no one who didn't bow down. Xiao, a jade-green arrow shot out. It was less than a meter long, but the trail of light it left behind was brilliant. It was like a comet that illuminated the entire sky. Ripples spread out, and streaks of lightning-like cracks appeared in the void. The trajectories were twisted and irregular. Pop. This was an ancient saint's full-powered attack, but it couldn't pose any threat to Huang. This sacred arrow stopped 10 zhang away from him, and then it broke apart inch by inch, turning into powder with a chi sound. Who exactly is this person? Why is he targeting us? When did we make such a great enemy? The group of ancient kings were all uneasy. This was too powerful. Was this a quasi-emperor? Great sage Hun Tua and Golden King's faces were dignified. Each and every one of them had their emotions fluctuating up and down as monstrous waves surged in their hearts. Based on their intuition, they knew that this person was absolutely stronger than them. Go up. The great sage of Qianluan said. He ordered an ancient saint to charge forward and kill his way out of the natural pit. The pressure underground was too great. Boom, this person rushed up, but as soon as he reached the entrance of the abyss, black mist surged, sweeping over. His entire body immediately trembled intensely, his flesh quickly withering. His entire body aged 1,000 years, losing large amounts of life force. His face was snow white, and his heart was filled with terror. He was sent flying backwards. The loss of 1,000 years of life essence was unbearable. It was as if his soul had been sucked out of him as he fell. That's too scary. His lips trembled as he fell to the ground. This was far more unbearable than a battle of life and death. Above, the mist lingered. That slender figure became even more unreachable, as if he was standing in the 9 heavens. His eyes moved about, causing people to feel intimidated. The mist surged, submerging the entire natural pit. It was as if black clouds were pressing down, heavy and leaden. Even someone as powerful as an ancient saint felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his heart. Regardless of whether it was the past or the present, if one were to ask about the master of this world, it would undoubtedly be the ancient sages. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it took for an ancient emperor or a great emperor to be born. Only the ancient saints would often appear and rule this world. Yet today, they were actually suppressed. The several great sage all felt horrified. Is it an existence that is only half a step away from confirming the Tao, or has a great emperor of the human race been resurrected? Even the Golden King's voice was unnatural and contained a trace of fear. He, the great sage Hun Tua, and the great sage of Qianluan had all experienced the era of the emperor fighting. They had personally witnessed the might of the ancient emperor and truly knew how terrifying it was. It was unrivaled throughout the ages and no one could resist it. The person before them didn't have the aura of an emperor, but why was his temperament similarly terrifying? It was as if a great emperor was hibernating and sleeping within his body. She is very strange. What realm has she reached exactly? The ancient race kings were all suspicious. Let's go up first. At this time even the great sage Hun Tua couldn't remain calm. Ding-ling-ling. A string of purple bells vibrated. The great sage of Qianluan rose up. His body was covered in purple qi, and his sturdy body was protected by an extreme ancient imperial weapon. Each of the 10,000 dragon bells was sparkling and translucent like purple agate. When strung together, they formed a true dragon that shattered the sky, and the demonic sound was ear-splitting. Go up. The Golden King's eyes also narrowed. He took out his race's ancient imperial weapon and held it in front of him to protect everyone. The ancient saint who shot the jade arrow just now continuously drew his bow and shot out hundreds of arrows. Although they weren't holy weapons, they were still the arrows of a sage. They were extremely powerful and opened up a path in front of them, cutting open the black mist. However, this was completely ineffective. The black mist devoured everything, and all of the arrow's essence energy was stripped away. They released popping sounds like bubbles, and then they turned into ashes. Huang stood above, her eyes shining with endless light. She had the power to strip away one's life force. She finally moved, reaching out a hand and grabbing forward. This was a hand that was spotlessly white like jade. Even though it was surrounded by black mist, one could still see the sparkling radiance. It was far away, and it was useless no matter how that ancient saint tried to flee. She instantly grabbed him. A miserable cry sounded. This ancient saint struggled intensely, but he couldn't struggle free. His pitch-black hair quickly became snow-white, and his skin that was flickering with luster even more so quickly dried up, becoming covered in wrinkles. He aged in an instant. This is the power of time. Hurry and stop him. An ancient saint cried out in alarm, producing a weapon and attacking forward. However, it was already too late. Between the spotlessly white jade-like palm and fingers, that ancient saint's life force dried up, and his primordial spirit flame went out. His entire body turned into ashes. What is she? She doesn't seem like a creature at all. Is she the tangible embodiment of time or the representative of death? There wasn't a single person here who didn't shiver inwardly, especially the two ancient saints who took action, feeling even more uneasy. They operated their Tao skills, wishing to summon back the pagoda and heaven-gathering umbrella that flew out. Pooh! The jade-like hand slapped down, simple and direct. The 33-layered ancient pagoda was smashed into dust, and the 100-zhong-tall heaven-gathering umbrella turned into ashes. There was nothing left of the holy artifact. At the same time, the two ancient saints cried out loudly. It was because the sparkling jade-like fingers swept over towards them. Even though the trajectory was graceful, the movements graceful, they were fatal. Great sage, save us! The two ancient saints cried out loudly, calling for help from Golden King, Qianluan, and the others. They also displayed wondrous techniques themselves, doing everything they could to attack. Tao traces were endless, forming a net of light. Pop! Huang's power exceeded the imaginations of the people of this world. Dao traces shattered, divine light devoured by the black mist. This jade-like hand covered them. There were no wondrous techniques, only mist swirling about. These two people's blood energy dried up, white hair scattered about, teeth loose, bodies withered, only white bones left. However, they quickly turned into bone powder, scattering into the natural crater. Can Quasi-Emperor do this? In the distance, the white-clothed divine king asked Gai Jiuyo. His eyes flickered with astonishing brilliance as he watched everything unfold. He can do it, but... Gai Jiuyo's essence energy reached the peak. His sickly expression was swept away, and like an unsheathed divine sword, his eyes resplendent as he stared rigidly at Huang. In the natural crater, the group of ancient saints all felt their scalps go numb. They were the rulers of this world, yet today, they encountered an existence that exceeded their understanding, one that seriously threatened their lives. Ancient Emperor Revival, suppress! Golden King released a light shout. The golden sword breaker in his hand turned into a streak of divine splendor, sweeping forward, striking towards Huang above the abyss. Dang, no one expected the figure above the abyss to directly use his hand to face the attack. His pure white fingers flicked the golden sword breaker, releasing a resounding and sweet-sounding immortal sound. What, taking on an extreme ancient imperial weapon with his bare hands? With a rumble, the natural crater exploded, and the primal chaos surged. The ancient race's great sage flew out with the golden sword breaker in hand, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, his face full of fear. In the endless river of time, how many people dared to take on an extreme ancient imperial weapon with their bare hands? They remembered that emperor fighting had done this in the archaic era. Based on this deduction, was this really a human race great emperor? The ancient saints present were all frightened. Saints surpassed the scope of humans, while emperors surpassed the scope of saints. The difference was so great that it could not be measured. He is not a human race great emperor. Great sage Xianxia said. Someone carved formation patterns, opened a void domain gate, and wanted to escape. There was no way to stay in this place. How could they fight someone who could take on an ancient imperial weapon with their bare hands? However, mist curled up from top to bottom. This place was sealed, and a void could not be opened, so it was impossible to cross. This is bad, we have to get out. The 10,000 dragon bell flew up, turning into a purple immortal dragon. It shook its head and tail, as if the ancient emperor of dragons had come back to life. The group of ancient saints almost collapsed to the ground. This was a type of extreme pressure. Pow! However, what was shocking was that desolation slapped out from above, and this ancient imperial weapon strung with purple gold divine bells was sent flying on the spot, crashing into the sky and into the primal chaos. Great Sage Qianluan cried out in alarm, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his life force flowed away. He quickly retreated, and then used his heart as a guide to summon the ancient imperial weapon. The 10,000 dragon bell finally flew back. This is going to scare the ancient saints to death. Just what kind of background does she have to take on an ancient imperial weapon with her bare hands? After breaking a few immortal chains made of divine gold, her power has become even stronger, as if some kind of seal has been broken. In the distant sky, Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Duanda, and the others were watching. When they saw this result, they all revealed looks of disbelief. Desolation has come. Even if these ancient saints don't die, they will lose a layer of skin. The ancient races will definitely suffer great losses. Duanda said. Desolation took action again, and this time, he flew into the abyss with his true body. This made the group of ancient saints restless, as if their nests were about to explode. As she approached, their life force rapidly flowed away. No one could endure it. Fortunately, the Golden Jian and 10,000 Dragon Bell revived, and the ancient emperor's aura became stronger and stronger, protecting everyone within auspicious light. Quickly retreat, open up a path for her. She is heading for the Bronze Immortal Palace. Great Sage Xianxia shouted. However, how could their speed compare to this person? The ancient saints still couldn't see whether she was male or female, or what her true appearance was like, but they felt that her style was unmatched. Her slender body was extremely indistinct, and her hair fluttered about. A pair of eyes swept over, making all of the ancient saints' fine hairs stand on end, a layer of goosebumps appearing. It was as if a giant dragon was staring at a dog. Two ancient saints were wrapped in black mist, struggling with great difficulty. However, their lives flowed away, and in the end, they became white bones. The others did their best to resist, especially the Golden Jian and 10,000 Dragon Bell. Dang, this time, the Golden Jian flew out, struck into the heavens by Desolation's palm, disappearing into primal chaos. Chang, the 10,000 Dragon Bell's purple light covered the sun, auspicious energy surging. However, after just shaking a few times, it also flew out, struck into the foreign battlefield. Go! The three great sage turned around to run, not having the will to fight at all. How were they supposed to fight against this type of person? There was only defeat and no victory, unless the emperor fighting revived. Blood originally splashed outwards. Desolation's jade hand slapped down, and then two ancient saints collapsed. Bright red blood and sparkling white bone fragments flew outwards. However, their essence energy immediately disappeared, turning into ashes. Huang entered the natural crater. This was a disaster that not even ancient saints could endure. Two ancient imperial weapons were sent flying. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that the deities within the Golden Jian and 10,000 Dragon Bell revived, rushing back from outer space. Otherwise, the two great emperor clans might have lost their immortal weapons. Despite this being the case, no one could change anything. Right now, there was only one thing they could do: run. The ancient tomb of the human race great emperor couldn't be touched. This place was first guarded by the Bronze Immortal Palace, and now, an existence comparable to an Emperor Realm expert appeared, making them suffer great losses. Pooh! A crack appeared between the brows of a few ancient saints. Blood flowed out, and their life force quickly leaked out. Their primordial spirit flames were about to go out. Their entire bodies were dispirited and listless, as if they immediately aged several thousand years. Miserable cries sounded one after another. Once Huang approached, even the powerful ancient saints couldn't endure it. Their bodies aged, reaching the end of their lives. In the distance, a layer of goosebumps appeared on Yifan's body. All of the fine hairs on his body stood on end. What kind of cultivation realm was this? He entered a group of ancient saints alone, making all of them turn into corpses. Kill! An ancient saint cried out. In the end, a palm descended from the sky, turning him into a meat patty. Then, his spiritual essence scattered, his body and spirit wiped out. Few people had divine artifacts, but they were like tattered paper. A light brush from Huang turned them into powder. Before him, they weren't even comparable to 3-year-old children. They were truly ants. Go! Great Sage Qianluan, Golden King, and Great Sage Hunchuo held their ancient imperial weapons and broke out. They didn't want to stay here for even a moment. Even if there was an undying medicine left in the Great Tomb, they didn't want it. Chang, the Golden Jian and 10,000 Dragon Bell shook together, finally cutting open the black mist and opening up a path of life. The three of them fled in a sorry state. Only 4 Saint Kings followed them out. The remaining people released miserable cries. Under Huang's slap, they all turned into meat paste. Their spiritual essence scattered, turning into dust. Not a single one remained. The natural crater was completely silent. Apart from the 7 who escaped, this group of ancient saints was completely wiped out. For the ancient races, this was a tremendous loss. Just how much time had passed? A single person descended from above, slaughtering all of these experts. She was the only one here, standing alone, facing the Bronze Immortal Palace. During these past few days, the southern domain had been in an uproar. Whether it was the ancient race or the human cultivators, there was no one who wasn't paying attention to the Great Tomb. However now, with Huang's appearance, all sides became quiet, completely calming down this type of noise and chaos. No one dared to set their eyes on this place anymore. Huang made a trip around the Bronze Immortal Palace. Then, with a raise of his hand, this palace flew up, floating in midair. Multicolored light erupted in 10,000 streaks, auspicious brilliance descending in 1,000 streaks. That blood-colored immortal character was restrained. She entered the primal chaos immortal soil alone. Not long after, all types of immortal radiance flew out, turning into strands of dense multicolored mist. With jing sounds, they entered the copper palace. Huang came out, feeling disappointed and frustrated. The primal chaos immortal earth began to collapse. One could clearly see an expanse of artifacts flying into the copper palace. Boom, a quarter of an hour later, black mists overflowed into the heavens. Huang rushed into the sky. She supported the bronze immortal palace with her hand, leaving Alcade ancient lands. The primal chaos immortal earth collapsed, turning into an expanse of multicolored mist, forever disappearing, no longer existing. She is. Duanda frowned. The Black Emperor was at a loss for words. He wanted to say something, but he discovered that he could only swallow a mouthful of saliva, finding it hard to speak. It was just this simple, just this easy. The great tomb was razed to the ground by her. She carried the grand bronze immortal palace in one hand, flying towards the ancient desolate forbidden land. No one in this world dared to stop her. She left just like that. Yi Fan said to himself. Ayo, we missed out on a tremendous opportunity. Just now, the ancient desolate forbidden land was empty, no one guarding it. We could have stolen the 9 wondrous divine medicine, and at the same time, we could have taken a look at how the path of immortality really was. Lama was too late for regrets. The others stared at it at the same time. Huang was so terrifying, who dared plunder her forbidden land? They really were tired of living. Even if they succeeded, they wouldn't be able to live for more than a few days. Huang left into the distance, a single step crossing tens of thousands of li. He passed through the heavens above. All birds and cultivators that encountered him turned into dust, their life force extinguished. Fortunately, she didn't walk on the great earth, or else nothing would be left. Her life force would be completely wiped out, and she would die for hundreds of thousands of li hong long long. The heavens collapsed and earth split apart. Black mist surged endlessly. Huang seemed to have returned to the ancient desolate forbidden land with a single step. It was as if this world couldn't contain her body. She held the bronze immortal palace in her hands, standing alone above the abyss for a long time. Then, she slowly descended, her figure disappearing into the darkness. Peace was restored in all directions. On the 9 sacred mountains, divine springs surged. The 9 wondrous divine medicine released a delicate fragrance, growing vigorously and flickering with radiance. The southern region was peaceful for a long time. Everyone was trembling inwardly. Huang appeared in the world, freely moving about the life-restricted lands. All of the cultivators in this region felt a deep fear, wishing to leave. Who could contend against an unmatched existence from the life-restricted lands? In the ancient years, all of the darkness chaos originated from the 7 great life-restricted lands. Many ancient saints fell in this battle, news spreading through the 5 regions. There was no one who wasn't horrified. Huang, who is she? She could actually appear in this world. Once she appears, who can contend against her? The ancient races are in mourning. This time, their losses were disastrous. A group of ancient saints were all wiped out in front of the emperor's tomb. Apart from a few individuals, no one else was able to escape. This is a great event since the creation of the world. The ruler of the life-restricted region took action. How many times has this happened since the ancient times? The entire world erupted into commotion. Huang appeared in the world, the effects great and incomparable. The people of the world were all discussing this. The ancient races were in a miserable state. This time, their teeth were crushed, and they swallowed the blood in their stomachs. It was just too miserable. A group of ancient saints were scattered and wiped out by a single person, not daring to resist. Why was it like this? Even an extreme Dao ancient emperor weapon couldn't stop her, sent flying with a single slap. Even the ancient emperor's aura that revived couldn't suppress her. What kind of existence was this? She didn't release the aura of a great emperor, but her flesh definitely reached this cultivation realm. Otherwise, how could she have these types of methods? This was what a saint king who survived said. Emperor realm flesh? This was a conclusion that made one couldn't help but think deeply and shiver inwardly. In this world, there should only be a single ancient emperor or great emperor. The two shouldn't meet, or else the others wouldn't be able to verify the Tao. Ah woo. The ancient races were covered in white mourning clothes. Many ancient saints died, many people crying. Those who could become ancient saints, which one of them wasn't the ancestor of a clan? Yet now, it ended like this. Northern region was filled with cries of grief. The emperor clans of all directions, king clans of all directions were covered in a gloomy mist. The losses were great, difficult to make up for. It really was a serious injury. Who was she? The entire world was discussing this. There wasn't a single person who didn't want to know. There is a 9-wonder divine medicine on the sacred mountain, one stalk divided into 9 stalks, watered daily by 9 divine springs, nourishing undying immortal energy. Could it be the divine silkworm ancient emperor? Within the ancient races, someone tossed out this type of conclusion. It was because the 9-wonder divine medicine belonged to the divine silkworm ridge's ancient emperor. Moreover, it was rumored that the divine silkworm exceeded the 10th transformation, reaching the ultimate realm, difficult for it to wither away. Impossible, it's been too long. The divine silkworm ancient emperor is someone from the archaic years, 1 or 2 million years have passed since then. How could he have lived until now? Moreover, the divine silkworm ridge had records that a half-emperor personally sent his father emperor into a divine ancient coffin, buried in the 9 heavens beyond. There was no way he could have appeared alive. It's the vicious great emperor, she might still be alive. There were a few ancient sects that recorded ancient secret histories. There were a few living fossils that came to this conclusion, but it was difficult for them to provide any convincing proof. Correct, the great tomb under Alcade seems to belong to the vicious person. If Huang is her, then it makes sense. However, who could live for so long? The vicious great emperor had already lived for more than 200,000 years. No matter how stunning she was, she still couldn't resist the passage of time. Was it really her? Devouring life force, this is extremely similar to her heaven-swallowing demonic art. To be more precise, it is a sublimated heavenly art. Someone made this association. Found it, I finally found a recording. In the ancient past, the 9 sacred mountains were originally a place of origin for the human race. It was rumored that the human ancestor came from outside this region, descending there. Later on, it was occupied by a holy spirit, she might be a holy spirit. The entire world was in an uproar. Everyone began to speculate, but no one came to a conclusion. The unmatched existences of the 7 great life-restricted regions all had terrifying origins. From past until now, apart from great emperors, no one truly knew their origins. Inside the ancient races, there was a bleak atmosphere. So many ancient saints died, injuring their foundation. That figure made them shiver inwardly. If this person was a great emperor, what race did she belong to? The archaic clans all shivered inwardly. It was because Huang slapped so many ancient saints to death with a single palm, targeting them. She is a human. I can tell that she is definitely not my ancient race's emperor. A saint king that escaped spoke, coming to this conclusion. It left all of the ancient race's virtuous ones shocked. As for the 3 great sages, they didn't say a single word after returning, directly entering seclusion, not saying anything. What? A living Motherf * king human king? The ancient race participants were all stupefied. Every single one of them felt a chill run from head to toe. This was a type of unmatched shock. Who is going to Origin Ancient Mine? Send news in. An extremely aged ancient king said with a trembling voice. Who can enter Origin Ancient Mine? If one recklessly barges in, there will definitely be a great disaster. Another ancient saint said. I believe she isn't targeting us, only going for the bronze immortal palace. We might have touched something we shouldn't have touched. When this ancient saint's words sounded, everyone was stunned. Then, they felt their bodies become even colder, their scalps a bit numb. Cold air seeped into their bones. That place was the ancient tomb of a human great emperor. Huang went to stop it, slaughtering so many saints. One could well imagine what this signified. Coexist peacefully with the human race, don't vainly think about treating them as food anymore. Meanwhile, the world has changed, long no longer the archaic era. The number of great emperors the human race has produced isn't any less than the ancient emperors. An old saint said. Many people became silent. From start to finish, it was always them who couldn't change their mentality, always feeling that the human race was weak and small, that they should be like the archaic era, relying on the various great clans, kneeling under their feet, taking life and death as they pleased. However, if one thought about it carefully, the human race didn't just produce a single great emperor, exceeding any of the ancient emperor clans, above all of the great clans. Race wiping out, that's just wishful thinking. If there really is a human great emperor alive, the ones who will be completely wiped out will be us. If we attack, it will only be a local battle, so we should stop before going too far. For example, attacking the human race's holy body, we definitely can't let him grow up. He can already slaughter saints now. This is a type of omen that can corroborate the Tao in the future. Someone said. Huang appeared, slaughtering the ancient clans until they were trembling with fear. They didn't dare anger him, but some of the more extreme ancient kings even more so realized that they definitely couldn't let the human race have another emperor, that they should be strangled in the cradle. Huang was suspected to be the human great emperor, and there were even more who believed that she was the vicious great emperor, the most astonishing and stunning individual in history. From that day forth, outside the ancient desolate restricted land, there were often people who kowtowed, praying for the human great emperor's protection, suppressing this great world where all races came from, returning the human race to peace. It was precisely from that day forth that an even more magnificent war song sounded. There were many corpses on the path of corroboration, the path of immortality about to open. Yifan was about to ascend the heavenly path, treading on this war song. With this poor Taoist's 1,800,000 years of cultivation, together with my many years of archaeological experience, the great tomb under Alcade definitely belongs to Huang, who is undoubtedly a fierce person. Duanda said. Uncle Duan, the human ancestor came to the Big Dipper only 1,000,000 years ago, far less than 1.8 million years ago, Yitong whispered. Duanda laughed and said, Who am I? One dream is 1,000,000 autumns. I became an immortal in the archaic era. Yitong rolled her eyes and ignored him. The name Desolate made Yifan's heart pound. He had formed many karmic ties with this stunning woman along the way. Brat, you're in big trouble. Not to mention the myriad energy cauldron and the immortal treasure map, even the divine fruit you picked when you came to the Big Dipper and the 9-dragon coffin was planted by Desolate. You owe her a great favor from the very beginning. The Black Emperor bared his teeth. Yifan was in big trouble. Going to the land of ascension and taking out the green cauldron on earth was also related to Desolate. Impossible, how can a person live for more than 200,000 years? I don't believe it, not even if she is a human emperor. Longma shook his head. It's useless even if you don't believe it. All signs point to Desolate being a shell shed by Desolate. The Black Emperor sneered. This doesn't make sense. Did she become an immortal? A shell can become immortal and turn into a forbidden land. What can't she do? Longma's eyes widened. I didn't believe it in the past either, but Alcade's Black Gold Emperor Cauldron, this great tomb, and Desolation's longevity power have made me realize what kind of true meaning Emperor Wuxia revealed when he gazed at the 9 sacred mountains, looked back at Alcade's old land, and looked at the northern region. The ancient desolate forbidden land was most likely created by a human emperor. The Black Emperor gazed into the southern lands. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. One of the 7 forbidden zones was created by a human. How could this be shocking? How could she be so heaven-defying? How could she do all this? Longma came from the other side of the starry sky, so he didn't know much about ancient emperors. Because she is a ruthless person. Duanda said. The meaning behind her words was clear. There was no need for any other reason. She was a ruthless person, and that was enough. There was nothing she couldn't do. A gust of cold wind blew over. Alcade's old land was in a state of devastation. White bones were everywhere in the surrounding wasteland, and all kinds of birds and beasts were almost wiped out. Once Huang appeared, she would devour heaven and earth, all types of life energy seized by her, terrifying beyond compare. Yifan and the others returned to the north region and entered the heavenly village. Dongfang Yi, Yan Yishi, Li Heishui, and the others gathered from time to time. They were all shocked when they talked about the ancient desolate forbidden lands. Now, they could only guess that it was related to Vicious, and that it might be her. However, there was no conclusive evidence at all. What were the origins of the other 6 forbidden zones? The path of immortality was about to open. It was unknown whether or not the unparalleled existences of these forbidden lands would jump out when the day came. It was hard to imagine what kind of great waves would be created. The most glorious golden age has arrived. The magnificent war song has already been played, and I don't know how many people will die. Killing Saint Chi Luo said with narrowed eyes. In the following days, Yifan kept a low profile, and he had no choice but to do so. First, he killed the heavenly prince, and then he chased the golden goddess Guangho to escape. In the end, he slaughtered the ancient Saint Ho Tan. His performance was too dazzling. Some people from the ancient races secretly offered a price. Whoever could kill Yifan would receive an astonishing reward. Many great races wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Undercurrents were surging, and no one from the radical faction was willing to see Yifan become a saint. Allowing someone who could prove the Tao to smoothly mature would be a disaster for them. Killing him in the cradle was the best choice. In the recent 2 months, Yifan had always been in seclusion. Even if there were people who were proficient in divination and divine techniques, they couldn't calculate anything because he had the green copper cauldron on him. During these days, he stood on the 6th minor step of the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao. He could step onto the 7th minor step at any time, but he still couldn't grasp the essentials and couldn't advance. Sitting in seclusion couldn't solve the problem. In another 3 or 4 months, he would leave this world. Yifan sighed softly and stood up. He decided to go out for a walk and take one last look. Once he stepped onto the heavenly path and embarked on the most powerful journey of training, he might never return. Perhaps he would become a clump of yellow soil scattered in outer space. The old master of the extraordinary warrior manner made it clear that even 3 people with the human race's divine physique had died in battle. Their blood dyed the starry skies and their bones were buried in foreign lands. Those were all his seniors who had the same physique as him and might not be weaker than him. During these days, the world was in turmoil and couldn't calm down. 3 ancient sages from outer space descended on this ancient star, causing everyone to be alarmed. This indicated that the opening of the immortal path was near. People were both expectant and afraid. The number of people who wanted to enter the immortal domain was limited, and they would most likely fight until the ancient star collapsed. When Yifan came out, he discovered that the various lands weren't peaceful. He learned from secret channels that anyone who could provide clues related to him could obtain a divine artifact as a reward. Just how shocking was this? One has to understand that most ancient sages didn't even have divine materials to refine weapons. Only a few people had divine artifacts. Apart from this, the ancient desolate forbidden land became an immortal land that people worshipped. Incense smoke rose in spirals every day. Many human cultivators went there to pay their respects, treating Huang as the human race's great emperor. West of Hanggu Pass, the one-way small-scale 5-colored altar continues, appearing on many ancient stars. Where exactly does it lead to? Yifan said to himself. That day, he, Longma and the others descended outside Undying Mountain, but they didn't find the 5-colored altar that should have appeared. Based on their suspicions, it might be inside Undying Mountain, but they really couldn't enter to search. Perhaps it might be outside Undying Mountain. Yifan arrived in the central region again. He stood outside Undying Mountain and looked at these majestic black great mountains. They were all grand and imposing, the kings and emperors of these mountains, so, suddenly, a streak of light rushed past. It was too fast, difficult for one to see clearly. It brushed past Undying Mountain and entered the distant great wastelands. What is this? Yifan was shocked. He felt that it was a bit familiar and chased after it. Unfortunately, after searching for an hour, he didn't find anything. Later on, a group of cultivators chased after it. The mountain range was in chaos. Dao brother, what happened? Yifan asked for guidance. Are you someone from the central region? Don't you know what happened recently? Someone stopped and looked at him strangely. I just happened to see it when I was passing by. Could it be that there are some hidden secrets? Yifan asked. A strange magical artifact appeared near Undying Mountain. It has become more and more vicious these days, often going to plunder cultivators and collect their blood. Just now, a well-known figure was even captured. What? There was such a thing? Yi Fan was astonished. Apart from a few exceptions, normally, only holy artifacts could produce deities and develop spiritual intelligence. Now, this type of secret treasure actually appeared in this world. In the end, the search came to nothing. People didn't find anything. Yi Fan also searched outside Undying Mountain for a few days, but he still couldn't find the small five-colored altar. He could only choose to leave. Just as he was leaving, Yi Fan saw a silver flying magical artifact disappear in a flash. It tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning and fled into the distance in an instant. It's it. Yi Fan was shocked. He recognized it. It was the magical artifact he saw a few days ago. It was also the mysterious flying machine he saw in the Central Region's sky-gazing ancient city several decades ago. Sky-gazing city was one of the Central Region's 10 great ancient cities. There was a sparkling stone platform in the city. According to legend, Great Emperor Wu Shi often gazed into outer space from there. Several decades ago, Yi Fan, Peng Bo, and the Black Emperor had seen a flying machine descend from outer space with their own eyes. It attracted the Central Region's cultivators in a frantic pursuit, and in the end, it fell into Undying Mountain. In those distant ancient years, there were often legends that powerful divine objects would occasionally fall from the boundless starry sky. Back then, people naturally thought that it was a divine artifact from outer space. However, Yi Fan saw it clearly. It looked extremely similar to a flying saucer. It really does look like a flying saucer. Now that he saw it again, he was immediately shaken. It was exactly the same as what he saw in the past. That was a huge luminous object. Its speed was extremely fast, and it dove into the depths of the mountain range like a silver beam of light. It was shaped like a huge disc, flickering with a cold metallic luster. Yi Fan used the movement secret character and chased after it. However, he still didn't find anything and didn't find any clues. It came out from Undying Mountain. He was very astonished. What kind of place was Undying Mountain? No one knew it better than him because he had personally entered it. If it wasn't for little Nan Nan, even the Black Emperor, a great formation master, would have died inside a long time ago. Yi Fan re-entered Sky-Gazing City and learned about the recent events in the Central Region. He was sure that it was the flying machine that fell in outer space back then, because many people also remembered it. It seemed to have been damaged back then, but now that it's repaired, it's starting to attack many cultivators without the slightest scruple. As long as a streak of light sweeps past, no expert can stop it and will be captured. Now, everyone is in a state of panic. Yi Fan was astonished. This flying machine was actually collecting blood. Some of the people it captured in the beginning died, and some were released. That was why people knew about it. The more powerful the creature, the more interested it is. From strange beasts to humans, and then to the ancient race, it has captured at least several hundred to over 1,000 people in a short half a month. You're wrong. It started taking action several years ago, but it's becoming more and more unrestrained these days. Only then did more and more people learn about it. I reckon that it might have achieved its objective and wants to leave. That's why it isn't hiding anymore. Sure enough, in the following days, this disc-shaped flying machine appeared frequently. In the end, an astonishing rumor actually appeared. Several of the ancient race's Tao executioners were swept through by the divine light and captured. What? It's starting to take action against the Tao executioners. It's becoming more and more unrestrained. Everyone was stupefied. At the same time, they felt a chill. What kind of weapon was this? Why was it always targeting cultivators? In the following days, this mysterious magical artifact flickering with silver radiance that seemed to be forged from greenish-white divine gold frequently appeared. It actually attacked the demon race's ancient holy land of inheritance, Panyao Palace. Moreover, at the same time, several important places of the human race and ancient race in the Central Region were separately attacked, and many experts went missing. It's crazy. If a weapon dares to act like this, it's most likely going to draw out the ancient saints. It's definitely a formidable divine artifact. Everyone was dumbstruck. Weng, the void rumbled. No one had expected it to appear in the sky-gazing city and search for a powerful target. Yi Fan frowned. This disc-shaped flying machine was extremely large, and its speed was almost catching up to light. It was truly astonishing, and its material was even more special. It was comparable to the divine material used to forge divine artifacts. Swoosh, a streak of divine light swept down and actually rushed towards him. Yi Fan activated the move character art, but he was still a step too late. This beam of light was extremely large, covering almost half of the city. Damn it, it's making a move against me. Yi Fan discovered that he couldn't help but soar into the sky along with the beam of light, heading straight for the greenish-gold disc. This was an orange beam of light that enveloped Yi Fan. Hazy multicolored light surrounded him and allowed him to soar into the enormous azurite disc. Spatial Dao marks, Yi Fan discovered that this light was the law of the void. The strands merged together to form this bizarre light. The flying machine emitted a silver radiance as it swallowed the heaven and earth. When he approached the azurite disc, he was even more certain that this artifact was a type of compound divine material that could be used to refine divine artifacts. Among them were Daluo silver essence, azurite, mutton fat jade iron, and others. Xiao, the law of light was too fast. Yi Fan was almost transformed into light. The disc flickered with a cold metallic luster. The bottom opened up to reveal a light hole. That sucked him in. Then, the bottom closed. This was an enormous golden palace, or perhaps it could be called a cage. It was spacious and silent as if he had arrived in the cosmos. The four walls were made of metal with many runes carved on them. There were also flowers, birds, fish, insects, birds, and beasts. They flickered with specks of luster like the stars in the night sky. Meanwhile, the top of the arc was densely covered with all kinds of profound and complex patterns. Yi Fan was startled. Was this really a flying saucer? No matter how he looked at it, it looked like a powerful spatial artifact that had sucked him in. This was a small world within the artifact. These patterns are Dao marks. He frowned and realized that it was far from as simple as he had imagined. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to restrain him like the interweaving laws within a divine artifact. This was a bit different from what he had expected. It might not necessarily be a flying saucer. It might really be a strange artifact that had given birth to a deity. That was why there were all kinds of strange phenomena. Boom, Yi Fan stretched out his palm. His golden fist flickered with blazing light as it smashed towards the metal wall. Now, his physical strength alone was enough to shatter a half-sage artifact. However, the reality was beyond his expectations. The golden wall buzzed and buzzed, but it wasn't damaged. Streaks of patterns and beautiful lines swayed like silver snakes. It's not a flying saucer, but a divine artifact. Yi Fan was astonished. Boom, he circulated his divine force again. His golden body was as clear as colored glass. All the pores on his body were swallowing multicolored light and releasing brilliant radiance. The attack power of Yi Fan's fist was incomparably great. It shattered the vacuum and struck the inner wall, but it still only produced a loud metallic sound. There were no signs of damage. What a powerful fleshly body. It has the purest and most powerful bloodline power. If I can find a peerless golden body, it could be a candidate for the strongest bloodline body. This is a rare treasure. A spiritual wave was transmitted over, as if it was evaluating Yi Fan, revealing a kind of excitement. At the same time, a piece of metal wall became transparent, and this spacious pure metal palace could be seen through from the outside. Yi Fan discovered that this huge metal disc was made of divine material and was engraved with Taoist marks, but he couldn't completely rule out that it wasn't a flying saucer. What he saw in front of him made him feel rather uneasy. The outside world was even more vast. There were metal palaces one after another, every single one of them sparkling and translucent. It was unknown what kind of material they were made of, but all types of creatures were locked up within. Demon race, human race, ancient race, all kinds of different races. Yi Fan discovered that the creatures locked up here were all extremely powerful races. Even the birds of prey and beasts were all ancient species. For example, there was a golden-winged pung whose entire body seemed to be made of gold. It was several hundred meters long and dazzling, and there was also a three-legged golden crow surging with raging flames. The spatial laws of this place are too powerful. Several hundred meters of strange beasts are all contained within a small metal palace. Yi Fan was astonished. He could imagine that this huge metal disc didn't use up as much divine material as he had imagined. It was just that there were extremely powerful Taoist marks interweaving throughout it. Meanwhile, there were many small palaces within it. As a result, it was able to accommodate the experts of various races, and it wasn't chaotic. Those Dao executioners are also here. Yi Fan discovered the Dao executioners of the ancient race. They were dispirited and listless, and there were bloodstains dripping from their bodies. It seemed like their blood had been extracted. This was a prison. There were over 10,000 small metal palaces, and they were all sparkling and translucent. Almost all of them were locked up with powerful races. It was to the extent where Yi Fan discovered a stoneman, only, it was badly damaged. It was only at the Dao severing realm and not a true Holy Spirit. Apart from this, he also saw a few races he didn't recognize at all. He suspected that they didn't belong to this ancient star. Their entire bodies were dark green in color, and they didn't possess human forms. They were actually able to control lightning innately. They were hacking at the palaces, wishing to rush out. It was clear that the spacious giant palace Yi Fan was staying in couldn't be considered a prison. It was merely an entrance used to capture cultivators. A strange sound rang through the air. A fire phoenix that was completely brilliant and blood-red like multicolored clouds suddenly appeared not too far away. There was no way this was a true phoenix. It was just a descendant that possessed its blood, and the purity was extremely high. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so similar. Five-colored auspicious light flickered about. It was as if it was cast from phoenix blood and gold as it rushed over murderously. Chong, a single flap of its wings would tear apart the void. Every inch of its flesh was terrifyingly powerful. The flowing blood released thunderous sounds. One could see just how powerful its physique was. Chi. This was a true phoenix spreading its wings. The phoenix blood scarlet golden multicolored light was dazzling. It tore through the void and hacked at Yi Fan's head. In addition, a pair of phoenix claws moved towards the crown of his head. A Dao-severing phoenix blood mutant beast. Yi Fan was shocked. There were so many powerful ancient divine seeds locked up in the metal disc. It was simply a treasury. Any one of them that was released was already like this. If it was a normal person, they would undoubtedly die after being attacked by this phoenix descendant. Just its physical strength alone was unmatched. Its bloodline was powerful, and with a wave of its wings, it could tear apart the void. However, who was Yi Fan? This was a glorious human race divine body. Just based on physical strength alone, who dared contend against him in the Dao severing realm? If they faced him head-on, they would only be defeated and killed. Peng, when Yi Fan stretched out his body, his movements looked extremely slow. However, this was just a type of misconception. His fist was like golden lightning as it smashed into this Dao severing phoenix's body. The sound of bones shattering rang through the air. At the same time, a large misty rain of blood scattered down on the golden palace. This type of miraculous phoenix tumbled outwards, its scarlet golden plumed feathers fluttering about. Yi Fan frowned. This phoenix's physical body was ridiculously powerful. If it was any other Dao severing expert, they would have most likely turned into a bloody paste. Not even a bone fragment would remain. Worthy of being a treasure-level species. The prey we caught this time can be considered exceptional. Its blood is priceless and worth having. The sound of someone clapping could be heard, as if they were sighing in admiration. Within the tens of thousands of metal palaces, there was a jade passageway that flickered with brilliant radiance. A male and female walked over, both of them with long purple hair that was bright and supple. They both possessed extremely beautiful appearances that were similar to humans. I already said that there was no need to test it out. This prey is extremely perfect, yet you just didn't believe me. You practically wasted one of the most powerful mutant phoenixes, said that male. He was extremely handsome, and he wore battle clothes that flickered with silver radiance. There were powerful Dao marks interweaved on them. The female's purple hair reached her waist, and her skin was spotlessly white like fine jade. Her pupils flickered with purple light, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. She also wore divine clothes that flowed with metallic luster. She smiled and said, "I didn't expect to have such a great harvest before leaving." Yifan looked at them coldly through the metal walls that had already become transparent. Without a doubt, these two viewed him as prey, as if they were facing a wild beast that didn't belong to the same world. Dao patterns flickered beneath their feet, and all types of symbols appeared. The enormous metal palace that Yifan was in trembled. Multicolored light erupted, and strand after strand of divine patterns covered it densely. Whoosh, he was transported into another sealed metal room, far away from the palace area that he had just seen. This place seemed to be a laboratory, and through the sparkling and translucent prison walls, he could see all types of equipment outside. Yi Fan revealed an astonished expression. This place was densely covered with Dao marks and had modern technology. It was truly a bit different, as if two civilizations had blended together. However, he wasn't very astonished, because he himself came from a technological civilization on the other side of the starry sky, even though that place wasn't considered prosperous or developed. Through your eyes, I can see the astonishment. Is it very strange? The purple-haired male stood with his hands behind his back, and there was a trace of mockery at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he was examining his own slave. He sized him up and said, "The vastness of the universe is beyond your imagination. Even though almost all of them are dead stars and only a few ancient stars with life, it is enough to give birth to different civilizations." The purple-eyed female's hair was bright and beautiful, and there was a kind of spirituality about her. Her whole body flickered with sparkling radiance, and she also looked at Yifan for a long time. She seemed to be very satisfied and said, "Extract the blood of this prey, and it can most likely be used to create the strongest combat body. It might be comparable to the other few samples of divine blood in our eternal kingdom, or even comparable to the sealed and precious ancient blood of the gods in the celestial treasury." They were all communicating through spiritual waves, or else Yifan wouldn't have been able to understand them. It was obvious that they came from an extraterrestrial civilization and had a unique language. "Who are you, where did you come from, and how many ancient stars with life are there in the universe? Why have you come here? What is your purpose?" Yifan didn't have the slightest awareness of being a captive. Instead, he asked one question after another, asking the other party, "Who is the captive?" The purple-haired male smiled indifferently, and the silver battle suit on his body flowed with divine splendor. Then, he violently stomped on a formation pattern on the ground, and the densely packed metal room was instantly intertwined with lightning. It was no less than a heavenly tribulation, and it was formed by a killing formation. However, what surprised him was that Yifan didn't move at all. The lightning covered his body, and the pores all over his body relaxed as he tempered his body with lightning. Golden ripples spread across his body, and he looked like a golden god of war. So powerful. The man couldn't help but nod. He originally wanted to let Yifan suffer a little, but he didn't expect the lightning to be ineffective. Oh, the blood flowing in his body can't really be comparable to the ancient blood of the gods, right? Immediately carry out a blood sample analysis. The purple-eyed female's eyes were burning with a strange splendor. Obviously, this kind of passion in her beautiful eyes was only the anticipation of the extraordinary performance of her prey, and nothing else. A group of people walked over and entered the laboratory. They turned on all kinds of technological instruments and discussed something from time to time. Unfortunately, there was a language barrier, and Yifan couldn't understand what they were talking about. These people looked at him as if they were facing the most precious prehistoric species, and their eyes were burning with passion. Yifan could see that these people indeed came from another civilized world. They had grasped the Tao marks and laws, and combined with the technological civilization, they formed an extremely terrifying system. "You guys be careful. The biggest harvest of this hunt is him, and he's the most perfect individual. You must be careful when extracting his blood and God rule shards. Don't let him fall," the purple-haired male instructed solemnly. "That's right. I'm going to raise this prey and treasure it in the heavenly immortal garden. I'm going to use it to compete with the divine pets of those princesses and Uncle Wang," the purple-eyed female said in high spirits. Yifan faced them coldly and looked at them quietly. These people really treated him as an inferior species, or even a wild beast. A huge screen flickered, and many light sources inside the flying saucer lit up. They all shone towards Yifan, and all kinds of Tao marks revived in the metal room. They interweaved into silver snakes and were about to connect to his body. They were going to calculate and analyze. Through that huge screen. Suddenly, Yifan sensed danger. Tens of thousands of silver snakes materialized and pierced towards his body to suck his blood. He couldn't stay calm anymore at this moment. This metal room was incomparably sturdy and comparable to a divine artifact. It was refined from divine materials, and he didn't want to waste time. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he directly took out the green copper cauldron from within his body. Now, he couldn't activate this immortal cauldron, but he could carry it with his hand and directly smash it like a heavy weapon. Dang, Yifan's strength was great. He swung the green cauldron with his arm and heavily struck the metal wall. A streak of green light flashed past, and the entire sealed metal wall was smashed into pieces. Quick, stop him. These people immediately turned pale with fright. This was something that had never happened before. They had previously evaluated this prey and believed that it was impossible for him to shake the flying divine artifact, but now, such a terrifying thing had happened. You want to raise me? I think it's more like you guys are my pets. Besides, this ship also belongs to me. After Yifan broke free, he pounced towards the man and woman in the lead. Inside the laboratory made of metal, all kinds of instruments were flashing. The giant screen was the most dazzling. After Yifan escaped, the entire metal palace was filled with ear-piercing alarms. At the same time, ancient runes were flashing on the ground and metal walls. Beautiful lines lit up, like the proudest masterpiece of a calligrapher. It was full of a strong sense of beauty and condensed the charm of the great path. Without a doubt, this was the power of the divine order. It was condensed from the great path, a civilization where technology and rules blended together to form a terrifying system. Inside the metal palace, it was as if a grand firework shower was blooming, gorgeous and colorful. All the runes were resurrected and intertwined into a terrifying pattern, covering Yifan. The power of a divine instrument, Yifan's expression changed. He finally saw the terror of the spaceship. This was not the flying saucer from the other side of the starry sky, but a divine instrument made of divine materials. Chi. In addition to the broken green cauldron, a black arrow appeared in his hand. With a forceful stroke, all kinds of divine rules that were rushing toward him were disintegrated. Everyone in the laboratory was shocked and shouted. Lines swam on the metal wall, shining with immortal divine light, and more powerful rules were intertwined. Boom! Yifan abandoned the man and woman in the lead and used the Xing formula. He came to the edge of the laboratory in one step, holding the green copper cauldron and using it as a golden hammer to beat drums. He smashed it hard. Pa! Even the metal palace made of divine materials couldn't withstand a scratch from the green copper. With a series of cracking sounds, the front wall that was several feet thick collapsed, turning into metal pieces that crashed into other areas. Quick, stop him, the purple-haired man shouted. Two beams of purple light shot out from his eyes and turned into divine rules, striking at Yifan. This was not a pure technological civilization. They had taken a different path. They had technology and mastered the divine rules of the great path, complementing each other to perfection. Clang, Yifan's midbrows flashed, and the primitive emperor's Taoist sword struck out. It turned into a small golden sword that was about an inch long and shattered the divine rules. Suppress it with all your strength. If we can't guarantee that we can keep it alive, it's fine as long as we can collect enough blood. That purple-eyed woman shouted. Her fine jade-like skin flowed with immortal splendor. She removed a shiny bracelet that was actually made from everlasting silver essence, smashing it over. Clang, Yifan blocked it with the black arrow, stabbing it, releasing a string of sparks, erupting with a type of heaven overflowing might. This bracelet flourished with silver light, it was actually holy might. He sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of people were they? It was one thing for this large flying artifact to be a sacred artifact, but even the bracelet that the woman was wearing was a sacred artifact. Luster flowed on the metallic walls, flickering with a hazy radiance. It neutralized the overflowing fluctuations of the holy war, and did not destroy this region. Whoosh, the silver bracelet flew back, releasing strand after strand of silver radiance. It descended like moonlight, covering the elf-like purple-eyed woman below. Chi. With a shake of his hand, Yifan threw out the black arrow, aiming straight for that woman. It turned into a streak of black light, and the holy level fluctuations made the entire space unstable, on the verge of collapse. At the same time, he also turned into a streak of golden lightning, rushing over to capture them alive. Clang, another metallic sound rang through the air. The silver-white shining bracelet collided with the black arrow. Both of them flipped over, sending down streaks of great Tao divine splendor, enveloping their respective owners. Diamond Chakram, Yifan was shaken. This woman's sacred artifact was very special, extremely similar to his father's Diamond Chakram. Even though it wasn't the Quasi-Emperor's artifact, it still surpassed the weapons of ordinary ancient saints, enough to contend against his black arrow. Was there an elder riding a green ox who went to your ancient star? Yifan shouted, staring straight into her eyes. Boom, on the other side, a thick beam of light blasted over. The silver-white battle clothes on the purple-haired man flickered, resonating with the entire ship. A beam of holy light shot over from another region, comparable to a saint's attack. This was the divine light contained within the flying saucer, and its offensive power was extremely powerful. It was equivalent to a resurrected divine artifact. If it was anyone else standing here, they would definitely not have a corpse left. Seeing this, Yifan didn't use the black arrow this time. He directly swung the green copper cauldron, smashing it into the beam of light, causing it to collapse on the spot. Quickly retreat, this native is beyond imagination. He has a broken artifact of an ancient god on him, surpassing the level of this saint-level ship, an elder shouted. The purple-eyed woman protected herself with the diamond chakram, and with a flash of brilliance, she disappeared from where she stood. However, the purple-haired man wasn't so lucky. As soon as he moved, he was forced back by Yifan's black arrow. Isolate him, someone cried out. The laws of the void interweaved, and all kinds of holy light danced. Tao marks arranged themselves in the void, forming a special divine law. Boom! Yifan activated the green copper cauldron, using it as a heavenly deity's hammer. One force could defeat 10, and it heavily struck the profound and complex divine law traces. This place collapsed, and the isolation failed. He leapt 100 meters and appeared beside the purple-haired man. He fought in close combat with the black holy arrow protecting his body. It hung above his head, and black light poured down. He reached out with his golden palm and grabbed forward. Bang! The purple-haired man's entire body flickered with Tao marks, and he became the embodiment of divine laws. He exchanged a palm strike with Yifan, and as a result, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Yifan was astonished. He had attacked with all his strength, yet this man only had his arm broken and blood spurted out of his mouth. He didn't turn into a pile of broken bones, and one could imagine how extraordinary his physique was. What? Even the king physique that refined many kinds of powerful physiques had his arm broken and couldn't withstand a single blow? The expressions of the people behind him changed greatly. They were even more astonished than Yifan. Their system was very special, and also very terrifying. The purple-haired man's physical body had long been tempered to a shocking degree through secret methods, and he was known as the immortal king body. However, he was sent flying like a scarecrow. This is a legendary indestructible golden body. I didn't expect to see it here. This prey is priceless. We must capture him alive and don't let him escape. The purple-eyed woman appeared in another area and ordered through the giant screen. You'd better pray for yourself. The corner of Yifan's mouth curled into a sneer. He broke the brilliant screen with one finger, causing the signal to be cut off. He left behind an afterimage as he closed in on the purple-haired man. His palm came crashing down, and with a kacha sound, it landed on the purple-haired man's body. Dozens of bones were broken, and a mouthful of purple blood flew out. It was different from the scarlet blood from before. Even though a group of people were controlling all types of Tao marks, they still couldn't stop it. All types of symbols shone, releasing brilliant light, but they were a step too slow. Yifan lifted the purple-haired man up. His golden finger tapped the center of the purple-haired man's brows. As long as he poked forward lightly, he would be able to break his immortal foundation. However, the ground beneath his feet dimmed as all types of light vanished. He discovered that he had appeared in a stretch of nothingness. It was like he had arrived in the dark cosmos, boundless and without end. This was the black prison of the flying shuttle. The spatial laws these people had reached the acme of perfection. There were formation runes everywhere on the ground, teleporting him and the purple-haired man here, isolating them from each other. Yifan mentioned this man whose identity wasn't simple. What do you treat me as? A wild beast? Wanting to refine my blood? Who do you think you are? You should be my battle pet instead. The purple-haired man was very handsome, and his physique was extremely powerful after being tempered hundreds and thousands of times. But in front of Yifan, even his immortal king body wasn't enough. With a light tap, one of his bones would break, and the pain caused him to break out in a layer of sweat. I have no choice but to admit that I've underestimated you. To think that there's actually such a mutant among these aboriginals, possessing the magical treasure of an ancient god. This has exceeded my expectations. The purple-haired man spoke. Gotcha, Yifan slapped down and broke a section of his calf bone. You guys think that you're a cut above others and think that we're lowly aboriginals. It's a pity that you're only SOSO. There's nothing special about you. A look of disdain flashed through the purple-haired man's eyes. It was a kind of arrogance and conceit. However, he concealed it very well, afraid that Yifan would make him suffer. Unfortunately, Yifan had cultivated the Source Heaven's Eye. This kind of expression that flashed through his eyes couldn't escape his eyes. He directly smashed down with his golden fist and broke the man's thigh bone. I should find an iron chain and tie it around your neck so that you won't always think that you're infallible. Isn't it just a fusion of technological civilization and laws? What's there to be proud of in such a system? The purple-haired man was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. His bones were almost broken. He was very indignant. Compared to close combat physical techniques, they cultivated god laws. Although they could use other methods to continuously transform their physiques, they didn't rely on themselves to achieve it. At this moment, he was very indignant. If you lowly aboriginals enter our eternal kingdom, you'll only be captured. You're not a match for us at all, he said coldly while enduring the pain. Swoosh, Yifan took out an iron chain and tied it around his neck. He really locked him up and treated him like a battle pet. You. The purple-haired man was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of purple blood. He was usually high and mighty and thought that he could look down on all races. In the end, he was treated like this by this aborigine. You what? I'll reward you with a pot sticker. You want to capture me and make me your battle pet? Do you want to be a god or a deity? Yifan slapped him, causing blood to seep out from the corner of his mouth. This is a legendary indestructible golden body. It might be able to nurture the strongest battle physique. We have to obtain his blood no matter what. As for my brother, be careful and rescue him. The elf-like beautiful purple-eyed lady said from another metal palace hall. She was watching everything in the black prison through the screen. Beep, beep, not far away, the sound of an instrument scanning could be heard. It transmitted back some data of the green copper cauldron. After hundreds of trillions of calculations, it was still difficult to determine its grade. The warning red line continued to rise. Bang, a cloud of green smoke was emitted. All the equipment here collapsed and exploded. The place was a mess. A silver-haired young man reported to the purple-eyed lady, the green copper cauldron is difficult to simulate. Just the patterns on its surface are so complex that it's hard to understand. Now, we can be sure that it's really an artifact of an ancient god. If it's intact, it might be one of the strongest weapons under the starry sky. This aborigine has a damaged divine artifact. It's beyond the control of our Saint-class spaceship. It's best to give up, or else we might get into trouble. Another middle-aged man with golden hair draped over his shoulders suggested. The purple-eyed lady frowned and said, but, do you know his value? He's comparable to our eternal kingdom's several strongest war bodies. We can use his precious blood to create the most powerful warrior that can compete with the others. One day, after he grows up, he might be comparable to the ancient god's blood sealed in the immortal treasury. We must capture him. I hope he can become my war pet. But, the difficulty is too great. It's most likely impossible. Even though that divine artifact is damaged, it's still not something a Saint-class weapon can contend against. The golden-haired middle-aged man frowned and solemnly suggested for her to give up. Even though the others were very excited to see the legendary indestructible golden body, they had no choice but to face it rationally. After sighing, they advised the purple-eyed lady that the feasibility was very low. Alright, think of all ways to injure this aborigine. If we can't capture him alive, then we must obtain his golden sacred blood. The purple-eyed lady made her final decision and gave this order. Rumble, a loud sound rang out, and the entire spaceship shook. Black prison exploded, and Yifan rushed up with the green copper cauldron in one hand and the purple-haired man in the other. He unleashed a massacre and charged straight for the main control room. Not good, why are all the instruments malfunctioning? These are all secret artifacts with laws carved on them. It's difficult for outsiders to move them. How could it be like this? He grasps a special type of divine law that can interfere. These foreign guests were in a state of chaos. Army secret formula, turn. Yifan lightly shouted and strode forward. He used the army secret formula to control the various artifacts inside the spaceship, causing them to become chaotic. Boom, he held the green copper cauldron with irresistible force as he charged straight for the main control room. All of the metal walls were made of divine materials and carved with great Tao divine patterns, but they couldn't stop his footsteps. Eternal killing formation, intercept. An old man shouted. His hands moved, and all kinds of symbols appeared on the metal walls and ground, forming an exceptional killing formation. Swoosh, Yifan drew his bow and released an arrow. A black arrow shot out, rumbling with saintly might. With a dong sound, it hit the metal wall that was several zhang thick. The metal luster was shattered on the spot, and the great Tao symbols all collapsed. Pfft. At the same time, this powerful old man was pierced by the arrow. Blood gushed out, and then he turned into a bloody pulp in a breath's time. The holy power scattered him in the void. Stop him. The silver-haired young man was a commander, and he shouted loudly. However, dozens of people rushed over and activated the various Tao marks inside the saint-level spaceship to attack, but it was completely ineffective. Yifan directly placed the broken cauldron on his head, and the two black arrows in his hands were also emitting saintly might. Clang, the black arrows flew out, and the metal in front of them shattered. Even the divine materials made of Daluo silver essence, black gold, and suet jade iron couldn't stop the two arrows. Hurry, use the divine light to sweep him out, chase him out of the holy ship, and temporarily give up on the golden holy blood. The purple-eyed girl shouted. The golden-haired middle-aged man who was standing not far away personally controlled it. This holy ship released resplendent radiance, and a streak of divine light swept towards Yifan. It was precisely the kind of light that restrained him on this ship, and it was difficult to evade. However, this time, he didn't move in the slightest. They couldn't send him away, because there was a green copper cauldron on his head, rendering the divine light ineffective. Shua, Yifan quickly closed in. He was unrivaled in close combat. With a walla sound, a divine chain was shaken out, and it wrapped around this purple-eyed young lady's snow-white and exquisite neck, wrapping around her. You. The purple-eyed young lady's hair fluttered about. She was so angry that her immortal body was trembling. The diamond chakram on her wrist flew out, and silver splendor erupted, releasing supreme saintly might. However, it was sent flying by the black arrow with a ding sound. You seem to like raising war pets quite a bit. What do you think about me raising you? The corners of Yifan's lips curled up slightly. You, impudent. The purple-eyed girl's eyebrows stood vertically and her almond-shaped eyes widened. A flush of redness appeared on her fine jade-like skin. This was completely out of anger. A native had locked her up and treated her like a war pet. Ding dang, the divine chain was like a string of red agate as it wrapped around her swan-like neck. Yifan forcefully pulled and brought her over, turning her into a captive. The unbridled one is yet to come. The purple-eyed girl staggered and almost fell onto the ground. This was an unimaginable embarrassment. She had been caught by her prey and treated like this. It made her both ashamed and angry. Hong, the diamond chakram that was shot away by the black arrow turned around and turned into the size of a millstone. It was sparkling white and a light tremble was enough to annihilate the void. This was a divine artifact not only in name but also in reality. Ding! Yifan slashed out with the black arrow. Black light filled the sky and sent the diamond chakram flying. However, its terrifying might became even more powerful. The inside of the ring turned into a black hole that devoured everything. It wanted to suck Yi Fan inside. The various instruments in the ship turned into dust and were sucked inside. Yi Fan's heart jumped. This was truly the same divine might as his father's diamond chakram. Could it be that this quasi-emperor from ancient China had appeared in the everlasting kingdom? He wanted to shoot the black arrow inside, but he was afraid that it would be devoured by the black hole. A clash between divine artifacts could easily destroy a region. It was too bitter. Hong Long, he threw the green copper cauldron towards the black hole. He didn't believe that it could swallow this immortal cauldron. The diamond chakram would most likely shatter. As expected, the diamond chakram knew how powerful it was and immediately dodged. Zhing zhing, a sweet-sounding metallic sound rang out. The diamond chakram suddenly broke apart and turned into an expanse of dazzling light. It entered the body of the purple-eyed girl captured by Yi Fan. Specks of light flickered on the surface of her body. The diamond chakram actually reformed after breaking apart and turned into a mysterious armor. It wrapped around her and turned her into a silver-white metal person. The diamond chakram looked small, but the size of its reconstruction was disproportionate to its original size. This was a humanoid metal person that was many times thicker than normal battle armor. Boom, the purple-eyed woman's strength had also grown many times stronger. She broke free from Yi Fan's hold and swung her silver-colored fist forward. The power behind her attack was comparable to that of a sacred artifact. What is this? A saint artifact could transform into a saint garment? Yi Fan was surprised and revealed a strange expression. The cultivators of this system were really hard to understand. He used the black arrow to block the light emitted by the holy garment and counterattacked. Now that his physical body was comparable to that of a saint, even if the other party wore the holy garment, he was not afraid. His golden fists hit the silvery white metal man and made a clanging sound. The people in the distance all shivered inwardly. Was this still a physical body? It was comparable to a saint-level metal soldier, its sturdiness reaching a horrifying level. Boom. The purple-eyed woman wore metal holy clothes, temporarily protecting herself. She began to operate great Tao divine marks, releasing all types of holy light to kill Yi Fan. This was the power of a holy artifact. Yi Fan had just captured her, but he didn't expect her to immediately turn the tables. He felt a terrifying aura, and he didn't do anything else. He smashed the green copper cauldron towards her body, instantly destroying her. Bang! It was too close, and there was no way to avoid it. The green cauldron fell, and cracks appeared on the silver-white holy garment. Then, it disintegrated, shaking the purple-eyed woman out. Silver light flashed, and with a light ding sound, it turned back into a flawless diamond chakram. With a flash of brilliant brilliance, it entered the purple-eyed woman's body and disappeared. Not far away, a terrifying aura overflowed into the heavens. A colossus rushed over, wanting to save the purple-eyed woman. This was a 10 tall metal giant. It held a large sword and hacked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was surprised. Within this metal giant sat a silver-haired youth. He was the one controlling this metal giant that emitted a strand of holy might. Dang! The giant sword hacked over, and Yi Fan blocked it with his fist. A string of sparks was released, and the 10 giant was shaken back. Then, he pressed forward and waved his fists, bending and breaking the giant sword. This is a half-saint battle armor forged from the combination of refining and technology. How can it not even block for a moment? As expected of the legendary indestructible golden body. The strength of the physical body is too terrifying. The golden body is stronger than any divine clothes or mecha. It is the most powerful weapon in itself. In the distance, the golden-haired middle-aged man was shocked. Bang! As Yi Fan waved his fists, the 10 tall metal man was beaten full of holes. It was completely damaged, and then disintegrated into pieces. Even the semi-sage grade metal armor couldn't stop his physical body. Yi Fan easily crushed it into a pile of metal pieces. It was a complete mess. Boom! The golden-haired middle-aged man appeared in the spacecraft's strongest battle armor. This was the crystallization of the wisdom of Tao tools and technology. The metal man was equivalent to the god contained in the spacecraft's sacred tool. It was 6 tall, not very tall. Its whole body was golden and brilliant, taking the meaning of the six Xiang golden body. However, it was not a merciful Buddha. It held a golden spear in its right hand and a golden shield in its left. Its holy power swept out in all directions. This is the supreme holy armor developed by the eternal kingdom. Let's see how you can break it. The golden-haired middle-aged man controlled the six Xiang golden body and pierced through the void with the golden spear. The golden shield in his hand was not used for defense, but for attack. He firmly believed that no matter how strong Yi Fan's physical body was, and he had the broken artifact of an ancient god, Yi Fan was no match for him. Through observation, he could see that this broken artifact left by an ancient god didn't emit any divine rule. This was equivalent to announcing that it was just a solid cold weapon, not the most terrifying celestial treasure. I wear the supreme holy armor and can emit holy power. I have the divine marks of the great path. Let's see how you can resist. The golden spear pierced through heaven and earth, and the golden shield collapsed in all directions. Although the six Xiang golden body was much larger than an ordinary person, its movements were fast and nimble. It was so fast that it was dazzling. Yi Fan took out the Holy Spirit Stone embryo, which was equivalent to wearing a holy robe. He wasn't afraid of the holy armor, but the divine rule it had evolved. Therefore, he entered the Holy Spirit Stone embryo with his real body. The golden-haired middle-aged man's expression changed. He didn't expect his opponent to also have a holy armor. It was too dangerous inside the spacecraft, and he couldn't use his hands and feet. Boom! What made him feel even more terrified was that Yi Fan smashed him with the green copper cauldron. This was much more terrifying than his golden spear and golden shield. Fighting inside the spaceship was equivalent to fighting in close combat. There was no doubt about the outcome. The Xianxia golden body was almost smashed apart by Yi Fan. The golden-haired middle-aged man controlled the gods while within the saint artifact of the spaceship to flee in a sorry state. The others were either dead, injured, or escaped. They could no longer resist. Let me go. The purple-eyed woman struggled violently. Her entire body was shining, and her slender jade body seemed to be enveloped by moonlight. She was pure white and gentle, and divine rules shot out in all directions. Their world mainly cultivated the rules, and they had a unique understanding of the great path. Their attack power was extremely powerful, and after combining with technology, it became an unfathomable system. Clang, however, in the Severing Dao realm, Yi Fan was almost invincible. No one could do anything to him, especially in close combat. Anyone would have to bear a grudge. As soon as the purple-eyed woman moved, he only pulled on a divine chain. She immediately let out a tender groan, and her body immediately went limp. She fell down, and all kinds of divine rules were restrained. Pa! Yi Fan pulled her out upside down and threw her beside the purple-haired man. The two leaders had become captives. The spaceship's control room was spacious and empty. Apart from these two, the others had either escaped or been eliminated. Yi Fan stared at them, preparing to search their divine senses. At the end of the void, inside the Xianxia golden body, the golden-haired middle-aged man and a few others turned pale. The imperishable golden body was so powerful, and they originally thought it was a blessing, but in the end they encountered such a disaster. Several decades ago, they encountered a terrifying creature in outer space, and the great battle caused the star domain to collapse. The Xianxia golden body inside the Saint-grade spaceship was seriously injured, and it fell on this ancient planet. They had repaired the spaceship with great difficulty, but now, they unexpectedly encountered another disaster. This native is just like that Gu Xianxia in the past. Fortunately, the disaster happened one step earlier, or else there would definitely be a calamity in the future, someone said with a trembling voice. The others all turned pale. Many people's expressions changed when the name Gu Xianxia was mentioned in Eternal Kingdom. This native that was captured and brought back also had one of the most powerful physiques in the universe. He used their resources to advance by leaps and bounds, and in the end, he defied the heavens and slaughtered his way out, triggering a great upheaval in Eternal Kingdom. Fortunately, the god inside the Saint-grade spaceship wasn't damaged too badly this time, unlike the previous time. Now, even if we lose the huge spaceship, we won't be in despair, someone sighed. This Xianxia golden body was the most precious thing on the spaceship. As long as it was there, everything would be fine. As long as they found suitable materials, they could build another Saint-grade spaceship, and the core Tao marks were all stored inside the golden body. Although it was only Xianxia's golden body, it had the most terrifying spatial laws, and it could contain a mountain in a mustard seed. Even though so many people had escaped, it was still very spacious inside. But the two princes have been captured by them, and this is big trouble. How can we rescue them? A blue-haired man frowned. They knew how powerful King Tianwu was in Eternal Kingdom, and if anything happened to his son and daughter, they could forget about returning in this lifetime, or else they would be executed. It's fine, the two princes don't have the signs of dying young. As long as their primordial spirits are fine, they can replicate a physical body at any time, the golden-haired middle-aged man said. Suddenly, his expression changed as if he had thought of something. Oh no, the most precious thing on the spaceship has been left behind, and we didn't bring it out. He grabbed his hair forcefully and growled in a low voice, appearing to be in extreme pain. Then, he fell limp, as if his soul had been sucked out. The others were also in a daze, and then they cried out together. All of them were filled with sorrow and regret. They beat their chests and stamped their feet, as if they were mourning the death of their parents. We've gone through untold hardships, drifting in the dark and lonely universe for so many years, and finally gathered all kinds of minerals and mysterious ancient medicine, and finally refined the strongest bloodline evolution fluid. But in the end, we lost it. The group of people cried out anxiously and angrily. If the two princes died, they could just not return to Eternal Kingdom, but if they lost the strongest bloodline evolution fluid, they might never be able to refine it again in this lifetime. They had drifted in the dark universe for so many years, what exactly were they after? They blew up one barren planet after another in search of the legendary minerals. It should be known that those precious minerals were so rare that it was unacceptable. The vast universe was endless, but it was difficult to find ancient stars that contained these minerals. Occasionally, they would find them, but they could only excavate a little. In Eternal Kingdom, there was a saying that they would rather search for materials that could be used to forge God's artifacts than search for these minerals. That was because they were too rare. Moreover, they didn't just need one type of mineral, but several types. It was difficult to find anything even after searching for countless years in the lonely universe. It was already good to be lucky enough to find one type. It could be said that they had obtained the fortune of heaven and earth during this journey. Over the years, they had unexpectedly excavated several types of minerals, and they had gathered almost all of them. During this period of time, they encountered all kinds of dangers. Because when they blew up some barren planet, they would sometimes encounter unpredictable things with destructive power. They went through untold hardships and narrowly escaped death. During their last excavation, they even found traces of the immortal elixir residue left behind by the ancient gods on an ancient planet. There, they carried out an extremely cruel battle with that group of terrifying natives. That was a terrifying race that worshipped the ancient gods and possessed a type of extreme Tao weapon. These natives carried out primitive worship and could summon the power of the gods. Together with their own cultivation and skills, they almost encountered a great disaster. If they hadn't used special methods at the last moment to steal it, they wouldn't have been able to do anything. Despite this, they still lost close to 70% of their troops on that ancient planet and destroyed another Saint-level ancient ship. But the harvest was great. They finally stole the immortal elixir residue of the ancient gods, and as a result, all of their needs were perfectly resolved. After falling on this ancient planet, they refined it like a day for dozens of years. They had just succeeded when they encountered this great change. The golden-haired middle-aged man suddenly raised his head, his eyes completely red as he said, "Go, take advantage of the fact that he still doesn't know to hurry back to the central laboratory and seize it." I think he still hasn't realized what the so-called most powerful bloodline evolution fluid is. The Xianxia golden body quickly returned. It controlled the spatial laws and immediately entered the enormous ship. It shot out a beam of divine light that could detain all objects and wanted to move the entire laboratory away. However, what awaited them was a black arrow with vast and mighty holy might. A large hole was shot through the Xianxia's golden body, and they were forced to retreat in grief and indignation. What kind of liquid is this? Yi Fan held the purple-haired man in one hand and pushed the elf-like beautiful purple-eyed girl with the other into the main laboratory. There was a pool made of rock in front. It was flickering with the radiance of technology and all kinds of mysterious instruments in the central laboratory. Seeing such a natural rock pool made him feel astonished. Why does it seem like I'm about to cross a tribulation? Suddenly, Yifan was startled. The water vapor in the pool rose and surged towards him. It made him feel like he was actually about to break through. Why do I have to cross the tribulation at this time? Let me think, which bastard ancient saints have been trying to kill me recently, and which great ancient clans have put a bounty on my head? I might as well go and cross the tribulation at their doorstep. Yifan felt that there was a need to contact Wei Yi, killing Saint Qi Luo, and the others to have them protect him in secret. There was also a need to contact the large black dog and have him go and find some bastard ancient saints. Pop. From time to time, bubbles would burst in the rock pool, emitting a soft sound and turning into a dense multicolored light. It was like a warm spring breeze, making people feel comfortable all over. What's this? Yifan asked the purple-eyed woman. He stared at the pool in front of him in amazement. This kind of dense spiritual energy wrapped around him, and it was precisely because of its existence that he might have to cross a tribulation. The purple-eyed woman glanced at the pool with some disdain and ridicule, saying, "It's just a pool of life transformation water. It can be used to quench metal and make it more spiritual. You natives naturally haven't seen it before." After saying this, she didn't look at it again. Instead, she wrinkled her nose and looked at the damaged inner wall of the spaceship with a distressed look, as if she cherished this spaceship very much. So it turns out to be a pool for quenching metal materials. I thought it was some kind of immortal pill spirit pool, Yifan said casually and walked around the pool twice. He pretended to throw a piece of metal in to wash it and asked the purple-eyed woman how to quench it and what kind of effect it would have. However, he was ignored and was only given the back of his head. When the purple-haired man saw that he was really going to waste a part of the pool water, he felt extremely distressed. The corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He wanted to say something, but he forcefully held it back and turned his head to the other side without leaving a trace. It seemed that out of sight, out of mind. The corners of Yifan's lips curled up. You all think that I have the legendary indestructible golden body and that relying on my flesh and blood is better than relying on those scrap metals. Then I might as well use this liquid to refine myself. After saying this, he took off his battle clothes and was about to enter the pool, looking as if he was going to do something reckless. The purple-eyed woman and the young man whose bones were broken by Yifan suddenly changed their expressions and could no longer remain calm. They knew that the other party must have already found out, so they desperately rushed into the pool. Yifan laughed loudly. With a light shake of the sparkling and translucent divine chains, the two of them were locked down, unable to budge an inch. They were fixed to the side. This was the most important place on the flying shuttle. It was sealed with metal walls and engraved with mysterious divine runes to protect it. In this central laboratory, there was a pool made out of rock, and it seemed out of place compared to the various mysterious instruments on display. It was impossible for it to be ordinary. The rocks were silvery gray in color, and they contained mysterious minerals within. They released a very gentle light, and when they got closer, there was a refreshing aura that made one feel as if they had been reborn. Dense multicolored light flowed about within the pool, but there was no smell. However, this five-colored divine liquid was far too mysterious and unfathomable. As soon as Yifan placed his hand into it, the golden holy blood in his body surged, and lightning and thunder crackled on the surface of his body. What is this? He quickly retracted his hand as if he was shocked by electricity. It wasn't that he didn't expect this to be a precious liquid, but that it was even greater than what he had imagined. The purple-eyed woman's face was snow-white, her expression agitated. She did her best to stop Yifan, but as a captive, it was impossible for her to succeed. She was extremely unwilling. It seems like this really is a pool of immortal pill spiritual liquid, for you all to care so much. Yifan chuckled. The veins on the purple-haired male's forehead bulged. They had drifted through the dark and ice-cold cosmos for so many years, experiencing 1,000 tribulations and hundreds of tribulations. They blasted apart many withered stars, and only after obtaining heaven-defying opportunities did they find all types of minerals. He didn't know if he would be able to refine this type of immortal liquid in the latter half of his life. You can't waste it like this. This is the most powerful bloodline evolution divine liquid, and it has only been refined initially. It is far from its optimal state. A small portion of the minerals within the rocks have just been extracted, and they haven't been completely purified yet. The purple-eyed woman knew that she couldn't hide it at all, nor could she stop him. Instead of doing this, she might as well explain everything. A smile hung on Yifan's face. He reached his hand into the pool a second time. The precious medicine was right before his eyes, so he naturally wouldn't miss out on anything. When his finger entered the pool, multicolored mist surged, releasing streak after streak of dazzling immortal light that covered his entire arm. His bones released chong-chong sounds, and his flesh was also trembling. It was as if he was being reborn. Moreover, his divine senses were shaken. He actually sensed the world's origin fragments. They turned into streaks of imprints that mixed within the divine liquid, rising and falling within the auspicious light. This left him shocked. No wonder the purple-eyed woman said that this was the most powerful bloodline evolution divine liquid. This was a mysterious medicine that could strengthen both the physical body and primordial spirit at the same time. It possessed a certain characteristic of an undying divine medicine. Even though it couldn't extend one's lifespan, it could forcefully and domineeringly activate one's potential, allowing one's bloodline power to approach the most powerful, achieving a super evolution. It truly is a mysterious mineral. This type of substance is too precious. No wonder you all only collected this little bit after blasting apart so many withered stars and drifting through the cosmos for so many years, said Yifan. The purple-haired man was about to cry when he heard these words. This was already heaven-defying. How many people from Eternal Kingdom went to the depths of the cosmos to collect it? Even when they grew old and died, they still didn't have any harvest. You only need to wait patiently for a few decades. When the most precious minerals within the silver-gray rocks have been completely refined, this divine liquid will be comparable to an immortal pill, said the purple-eyed woman. According to what the two of them said, this was only the most powerful bloodline evolution liquid. It was truly a pity to use it like this. The gains didn't make up for the losses, and it could even be said to be a shameful waste. Is that so? Let me research it myself. Yifan didn't expect that the harvest this time would be so great. It was as if he had opened up an immortal treasury and obtained such a divine object. It was too important. In the northern region, undercurrents were surging. It hadn't been peaceful for so many days. The 10 great royal races offered a reward. As long as one could provide clues about Yifan, they would be rewarded with a divine weapon. It could be said to be a shocking reward. Of course, this wasn't public. It was only circulated within the ancient races and couldn't be made public. At this point, they were increasingly afraid of the human race and were also afraid of provoking some trouble. Whoever can kill the human race's holy body will be protected by the Saint King. No matter how great the crime, he can be pardoned 9 times. It was said that the ancient races had an exceptional Tao book that would be bestowed as the ultimate reward. The name of the book wasn't mentioned in detail, but it was definitely an ancient scripture that shocked the ancients and the contemporaries. Moreover, there was another secret rumor. If anyone really killed the human race's holy body, a mysterious great sage would come out of seclusion and accept him as a disciple. There were all kinds of rumors in the ancient races. Many people were moved, but at the same time, they were shocked. The human race's holy body actually attracted the attention of an ancient saint, and he was determined to take his life. It was clear how terrifying his growth potential was, and it made everyone feel uneasy. It's a bit difficult for the human race's holy body to cross this hurdle. Even an ancient saint has taken action. Who can save him? Once he shows himself, he will undoubtedly die. If not for the restraining fear, there might be an unparalleled great sage who will personally come out to deal with the human race's holy body. Some well-informed people in the ancient races were discussing and mentioning the name Gaijoyo. This made even the ancient race's great sage feel a deep sense of restraining fear. What kind of person is this? An unfathomable old fellow. Rumor has it that he is already 9,000 years old. He has gone to other ancient stars and walked extremely far on the path of verification. If not for the fact that his body couldn't withstand the passage of time and his realm fell, he would be even more terrifying. In the heavenly village, the sacred prince appeared and sent a message. He wanted to tell Yifan not to appear in the near future because the situation was too tense. There were many kings who wanted to eliminate him in secret. Even if the victorious fighting Buddha stood on Mount Meru and looked down on the world, he still couldn't intimidate all of the ancient races. Some people were going to take the risk out of desperation. Moreover, it was difficult for an ancient saint to leave behind any traces. Assassinating a Dao executioner would be very clean, and it would be difficult to find any clues. During these days, even the monkey had become much more low-key. It was because it was reported that there were also people who wanted to harm him. The undying Heavenly Emperor's bloodline and the Kuan Universe's great sage clan would always leave behind a few experts who had escaped the great calamity last time. This was something unavoidable. The Black Emperor spoke frankly. Right now, they didn't know where Yifan was and couldn't find him at all. There was no way to effectively pass on information. It's fine for others, but you must pay attention to the Blood Moon clan. They are one of the most radical and cruel 10 great king clans. During the Archaic era, they fed on the human race and had once ruled over a large area. During that period, half of the ancient saints born from the human race were torn apart by them. The Blood Moon clan was the name of a cruel race. It was also infamous among the ancient races. No one was willing to provoke them because offending them could easily lead to the extinction of the entire clan. The Huatan that Yifan had slaughtered was a saint from one of the branches of the clan. The main clan was very powerful. Even though it was no longer as prosperous as it was in the Archaic era, it was still no small matter. It was the famous Blood Moon King bloodline. This time, it was this clan who initiated the assassination of Yifan. Moreover, the divine artifact was also provided by them. The Blood Moon Ancient King was powerful and was ranked among the Saint Kings. Moreover, his grandson had recently become a saint. He was only a few hundred years old and was an exceptional genius. He was of the same generation as Huatan and had a close relationship with him. The human race is the food we raise in captivity. This was what some of the vicious ancient saints from this clan had said before. Yifan didn't know about this. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. He took off his battle clothes and revealed his slender and beautiful body. He flickered with precious splendor as he stepped into the silvery gray rock pool. The purple-haired man roared. His eyes were red as if someone had gouged out the tip of his heart. He was in extreme pain. All these years of hard work had been snatched away just like that. The most powerful bloodline evolution liquid seized the fortune of heaven and earth. It had consumed their endless blood, sweat, and tears. They had just succeeded when it changed hands and was now being enjoyed by the enemy. He couldn't accept this fact. If he could pounce over, he would skin Yifan alive and swallow him in one gulp. Stop yelling. You were the ones who provoked me first. If you want to capture me as a battle pet, then you should be prepared to be countered. From today onwards, this spaceship, you, and this pool of evolutionary fluid are all mine. Yifan declared to them, confirming that everything was his private property. Beside him, the purple-eyed girl also stared at him without blinking. Naturally, she wasn't moved by his strong and slender body. Her face was pale and full of unwillingness and anger. So comfortable. Yifan was soaking in the liquid. The multicolored divine liquid overflowed with radiance and gushed out, burying him in a haze. He felt that every cell in his body was splitting and recombining. It was as if he was about to ascend. He was covered in dense immortal light and all kinds of divine radiance were flickering between his pores. This was the most powerful bloodline evolution liquid. It could even strengthen one's divine sense and increase one's constitution and combat power in all aspects. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a name. At this time, even his bones were disintegrating and then recombining. They flickered with a sparkling luster and made sonorous sounds. Yifan was so comfortable that he almost groaned. He felt as if he was floating in the air. His flesh and blood were being purified. He himself was a saint, so there was a limit to the evolution of the so-called most powerful bloodline. However, it was changing slowly. After the comfort, he suddenly felt a burst of pain. Every inch of his body was overflowing with divine splendor as if a sharp knife was running around inside his body. The mysterious mineral's medicinal properties were too tyrannical. In order to realize the bloodline evolution, all kinds of supplementary medicines and secret recipes were needed. The people on this ship hadn't refined them yet. Fortunately, Yifan had the swordsman formula. He was able to repair his broken blood vessels and bones immediately. He didn't fear the tyrannical medicinal properties and persisted. The purple-eyed girl and her brother had been waiting and cursing all along. However, after seeing Yifan hold on and his body bleed profusely from the impact, they couldn't help but sigh. The indestructible golden body was too powerful. During this period, the group of people that escaped used the Xianxia's golden body to harass them several times. In the end, they only managed to seize the captives of various races and some equipment. They couldn't approach the main laboratory at all. In the end, Yifan released a long breath of comfort. He suppressed himself to avoid the descent of heavenly tribulation. Then, he opened the realm gate and brought the enormous flying saucer back to the heavenly village. Woo, it's so comfortable. I'm going to be steamed. Yifan's entire body was shining with radiance. Inside the pool made of silver-gray rocks, the liquid of evolution was bubbling. His voice was so soft that it made people's imaginations run wild. This pool water contained a mysterious mineral with astonishing divine power. It allowed his fetal bones to undergo a combing process. His golden blood surged like thunder, and multicolored light spilled out from within the pool. The purple-eyed woman was as beautiful as a fairy, but at this moment, she was clenching her delicate fists in anger. As for the purple-haired man, he looked as if he had lost his parents and was grief-stricken. Yifan had absorbed half of the evolutionary liquid's medicinal effects. In the village of heaven, a group of people were startled. A cyan gold disc flew in. This kind of enormous object was truly eye-catching. Yifan stood up and walked out from the pool. If he delayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. He was about to face the heavenly tribulation, so he appeared in the village with the two captives. God, Lord Xing. Hua Hua, the child who followed them from Earth, rubbed her temples and muttered to herself in shock, Master robbed a UFO and kidnapped an alien. He did something big. After being influenced by people like the Black Emperor and Longma for a long time, this little fellow who was wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism was also a little like a bandit. In such a foul environment, he naturally carried some special words when he spoke. What kind of magic artifact is this? Why is it so big? Speaking of which, the materials used are quite good. We can use them to forge great arrays. The Black Emperor said as he tapped the flying saucer with his large claws and spoke in a very appreciative tone. Don't try anything funny. This is a Saint-grade spaceship. I've already named it Flying Immortal 12580. It will be of great use in the future. Yifan said. The sacred prince went up and told him that the situation was grim. There was an ancient sage who wanted to eliminate him in secret, and that he might be in for a great disaster. He couldn't go out for the time being. I was just about to look for the Black Emperor and have him help me find a bastard ancient sage. I never thought that there would really be so many blind people. I'm going to transcend tribulation and block their doorstep. Yifan said. He had asked the Black Emperor to carve the most complicated and profound chessboard formation, and he had requested that it could only be used during the most terrifying heavenly tribulation. No one would be able to track it down, and this had truly created a difficult problem for the large black dog. The Blood Moon Ridge was a mysterious mountain range. Every night, mist would rise, and the bright moon hanging in the sky would reflect the color of blood. No one dared to approach it. This was the ancestral land of a race that was notorious for its ferocity. In the ancient times, it could scare a 3-year-old child to the point of stopping crying. There was an oppressive fluctuation that made one's heart palpitate all day long. The Blood Moon clan didn't have an ancient emperor, but they were still famous. This clan was too cruel and had exterminated countless smaller clans. It was said that the entire mountain ridge was blood red because it had been watered with blood since ancient times. Although it was already noon, this place was still filled with yin qi, shrouded in a gloomy and bone-piercing chill that even the noon sun could not dispel. In the depths of the mountain range, there was a building that was ancient and grand. It was built beside a pool of blood in the grandest palace. It was richly ornamented and dazzling. The Blood Moon King sat on the throne at the top of the palace. His body was withered, and his hair was sparse like yellow weeds. However, his ability had reached the Saint King tier long ago, and he was famous among the ancient saints. People say that our Blood Moon clan is bloodthirsty and cruel by nature, but they don't know that we are using this to cultivate and absorb the essence contained in the blood of thousands of spirits to strengthen ourselves, the Blood Moon King said in a hoarse voice. The Blood Moon King said in a hoarse voice that reverberated in the spacious hall. It was as if a ferocious ghost had escaped from hell, cold and emotionless. There seemed to be 2 golden lamps in his eye sockets, and his ancient saint aura was shocking. The Blood Moon clan was bloodthirsty. They could obtain divine energy from the blood of others, especially those with special body constitutions or saints. To them, blood was like a precious medicine. I am looking forward to the human saint physique. I wonder if it can help me advance to a higher level. At the side, a saint-level ancestor king licked his lips. He did not look very old. He was the grandson of the Blood Moon King, and his name was Xianxia. In his hand was a sparkling white skull that was filled with wine. The fragrance of the wine mixed with the blood, forming a bewitching blood-red color. This was the skull of a saint, and it was refined into a wine cup. The scariness and cruelty of the Blood Moon clan were evident. Grandfather, I heard that the wine cup in my hand is the skull of an ancient saint of the human clan. Our clan still has some collections, right? Xianxia asked with a smile. The Blood Moon King shook the inconspicuous white wine cup in his hand. With a voice like that of a night owl, he said, "This is also a skull that belongs to the human clan." They were very weak back then, and they were forced to rely on various royal clans just to survive. The cup in my hand is the skull of a female Saint King. It is rare for one to appear. Her blood tasted very sweet. My grandfather killed her personally. At that time, a branch of the human clan was our slave. Their life and death were decided by us. That era is really memorable. After so many years, I didn't expect them to be so powerful. The human clan's sacred physique is very special. His golden sacred blood is a rare medicine. I really look forward to it, but I can't find his whereabouts, said Xianxia. You have to work hard. I don't have much lifespan left, and I might pass away in a few years. Fortunately, you became a saint. Your father died early, and if you can't break through in a few years, you most likely won't be able to inherit our clan's throne. You are not the only ancient saint, said the Blood Moon King. I understand. As long as I can find the human clan's sacred physique, I will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Unfortunately, we are not in the immemorial era, and I can't keep them. Xianxia's eyes were sinister. Rumble. Suddenly, the majestic palace shook, and the entire mountain range shook as if it was about to be overturned. The mountain peak in the distance exploded, and rubble flew into the sky. What happened? Who dares to disturb the Blood Moon clan's ancestral land? Xianxia jumped up. The old Blood Moon King's eye sockets were like 2 golden lanterns, and he ruthlessly said, "Go and take a look. Maybe it's time for you to establish your might." Outside the mountain gate, Yifan crushed 2 mountain peaks with a single punch. He even lifted up a huge mountain and threw it into the Blood Moon Ridge, crushing a group of ancient race people to death. Where did this ignorant brat come from? How dare you provoke our Blood Moon royal clan? Even if you are tired of living, you can't commit suicide like this. I'll make you wish you were dead. They were part of the top 10 bloodthirsty royal clans in the immemorial era, and each of them fed on fresh blood. There was no anger or fear in their eyes, and they were all extremely excited as they rushed over. To them, this provocateur was their food. Boom! Yifan raised his hand and uprooted a mountain range. There were more than 20 mountain peaks, and he smashed them down. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. Not all the ancients were very powerful. Who are you? One of the ancients shouted as he realized that this person was not ordinary. Human sacred physique fan, ask your clan leader, the Blood Moon King, and that grandson, Xianxia, to come out and die. Yifan shouted, and his voice traveled over 100 miles. Everyone's faces turned green. It was true that Xianxia was the clan leader's grandson, but he was not everyone's grandson. This person was deliberately looking for trouble and wanted to stir up trouble. Yi Fan, the human sacred physique is here. The news spread out, and many powerful figures in the Blood Moon clan were overjoyed. They rushed over and almost drooled. That was because the Blood Moon King said that once he found the human sacred physique, he would kill them on the spot and let them taste the golden blood of the sacred physique. I didn't expect you to come to me, Xianxia shouted. Surprise was written all over his face as he approached quickly. The Blood Moon King frowned slightly. It was not normal for the human sacred physique to come to him on his own. He was afraid that an accident would happen, so he followed quickly. Blood Moon King, you posted a reward in the ancients to kill me. I'm here today. You two idiots, come out and die. Yi Fan shouted. Arrogant. There was no limit to his arrogance. He dared to speak to two ancient saints like this, and one of them was a saint king with few opponents. Apart from the great sage, who dared to scold him. In the immemorial era, humans were merely livestock reared by my clan. We could kill them and do whatever we wanted. We were just a bunch of food, Xianxia said coldly. Then, in a calm and unruffled manner, he walked forward, pointed a finger, and said, "Let me think about how to eat you. Should I start from the head, or the heart?" Xianxia swirled the jade-white wine cup in his hand, took a sip of the bright red blood, and said, "This wine cup was made from the skull of a female saint king of your human race. It originally belonged to my grandfather, but now it was given to me. Now, I feel that your skull is a bit more perfect, so I can make a better wine cup." Crack! The lightning was so sudden that it covered the mountains and plains like a vast ocean pouring down from the sky. It was pervasive, and lightning filled every inch of space. Silver snakes danced, golden dragons leaped into the sky, and chaotic air filled the air. Every arc of lightning was tainted with some chaotic light, and it was frightening. Even a saint was a little scared when he saw this. Such a vast array was comparable to their great heavenly disaster. How could a Tao cutter survive it? Has he become a saint? Such a huge chaotic arc. Xianxia was a little stunned. Even when he was undergoing the most terrifying saint disaster, he did not encounter such a scene. "Run," the Blood Moon King shouted. He finally knew why Yi Fan dared to be so fearless and came with evil intentions. Yi Fan's heavenly disaster was more terrifying each time. Although it was not as terrifying as when he had just cut his Tao and the great ancient emperor had not appeared, it still triggered the chaotic disaster and enveloped him. It was even more terrifying than the heavenly disaster of a saint. This was also the reason why his body was comparable to a saint's. He used the Xing formula and chased after Xianxia. Xianxia was the Blood Moon King's lifeblood. If he targeted one, he might be able to hurt two. In the sky, various palaces appeared. They were chaotic lightning that resembled ancient heaven, and a human-shaped emperor was faintly discernible as he carried out suppression. This kind of heavenly disaster could definitely hurt Xianxia's body. If one heavenly disaster couldn't do it, it could not withstand 10,000 heavenly disasters, 100,000 heavenly disasters, 1,000,000 heavenly disasters. Boy, you are still young. A saint transcends the mortal world and is far from being comparable to an ant like you. Killing you is like stepping on a bug. The Blood Moon King rushed back to save his grandson. However, before he finished speaking, a divine radiance slashed over from an unknown place. With a poof, his right arm and shoulder were cut off diagonally, and he was almost cut in half. The saint's blood splattered and turned into a blood mist in the heavenly disaster, which slowly dissipated in the chaotic light. He was shocked and furious. He knew that he was in trouble. An ancient saint who was proficient in assassination was hiding here. In the dark, killing Saint Qi Luo held the heaven-deceiving array platform carved from the Enlightenment ancient tea tree and disappeared in a flash as if it had never appeared. Blood Moon King, you want to suppress me with your power and offer a reward with a sacred weapon to mobilize the ancient race to kill me. Today, I will let you reap what you have sown. Yi Fan approached with lightning. Assassination techniques are unparalleled in the world. Unfortunately, he is just a saint and is still far from my realm. Let's see what he can do to me. The Blood Moon King said proudly. His broken arm grew back, and he held a white wine cup made from a saint's bone and drank a cup of blood. Xianxia stood beside his grandfather and calmed down. He held the pure white skull of the female king saint and poured a mouthful of blood wine into his mouth. You want to make trouble in my Blood Moon clan? You are still not enough. Is that so? An old voice was heard. Boom. In this lightning punishment, a huge fist struck. It was dozens of miles long and filled with chaotic aura. The power of this fist could shock immortals and make ghosts weep. Saint Wei from the stone square of the heavenly jade Holy Land appeared and attacked for the first time. After the punch, the Blood Moon King could not block it. The bones in his arm were broken on the spot, and his body was torn into pieces. His entire body exploded. No one in the outside world could see clearly. Everything was hidden in the light of the heavenly punishment. You want to provoke a war between the human race and the ancient royal race? Even an ancient saint has made a move, and you dare to deal with us like this? The Blood Moon King was shocked and angry. At the same time, he felt extreme fear. You have the cheek to say that? As an ancient saint, you offered a reward for a Dao executioner like me, and the 10 royal races joined forces to kill me. Do you really think that I, Yi Fan, am a pushover? Do you think that you have the upper hand? Yi Fan sneered. I also know how to suppress people with my power. I also know a few ancient saints. Although there are not many, it is enough to destroy you. Since you don't abide by the rules, then let's mess around together. I will get rid of you first. You, the Blood Moon King, was furious. He wanted to say something, but unfortunately, he did not have the chance. This was because killing Saint Qi Luo moved. Without waiting for his body to reassemble, a cold saber silently chopped his head into 2 halves. Transforming God Saber. The Blood Moon King screamed in fear. His primordial spirit could not escape. Under the long black saber in the killing saint's hand, his primordial spirit turned into ashes and was absorbed by the saber. Xianxia was scared out of his wits. His face was pale. He had just become a saint not long ago. How could he fight against a veteran ancient saint? Now that his grandfather, a saint king, was smashed by a punch, one could imagine how terrifying the person who came was. Do you want to provoke a war between the 10,000 races? At that time, the races will join forces to destroy the human race. He threatened as he fled, putting on a bluff. Unfortunately, the lightning drowned everything, and his voice could not be transmitted. It was you who broke the rules first. You have stretched your hands too far. You want to kill me and drink my golden sacred blood? Come and try. Yi Fan shouted coldly. This time even your great sage can't deduce my tribulation. Killing you will be in vain. Pfft. In front of him, Xianxia, who was fleeing in the lightning, suddenly had his upper body and lower body separated. A black demonic saber appeared out of nowhere and cut him in half. It was killing Saint Qi Luo again. Xianxia screamed in pain and threw away the white wine cup made of the female Saint King's skull. He let out a heart-wrenching cry. Although the transforming god saber only cut his body, the saber's aura was fatal to his primordial spirit. His glabella split open, and black blood flowed out. To think that you would have such a day. You said that your race kept my human ancestors as livestock and used them as food. Today, I will wash away the shame for them one by one. I will start with the female Saint King who passed away in sorrow. Yi Fan roared out, brandishing his golden fist as he rushed over, bringing with it endless streaks of lightning radiance. A fist smashed out, piercing through Xianxia's chest, blasting his flesh and sacred bones flying out more than 10 jin. 7 or 8 of Xianxia's sternum were broken by Yi Fan's golden fist. Large chunks of flesh flew out, and green blood rained down. The heavenly tribulation rang out incessantly, releasing waves of dark light. Xianxia's pain seeped into his bones. His chest split open, missing several bones. Blood gushed out, and his entire body was covered in green blood. His hair was disheveled, and he cried out in pain. He had just become a saint not too long ago, and he hadn't had the time to experience this feeling of looking down on all living beings. Today, his sternum was shattered by a Dao-severing expert. This was a fatal blow, and his unrivaled will was about to crumble. Your Blood Moon clan angers men and gods, using the skull of my human ancestor to forge a wine cup. This debt of blood will be repaid with interest today. Yi Fan's body was within the heavenly tribulation. Tribulation light shot out in tens of thousands of streaks, and all types of chaotic lightning interweaved. He raised his fist and rushed over again. It was still the indomitable 6 paths of reincarnation fist. If not me, then who? With this fist intent, there was an unrivaled belief in one's heart, a will that could strike through 3,000 worlds and break through the 9 heavens. The golden fist moved, and the fist wind surged. Yi Fan moved like a streak of floating light, slaughtering from one side of the sky to the other. He brought tens of thousands of streaks of tribulation lightning with him, and with a pu sound, he smashed downwards. Blood splashed out. Xianxia cried out loudly. This time, his shoulders exploded together, and his arms turned into dozens of sparkling white bone fragments. Flesh and blood flew in all directions, and his entire body was covered in green blood. A sea of lightning hacked down, and there were all types of tribulation light, from the 9-5 great heavenly tribulation to the 5 elements lightning, and then to the chaotic sea of lightning. There was everything. Xianxia was in an even more miserable state. Strands of green smoke rose from his body, and the fragrance of meat wafted over. He was originally a saint of a generation, transcending all living beings and looking down on the world. When had such a tragic thing ever happened? He didn't have the slightest bit of a saint's might. The heavenly tribulation was vast, and everything that happened was drowned in lightning. Outsiders couldn't know the result at all. The human race's holy body. Xianxia roared, his eyes full of resentment. His first battle after becoming a saint was so miserable, and he was so angry that his liver was about to burn. You said that back in the ancient times, you raised my human ancestors like livestock, that they were your food. Today, I will beat you until you explode, and you will be worse than livestock. Yi Fan stood within the tribulation and roared furiously. His hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a demon god. He allowed the chaotic light to descend and baptize his slender and sturdy body. His entire body was glowing with precious light. Even though his skin and flesh were lacerated from time to time, it was not a big deal. Once he activated the swordsman formula, his injuries would quickly heal. Over the years, he had often gone through tribulations, so he already had a wealth of experience. Nowadays, very few lightning punishments could truly injure him. Ah, Xianxia cried out loudly, anger filling his heart. His grandfather had been killed, and now, even a Tao-severing expert dared to treat him like this. It made him almost grind his teeth to pieces. He knew that the odds were against him today. Not to mention the old sage who had blown up his grandfather with a single punch, even the killing sage was enough to make him suffer. Rather than being killed sooner or later, he might as well fight. If he could kill the human race's divine physique, then he would be able to drag someone down with him. Even though his primordial spirit was in intense pain, he still did his best to raise his cultivation and repair his body. Boom! Yi Fan flew over, and the heavenly tribulation descended before he even arrived. The power of his fist was vast, and Xianxia was shaken by the astral winds and the heavenly tribulation to the point where he couldn't stand still and was almost sent flying. He was overwhelmed with shock. The effects of the transformation god blade were far more terrifying than he had imagined. He had been struck in the waist, but his primordial spirit was injured. The space between his brows split open, and black blood flowed out. At this moment, it was difficult for him to gather his strength, and he almost tumbled to the ground. Pooh! Yi Fan's swift and fast fist arrived. It was imbued with his entire body's holy power, and it surged with essence energy. It struck Xianxia's chin, and his teeth flew out over 100 meters with green blood, pierced through by the tribulation light. Gotcha! Moreover, in the next quarter of an hour, Xianxia's chin bone cracked and fell off. Blood splashed everywhere, and it was a tragic sight. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. At this point in the battle, if no one came to intervene, Xianxia would undoubtedly die. There were miracles in this world, but the reason they were called miracles meant that they were extremely rare. Pfft! Yi Fan's fist blasted Xianxia's head apart. White brain matter and blood splashed up to a height of 30 meters. Chaotic lightning struck down and burned his body clean, leaving not even a bit of residue behind. Ah, Xianxia was frightened, angry, terrified, and desperate. His primordial spirit flickered, and all kinds of negative emotions burst forth. A black light flashed by as the killing Saint Chi Luo made his move. That pitch-black long blade swept past, and his primordial spirit was cut down, turning into dust. The transformation god blade was a terrifying saint weapon. Since ancient times, there had always been a sacrificial method to refine it, but it was rarely forged. As the killing saint, Qi Luo was like a tiger that had grown wings with such a demonic blade. A dark shadow flashed, and Qi Luo disappeared into the void like the old Saint Wei Yi, no longer attacking. They had the heaven-deceiving formation pattern carved from the trunk of the Enlightenment ancient tea tree on them, so they could come and go freely in the heaven's calamity and were not pursued by the lightning. The Blood Moon King, as the lord of a clan, has died. I'll go in and take a look, and raise this place to the ground, Yi Fan said to himself. In between his eyebrows, a small golden person stepped out, opened its mouth, and let out a clear whistle. It began to suck in the lightning in the sky like a whale drinking water. At the same time, his cauldron also floated out, suspending above the head of the small golden person. It seemed to be only an inch big, but it was hard to tell how heavy it was. This was because not long ago, he had collected all the ocean-like source qi in the bronze celestial palace and transformed it into the cauldron. This allowed its grade and potential to have a wider space for improvement. If so much source qi was displayed, it would be enough to shock the entire ancient planet. Once it was forged, it would definitely be a great weapon, not to mention other things, just the weight alone was enough to crush a Tao-severing warrior alive. If not for the fact that it had long been refined by Yi Fan, even with his powerful bloodline physique, it would be difficult to lift it. And now, the 1-inch small cauldron was really countless times heavier than Mount Tai. It was a great weapon rarely seen throughout the ages. Was this prepared by Vicious to shatter the Extreme Path Emperor weapon? Yi Fan said to himself. His physical body, the small golden person, and the 1-inch cauldron formed a mysterious connection between the three. They were harmonious and unified as if they were born as one. His physical body was sparkling, and every inch seemed to be cast from glazed divine gold. There was not a trace of impurities. After being soaked in the strongest bloodline evolution liquid, his physical body became even stronger, and it was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with an ancient saint. The small golden person had also become much stronger. That mysterious mineral could also promote its growth. Tens of thousands of golden lights could be faintly seen, and it was as if an immortal king was sitting cross-legged. It was incomparably dignified. The cauldron swallowed and spat out divine splendor, crazily swallowing the chaotic light of the various sects in the heavenly tribulation. The chaotic light was absorbed into the cauldron, and it was branded on the cauldron's walls. It became even more mysterious. The heaven's tribulation was terrifying, but to Yi Fan, as long as it was not an abnormal scene where the ancient emperors appeared together to attack him, he could handle it. He tempered his golden body and understood his own path. Golden lights flickered, and even Yi Fan's hair became sparkling. When his eyes opened and closed, thousands of divine clouds shot out. His entire body was resplendent, and it surpassed the indestructible body of Buddhism. Just as the pair of siblings who had passed through the eternity tribulation said, he might have one of the strongest physiques in the universe. If he always had the evolution liquid to temper his golden body, he would definitely be able to unlock all of his potential. Indestructible golden body, tempered hundreds and thousands of times. Immortal divinity, forge my path. Yi Fan's mind was clear, and he had no self or anything else. Every heaven's tribulation was a rare baptism, and both his physical body and divine sense were upgraded. Yi Fan's physical body, the small golden person, and the 1-inch small cauldron entered the sky above the Blood Moon Ridge together. All kinds of tribulation lights covered the sky and covered the earth, completely drowning the area below. This was the most ferocious royal family of the ancient race, and their overall strength was extremely strong. Even if the Blood Moon King died, there would still be an ancestral king to replace him. Although there was no ancient saint presiding at the moment, the retreat was still orderly. The Blood Moon King entered the heavens tribulation and did not come out. They knew that something big might have happened. The Blood Moon clan that once enslaved the ancestors of the human race, your ancestral land shall be completely destroyed. Yi Fan stood in the lightning and shouted. On this day, the north region was shaken. The adult human appeared out of nowhere and barged into the Blood Moon Ridge to undergo the heavens tribulation. It was really arrogant to the extreme. What was even more shocking was the result of this battle. The Blood Moon King and Xianxia were killed, and the ancestral land of the Blood Moon clan was split into scorched earth. Other than the area protected by the Great Sage's ancient formation, almost everything else was destroyed. That was a ferocious king. How could he die just like that? No matter how terrifying the heaven's tribulation of the human race's sacred body is, it can't do anything to him. The entire North region was in chaos, and the ancient clans were in an uproar. The Blood Moon King's death was a little unclear, and no one believed that he was killed by the heaven's tribulation. A human ancient saint took action, and it was an ancient saint that was far stronger than the Blood Moon King. Many people unanimously thought so. Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? Undercurrents were surging, and this could evolve into a huge wave. It was most likely that a war between ancient saints would occur. This was a huge uproar. These days, the 10 great royal clans united and secretly issued a bounty to kill the human race's sacred body. Anyone who heard this would be shocked. The whole world was paying attention and thought that it was difficult for him to survive. However, Yi Fan's actions exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did he not fear or retreat, but he also barged into the Blood Moon Ridge and killed the Blood Moon King. This was a resounding slap in the face. The ancient clans did not abide by the rules and secretly attacked. Yi Fan also did not act according to logic and caused such a huge disaster, causing a great royal clan to suffer heavy losses. The human race's sacred body is so crazy and courageous. He killed the Blood Moon King. What else does he not dare to do? This is a solid slap in the face. What face do the radical factions of the ancient clans have? How can they endure this? A sacred body dares to fight against the 10 great royal clans alone. Everyone in the world was a little stunned. They were extremely shocked by this result. As for the most radical 10 great royal clans, many people were even more dumbfounded. They did not expect Yi Fan to have such a violent temper and be even more arrogant than them. Human ancient saints, you are declaring war. How dare you secretly kill the leader of a great royal clan? Do you want the entire eastern wilderness to be filled with corpses? A king saint jumped out from the ancient clans and roared loudly. His voice spread through the mountains and rivers of the North region, and his holy power was vast. Blood Moon Clan, Green Ghost Clan, Violet Electric Clan. You all are shameless and don't follow the rules. You have the nerve to jump out like a cat whose tail was stepped on. If you have the ability, come and try to kill me again. Then I'll kill a few of your clan leaders. Yi Fan's reply could be said to be extremely arrogant. He pointed out the most radical 10 great royal clans and shouted loudly, challenging them in a domineering manner without the slightest bit of fear. On this day, Gai Joyo appeared in the divine city of the North region. He only said a few words in a sickly manner and retreated. The Blood Moon clan asked for it. I don't have much lifespan left, but if there are great clans that insist on humiliating the human race, I can still destroy a great royal clan or slaughter dozens of royal clans by risking my life. However, even these few words had great power. They shocked the ancient clans and made many great clans tremble. Some clan leaders were incomparably nervous. Dai Joyo's name seemed to have a strange magical power. Many elders of the ancient race felt a chill run down their spines. They were afraid that a younger generation who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would provoke this sickly old man with unfathomable cultivation and start a massacre. That would be a great disaster. Dai Joyo only said a few words, but their power was tremendous. In the following days, even the most radical 10 great royal clans became much more well-behaved. At the very least, they didn't dare to openly say that they would make the human race's corpses pile up into mountains and rivers of blood flow. They kept a low profile. Oh, the ancient Forbidden Land's terrifying aura has become several times stronger. If this goes on, no one will be able to enter. Yi Fan arrived at the southern region and observed this life forbidden land from afar. This time, he drove a saint-grade flying ship. Its entire body flickered with a metallic luster. He named it Flying Immortal 12580. He appointed the 2 captives, the purple-eyed girl and her brother, as the vice-captains. However, they didn't help him pilot the ship. Now, they were being interrogated by the Black Emperor in the Heavenly Village to obtain core secrets. This flying ship had lost the Xianxia's golden body inside, which was the divine will of the sacred tool. Its functions were obviously not good. Although it still had extreme speed, it was still far from what it used to be. The arrival of such a flying ship flickering with silver radiance outside the life-forbidden land shocked many people. They didn't know what was going on. However, the appearance of Yi Fan was even more eye-catching. He came here to set up an incense table, but he didn't pay his respects himself. Instead, he let the little monk from Earth, Flower, pay his respects seriously. Now, this place had already become a divine domain. After the battle at the Bronze Immortal Palace, cultivators of the human race often came here to pay their respects. They believed that this was the Tao field of an ancient great emperor. Desolation should be a great emperor of the human race in a miraculous state, and they hoped that she could protect the human race. Yi Fan let his young disciple pay his respects here. He himself was also muttering in a low voice. Great Emperor of the human race, please awaken. The ancient race has gone too far. The humiliation of the human race needs to be washed away by the great emperors of the ancient times. Please return one day earlier. In the past, when I first came to this world, I received the great emperor's favor and was bestowed with the 9 profundity holy fruit to change my constitution. Now, you also bestowed me with the myriad chi cauldron. I have no way to repay you. During this period, I left this world twice, both times through the desolate forbidden grounds. I borrowed the 5 colored altars from the great emperor. Thinking back to that bronze immortal palace, that bloody immortal character, how shocking was it? It gave me a deep comprehension, explaining the great Tao true meaning. I've seen several of your coffins. You've made great contributions, and your battle prowess has shaken both ancient and modern times. You're the most talented person, Yi Fan rambled on, making people feel a bit scared. They felt that he seemed to have a great connection with the great emperor in the desolate ancient forbidden land. The more they heard him, the more uncomfortable they felt. He left this world twice in succession, and this was already known by everyone. Each time, he used the 5-colored altar in the ancient desolate forbidden area to leave under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, and many people saw him leave with their own eyes. When they heard him say this, quite a few cultivators shivered inwardly. Could it be that this fellow really had some type of relationship with Huang? And now, they were praying for this human emperor to come out. Outside the forbidden lands of antiquity, there were many people coming and going. There were many incense burner tables. Naturally, some people saw him and heard what he said. What does he want? Don't tell me that they're thinking of inviting the Motherf * King Human King out to suppress the ancient race? That's a little unrealistic. I feel that he's not being honest at all. He's just trying to be mysterious. He's most likely just trying to scare the ancient race. Yi Fan stroked the little monk's flowery bald head that he had personally shaved and said, "Good disciple, with your root of wisdom, you should be more sensitive to this and pay your respects seriously." "Yes, master. I'm extremely sincere and serious. I'm going to pull off a big one and summon the Motherf * King Human King over to wipe out those B * stars of the ancient race." Hua was not very old, only a few years old. He had a weird look and spoke like a bandit. He had been seriously polluted by the Black Emperor and Longma. Yi Fan was speechless. He could only stroke his little bald head and said earnestly, "Don't hang out with that black dog in the future. How about I send you to Sage Wei's place? That black dog is too unscrupulous. I've been wanting to hang out with him for a long time. He fought with us for the mysterious mineral pool liquid that Master brought back and squeezed together to soak in it. I despise him 100 times, Hua said. Yi Fan felt that something was wrong with him no matter how he looked at him. He was clearly a very tender child with long eyelashes and big black eyes, just like a porcelain doll. Why did he speak like that? Hanging out with people like the black dog and Duanda all day long, he really couldn't be a good person. Actually, the worst one is my big brother Yi Tong. He always scares me when he has nothing better to do. He's obviously doing bad things, but in the end, he makes me the scapegoat. Hua felt wronged and complained while blinking his big eyes. Yi Fan was speechless and said, "Damn it, my disciple has been led astray by them. Luckily, I didn't bring Komatsu, otherwise, I really don't know what would have happened. Master, I'm very pure. I didn't do those shameful things. I didn't secretly resell the Enlightenment tea. It was Duanda who forced me to trade. I also didn't secretly drink killing Saint Chi Luo's divine wine. I accidentally passed by and got drunk after smelling the wine. Also, the little bald Huahua said seriously with his big eyes. Bull*T, I've already investigated it. It's all done by you. Yifan knocked his head lightly and said, quickly sense it carefully and use your heart to call. Yes, master. Yes, master. Huahua straightened his back and chanted sutras, looking like a little charlatan. Yifan really wasn't a good master. Whether it was Yitong, Komatsu, or now Huahua, he didn't put much effort into teaching them. He was a hands-off shopkeeper for a long time. Doing this would indeed allow them to unleash their natural instincts to the greatest extent, and they would not be limited by Yifan's achievements and influence. However, doing this would undoubtedly breed a few wild horses, and who knew what they would become in the future. Recently, Yifan stayed in the heavenly village. He unexpectedly learned from the killing Saint Chi Luo that this little radish was actually innately psychic. He could directly communicate with people spiritually from an extremely far distance. This was a mysterious innate divine ability. It belonged to one of the unknown treasures of the human body. He naturally opened it when he was born. This also made Yifan understand why this child could produce the Historia phenomenon of Buddhism. He had obtained the supreme inheritance of Buddhism. His spiritual force was extremely terrifying and was at the inhuman level. He came here to confirm whether the desolate lower continent was the great human emperor or not. He also wanted to use this as a pretext to scare and awe the ancient race, making them suspicious and afraid. Hong. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rushed out from the ancient desolate abyss. Black mist overflowed into the sky and covered the midday sun. It made the entire life-forbidden region tremble. Everyone revealed a thoughtful expression. They looked towards the direction of Yifan and his disciple and were dumbfounded. Could it be that they really triggered something? He crossed the starry sky from this place twice. If you say it has nothing to do with desolate, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Otherwise, who else could do it? Who would dare to go in? It seems like it was really caused by the praying of the master and disciple. How terrifying. The group of people were all scared. They all retreated far away from this region. Although they were all humans, they were a bit afraid of them. They didn't know what kind of unforeseen event they were about to provoke. Master, I sensed it. There is a powerful spiritual force below that abyss. It's very frightening, stronger than anyone I've ever seen. It's countless times more terrifying than Grandpa killing Saint, said Huahua. The expression on Yifan's face was hard to calm down. He didn't know if things would go out of control if they continued like this. If a great disaster really did happen, not even deities could save them. Slowly tell her everything I taught you. In the end, he made this decision. Great ancient emperor above, Huahua pays her respects to you. The human race is facing a great disaster. A tender child's voice transmitted into the pitch-black abyss through the spirit, piously praying. When Huahua used her spirit force, a silvery white vortex appeared above her head. It was as if a reincarnation gate had been opened. Moreover, streaks of patterns appeared on her scalp, spreading outwards. Yifan was shocked. The human body really was mysterious. Every inch of flesh contained a treasury, countless divine gates waiting to be opened. Many people, even if they cultivated to the saint realm, might not be able to open many of them. Meanwhile, there were some people who were innately gifted, possessing all types of special divine abilities. They were born with them, not having cultivated before. These were the heavenly awakening treasures. A few figures have appeared. From afar, a cry of alarm rang out. There were cultivators who had opened their heavenly eyes and told everyone what they saw. In the depths of the ancient desolate land, above the 9 sacred mountains, black fog surged. From the abyss, a few figures stood amidst the black fog. They were none other than the desolate slaves. Boom! Suddenly, another unique aura swept out. It was as if a gap had been opened between heaven and earth. The power of deities from the 9 heavens flowed in reverse, causing people to involuntarily want to kneel down. The young child Huahua's face turned pale. Her lips trembled as she said, Master, this human emperor is too powerful. No, she should be a deity. The spirit force I sensed felt like it was an entire body and not her heart. Yi Fan's expression was heavy. He opened his heavenly eyes and stared at the 9 sacred mountains, carefully observing everything there. Desolate, it really was her. She appeared above the abyss and was currently observing this place through the black fog. The young child Huahua had indeed summoned her. Human Emperor, please accept my prayer. Time flies, ever since the ancient desolate land, the human race. Huahua muttered, seriously passing on the words that Yi Fan and the others taught him in the heavenly village. He spoke about the human race's situation after all these years. Desolate appeared, shocking everyone. The cultivators all retreated, looking at Yi Fan and the young child Huahua as if they had seen a ghost. They were all stupefied. Did they really summon her? The human race's sacred body is outside the ancient desolate land and is currently summoning Desolate. It is said that the abyss is the Tao field of the human emperor. He wants to invite her out? When the ancient races received this news, some people were shocked and felt deeply uneasy. There were also some who laughed coldly and prepared to cross the void to intercept Yi Fan and kill him. Ancient Great Emperor, please take action. The young child Huahua prayed. Yi Fan frowned. A pendant in his hand lit up, indicating that an ancient saint had appeared. He had no choice but to retreat. He had previously gifted some Tao comprehension tea to the old Saint Wei Yi, and the old man gave this item to him. This was a magical artifact refined by the ancient ancestor of the heavenly jade Holy Land. It was extremely mysterious and could sense the aura of a saint even from far away. Even while crossing the void, it could determine the distance based on the different colors it flickered. Yi Fan was just about to bring Huahua away when the distant ancient saint was shocked. He discovered that Desolate had truly appeared above the abyss and turned around to escape. Desolate has been summoned by them. The human race's sacred body really does have some unknown connection with her. This news quickly spread among the ancient races. It was as if a nest had exploded. The northern region's races were in an uproar and felt waves of fear. The ancient races who had rushed over after receiving the news had just appeared. When they saw the terrifying figure in the life-restricted region, they were all so frightened that they immediately fled. None of the ancient races expected that Yi Fan would really summon Desolate. It was earth-shattering and the world was shaken. Master, this is a deity. When I close my eyes, I can see a humanoid light. Compared to her, our own specks of light are as insignificant as specks of dust. The little baldy Huahua was terrified. His little face was snow white and his bald head was shining. Yi Fan focused his eyes and looked forward. At this time, above the ancient desolate abyss, the slender figure hidden in the black mist actually spoke. Immortal, Desolate had spoken. Yi Fan was shaken. He believed that he didn't hear wrong. This was a woman's voice. It was as pleasant as the sounds of nature, but there was a type of supreme dignity to it. Immortal. Just this word alone made the heavens collapse, the great Tao go dormant, the group of stars tremble, and the starry sky rumbled. A mysterious power rushed into the heavens, engulfing the battlefield in outer space. The 2 ancient saints who were in outer space turned pale with fright, turning around to flee. In the distance, a small metal boat immediately tore open the void, entering the dark cosmos to avoid this divine sound. It was as if it was greatly affected. Are there still human emperors alive on this ancient star? This was a type of intimidation, making the ancient saints who came from other star regions feel horrified. This was truly earth-shattering, shaking the entire starry sky. In the present world, there shouldn't be a single great emperor. 10,000 years ago, the last great emperor also passed away in meditation, so how could there still be an aura of this level? The saints from outer space said softly. There were 3 or 4 people who appeared in this star region, just that they didn't land on the ground. During these days, they had always been observing in outer space. Rumor has it that in the current world, there are already no great emperors in the cosmos. How could such a person suddenly appear? If there was someone who corroborated the Tao in this world, they should be able to see that this ancient star is different from the others. It was clear that none of these people were weak, or else how could they travel through the stars? These were some super saints who could roam the heavens. The entire starry sky has been without an emperor for many years, and it will continue to be like this. This is the prediction made by the greatest saint, and the credibility is quite high. Why is this ancient star like this? Now, for the sake of fighting over the right to enter the immortal domain, the great existences among the saints will all hurry over. Why would the aura of a great emperor appear? If the path to immortality is empty, in the future, the ancient saints of the entire cosmos will fight over the opportunity to become an emperor first. There will definitely be a great collision that will unfold on a magnificent scale. The forbidden ancient land was just a single word, yet it shook the starry sky in outer space. The saints were all incredibly bewildered, not daring to descend. Yi Fan had a look of shock on his face. Huang appeared, but why did he only say a single word? Now, he finally received confirmation that she was a woman. Her voice was like the sounds of nature, moving one's heart, yet there was an inviolable dignity to it. Through the hazy fog, anyone who had cultivated the third eye could see a slender figure floating above the abyss. His eyes were cold, but there was a kind of calmness and transcendence about him. Quite a few human cultivators had arrived, and all of them knelt down and called out "Great Emperor," asking her to come out of the forbidden area and protect the human race. As for the ancient race, not a single one of them appeared. All of them had escaped at the first moment. Even the ancient saints did not dare to show their faces. That was because the battle at the Bronze Immortal Palace had left too deep of an impression on them. In that battle, desolation wiped out a group of ancient saints. Even with the three great sage overseeing them, even with the extreme Tao ancient imperial weapons, it was useless. They could only flee. In the eyes of many ancient clans, Huang seemed to be purposely targeting them, not having the slightest good impression of them. Sending themselves over was just courting death, which was why not a single ancient saint dared to appear. Unparalleled Great Emperor. Hua's little face turned pale. He communicated with his spirit force, causing his entire body to involuntarily tremble. After all, he was too young. How could he not be shocked when he saw such an existence? Unfortunately, no matter what he said, Huang didn't say anything else. He only silently looked at Yi Fan, his gaze penetrating his body, unknown what he was thinking. Yi Fan's body went ice cold, cold sweat pouring out from his pores. He was targeted by Huang. Huang's eyes swept over the green copper cauldron in his body, to all life source energy, and then to the immortal treasure diagram one by one. It was as if they were tangible, as if two swords streaked past, making his bones feel pain. Yi Fan wanted to use the tiger's skin to scare the ancient race, but now, Huang was targeting him. This made him feel like things weren't good, as if he was inviting trouble onto himself. Immortal path. Only after a long time had passed did Huang shift his gaze, speaking these two words. It was pleasant to listen to, as if immortal music from the 9 heavens passed, making everyone's ears perk up, wishing to know what was going to happen next. Huang mentioned the immortal path. This was shocking. This was the ruler of a great emperor-level restricted region. Any word she said could shake up the entire stellar domain. However, many people didn't hear what she said next. The smoke and clouds turned into ribbons of black mist, winding about the 9 sacred mountains, making that figure seem even more slender and unreachable. She slowly descended, entering the eternal darkness, entering the abyss, no longer appearing. Hua's little bald head was shining. When he saw Huang descend, he immediately recovered his past temperament. He looked quite tender, but he was actually a mischievous spirit, continuously spouting nonsense. Unparalleled Great Emperor, go in peace, I feel great reverence towards you. Suddenly, his little face became bitter, his face turning pale, a pair of large eyes widening until they were perfectly round. He said to Yi Fan in alarm, Master, she spoke to me, did you hear her? I didn't. What did you sense with your spirit? Yi Fan revealed a look of shock. He looked towards the others, but they didn't show any abnormalities, clearly not hearing anything. She sighed gloomily, as if she had lost something. She only said 3 words, we were all wrong. What did she mean? Hua mumbled in a low voice, but her voice was cut off by Yi Fan's gold sacred region. All wrong. Yi Fan said to himself, great waves stirring within him. What did this mean? Let's go. Yi Fan pulled Hua, decisively boarding the shining flying ship, immediately entering the realm gate, disappearing from this place. That day, the world was in turmoil, all sides moved. Huang was called out by Yi Fan and his master, as if indirectly proving that he really was related to Huang. The ancient races felt uneasy. He really can call out to Huang. This means that the 2 times he borrowed the path wasn't without reason. Many people were stupefied, all sides shocked. The ancient races, in particular, felt weak. This indirectly proved that she might be a great human emperor who had lived to this era. If she was dissatisfied with them, it would be a great disaster. Yi Fan returned to the heavenly village and told them all the information he had obtained, leaving everyone stupefied. What did she mean by all wrong? She might really be a ruthless person. Thinking that a great emperor is still alive, my heart is thumping nonstop. I won't go to the southern region in the future. Duanda said with a guilty conscience. You've done too many immoral things, daring to dig up her Dao field. Now, just keep the heaven-devouring demonic jar. Who knows when it'll take care of you, the Black Emperor said, taking joy in his misfortune. Martial Uncle Duan, Martial Nephew is willing to share your burdens. Give that jar to me, I don't mind. Big flowery eyes were sparkling. He had a small bald head, and with a warm expression, he moved closer. Go play with the mud on the side. Duanda waved his hand. Master Uncle Duan, I won't take it for free. Let's still follow the old rules and carry out the transaction. Dao Comprehension Tea, or killing Saint Old Man's soul-transforming blade, which one do you like? Hua Hua persisted. The group of people looked at Duanda, all of their expressions unkind. Motherfucker, don't listen to his nonsense. This little thing is so mischievous, I've never traded with him before. Last time, when I was drinking, he stole 2 good things from me, said Duanda. In the heavenly village, the group of people thought for a long time. They all agreed that there might be some great changes in the future, so they all said that they had to make mental preparations. Duanda lacked confidence. From that day forth, he no longer entered the southern region. He really was a bit scared. The ancient races became quiet, not making any other movements. They truly felt uneasy. A few people thought of ways to send death-sworn soldiers into Origin Ancient Mine, their minds full of worry. The days passed one after another. In the following period of time, it was extremely peaceful, no great battles erupting. There were only a few more ancient sages who came from beyond the heavens, arriving for the path of immortality. In the blink of an eye, it was close to half a year. Yi Fan continued to cultivate, and it was time to bid farewell to Big Dipper. Because of this, he specially went to Ji family to ask about Ji Ziyue and Ji Haoyue. Little Moon's father was a man of great talent and bold vision, a heroic middle-aged man. His black hair scattered down, his eyes like lightning. He personally received him in Ji family's ancestral palace. This was a grand ancient palace, rumored to have been built by the Void Emperor. It was connected to a boundless void, the radiance of a stellar domain flickering about. Rumor had it that back then, the Void Emperor was buried in the cosmos from this place, never appearing again, never leaving behind a coffin. Little Moon's father attached great importance to Yi Fan. Being able to bring him to this place was also a type of acknowledgement. During this time, Jizi also came here, saying a few things. This is the path taken by the great emperor, there is the tomb of the Void Emperor in the cosmos. In the end, Yi Fan left Ji family and headed straight for Qishir Manor. Because the half-a-year period was up, he was about to leave this world. Damn, that girl Zi Tong ran away, that scoundrel ZFA also ran away, this emperor is so angry. When the Black Emperor came to send him off, he brought this news. Yi Fan handed the matter of the flying ship to him, originally hoping that he would thoroughly study it, but he didn't expect that an accident would happen. When the 2 of them were teaching the Black Emperor how to pilot the flying ship, they abandoned their physical bodies and fled with their primordial spirits. The body is the foundation of a god, now they have become rootless duckweed, even if they possess a body, there will be a rather long rejection period. I don't believe they can escape from this world. The Black Emperor was indignant. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned. The 2 soul lamps in his hands both flourished and then exploded. They found a suitable body, and it's not in this world anymore. The Black Emperor shouted, revealing a shocked expression. At this moment, the Xianxia golden body, this sacred artifact, was glowing all over. It streaked across the sky and directly disappeared from the eastern wasteland, entering the dark universe. Inside the cabin, the purple-eyed woman's expression was cold. She had adapted to the body she had duplicated with the blood she had left behind earlier and said, "This ancient planet is too strange. The power of the natives is beyond imagination. We must think of a way to return to the mother planet and bring the news back. I wonder if we can still find those naturally formed space jump points. Now that there's a big problem with our spaceship, it's too difficult," the golden-haired middle-aged man said. The 10 feet 6 golden body transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the universe. Central Continent, Qishir Manor. Black Emperor, Dong Fengyi, Sacred Prince, Li Heishui, Yan Yishi, Li Tian and the others all came to send them off. After today's parting, I don't know when we will meet again. Since ancient times, who knows how many people have walked this path, but in the past hundreds of thousands of years, only 3 to 5 people have returned. Take care. Master, you're leaving again. Yi Tong was sad. Master, I'm the purest. Please take me with you. I'm afraid I'll be led astray by Black Emperor and Duanda. Hua Hua, the little monk, tugged at his trousers and raised his head, blinking his big eyes. Damn it, this bastard has an evil nature. He wasn't led astray by outsiders at all, Duanda said. Priest Duan, why don't you come with me? I'm sure there will be countless big tombs waiting for you to rob along the way, Yi Fan said with a smile. I'm not going anywhere. Immortal Ascension and Tao building are in the ancient times. Last time, I missed the opening time of the Path of Immortality. This time, I'll be the first to rush in. I can't make any more mistakes. The strongest trial in history. This is a path that has caused countless heroes to shed their blood. Even the strongest sacred physique has lost 3 people. It's incomparably cruel. Think carefully. Once you enter, there's no turning back. The old master of Qishir Manor said to Yi Fan. I've already thought it through. There's nothing to regret. I'm willing to participate in the strongest trial in history. Yi Fan said straightforwardly. Good, you chose your own path. It's good that you don't have any regrets in the future. The old master of Qishir Manor nodded. Before leaving, Yi Fan and the old master of Qishir Manor went to a sealed stone room. It was isolated from the outside world to pass down some coordinates. No one was allowed to approach. After a long time, Yi Fan came out and bid farewell to Yi Tong, the Sacred Prince, the Black Emperor, Li Heishui, Duanda, Yan Yishi, and the others. He was about to step onto the heavenly road and enter the star field. Parting was undoubtedly sad. They had finally met again after returning from the other side of the starry sky, but Yi Fan had to embark on a journey again. This was his life choice. He was going to participate in the strongest trial in history. The obsession on the other side of the starry sky was gone. His parents were no longer here. Apart from these old friends, cultivating, achieving Tao, and becoming an immortal were his greatest goals. We'll meet again. I'll come back alive. Yi Fan waved his hand as his gaze swept past everyone. Take care, Yi Fan. You must take care of yourself. We'll meet again when you're alive. Bring back the big and small moons, as well as Pang Bo. They knew that the main reason Yi Fan entered the strongest trial was to save these people. Tempering himself was secondary. This path was too dangerous, only opening once every 10,000 years. Each time, the most stunning people of this world would leave, entering the boundless cosmos. However, after endless years, only 3 to 5 people returned alive, the others all dying in the foreign realm, dying in battle in the starry sky. Yi Fan was very strong, but he might not be able to survive. There were already precedents of several saint physiques dying in battle. After this parting, it was unknown whether they would meet again in this life. Goodbye. Yi Fan turned around and left resolutely. Master, you must come back alive. Yi Tong shouted with tears in his eyes. What? Master, you really don't care about me. We come from the same place, how can you leave me behind? Gui Hua Hua cried. Brat, you still lack my Xianxia holy body. If you die, I won't let your soul rest in peace. You must return alive. The Black Emperor roared. I'll wait for you to prove your Tao and become an emperor. This time, if I still can't enter the immortal region, the next time I wake up, I'll dig up your grave. Remember to put more treasures in it. Duanda said. The sacred prince, Li Tian, Li Heishui, Yan Yishi, Dong Fengyi, Yao Yuekong, and the others waved their hands and watched him leave. The innermost depths of the Odd Warrior Manor was a forbidden land. Outsiders couldn't approach it, and it was impossible for them to reach this place. There was a natural primal chaos great formation engraved here, and it was filled with endless killing intent. It was because this place held the manor's most important secret. Yi Fan and the old saint of Qishir Manor entered the secret land together. The traces of the great formation were very obvious in this place, it was densely interwoven with each other. Strand after strand of chaotic energy flickered, protecting this place tightly. The most terrifying killing formation was densely laid here, turning this place into a barren land. Few people could attack this place. Before the Desolate Era, there was a manor lord who obtained an incomplete art of the 9 secrets. It was all related to Tao patterns. Unfortunately, it was greatly damaged, or else this formation would be even more terrifying. The old manor lord sighed. He spoke frankly. After so many years, the great formation was severely damaged and was no longer as magnificent as it was in the past. Otherwise, any ancient saint who entered would die. It was hard to say now. Yi Fan was speechless. There was actually an incomplete art of the 9 secrets that was related to Tao patterns in the Odd Warrior Manor. If the Black Emperor knew about this, he would definitely go crazy with joy. The black dog wanted it even in its dreams, and it had been searching for clues for so many years. Woo, I've already closed the primal chaos killing formation. This place is safe now, or else no matter who enters, they will suffer indiscriminate attacks. Let's go in. The old saint said. Yi Fan understood. A strange expression flashed past his eyes as he entered the depths of the secret land. There was a colorless altar in front of him. It was simple and unadorned, yet imposing. It was as if it had fallen out of time and space from the ancient times. Go, tread on your own path. I hope you will become the most powerful in history. The old saint stopped. Yi Fan saluted him respectfully to express his gratitude. He then ascended the rainbow altar step by step. This altar is very special. This old one is going to activate it. Are you ready to cross over? The old manor lord asked. I'm ready. Yi Fan nodded. Hong, the void suddenly collapsed. A large earthen yellow hand descended from the sky, slapping towards the altar and Yi Fan. Its speed reached the extreme, and its holy might was vast and mighty. The old saint was shocked and furious. He shouted loudly, "You dare?" His originally stooped body straightened in an instant. His palm enlarged and turned into a large silver monument. It imprinted itself into the sky and immediately blocked that large hand. Hong, boundless holy might formed a storm in the sky. Every strand of wind could tear open. A black hole. It was incomparably terrifying. This was a confrontation between the most powerful ancient saints. Another cold snort sounded. Another ancient saint appeared. His large green claw was covered in scales. It covered half the sky as it clawed towards Yi Fan and the rainbow altar. Do you all want to start a war with the human race? The old saint from the extraordinary warrior manor was seething with anger. His other large hand slapped out, forming a second silver monument. Symbols flickered on its surface, engraved with divine patterns. Pung, he exchanged a palm with the second person, stopping him in the sky. However, a third aura appeared. It was extremely abrupt and incomparably powerful. A large black claw reached out from the clouds. It was unknown just how many li long it was, but its demonic might covered the sun. This terrifying scene could be seen even from several hundred li away. It was too terrifying. Such a large claw truly seemed like the hand of the heavens that could obliterate everything in the world. The old saint from the extraordinary warrior manor roared angrily. He opened his mouth and let out a long roar. The clouds in all directions moved, and a silver-white true dragon sprayed out from his mouth and nose. This was his innate origin essence energy. It entered the clouds and slashed towards that large black hand. So powerful. It seems like your cultivation is unfathomable to stop 3 ancient saints. Let me see how long you can last. This was a Saint King. He coldly spoke in the void, causing the great Tao to rumble and the heaven and earth to tremble. His body turned into a hazy streak of light. He took a step forward and slapped towards Yifan and the rainbow altar. Ah! The old saint from the extraordinary warrior manor was so angry that his hair stood on end. He shouted loudly and the space between his brows opened. A vertical eye appeared and shot out a beam of divine light towards the Saint King. Hong Long, the most terrifying thing happened. The 5th ancient saint appeared. Another person came. Even though he wasn't a Saint King, he was still powerful enough. He stomped down towards Yifan with the intention of crushing him to death. You all are intolerable bullies. Intruding into my extraordinary warrior manor and acting wantonly, are you trying to provoke an all-out war between the ancient race and the human race? The old saint was like an old lion. Anger was written all over his face. Without a doubt, these people were here for Yifan. They wanted to kill him and snatch away this rainbow sacrificial altar for the ancient race to use. The human race's saint physique won't live past today. Old fellow, don't protect him anymore. It's not worth risking your life for a dead person. Moreover, your extraordinary warrior manor won't be able to protect this rainbow altar. The ancient race saint said coldly. His voice was filled with ruthless killing intent. This old one will fight to the death with you all. The eyes of the old saint from the extraordinary warrior manor were red. There seemed to be endless resentment in his heart as he wanted to fight to the death with these people. Hong Long, the void broke open, and the 6th ancient saint appeared. His body was enveloped in tens of thousands of divine halos. There were divine wings on his back, and he was incomparably resplendent. This was a Saint King. You alone won't be able to reverse the situation. If you continue to struggle like this, you will only die in vain, the newly appeared Saint King said calmly. Yifan stood on the altar and shouted at the 6 ancient saints, a group of despicable ancient saints. You all have no sense of honor. For a mere Tao-severing expert like me, you actually mustered such a large force. 6 saints came together just for me. Don't you all feel ashamed? Just an ant. If it wasn't for a great sage who divined a wisp of the future and felt that you might be a character, we wouldn't have moved for you, an ancient saint said coldly. You all are still afraid in the end. If you have something to say, come at me alone. Yifan roared. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a chicken, an ancient saint said coldly. An ancient saint coldly said. A large purple hand reached down from the dark clouds and slapped toward his body. This hand was too big. With a rumbling sound, the entire sky seemed like it was going to collapse. Every purple scale on it was several zhang long, and it was extremely terrifying. Master! Yi Tong and the others saw it clearly from the distance. They all cried out in horror. They knew it was over. So many ancient saints took action, and there was no lack of Saint Kings among them. How could the old master of the extraordinary warrior manor block them all by himself? It would be difficult for him to protect Yifan. Damn it, the saints of the ancient races have taken action, and there are so many of them at once. It's difficult for Yifan to survive. What should we do? Truly shameless. There are actually so many ancient saints taking action together. They don't have the slightest bit of humanity. They want to eliminate my human race's sacred physique and disregard all rules. How hateful. Regardless of whether it was Yifan, Li Tian and the others, or the famous figures of the extraordinary warrior manor, they were all roaring in anger. They were filled with unwillingness and anger. With so many ancient saints arriving, it was clear that they didn't want to give Yifan any chance of survival. At the same time, one could see how much they feared the human race's sacred physique. They feared that he would grow up and walk the path of the strongest refinement, ultimately confirming his Tao and returning. And now, they attacked powerfully and without the slightest restraint. They wanted to eliminate him and completely strangle him while he was still in the cradle of growth. If you want to walk the path of the strongest refinement, go reincarnate into a good body in your next life. There's no hope for you in this life. During these few months, the ancient races didn't make any movements because they couldn't find traces of Yifan. However, they had long since learned that he would walk this ancient heavenly path, and thus they attacked. The sacred physique was one of the strongest physiques in the cosmos, and the ancient races were deeply apprehensive about it. Some extreme royal races couldn't tolerate him becoming a saint, and they even more so didn't want him to become a saint in the future. Damn it. A famous elder from the Xianxia manor clenched his fists and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. This ending made him so depressed and sullen that he couldn't bear it. Master! Hot tears welled up in Yitong's eyes. He couldn't help but roar in anger and wanted to rush over. However, he was firmly held back by the Black Emperor, who told him to endure and take revenge in the future. If Yifan is unwell, I will pay a visit to these ancient saints one by one on the day I become a saint. Li Tian said coldly. Master, don't die. Little Baldy cried loudly. These people were completely in despair. The ancient saints had all arrived, and there were so many of them. How were they going to stop them? Don't worry. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. A figure walked out from the sealed stone room in the distance. He approached and rubbed Huahua's little bald head. Don't cry. He helped her wipe away the string of tears on her face. The group of people were all dumbfounded. The person who came was precisely Yifan, and that stone room was the one he and the old master had entered not long ago. What's going on? You are Yifan, but who is that person on the rainbow altar? A few of the famous elders from the Xianxia manor were somewhat stupefied. I need an explanation. The Black Emperor bared his teeth. Now, we only need to watch the show. Yifan smiled and looked toward the depths of the Xianxia manor. There, a great battle was unfolding. They knew that since Yifan was here and there was no danger, it was obvious that all the ancient saints had been tricked. They were definitely going to suffer great misfortune. In the depths of the unique warrior manor, large amounts of light flickered. Strand after strand of light tore the sky full of holes. There were groups of black holes everywhere. The saints were fighting, this battle had reached its climax. If a light wave struck the ground, it would definitely make a large part of the central continent sink in. At the very least, the purple spiritual mountain where the unique warrior manor was located wouldn't be preserved. However, shouts rang out and holy light splashed everywhere. This place was still not destroyed and was preserved. The unique warrior manor is worthy of being an important place of the human race. The combination of the rarely seen terrain and Tao patterns made this place an immortal land. An ancient saint said to himself. His attacks became even more ferocious as he launched an exceptional attack that belonged to a saint king. The great Tao rumbled. Tens of thousands of strands of immortal light crushed down from the sky, about to turn this place into a scorched earth. The expressions of the spectators all changed. At this moment, they saw a resplendent river of stars pouring down from the boundless starry sky. Tens of thousands of streaks of light crushed down from the sky, about to overturn this place. Unique warrior manor's master, are you still putting up a stubborn resistance? Do you want to wait for your clan to be completely wiped out? Another ancient saint was extremely tyrannical as he spoke coldly. The sky was in ruins. A boundless expanse of light danced about. There were also countless black holes faintly discernible as they shattered the sky. You kings are going too far. Do you really not care about the slightest bit of rules? The unique warrior manor's old master shouted. His head of messy white hair stood on end. We are indeed going too far. What can you do about it? An ancient saint's tone was overbearing and arrogant. His expression was cold and indifferent, carrying a lawless and indifferent laughter. It could be said that he was completely unrestrained. His voice was exceptionally ear-piercing. In the distance, the faces of the unique warrior manor's big names all changed. They all clenched their fists tightly. The invading ancient saints were truly fearless. It made their lungs explode with anger. They truly wanted to immediately kill them. Unfortunately, these people were too powerful. How many experts in the present world could contend against them? Too excessive. These ancient races should be hacked to pieces. Are they bullying our human race because we lack saints? Arrogant and despotic to the extreme. An elder from the unique warrior manor was so angry that his entire body was shaking. Yi Tong, Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, and the others were also furious. They furiously glared at the sky. The only thing that comforted them was that Yi Fan was unharmed. Seeing how calm he was, they could infer that the old saint of the unique warrior manor had made preparations. In that secret land, the battle was getting more and more intense. The old master's cultivation was extraordinary. He was actually able to hold off 6 saints by himself. The battle had reached its climax. Master of the Qishir mansion, why are you doing this? It's not worth it for a saint physique. If you throw your life away, it will be too late for regrets. Haha, the old man is indeed very strong, exceeding our expectations. However, how long can you last like this? In the end, you will still die a wrongful death. The 6 ancient saints fought the old palace master, their battle intent surging, blotting out the dazzling sun. One of the ancient saints even summoned the sacred radiance of the stars, turning this place into a starry sky. Meteors danced in the air as comets streaked across the sky. Rays of light submerged this place. The power of the summoned stars was extremely terrifying as it submerged the entire central prefecture. You all rely on your bravery to bully us. Have you ever thought that one day, there will be even stronger experts who will attack your clan and kill you all until your souls are extinguished? The old master shouted. Are you joking? Just relying on your unique warrior manner? You want to rely on the human race's saint physique to prove your Tao? Unfortunately, we won't give you the chance. Today, we will make your blood splash for hundreds of zhang. 6 ancient saints soared into the sky and simultaneously suppressed the old master of the unique warrior manor. This place was filled with multicolored lights, and each strand was destructive. The scene of the saints fighting was too tragic. If it wasn't for the unique warrior manor being a special place where the entire purple mountain was densely covered in Tao marks, even the afterglow of a saint's attack would be enough to destroy this place dozens of times over. You were right about one thing just now. Today, we are indeed bullying the human race. What can you do about it? Not only do we want to kill your human race's saint physique, we also want to seize the 5-colored altar. You can't stop us. The ancient race saints saw that they couldn't win after fighting for a long time. One of them laughed arrogantly. He wanted to make the old saint angry and disturb his calm mind. Since you all are so arrogant and have spoken to this extent, this old one will also go all out and leave you all behind. The old master roared. Old man, today, we will definitely eat you up. We are bullying the human race because there is no one left. What can you do about it? An ancient saint sneered in a domineering and overbearing manner. Hong Long, suddenly, streaks of sword energy rushed into the heavens, flying out from the unique warrior manor. They were all primal chaos sword radiance, and they hacked down until the heavens collapsed, turning this place into a land of death. What? That primal chaos killing formation clearly closed, and activating it requires a long time. Why did it revive again? Hurry and retreat, hurry and leave this place, break away from the killing formation. Several ancient saints' faces were full of shock, and a hint of fear appeared. They all flew into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. They wanted to break away from the exceptional killing formation left behind from ancient times. Pooh! A streak of primal chaos sword radiance swept over. Blood splashed several dozen zhang into the sky, streaking across an ancient saint's chest, splitting him in half on the spot. Ah, he screamed miserably. A rain of blood overflowed into the heavens. His primordial spirit light shone brilliantly, flying with everything he had, tearing apart the void to escape. However, this primal chaos killing formation was too strange and terrifying. It was all pervasive, and it locked down the void. He had no way of escaping. This was especially the case when blood splashed out. The entire ancient killing formation revived, locking down this ancient saint. All of the primal chaos sword radiance gathered in this direction. Pooh! Endless streaks of primal chaos light hacked over, hacking this ancient saint's primordial spirit until it was deformed. His life flame quickly dried up, going from resplendent to flickering in but an instant. The terror of this primal chaos killing formation was clear to see. It could even cut down saints. The expressions of the ancient saints who rushed into the clouds all became ugly to the extreme. No, this person released a final cry of unwillingness. He was hacked into dust by the primal chaos sword radiance, dying completely. An ancient saint of a generation had fallen. In the distance, the large black dog's large eyes flickered with a dark light, and he said, as expected of the extraordinary warrior manner, "This killing formation is very terrifying, comparable to some of the formation patterns of the great ancient emperors. However, I've never heard of an emperor appearing here." His eyes suddenly lit up, and he opened them very wide as he thought of the 9 secrets. "Good move. You knew that we would come, and you want to trap and kill us here," an ancient saint roared angrily above the clouds. "Unfortunately, your plan is destined to fail. Today, I will definitely kill you, you old bastard." A few ancient race ancestral kings escaped, and only one was killed by the sword radiance. At this moment, they stood tall in the sky, their eyes like eternal ice, cold and emotionless. They wanted to start a massacre. The old palace chief said calmly, "Since you have fought your way here and think that the human race can be bullied, then there is nothing more to say. We can only use blood sacrifice for the formation, and kill to reason things out." Yi Tong, Yao Yuekong, Li Heishui, and the others all clenched their fists, extremely excited. The old palace chief activated the primal chaos killing formation and killed an ancient race saint, which made them feel that they had vented their anger. Just now, they had been extremely stifled. Now, there were only 5 ancient saints left, and the old palace chief could most likely fight them head-on. He would not be as passive as before. However, before they could relax for even a moment, a grand wave surged over, quickly rushing over from the horizon. "You are right. Today, we will use blood sacrifice for the formation, and kill to reason things out. We will definitely eat the human race. Even if we want to bully you, so what?" As this voice rushed over, the 7th ancient race saint appeared. His might was monstrous, and blood clouds pressed down. They were as heavy as the sea, and a bloody smell assailed the nostrils. It was suffocating, as if there were a million blood-colored mountains flying over. Everyone's expressions changed. The 7th ancient saint had appeared, and the ancient race had mobilized. How could they fight against this? Could the old palace chief of the odd warrior manor still hold on? The ancient race had mobilized a large force, and they would not rest until they achieved their goal. Even if they had made preparations and countermeasures, it was impossible without absolute strength. Everyone was full of worry. In the end, this was a world where strength spoke. In front of so many ancient saints, all strategies were useless. They only needed to smash them with a single punch. "It's fine," Yi Fan said calmly. He rubbed Hua Hua's little bald head, telling everyone not to worry. "Really, there won't be a disaster?" An elite disciple of the odd warrior manor asked. Yi Fan did not say much. Today's situation was decided by the old palace chief half a year ago. The multicolored altar was too dazzling, and the ancient race had long since set their eyes on it. They wanted to carry out the cicada shedding its carapace plan today. When the old saint met him for the first time in the small wine shop, he said that he would send him into the ancient heaven path half a year later. He purposely spread the news that he was going to destroy the multicolored altar today. At the same time, he was going to hit the ancient race. "Old man, you are courting death. The human race's sacred body will die, and the odd warrior manor will also be destroyed. This multicolored altar will also belong to us," an ancient saint said coldly. "Let's talk with strength. If you can't do it, it will be useless no matter what reasoning you humans have. You can only lower your head to us," a saint king said. Everyone was furious. The famous guests of the odd warrior manor were about to stomp their feet in anger, but they did not have the strength to help. It was impossible for these ancient saints to enter the primal chaos killing formation again. Killing one ancient saint was already the limit, and it would be difficult to lure them in again. Is that so? Does having a bigger fist make sense? That's fine, this old man will talk reason with you all. At this time an aged voice rang out. On the multicolored altar, Yi Fan's body turned into a wisp of clear air and dissipated. In his place, a sickly old man appeared and turned into another person. "What, it's him. Gai Joyo. Why did he come? When did he arrive? Hurry and leave." The ancient race ancient kings' faces were ashen, full of uneasiness. They didn't dare say anything else and turned around to leave. Since everyone has come, let's do as you all said. Let's use our fists to talk reason. Guy Joyo's face was sickly. His voice was calm without the slightest bit of anger. However, when he pointed out with his finger, the winds and clouds immediately changed, a streak of finger radiance rushed into the sky. It was as if a sun had fallen, streaking across the cosmos and shining with eternal immortal splendor. Pooh, an ancient saint exploded on the spot. Blood scattered everywhere, dyeing heaven and earth red. He didn't even have the time to release a groan before he turned into a dismembered corpse. The other 5 ancient saints were scared out of their wits. What kind of people were they? An ancient saint among them was actually blasted apart by a single finger. This made everyone tremble in fear. Don't leave. Let's continue to talk reason. After we finish here, this old man will go to your clans and carefully and seriously talk for half a day. Guy Joyo pointed out with his finger again. With a light pu sound, the second ancient saint turned into a pool of blood, his body and soul extinguished. Annihilating a saint with a flick of a finger, how terrifying was this battle prowess? Not to mention the current era, even looking at the ancient times, it wouldn't be inferior to the most ferocious figures in the long river of history. Guy Joyo's divine might shook the world as soon as he appeared. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with those who stood at the peak since ancient times. He was a true peerless expert, just 2 flick of his finger had destroyed 2 ancient saints. Not even a strand of their souls had escaped. The bloody mist drifting in the sky, the scarlet smell, and the dazzling light were shocking. The remaining ancient race saints all turned pale and their limbs were numb. They felt a chill run down their spine and their souls were trembling. It wasn't that they were weak, but there was something in the body of the seemingly decrepit old man in front of them that made them tremble instinctively. Others might not be able to tell, but as ancient sages, they were able to see it clearly at this moment of life and death. Within that old, almost decaying body, there was a soul that shone brilliantly like the sun. It was a clear indication of his unparalleled strength. Even though the soul was already covered in the marks of time and it was difficult for it to remain immortal, dealing with them was as easy as flipping one's hand. It was enough. Guy Joyo, you can't do this. The ancient saints were terrified. The old man's chi and blood were withered and he looked so decrepit, but they were terrified to the extreme. Why can't I do this? Didn't you just say that we should talk with strength and reason with our fists? I'm talking to you very seriously. Guy Joyo had a sickly expression. He spat out a breath of clear air and turned into a chaotic light that rushed forward. Pfft! An ancient saint's body was in tatters as if he had been smashed by a giant hammer. Whether it was his bones or flesh, they were all rotten beyond recognition. Even his primordial spirit was in the same state. Then, his entire body exploded. Dead, another ancient saint has died. This was a saint king of the ancient races who was famous for his defense, but he was shattered by a breath of essence energy. Within the Qishur manor, the group of legendary figures who had felt incomparably sullen and indignant just now all felt relieved. Their gloominess disappeared, and they began to sympathize with the ancient saints. Facing such an unfathomable Guy Joyo was truly a tragedy. Even an ancient sage had lost the ability to fight and was casually killed by Guy Joyo. He was as weak as a 3-year-old. Guy Joyo, you're a true peerless expert. Do you still remember the agreement of the Jade Lake meeting? Aren't you afraid of provoking a few great sages by killing us ancient sages without any scruples? Please have mercy, we know we're in the wrong, an ancestral king cried out in fear with a pale face. After becoming saints for so many years, when had they ever been so frightened? They had always been high and mighty, but at this moment, they were putting on a brave front but cowardly on the inside. They were scared to the bone. Guy Joyo sighed softly. The human clan talks about rules with you. You say that whoever's fist is stronger is the law. Now, I'm talking about the principle of fists with you, but you're mentioning the old agreement and rules. What do you think I should do? He stood on the 5-colored altar just like that, his ancient Taoist clothes fluttering about, moving with the wind. His body was shriveled up, his complexion not great, but he possessed heaven's shocking strength. He alone was enough to make saints feel fear, as if they were facing a deity. Swish! An ancient sage took out a divine artifact that was passed down from generation to generation. Divine light surged into the sky, tearing open a chaotic passageway, wanting to reach the northern region and escape this calamity. This divine light was very dazzling, illuminating eternity. He took a step into it, a hint of joy on his face. As long as the crack closed, he would be able to escape without a trace. However, this naturally couldn't become a reality, because the person in front of him was called Gai Joyo. Whether it was in the past, present, or future, he was a peerless figure that could be recorded in the history of cultivation. If it wasn't for the fact that he was born too close to the Azure the Arch, he would definitely have a chance to prove his way. Boom! Gai Joyo stood on the five-colored sacrificial altar. There was no light in his eyes, and they even looked a little cloudy. However, when he reached out with his hand, it was as if the heavens were falling and the earth rending. He directly grabbed the ancient sage and his weapon out of thin air. This is too terrifying. It wasn't just Yifan, Duan, the Holy Prince, and the others. Even the saint-level beings felt their scalps go numb. Every inch of the remaining two ancient sages' flesh was convulsing, and they were extremely terrified. They were saints, and they could pluck down meteors and shatter the moon. With a single battle, they could cause a vast expanse of the middle state to sink. However, when facing Gai Joyo at this moment, they were like sick men, and they didn't even have the courage to fight. This was because Gai Joyo could destroy them with just a wave of his hand. Pooh! The wrinkled palm slowly closed, and the ancient sage let out a wail of anguish before turning into a mist of blood on the spot. Meanwhile, the gods contained within the divine artifact struggled in terror, but it also shattered inch by inch, transforming into a dazzling divine light that filled the sky like fireworks. Just how powerful is this? That's an immortal divine artifact, and yet it's being ignited like fireworks. It's so extravagant and brilliant, the large black dog murmured. This kind of battle prowess almost petrified everyone. There was no way to estimate Gai Joyo's true cultivation level, and they could only look up to him in awe. Gai Joyo said, "For so many years, you've acted in a domineering manner. Wherever your descendants go, even children don't dare to cry. One can imagine just how arrogant you've become. At first, I didn't want to cause trouble. All races should be equal, and we should coexist peacefully while waiting for the path of celestial ascension to open. However, you've gone too far, and you're completely unbridled. Now, you've actually come to my race's divine land, and you want to kill my race's saint physique and seize the five-colored sacrificial altar. Do you think my race is easy to bully? Perhaps I'll have to stretch my muscles a little. If we're just trying to reason with each other, some people won't know when to stop. Please spare us. We won't dare to do this again. If you spare us this time, we'll never appear again, and we'll never become enemies with the human race." An ancient sage bowed deeply, and he was almost kneeling there. His forehead was covered with sweat, and he didn't dare to move. It's too late. Since I've already made my move, how can I stop now? Gai Joyo shook his head. It was obvious that he wanted to establish his might this time, and beat the ancient race until they were terrified. Killing these few ancient sages was just a prelude, and he definitely wanted to use this to send out the most terrifying warning. You're an unparalleled existence, and we're just ants. Please don't lower yourself to our level. We swear that we'll never become enemies with the human race, so please have mercy. Everyone had moments of fear. Facing Gai Joyo, these two ancient sages were completely terrified. In order to live, they knelt there and begged. These were the most radical ancient kings of the 10 great king clans. They were usually high and mighty, and they had never trembled in fear like this before. They knelt and begged for their lives, and they didn't even have the thought of fighting. If word got out, it would definitely shock the world. Unfortunately, their final repentance and begging couldn't change their fates. Gai Joyo shook his sleeves, and they broke apart inch by inch, turning into a bloody pulp. Today, some king clans of the northern region broke the agreement for no reason, and they came to kill the saint physique of the human race. They even wanted to seize the five-colored sacrificial altar left behind by the great human emperor, forcing me to make a trip to the northern region, Gai Joyo said. The five-colored sacrificial altar has been destroyed by the ancient race, the old saint of the unique warrior manner said. After saying this, he shook his sleeves, and the five-colored divine light flashed. The altar shrunk, and it was sucked into it. Ah, is the ancient road to the outer region really destroyed? Was it destroyed by those ancient sages? In the unique warrior manner, an upright and honest Almighty was in a daze, and he asked with a sullen face. You idiot, this is naturally said by that old fox, the manor master. He wants to put the blame on us and hide the five-colored sacrificial altar. Guy Joyo is a peerless and invincible existence, and he wouldn't say such a thing. But what kind of person is our old manor master? He wants to pluck the feathers of the goose that passes by, and he can't wait for the rooster that passes by to lay an egg for him. This time, he wants to chase Guy Woody to the northern region, and extort him from behind, another person who knew the old manor master said in a low voice. The formation patterns intertwined, and transformed into a formation platform. Guy Joyo, the old manor master, and Yi Fan stepped onto it, and directly rushed toward the northern region. Awoo! The large black dog let out a howl, and he was incredibly excited as he said, this time, there's going to be a huge storm. The old and sickly withered elder is going to make a move, and the whole world is going to be shocked. It can't be that he's going to turn the northern region upside down, right? Let's hurry up and follow him to see what's going on. Let's go, let's see how they're going to do something big, the little baldy Hua Hua also said excitedly. The group of people majestically activated the second formation platform, and charged toward the northern region. Of course, they couldn't go with Yi Fan and the other two who were directly involved. They were only going to watch the show. On this day, the clouds moved in all directions. The news that 7 ancient sages had joined forces to attack the unique warrior manor quickly spread throughout the world, and it couldn't be hidden even if they wanted to. It caused a huge wave. Had the ancient tribe become so domineering? Everyone in the world felt uneasy. But when the news that 7 ancient sages had died, they couldn't believe it anymore, and the haze in their hearts was blown away. Guy Joyo has taken action. The Supreme Being who was already unmatched under the heavens 8,000 years ago has finally taken action. This ancient sage senior who was believed to be able to verify the Tao has finally revealed his exceptional brilliance again. He was forced to draw his sword and hack at the ancient race. When everyone heard this, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken up. Many of the older generation figures were so moved that they began to tremble. Even though Guy Joyo's age was too great, his bloodline dried up, and he was too old, he could still fight. Forget about the central continent and other places, even in the farthest western desert, an aged figure on Mount Meru couldn't sit still. He stood at the summit of Mount Meru and gazed into the eastern wasteland. Guy Joyo came to the northern region, and after 8,000 years, he once again drew his sword. The entire world was shocked. This elder brought the human race's divine body to the northern region to demand an explanation. He wanted to ask why the ancient race dared to disobey the rules again, and he was preparing to take action. Many great clans of the ancient race were terrified. An existence that had lived for 9,000 years came to denounce them, and they didn't know what kind of massacre he was going to instigate. After so many years, they had never seen this human supreme being take action. Many of the ancient race agreed that he couldn't hold on any longer. His cultivation realm had dropped greatly, and he was no longer as magnificent as he was in the past. One had to know that anyone, even great emperors, would grow old one day. Their primordial spirit would decay, their flesh would wither, and their battle prowess would decrease sharply. There were many examples in history, such as the great completion divine body of the Holy Cliff. When he was at the prime of his life, he was majestic, his aura devouring mountains and rivers. His roar could pluck the stars and split the sun, and stars would shatter with a single roar. However, what was the final result? When he reached his later years, his blood energy withered, and his body aged. He no longer had the battle prowess of his peak. In the end, he was killed by someone, dying on the Holy Cliff. The blood of the great completion divine body dyed that black peak red. Even now, there were still traces of his essence energy scattered. How lamentable! Now, Guy Joyo had killed 7 ancient saints with a wave of his hand, and there was no lack of saint kings among them. This allowed people to see his vitality, as well as his past brilliance. Guy Joyo took action, bringing Yi Fan to the northern region. He was about to reveal his most stunning sword. The entire world was quietly waiting. The human race was excited, and the ancient race was terrified. The entire world was watching. This was a stone forest situated within the mountain range. It was uneven in height and crisscrossed. This was only the entrance. Ahead of them was a vast expanse of stone mountains and enormous rocks, occupying a vast area. It was quite common in the northern region where not even a blade of grass grew. It occupied more than 95% of the region. This place could be considered lush and verdant. There was quite a bit of vegetation between the mountain rocks and stone forest. This was especially the case in front. After entering the stone forest, a large primitive forest covered the area. Pine trees rustled about, forming many special areas around the rocky land. Moreover, there was a boundless stone forest surrounded by a green primitive mountain range. It was a bit out of place compared to the lush mountain forest. This was a vicious land that ordinary people didn't dare set foot in. It was occupied by an archaic Great King clan. Ordinary Dao-severing experts wouldn't dare approach and would avoid it from afar. This was because their vicious reputation was great. They were one of the 10 great vicious clans. A single word of disagreement would lead to a life-and-death confrontation. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many great clans had been wiped out. Ow-ho! A roar rang out. An enormous tiger-leopard-type creature ran through the stone mountains. It was 10 zhang in length and could cover several li with a single leap. Its body was vigorous and its breathing was heavy, making people feel intimidated. It turned around and discovered Yi Fan's group. Its eyes flourished with vicious light. It jumped 8 li from a mountain peak to another stone mountain and looked down on them from above. Stone race is truly extraordinary. Even a beast raised outside the mountain gate has reached the Dao-severing realm. Their background is indeed deep. Yi Fan was astonished. They moved quickly. When the news of Odd Warrior Manor had just spread, they had already entered the northern region. They were searching for the most radical king clans and were about to take action. Dai Jiuyo wanted to demand an explanation from the ancient race. He was going to unsheath his sword in the northern region and display exceptional sharpness. Yi Fan and the old saint of Odd Warrior Manor followed him without any fear. Ow-ho! The biggest difference between this strange beast and ordinary vicious beasts was that its forehead was actually a stone wall. It didn't have any flesh or hair, appearing rather abrupt. This was the stone race. It was rumored that their ancestor was an expert born from the union of a holy spirit and an ancient race. Later on, they married into other races and developed into a king clan. Many of their descendants had stone spots on their bodies. Swish! This strange beast couldn't see through the trio's depth. A streak of divine splendor shot out from its stony forehead. This was an innate divine technique passed down to them by their ancestors, and it could pierce through mountains and rivers. Pa! Yi Fan waved his hand and sent it flying. The strange beast let out a ferocious roar, instantly alerting the ancient race members at the entrance of the rocky grounds. A group of them rushed over. Who dares to barge into my stone clan? This race's appearance was strange. Some were humanoid, and some were animal-shaped. Every single one of them had a large stone slab on their body that emitted a faint luster. It's me, the Yi Fan whom all of you have been thinking about and who sent out ancient sages to kill. Dai Jiuyo walked at the back, followed by the old saint of Qishir Manor. Yi Fan stood at the forefront. His body was slender and strong, and his blood and qi were masculine. His eyes were full of aggressive killing intent. It's you. You really have the gall of a god. The 10 great royal families are all looking for you, wanting to chop you into mush, but you actually delivered yourself to our doorstep. The news from Qishir Manor hadn't reached here yet, so they still didn't know that 7 ancient saints had fallen. Their eyes all flickered with cold light. Normally, who dared to behave atrociously here? They would all take a detour. They were known as one of the 10 great vicious clans, and their name had spread throughout the archaic era. Once they clashed with them, it would be a disaster of blood at every turn. You came at the right time. I heard that you once killed a saint. Today, you want to establish your might in my stone clan again? Then I'll help you, haha. Someone laughed loudly. Right now, the entire world knew how terrifying and extraordinary Yi Fan was. Those under the saint realm couldn't be provoked, but today, he took the initiative to provoke them, delivering himself to their doorstep. This was the same as throwing his life away. The Stone clan's vicious name was well known, so they naturally had an ancient saint overseeing it. Otherwise, how could they be called a king clan? No matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. Human Saint Physique, your life is truly tough. You probably don't know yet, but an ancient saint from my clan went to the central continent to kill you. Who would have thought that you actually didn't ascend the rainbow altar? Otherwise, you would have died a long time ago. The Stone clan leader that guarded the mountain gate shook his head, sighing that his fate wasn't bad. He revealed a cold expression and said, "What a pity, you chose the path of death yourself." Yifan laughed loudly, and then he coldly said, "Your news is too outdated. Could it be that you still don't know about the heaven-shocking changes that happened today? 7 ancient saints fell in the central continent in a single day. Nonsense, someone who is about to die is still trying to frighten others." This leader shook his head. However, a long roar sounded from the distance. A stone statue flew through the sky, quickly closing in, transmitting a panic-stricken divine will fluctuation. Not good, my clan's ancient saint fell in the central continent. The great enemy is about to enter the northern region and slaughter his way to our doorstep. Pooh. Yifan reached out with a finger, releasing a streak of golden light, causing that stone statue to explode. Rocks and blood scattered outwards, and the divine will stopped there. Go, report to the ancient king that the human race's Saint Physique has come to throw his life away. This leader's expression changed. Even though he was a half-saint, he still didn't dare fight against Yifan. Everyone under the heavens knew that apart from Huang Shudao, the dragon lady of the nest of 10,000 dragons, and a few other ancient emperor children, no one under the saint realm could contend against him. There is no need to report. We will go in ourselves. Yifan said. He released a great roar, and golden blood energy filled the sky. He turned into a streak of light and rushed forward. Pooh, pooh, he unleashed a great slaughter outside Stone Clan's mountain gate, blasting apart Stone Clan's experts with each fist. He was completely unrestrained, and no one could stop him for even a single step. Has chaos truly arrived? Even a trifling Dao executioner dares to stir up trouble in my Stone Clan. Even an ant wants to bite an elephant to death? A dignified voice sounded. A streak of hazy holy splendor appeared in midair and slowly descended. It surrounded that person within. He was like a deity that transcended this mortal world. The Stone Clan saint appeared. He raised his hand and grabbed towards Yifan. You are only a lucky ant. If not for the fact that you missed out, my clan brother would have crushed you to death in Central Continent. Is that so? Your Stone Clan is truly awe-inspiring. You came to my extraordinary soldier manor to kill people, and you even want to seize the 5-colored altar left behind by an ancient great emperor. Today, I will demand an explanation. The extraordinary soldier manor's old manor lord slapped over, stopping him. Human race ancient saint? The one who came revealed his true body. This was a flesh body with a head of thick yellow hair. He exuded heavenly might, and blood energy overflowed, causing the world to rumble. Reporting to Clan Lord, just now, the stone sculpture transmitted a message saying that the 7 ancient saints from the various king clans who headed for Central Continent were all wiped out. I don't know if this is true or false. The Mountain Gate Guard leader said. What? Stone Clan's lord was immediately stupefied. Things are bad. The saints have shed blood in Central Continent, all of them falling. From the distance, cries of alarm sounded. There were people flying over. Stone Clan's people were all shocked. What kind of major event was this? It had to be said that their information was a bit behind schedule. Only now did they feel that things were far from good. You, who are you? Stone Clan's lord stared at Gai Jiuyo. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. All of his fine hair stood on end. My name is Gai Jiuyo, the one who came to reason with you. Gai Jiuyo walked up. What, human races? Gai Jiuyo? Stone Clan's lord shivered in fear, almost trembling. He never thought that this existence that even the ancient race's great sage would come looking for him. The surface of his body quickly petrified, turning into a stone person. His defensive strength reached a shocking level. Things are bad. Gai Jiuyo entered the northern region, wishing to kill the 10 great king clans to establish his might. In the distance, several figures appeared, hurrying over to report. It wasn't that their information was too late, but rather that Yi Fan and the others moved out too quickly. Even though they wasted quite a bit of time searching for the ancient race's residence, news still spread a bit faster. Human race's unmatched supreme being, you cannot be like this. Stone Clan's lord was just full of divine might, as if he was a deity. Divine splendor illuminated his body, calmly descending from the sky, but now, he was trembling. This type of human race supreme being came. With a raise of his hand, it was enough to wipe out his entire clan, completely erasing them from this world. This was the difference in strength, even though he was an ancient saint who could overlook the world, able to seize the moon from the sky, refine the stars in outer space, almost omnipotent, viewing all life as ants. However, when facing this sickly elder, he didn't have the slightest bit of fighting spirit. He was scared out of his wits, his body trembling. It wasn't that he was too weak, but rather that Gai Jiuyo released divine might. Strand after strand of energy was released, locking him down, leaving Stone Clan's lord horrified from the bottom of his soul. No. He released a loud cry. Within the domain released by Gai Jiuyo, his petrified body quickly cracked, and then it exploded with a hong sound. Blood poured down like rain. Everything was quiet. Stone Clan's people were all terrified to the extreme, all of them trembling with fear. This was their clan lord, someone who could ascend to the 9 heavens and descend to the netherworld, someone who had dominated the world for 5,000 years. He was extremely famous even among the ancient kings. For all life, this should be an unmatched existence. However, at this time, Gai Jiuyo didn't even take action. He only released a domain, yet Stone Clan's lord, whose defensive strength was unmatched in this world, was completely killed. Yi Fan and the old saint from the unique scholar manor were also shaken. This cultivation realm was something even ancient saints could only look up to from afar. This was a supreme being comparable to those matchless heroes of ancient history. Gai Jiuyo walked forward, not taking action again. Stone Clan's experts all backed up, and after a few steps, they directly fell weak onto the ground. It was as if they were facing a true deity. In the distance, a weak fluctuation transmitted over. An ancient saint opened a realm gate, wishing to escape through the void. Hong Long, Gai Jiuyo slapped out with a single hand. That place was annihilated, and an ancient saint screamed miserably. He turned into blood, dust, and ashes, his body and soul destroyed. The Stone Clan was terrified. Their clan had 3 ancient saints, and now, they were completely wiped out. This was the same as a great calamity descending upon them. Since this old one has taken action, not a single one of the saints who humiliated my human race should think about living. The aged voice didn't carry any fluctuations of emotion. It was extremely calm, yet it made all sides silent. Everyone from the Stone Clan trembled, all of them kneeling on the ground. They were suppressed by a type of unmatched aura, unable to budge in the slightest. The person who came was enough to wipe out their clan tens to hundreds of times over. However, Gai Jiuyo didn't take action against them. This time, his main target was the ancient saints, and he didn't want to kill the innocent. I found a treasure. The old lord of the unique scholar manor was like an old fox, and even his eyebrows were blooming with joy. In his hands were 4 broken stone pieces, each one the size of a palm. They were simple and mysterious, and there were patterns engraved on them. Fragments of the Holy Spirit divine clothes? Gai Jiuyo was astonished and nodded his head. Yi Fan was astonished. This was indeed a good thing. The Holy Spirit was a supreme existence that dared to challenge the ancient emperors. The Stone Clan was the descendant of a Holy Spirit and an ancient race, so it was reasonable for them to have such an exceptional treasure. This was a supreme defensive treasure. Gai Jiuyo didn't move. The old lord of the unique scholar manor and Yi Fan were plundering the Stone Clan without restraint, searching for spoils of war. They obtained many precious materials. Let's go to the next stop, said Gai Jiuyo. His aged body wasn't imposing, but his back was very straight. He took a step forward and entered the realm gate. 8,000 years ago, he was matchless and majestic, but now, his body was no longer young. His blood energy was dried up, and even his eyes were turbid. He was a hero of a generation, and he had completely aged. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt that this hero was past his prime. 2 hours later, all the saints of the green ghost race were annihilated. 4 hours later, all the ancient saints of the purple lightning race were killed. 6 hours later, all the ancient kings of the divine will race were executed. Not a single one escaped. The eastern wasteland was shaken, and the ancient race was terrified. They were trembling with fear, and the entire world was in an uproar. The supreme being of the human race took action, brandishing his sword at the ancient race. The exceptional sharpness illuminated the entire great earth. The Blue Demon Abyss was a very special place. It was located in an extremely famous Great Rift Valley in the northern region, where blue mist often floated up. This place was very famous, and few people dared to approach it because they could easily lose their lives. For cultivators, it was a bad place, and they would often lose their way and die. Everyone knew that the northern region was vast and boundless. Standing on the ground and looking forward, it was boundless, barren, and desolate. And approaching here, this feeling would be 10 times stronger. This abyss was broken very neatly, as if a deity's axe had fallen, splitting the earth into two, straight up and down, thousands of miles into the ground. When approaching here, one could see white bones lying in disarray, like a white rock. The corpses had been accumulated for thousands of years, and many had long been weathered into bone powder. Desolate, terrifying, and strange were the main themes of this place. For so many years, it was unknown how many creatures had died here, and the snow-white bones were a shocking sight. A space gate appeared above the Scarlet Land, and Yi Fan, the old saint of Qishir Manor, and Gai Joyo walked out and appeared above the Blue Demon Abyss. This place is just like the rumors, it has a great impact on the spirit of cultivators. As soon as I approach here, my spirit becomes somewhat unstable and wants to rush out of the flesh shell, Yi Fan said to himself with a frown. Any creature that entered this place would lose control of their soul, leaving the shackles of the flesh shell and sinking into the Blue Demon Abyss. There were countless bones on the ground, and it was a vast expanse of whiteness, turning into a sea of bones left behind by the long years. All the creatures died the same way, losing their spirit, leaving only their flesh, and slowly decaying here. The blue demon race below has already awakened for many years. The reason why this place has become a dangerous place is because of them. They are the ones who consume the spirit power of the creatures, the old master of Qishir Manor said. It was also because of this that the blue demon race's fierce name spread far and wide. They established a kingdom of death, and absorbing spirits was no different from eating humans. It was very harmful to the weak races, so even many ancient races resisted them. Although Yi Fan was a little affected, it was not a big problem. The small golden person in the space between his eyebrows stepped out on its own, opened its mouth, and let out a long roar. It used the swastika heavenly sound, shaking the entire abyss and scattering the blue mist. Someone is waiting for me below, but it doesn't matter, Gai Joyo said. Yi Fan and the old master's hearts trembled. Powerful figures from the ancient races must have appeared. After all, they had killed the ancient saints of the stone race, blue ghost race, violet electric race, and divine will race. They must have alarmed some powerful old monsters who wanted to stop them. At this moment, forget about Eastern Wasteland and Central Province, even the cultivators in the Eastern Sea heard these rumors. It was because the matter was just too great. A matchless expert of the human race took action, wiping out the saints of the 4 great king clans in succession. Not a single one escaped, all of them turned into flying ashes, shaking heaven and earth. Gai Joyo's name had already resounded throughout the world 8,000 years ago, and everyone in the world knew of him. After so many years of silence, he had once again risen to prominence, and he was even able to kill ancient sages with a single move. Who wouldn't fear him? That day, all of the ancient clans in the north region were terrified, not even daring to breathe loudly. Everyone was in danger, fearing that a great disaster would fall on their heads, and all of them were terrified. Astral winds whistled, and blue mist surged. Large amounts of mist rushed up from the bottom of this abyss, drawing out one's primordial spirit, wanting to leave the body. After descending for 1,000 li, a great lake appeared at the bottom of the Great Rift Valley. It was like a sea, boundlessly large, water vapor lingering about, and clear and crystalline waves. It wasn't that dim here. There were stalks of demon flowers in the water, all of them blue, flickering with brilliance, making this place flicker indeterminately. The mist was precisely emitted by them. There was a giant cave on the shore of the Great Lake, and inside was a bright world that led to the Blue Devil race's residence. That was the true Devil's Nest. Not good, the human race's Guy Jiryo has really come. A great disaster is imminent, Guy Wudi has arrived. When the group of ancient clans guarding the cave saw the three descend, they all cried out in alarm, quickly sending a message inside. Their expressions were terrified, and they were trembling with fear. This group of people was covered in blue scales, and they looked very fierce. However, at this moment, they were like weak and pitiful sheep in front of a lion king, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Guy Jiryo stepped onto the shore, stepped on the white jade stairs, and walked into the ancient cave step by step. Yi Fan and the old master of Qishir Manor followed closely behind. Only the old man in front of them could even break into the ancient royal lair. He completely ignored the Tao patterns and killing formations laid down by the ancient sages. Any killing divine patterns would become chaotic marks under Guy Jiryo's feet and wouldn't have any effect. Among them, the divine will race's formation was the most terrifying, but in the end, it directly collapsed and couldn't do anything to the three of them. Guy Jiryo stepped into the 10,000 zhang black hole. Supreme human race has graced my blue devil abyss with your presence. What noble purpose do you have? This was a vast underground world. Light and fire flickered, and one could vaguely see an ancient giant city in the distance, shrouded in blue mist. The ancient city built in the underground world had existed since ancient times. This was the habitat of the Blue Devil race, and generation after generation of vicious demon kings had been born here. I'm here to reason with you. Guy Jiryo's steps were steady, and with every step, there were Tao patterns on the ground that collapsed. Many of the patterns were damaged and turned into powder. The old saint of Qishir Manor's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, "This is an ancient killing formation that was perfected by many ancient sages generation after generation. Even a saint might die in it and can't go far." Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. Such terrifying ancient formations were all broken inch by inch under Guy Jiryo's feet. How profound was his cultivation to destroy the formations so easily and directly? Taoist Guy, you came to reason with my race. Why did you damage the protective formation? What's the meaning of this? A majestic figure appeared on the ancient giant city and looked over. His eyes were like two bolts of lightning. If I want to reason with you with my fists, I naturally have to fight. Haven't you all been like this all these years? Sweep the world with battle and reason with martial arts, Guy Jiryo said. The ancient city in front of them was silent. The people on the city walls felt a majestic aura rushing over, and their bodies trembled. Senior Guy, you killed the ancient sages of the four great races in one day. Do you want to turn the northern region upside down and kill all the ancient races? The person on the city wall asked loudly. All races coexist, and all races are equal. Originally, we could have coexisted peacefully, but you all have gone too far. The old saint of Qishir Manor looked forward and said, you all ignore the convention of the myriad races and have been running amok and killing all these years. This time, the 7 sages came out one after another and broke into the important land of the human race. You do whatever you want. Do you want to destroy our race? There's some misunderstanding, the Blue Demon Clan Lord said as he stood on the ancient city. Misunderstanding? Your 10 great royal families issued a kill order for me and sent 7 ancient sages to the Central Plains to kill me. What a big misunderstanding this is, Yi Fan said coldly. On the ancient giant city, the Blue Demon Clan Lord's expression was cold. He ignored Yi Fan's words. Usually, no one below the saint level dared to disrespect him. This was because the Blue Demon Clan was not only one of the 10 great primordial races, but also one of the 10 strongest royal families apart from the royal family. They had an extremely deep foundation and had once produced the great sage. Moreover, the Blue Demon Clan Lord of this generation was a peerless genius known as the Blue Demon Heavenly King. He had walked very far on the road of proving his Tao and was only one step away from becoming the great sage. It could be said that this person was amazing and his combat strength was terrifying. He far surpassed many ancient kings and was ranked at the top of the world of experts. You have gone too far. You have been unscrupulous for so many years. How far do you want to go? Do you want to completely destroy the human race? Yi Fan continued. The Blue Demon Clan Lord still did not speak. He relied on his status and did not look at Yi Fan. He only looked at Gai Jiuyo and the old saint of the unique warrior palace. Why are you not speaking? Senior Gai came here to talk to you about the great principles between the human race and the ancient race, and also to demand an explanation for Yi Fan, the old saint of the unique warrior palace said. Perhaps we have done something wrong, but the 7 ancient sages have all died in the Central Plains. The anger of the human race should have subsided by now, right? The Blue Demon Clan Lord said. Not enough. There are only a few of you. If we don't kill all the ancient sages of the 10 great kings, how can the storm be quelled? Gai Jiuyo said. He had been peerless 8,000 years ago, and his words could not be disobeyed. Now that he had made such a decision, his determination could not be changed. Boom, a monstrous domain spread out, and Gai Jiuyo arrived in front of the ancient city in a single step. The Blue Demon Clan Lord's face was snow white, and all the bones in his body were broken. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying thousands of meters away. His heart was aghast. He was only one step away from becoming a great sage, but in front of this sickly old man, he couldn't even be compared to a scarecrow. The monstrous might brought about by a single step was actually so terrifying. You ignored Yi Fan, thinking that your status is very noble? But if you compare yourself to Senior Gai, what can you rely on? The old saint of the unique warrior palace sneered. In the ancient city, there was a giant tree that towered into the sky. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant, and it was rooted in the center of the city. It flickered with blue light and lingered in the air, making people's primordial spirits want to fly out. This was the Blue Demon Ancient Tree. It could swallow the primordial spirits of all living beings in the world and turn them into the most primordial essence energy for the cultivation of the Blue Demon Clan. It was the foundation of their clan's prosperity. At this time, 2 figures flew out and blocked the Blue Demon Clan Lord, who had been sent flying. They transformed into 2 balls of divine radiance and continuously patted his body thousands of times. The bones all over the Blue Demon Clan Lord's body creaked, and his primordial spirit emitted light. He was originally about to break inch by inch, but now that he had received help, his injuries were finally stabilized. He, the Blue Demon Clan Lord, was incomparably terrified. If it weren't for these 2 people, he would most likely have died. At this moment, all his hopes turned to dust, and a chill ran down his spine. He was known as a peerless genius and had great hopes of becoming the great sage. But this person had only taken a single step, and just that aura alone had almost crushed him to pieces. This was a gargantuan disparity. Just a moment ago, he clearly felt an invincible will, one that even the great sage couldn't compare to. That wisp of aura had only been sensed when he had an audience with the Emperor fighting in the past. This person clearly had the hope of proving the Tao. The 2 people who flew over from the Blue Demon Ancient Tree shone with eternal brilliance. Both of them looked at Gai Jiuyo as if they were facing a great enemy. Brother Gai, didn't we have an agreement not to take action? Why can't you sit still? The one who spoke was actually the great sage Xianxia. He had come to stop Gai Jiuyo. Isn't this a bit too much? You should know that in this world, you might not necessarily be the supreme being. No one dares to say that they are invincible. Who knows, an old senior might jump out from my ancient race, the Golden King said with a cold expression. His entire body was shrouded in golden brilliance. The appearance of the ancient race's great sage would inevitably cause a great storm that would sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Is that so? If there really is one, I'm very happy to see him come out. After so many years, it's really lonely. Gai Jiuyo let out a long sigh. The golden pupils of the Golden King contracted as he stared at Gai Jiuyo. He felt that the old man in front of him was somewhat unfathomable, which made him horrified. Brother Gai's cultivation is comparable to the legendary supreme existence. I admire you. You can be said to be world-shaking. Unfortunately, you were born in the wrong era. Great Sage Xianxia said with a smile. Yi Fan and the odd warrior Manor's old Manor Lord both felt uneasy in their hearts. The supreme ancient immortal realms was a flourishing great era where all races coexisted. Now, they all appeared at the same time. Maybe there really were old seniors who surpassed the great sage realm. These two great sage were most likely not speaking without thinking. Was this an invisible deterrent? If there was an old senior mentioned by the great sage, then the world would really change. Guy Jirio sighed and said, I'm old and useless. I just want to see the ancient race's peerless existence. I wonder if you two can introduce me. As soon as this was said, Yi Fan and the old sage of the Qishir mansion felt a chill in their hearts. Could it be that the ancient race really had such a supreme being? Guy Jirio sensed something. Great sage Hunchuo didn't speak, while the Golden King looked indifferent and didn't speak immediately. The scene quieted down, and the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Guy Jirio, I admit that you are very strong, but can you last in your current state? I believe I can fight with you. After a long time, the Golden King said. You only came with 2 incarnations? Guy Jirio said casually. Behind them, the Blue Demon Clan master was shocked. It was obvious that the 2 great sage of the ancient race were also incomparably afraid of him. They didn't come with their real bodies, but only came with their incarnations to test the waters. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eyes. Earlier, he couldn't see any difference because these 2 incarnations were also very powerful and not much weaker than the real body. The ancient city under the Blue Demon Abyss was magnificent. In the center, there was an ancient tree that reached to the sky. It shone with blue crystal luster and was surrounded by ribbon-shaped mist that spread in all directions. Great Sage Hunchuo and the Golden King stood on the city gate, blocking Guy Jirio. At this time, the Golden King's words made the atmosphere extremely tense. Is that so? Why don't we spar? Guy Jirio said. Many people in the Gu clan thought that Guy Jirio's bloodline had dried up. Sometimes, bullying the human clan was a form of probing. Now that Guy Jirio had made his move, it overturned many people's understanding. Golden King was not sure. His golden pupils shot out 2 sparkling divine brilliance, trying to penetrate everything inside the sickly old man's body. Brother Guy, shouldn't you stop after killing the ancient saints of the 4 great royal clans? If you continue, it won't be beneficial to anyone. The enmity should be resolved. No, it should be deepened, Great Sage Hunchuo said. All these years, I've witnessed everything that has happened. Time and time again, the ancient race has been getting more and more overboard. They're getting worse and worse. Can you resolve this? Guy Jirio asked calmly. I believe that this type of thing will rarely happen in the future. The immortalization road is about to open, and even the ancient saints have to make preparations. I believe that there will be a period of peace. Hunta said. Once the immortalization road opens, the world will be in chaos. The flames of war will reach the heavens. Now, even the Gu clan can't restrain themselves and maintain peace. When that day comes, you can imagine what will happen. Guy Jirio shook his head. Brother Guy, are you really going to start a massacre today and exterminate the 10 ancient saints? Great Sage Hunchuo asked in a low voice. That's right. Not a single one can be left. These 10 races have gone too far. This is no longer the immemorial era. They still want to eat the flesh and blood of the human clan. They yell angrily and treat us as slaves. What they've done is enough to exterminate the entire race, Guy Jirio said. Brother Guy, I admit that your magic power is unparalleled, but don't think that no one can keep you in check, even if you recover to your peak. Great Sage Hunchuo said. Guy Jirio smiled. This time, he didn't say anything. Golden King said coldly, Guy Jirio, you've gone too far. How can you understand the methods of the ancient emperor? As long as you haven't proven your Tao, you'll never be able to compare. After such a long period of time, you've already missed the age to prove your Tao. You're too old. It's too unrealistic to rely on your own strength to suppress the 10,000 races. There's no point in saying this. Do you two want to stop me? Guy Jirio said. Great Sage Hunchuo said, Brother Guy, let me seriously remind you that in such a great era, it's not a miracle for 1 or 2 unparalleled old seniors to appear. If a quasi-emperor appears, Guy Jirio, even if you recover to your peak state, you most likely won't be able to handle it. Golden King said coldly. Guy Jirio didn't say anything else. He took a step forward, and a monstrous aura rushed up. The Blue Devil clan master in the city screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was full of fear. He was only one step away from becoming the great sage, but now he was as weak as an ant. Under this kind of aura, he could collapse at any time and turn his body and soul into ashes. One had to know that the other party hadn't really made a move. It was just a tyrannical aura rushing over. Guy Joyo, you've gone too far. Do you really want to slaughter the Blue Devil clan's ancient saint in front of us? Golden King shouted. His expression was ashen as he produced streaks of golden light to dissolve the earth-shattering aura. Brother Guy, please be lenient. Great Sage Hunchuo also said and took a step forward. I can't be lenient. All the ancient saints of the 10 clans must be eliminated. Not a single one can be spared, Guy Joyo said firmly. He continued to walk forward and wanted to pass between the two great sage. The divine might was vast and mighty. The entire huge ancient city began to sway. The branches and leaves of the blue ancient tree in the distance swayed and rustled. Blue light soared into the sky. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Guy Joyo might make a move against the great sage. The experts of the Blue Devil clan were about to stop breathing because this would determine their fate. I'm here. I won't allow you to kill the ancient saints of this clan, especially him. Golden King said, pointing at the Blue Devil clan master. The Blue Devil clan master had a chance of becoming the great sage. He was an extraordinary existence, and every time he visited him, he would perform the etiquette of a disciple. Is that so? Then try and stop me. Today, I will be the first to kill him, Guy Joyo said with a calm expression. He continued to walk forward. Golden King's expression was cold as he moved forward to stop him. However, Guy Joyo was like an immortal moving and passed him calmly. Golden King's supreme great Dao marks were ineffective and couldn't be stopped. Chi. Guy Joyo calmly made a move. He pointed out with a finger, and light flew up and shot forward. Ah, the Blue Devil clan master cried out. Someone as powerful as him could pluck down stars, but at this time, he couldn't move at all. He couldn't avoid that brilliant finger radiance and his forehead was instantly penetrated. He let out a mournful roar. Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere, turning into a rain of blood. Most of it was blue. A magnificent peerless genius of a generation died a violent death just like that. All of this seemed incomparably simple. Guy Joyo didn't seem to use much strength to eliminate the Blue Devil clan master. Guy Joyo! Golden King roared, his golden pupils shooting out dazzling light. Don't be impulsive. You are not his opponent, Great Sage Hunchuo said with a frown. Golden King said, it's fine. It's just an incarnation. So what if I give it up? Let me test his actual strength and see if he's bluffing. Guy Joyo entered the city and flew directly toward the Blue Devil ancient tree. He wanted to enter the race's most important place and kill the ancient saint who was in seclusion. Not good, even the two great sage can't stop him. What should we do? If we had known earlier, we would have run for our lives. There were two ancient kings on the ancient tree with extraordinary magic power. However, at this time, their faces were snow white and couldn't resist Guy Joyo in the slightest. Guy Joyo, you are too strong. If you attack these two, don't regret it. Golden King roared. Are you threatening me? Guy Joyo turned around with a cold gaze. Then, his large hand covered the ancient tree and grabbed forward. Paramount Great Sage, please save us, the two ancient saints of the Blue Devil race cried out. They couldn't dodge, and this place was sealed. Meanwhile, the other clansmen trembled and couldn't help but fall to the ground. Their eyes were full of fear. Thinking back to the ancient times, they ate the flesh and blood of the human race and enslaved them in every way possible. They had never thought that a supreme being would appear in this race, and now, he could kill their ancient kings as easily as slaughtering dogs. Without any suspense, the two ancient saints on the Blue Devil tree turned into a mist of blood. Their divine souls were shattered inch by inch, and they were erased from the world. Guy Joyo! Golden King was furious. He unleashed world-shaking methods and charged forward. The ancient emperor's matchless divine technique, the Golden Divine Treasure, was opened. Golden bells, simple and unadorned divine pagodas, sharp golden divine swords, and large cauldrons shone brilliantly. They rushed out from a golden kingdom that belonged to weapons and flew toward Gaijiryo. The great sage's attack was enough to flatten this underground world. However, in the face of such a violent attack, Gaijiryo didn't do much. He simply dodged the attacks of thousands of golden weapons and arrived in front of Golden King. What? Even Hunchuo Great Sage was astonished. It was too fast. Just a moment ago, he sensed strands of the supreme aura that the sacred battle sovereign had given him back then. Boom! Gaijiryo flipped his palm forward, and the world of the golden divine treasure collapsed, turning into a storm of energy that was enough to destroy half of the northern region. However, with a stroke of his palm, all the light gathered in the center of his palm, and the power of the great sage, which could shatter ancient stars, was annihilated in his palm. Then, his right arm shook and slashed down toward Golden King. Instantly, Golden King screamed, and the golden light on his body instantly dimmed. "Brother Gai, have mercy!" Great Sage Hunchuo shouted. Gaijiryo ignored him. His palm pressed down, and with another shake, the luster on Golden King's body completely disappeared. He held in pain, and his golden hair fluttered in the wind. He couldn't resist the rough hand. Bang! Gaijiryo's expression was cold. He took a step forward and ruthlessly slashed down with his rough hand. The sound of the golden path being destroyed was deafening. Pfft! The golden great sage screamed miserably. His whole body was covered in blood, and then his body collapsed into pieces. He was slaughtered here. Gaijiryo didn't use much magic power, and he looked very calm. After 3 shakes, the golden great sage shattered into hundreds of pieces, turning into a rain of light that disappeared into the heaven and earth. Gaijiryo, I'm not finished with you. In a pure land in the northern region, golden light shone brightly, and an angry roar resounded through the mountains and rivers. This was the important place of the far ancient imperial clan, the Golden Cave. The true body of the great sage of gold opened his eyes in the ancient cave. His golden pupils burned with 2 torch-like brilliance. He suddenly stood up and took out the supreme treasure of his race, the golden swordbreaker, an ancient imperial weapon of the great path. In the next moment, he rushed up from the golden cave and tore through the void. He shouted, "I don't believe you can defy the heavens. Let's see how you fight against the ancient imperial weapon." The sound was like thunder, shaking the mountains and rivers, and many mountains collapsed. The heroes of the northern region were shocked. The golden great sage had gone crazy. Beneath the blue devil abyss, within the grand ancient city, the great sage Hunchuo was expressionless. He remained silent for a long time before tearing open space and leaving. Gaijiryo didn't stop him. Unless they started an all-out war with the ancient race, killing the incarnation of the great sage who had always liked to act as a peacemaker would affect many people's nerves. The blue devil race was trembling with fear. The 2 great sages had already retreated and couldn't stop the human race's supreme being. Moreover, their clan lord and 2 ancestral kings had also been killed, so how were they going to resist? The enormous blue devil ancient city was so quiet that one could hear the sound of a needle falling. Yifan and the old saint of the Odd Warrior Manor had also entered. They only had one goal, and that was to destroy the ancient tree at the center of the city. This was the foundation of the Blue Devil race. Through it, they could devour the primordial spirits of other races' cultivators and gather the power of the earth, releasing a mysterious blue mist for their cultivation. The old saint of the Odd Warrior Manor took action. His right hand turned into a large silver tablet with flickering symbols on it. It was powerful and ferocious as it struck the ancient tree. Pung! The giant tree swayed, and the blue leaves rustled. Light flowed out, and every leaf was sparkling and translucent like sapphires. They emitted waves of divine might. It wasn't damaged at all. Its body was bold and vigorous, and its branches and leaves were luxuriant. All types of blue light shot out, and its entire body was like a blue jade sculpture. Yifan was astonished. Even an ancient saint's attack couldn't break this giant tree. This was too miraculous. Perhaps even the moon would explode if the old palace master's attack were to land on it. You have some skill. The old saint took action again. The symbols on the silver tablet became resplendent, and the power increased. The ancient tree was still undamaged even after 8 consecutive attacks. The entire ancient city trembled, and the leaves overflowed with multicolored light. This is even harder than ordinary holy weapons. How unexpected. This tree is so hard to break. What kind of background does it have? The old palace master of the Odd Warrior Manor was astonished. Yifan captured a blue devil race commander at the Dao Severing Realm and searched his sea of consciousness. He was immediately shocked as he learned of this tree's origins. This is equivalent to one of the great sage's weapons. What? No wonder the Undying was able to endure my power. The old palace master's eyes shone. He began to view this ancient tree in a different light, preparing to dig it up. This is an evil tree. Yifan reminded. In the history of the Blue Devil race, a great sage had appeared. This was something that all the ancient races knew. He was extremely powerful, and during the era when the ancient emperor passed away, he had once reigned supreme under the heavens. This great sage had previously visited outer space. It was unknown where he obtained this ancient tree from. It was indestructible and innately tough. When used as a weapon, it was always successful. The blue light it released could cut down one's primordial spirit. It was equivalent to the great sage-level spirit tree nurtured by heaven and earth. Some people said that the great sage of the Blue Devil race had mistakenly entered a chaotic land and dug out a blue seedling. After a long period of nurturing, it grew into an evil weapon. Boom! Gaijoyo took action. A coarse large hand covered in the marks of time grabbed the tree trunk, directly uprooting this ancient tree, releasing the cry of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, blue light danced about, as if blue stars were falling from outer space. They wreaked havoc on the earth, simply about to make the earth collapse. If such terrifying energy completely erupted, it would be enough to make a small half of the northern region sink in. This was because this was equivalent to the attack of a great sage's weapon. However, Gaijoyo naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. His palm flickered, gathering all of the blue light over, turning the berserk into calm. This is a strange heavenly wood that takes root in the primordial chaos. It can be said to be a rare divine material. Someone found it and refined it into an evil tree that specializes in devouring one's primordial spirit. Gaijoyo confirmed that this was indeed a rare and precious tree. It couldn't compare to the Enlightenment tea tree, but it was still enough to forge a great sage's weapon. If carefully nurtured, it could even be refined into a quasi-emperor divine weapon. It was priceless. Swoosh, with a swipe of his hand, this ancient tree immediately released tens of thousands of mournful hells. Faces appeared one after another between its leaves, most of them humans, but there were also other sinister races. They were all formed from blue light, roaring malevolently. He shook it forcefully, and the entire ancient tree became much dimmer. All of the faces disappeared. Those were the primordial spirit imprints of the cultivators it had devoured over the countless years. Gaijoyo opened his mouth and let out a clear whistle, spitting out a waterfall-like divine light that cleansed the ancient tree thousands of times, removing all impurities, making it translucent blue without any flaws. He erased all of the imprints in the evil tree, returning it to its origin. The blue light was not as bright as before, but it was clear and pure. This is a kind of heavenly wood that was born in the primordial chaos. Using the method of devouring primordial spirits to nurture it shows its evil nature. If you use original essence, divine power, and other things to nurture it, it will be a different appearance. The key is how you use it, Gaijoyo said. It was as if he had just refined this ancient tree. In the end, he opened his mouth, and the giant tree that was like a blue crystal shrunk and entered his mouth. Then, his entire body blossomed with divine splendor. With the heavenly eye, he could clearly see that inside his body, a sparkling and translucent tree had taken root and grown. Its branches extended to every inch of his flesh. Senior, this is... Yifan was astonished. My blood energy is no longer abundant, so it coexists with it. It draws upon the essence of heaven and earth to fill this body with vitality, Gaijoyo said. Congratulations, Senior, for obtaining a wonderful tree, the old master of the extraordinary warrior manor said. For the current Gaijoyo, this was indeed a precious tree. It could alleviate the problem of his blood energy drying up and allow him to support himself for a period of time. After all, this was a strange tree that had taken root in the primordial chaos. After the three of them left, the Blue Devil race didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Even though their race's #1 sacred object, the Blue Devil ancient tree, was taken away, no one dared to make a sound. "I think there will be someone waiting for us with an ancient imperial weapon," Gaijiuyo said. At this time, it was as if the northern region had experienced a violent storm. It was difficult for all places to calm down. The world of cultivators was filled with lightning and thunder, and the hearts of people were in turmoil. Gaijiuyo took action powerfully and killed the archaic imperial clans one after another. Not a single ancient saint could escape, and they were all destroyed. How shocking was this? The eyes of everyone in the world were focused on the northern region, and even some of the most powerful individual cultivators from overseas crossed the sea to understand the details. This was a major event that pierced through the heavens. After Yi Fan and the others came out, they didn't immediately go to the 6th Imperial clan's dwelling. This was because there was news that the ancient saints of these clans had all run away. They were scared out of their wits, and some of them had even fled into outer space. On this day, great waves rose from the flat ground. A tsunami was triggered in the northern region, shocking the whole world. It was enough to be recorded in the history of cultivation. Very soon, the news from within the Blue Devil abyss also spread. The Blue Devil Heavenly King has been destroyed. He was only a step away from becoming the great sage, but he died just like that. He didn't even cause a ripple. It's unbelievable. Killing ancient saints in succession, the supreme being of the human race is too powerful and invincible. Even someone as powerful as a saint was scared out of his wits and fled into the cosmos, not daring to return. Supreme Being Gai's divine might is truly matchless. Even the Golden King had been defeated, and it was a great defeat. One of his incarnations had been killed into a rain of blood and corpse pieces. After the news spread, all the experts in the world were momentarily speechless. Then, the ancient races trembled, the human race was excited, and the world was in chaos. There are still the ancient saints of the 5 great royal families who haven't died. I think we won't gain anything no matter where we go. On the contrary, we will encounter the most terrifying enemy. The old saint of the unique warrior manner said. Then let's go to any place, Gaijiuyo said with a calm expression, not worried at all. The Crimson Afterglow Plain was a rare large plain filled with vitality in the northern region. This place was filled with crimson afterglow trees. Each tree was like the sunset glow, red like heavenly fire. Whether it was the trunk or the leaves, crimson afterglow was rising. Looking from afar, it was as if the sunset glow had condensed and fallen here, never to disappear. This was the ancestral land of the Silver Clan, which had always been on good terms with the Gold bloodline. It was a great royal family whose name shook the ancient times. Apart from the imperial family, it had a venerable status among the other royal families. And now, Gaijiuyo, Yi Fan, and the old master arrived at this great plain. Red clouds shone brightly in front of them, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was a fiery red expanse. When they arrived in front of the Silver Clan's ancestral land, the clan was immediately thrown into chaos. Everyone was terrified. Gaijiuyo had killed 5 ancient saints in a single day, and the entire world was paying attention. Naturally, news of this naturally reached here. They had always been scared witless, never expecting that they would really be found. We've arrived, the supreme being of the human race has come. What should we do? Even the clan lord has gone to seek refuge in outer space. He won't make things difficult for us, right? I heard that even the Golden King was defeated, not a match at all. Hong. Suddenly, an expanse of golden light illuminated all directions. The sky dome was torn apart, and the extreme ancient emperor's might surged, covering the sky and covering the earth. The golden great sage had arrived, appearing on the red cloud plains with the clan's golden truncheon. His divine might intimidated all directions. Gaijiuyo, hand over your life. A loud voice shouted in the sky. This was the great sage's roar, shaking half of the northern region. It could be heard in all directions. Not long ago, his great defeat in the Blue Demon Abyss was immediately spread, and all the clans were discussing it, causing his prestige to plummet. This was because he had first lost to the victorious Fighting Buddha, and needed to use his divine marrow to redeem his life. Now, his incarnation had been destroyed by the supreme being of the human race in the shortest amount of time. It was inevitable that people would criticize him. Golden King, wait. In the sky, someone stopped him, telling him not to rashly lower the golden truncheon. It seemed that he was extremely fearful of the person below. Hunchuo, don't stop me, the Golden King said. At the same time, another part of the void shattered. Purple light rushed into the heavens, and the sound of bells rang out. A string of purple gold bells turned into a true dragon, raising its head and letting out a long cry. The nest of 10,000 dragons great sage of Qianluan had arrived, and he had also brought an extreme ancient imperial weapon. The atmosphere became even more tense, because he was also aiming at Gai Jiuyo, ready to attack at any time. You also came to take this old man's life? Gai Jiuyo faced the great sage of Qianluan, who was holding the 10,000 dragons bell, with a calm expression. That's right, I was the one who invited the great sage of Qianluan here to take your old life. The Golden King said. Although his heart was filled with anger, he was extremely fearful of Gai Jiuyo. The golden truncheon might not be enough, so he had the other great sage help him with the 10,000 dragons bell. In the distant sky, many figures came, and all of them were experts. Today, the clouds were moving everywhere, and the crucial battle was about to begin. People couldn't help but be alarmed, and many daring people were watching. Senior. Yi Fan spoke, and he was worried. Even if Gai Jiuyo was heaven-warping and unrivaled, it was too unrealistic to fight against two ancient imperial weapons with his bare hands. He wanted to lend the green copper cauldron to the sickly old man. No matter. Gai Jiuyo smiled, as if he knew what he wanted to say. Brother Gai, how about we stop here? Great Sage Hunchuo said. The Golden King shouted loudly, no, there must be a result today, a conclusion. I don't believe that this old man is as brave as he was back then. His blood energy has long dried up, and he can't take on an extreme ancient imperial weapon. At this moment, he raised the golden truncheon, and millions of strands of immortal splendor shot out, aiming at Gai Jiuyo. At the same time, the 10,000 dragons bell rang, and the divine sound was deafening. A world-shaking battle was about to begin. Suddenly, the Golden King cried out in alarm, and the nest of 10,000 dragons great sage was also scared. They felt the weapons in their hands trembling, and they were actually about to attack each other. Everything was too sudden. There was no need to doubt the power of the ancient imperial weapons. If they truly awakened, a single strike could sink the entire northern region and cut down stars. However, at this moment, a shocking change occurred. The golden swordbreaker trembled and uncontrollably attacked the 10,000 dragon bell. Millions and millions of strands of golden light shot out. This was immortal splendor, dazzling and resplendent. Meanwhile, the violet gold dragon bell was also incomparably sharp. It shattered the void and broke free from its bindings, about to rush towards the golden cave's #1 supreme treasure. Both sides were terrified. If they collided, it would be a great disaster. The entire northern region might be flattened. They didn't understand what was happening. This was too sudden. Ah, Golden King cried out loudly. He spat out a mouthful of golden life essence blood and sprinkled it on the ancient imperial swordbreaker. He wanted to wake up the divine will within and stop the attack. Great Sage of Qianluan also released a low roar. Streak after streak of purple light seeped out. The innate source in his body surged crazily towards the 10,000 dragon bell, blocking the violet gold radiance. Weng, the two extreme ancient imperial weapons cried out, becoming increasingly brilliant. They broke free from their bindings and entered the clouds, about to unleash their most powerful attack. No. Golden King was alarmed. This was a collision that didn't care about the consequences. It seemed like it would only end after one of the ancient imperial weapons was destroyed. The two great sages immersed their powerful divine senses into the ancient imperial weapons. They ignited their soul divine flames to resist. With all their might. They wanted to awaken the weapon's soul within the divine weapon. Ding! The golden swordbreaker and the 10,000 dragon bell collided lightly. There wasn't a true destructive strike, but even so, it was still catastrophic. The vast heavens became a shattered land. Forget about the smoke and cloud scattering, even the chaotic energy was released. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. If this didn't happen in the heavens, even a light collision between the two weapons would cause a large portion of the northern region to cave in. Many creatures were terrified. They didn't know what was happening and fell limp onto the ground. When the extreme Dao mist scattered and the great Dao laws became calm, Golden King coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Every mouthful of blood was golden. This was his life essence blood, incomparably precious. Meanwhile, the nest of 10,000 dragons' great sage also suffered a backlash. The surface of his body cracked, and only after a long time did he calm down. His expression was gloomy as he stared at Gai Jiuyo. The supreme being of the human race had attacked. Everything had happened so suddenly that they couldn't defend even if they wanted to. They actually lost control of the ancient imperial weapons. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The two expressions were ashen. They firmly grasped the summoned ancient weapons in their hands and immersed their minds into it, afraid that something unexpected would happen. Gai Jiuyo. Very good. Golden King's face was as calm as water, and his voice was like that of an owl. Inside his pair of golden pupils, the sun and the moon rose and fell, the galaxy shone brightly, and the mountains and rivers opened up. The Qianluan great sage and the others were greatly shaken. This human expert made them feel deeply troubled and couldn't be measured with common sense. According to the situation they grasped, his bloodline had long since dried up and he couldn't truly go to war. At the end of the horizon, some imperial clan leaders and royal clan leaders frowned deeply. They had come here to watch the battle, and they all felt uneasy. Gai Jiuyo could even seize control of an ancient imperial weapon. If others went up, wouldn't they immediately die? Army formula, said Great Sage Hunchuo. Light flowed in his eyes, and traces of the great Tao interweaved. His expression was complicated. There seemed to be envy and fear. Golden King snorted and said, "So what if you have the army formula? It's fine to disturb them once or twice, but do you think you can take on an ancient imperial weapon with your bare hands?" Great Sage Qianluan's body surged with purple energy, overflowing from his pores. This was innate purple essence, his life essence. He poured it into the 10,000 dragon bell and was about to launch the fatal attack. "Let's go to outer space. I'll experience your imperial weapons," said Gai Jiuyo. The radiance disappeared in a flash. The three of them disappeared from where they were. They couldn't go all out in this place because they could easily sink the earth. At that time, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. "It's unsettling," said Great Sage Hunchuo, reminding the two immemorial great sages. "Humph, an old fellow with withered blood energy. Let's see how long he can hold on for. Just now, I clearly felt his withered body's decline." "There's no need to worry." Golden King sneered. Great Sage Qianluan said, "Correct, I also felt it. The blood energy within his body is insufficient, and his body has almost aged. It's difficult for him to mobilize the essence energy of his peak period. Right now, he is only forcefully gathering it and barely able to fight. Be careful." In the distance, an old imperial clan elder said with a frown. "No matter, this old fellow might really be about to fall. He sensed that his lifespan is running out, so he wants to use the last of his life to suppress us," someone else said. Several streaks of light rushed into outer space, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. This made the clan masters and others who were watching the battle in the distance anxious. They quickly laid down formation patterns and opened the ancient formation eye to observe the battle in outer space. In outer space, there was a deathly stillness. Yi Fan and the old saint stood in the distance, watching the center of the battlefield. The two great sage stood there, blocking Gai Jiuyo. On the other side, there were also a few ancient clan elders overseeing the formation, paying close attention. In outer space, this was a deathly still land. All kinds of broken weapons floated in the air, as well as corpses of different races. Some were suspected to be from the legendary divine race. It was to the extent where Yi Fan discovered a broken flying saucer beside a few mountain-like corpses. Its entire body was silvery gray, as if it had been punched through by a single fist. It was rotten beyond recognition. "Brother Guy, are you really not willing to take a step back?" Great Sage Hunchuo said. This great sage who often appeared with the identity of a peacemaker frowned. Gai Jiuyo, you've killed many ancient saints. Do you really want the 10 great imperial clan's absolute saints to stop? Another cautious imperial clan elder said. Not a single one can be left. These 10 great vicious clans have killed many humans, and now it's getting more and more intense. Go to the extraordinary warrior manor and massacre them. They must be exterminated. Gai Jiuyo said seriously. Why are you saying this? The Golden King held the divine mace like a deity. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He was somewhat dissatisfied with Hunchuo and the others, so he took the initiative to attack. This was the divine might of the extreme Tao. Even the slightly smaller stars in outer space trembled, and the entire starry sky was filled with an uneasy aura. It was as if the world was going to be destroyed. At the same time, the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons also took action. The bell rang loudly, and purple light flooded the starry sky. The traces of the ancient emperor's great Tao interweaved to strangle Gai Jiuyo. Right at this moment, Gai Jiuyo suddenly disappeared. The two of them attacked empty air, but they were fearless. With ancient imperial weapons in hand, they could sweep through the world. Without a sound, Gai Jiuyo appeared in the distance and watched them silently. His hands slowly moved. Chi. A streak of divine radiance flew out, as if it could cut through eternity. It streaked across the boundless starry sky and arrived in front of the two great sage in the blink of an eye, about to swallow them up. What? So powerful. The imperial clan elders turned pale with fright. They were all terrified. This kind of power was definitely not something they could resist. Perhaps a single strike would take their lives. Ring, 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 the bell of 10,000 dragons shook, and the sound was deafening. Waves of purple ripples rushed forward like bell waves. It was terrifying beyond compare. Poof, in the distance, small planets exploded one after another, turning into powder under the ripples of the bell. It was as if a beautiful firework was blooming. In the alien battlefield, the few people who were watching the battle had already hidden into the endless spacetime. Their expressions all changed. This kind of method was too terrifying. Even the ancient saints could not resist it. Under the power of the extreme ancient emperor, they would be turned into powder. At the same time, those who saw this scene through the ancient formation in the northern region couldn't help but be terrified. A reverence rose in their hearts as if they were looking at a god. Gai Jiuyo retreated 100,000 miles without a sound. The small planets behind him were shattered, but he was still standing in front of them. The faint divine sound turned into waves and resounded throughout the alien battlefield. The divine sound actually scattered the waves from the bell of 10,000 dragons and kept pushing forward. It was actually approaching the two great sage. What, this is? He is really going to use his own body to resist the ancient imperial weapon and block the divine sound of the bell? The ancient imperial clan elders were all shocked. Boom! The golden great sage made his move. The extreme ancient imperial weapon was tyrannical. A blazing light swept out as the golden swordbreaker split the universe and attacked Gai Jiuyo. This was an eternal celestial light that could destroy everything. It was as if it was going to destroy the entire sea of stars and rebuild a new world. An ocean-like ancient emperor's power flooded this place, causing this region to completely collapse and turn into a black hole. Primal chaos energy surged about. However, when everything calmed down, Gai Jiuyo still retreated 100,000 miles. His body was unharmed, and he looked like an ancient divine statue. Behind him, a small planet shattered and turned into cosmic dust, disappearing forever. The faint divine sound contained the Great Path, which was different from other people's Daos. It swept over and took the initiative to attack the extreme ancient imperial weapon, causing the ocean-like brilliance of the golden swordbreaker to roll back. It kept retreating and shaking the world. What kind of celestial sound is this? It has such power. Can it resist the ancient imperial weapon? So powerful, so terrifying. This is Gai Jiuyo's Tao. It can be called an ancient scripture and can shake the divine might of an ancient emperor. Everyone was horrified, especially the elders of the ancient imperial clan. They all opened their eyes wide and stared at the Tao marks, listening to the divine sound of the Great Path. Tribulation crossing immortal song, Yifan knew that it was definitely this song. Back then, when he fought against the arrogant little girl Xianxia, he had experienced this kind of prelude. His body is withered and his strength is insufficient. Even if his cultivation is high and he created a divine technique comparable to the ancient imperial scripture, it is useless. He is no longer at his peak state. Let's kill him. The Golden King roared. The great sage of Qianluan nodded and activated the purple gold 10,000 dragons bell. A peerless imperial might swept through the sky and fought with Gai Jiuyo, wanting to exhaust the human supreme being to death. The golden swordbreaker and 10,000 dragons bell both spat out auspicious light. One emitted millions and millions of strands of golden light, while the other emitted millions and millions of strands of purple energy. The sky seemed to be boiling and surged down. Gai Jiuyo's expression didn't change. He didn't play anything. There was no artifact in front of him, but his body was shining. Strand after strand became immortal music, spreading outwards and rushing towards the two ancient imperial weapons. Tribulation crossing immortal song, this was the Tao he established. He understood the source of the world and played the divine sound of the great path. He listened to the secrets of immortals and crossed tribulation in the world of mortals. Who in the world wasn't striving to cross? Life was full of different forms and all kinds of things in the world of mortals. As long as one had thoughts, they were all crossing. Regardless of whether they were struggling or sinking into depravity, they were all striving to cross and cross tribulation in this world. Living was to begin with crossing tribulation. The tribulation crossing immortal song that Gai Jiuyo created could be said to be world-shaking, comparable to the scriptures of the ancient great emperors. He walked his own path, but unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era. Humans were crossing, dust was crossing, immortals were crossing, all living things in this world, every blade of grass and tree were fighting to cross. Once the tribulation crossing immortal song appeared, large amounts of Tao marks rose and fell, extending into the distance. They resisted the two ancient imperial weapons as if they were dry weeds and smashed rotten wood. They were actually able to continuously advance. In one's life, every blade of grass and every tree could be understood as a struggle. Gai Jiuyo's technique was a miraculous great Tao. He had walked his own path, and that was why he was invincible 8,000 years ago. When his blood energy was at its peak, a clear roar could shake the stars in outer space. Boom, the golden truncheon flew back as if it was struck by a vast ocean. Golden light filled the sky, and the ancient emperor's aura surged. Golden King was overwhelmed with shock. What else could he say after encountering such a ferocious person? An old man with a withered body and limited lifespan was like a divine lion king. Blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. He had lost too much golden blood. That was the origin essence of his bloodline. Today, he had suffered a serious injury, and his Tao source had been struck by the divine sound. Ding ling, on the other side, the violet gold 10,000 dragon bell rang continuously. It was also struck flying as it swept across a vast area with the Qianluan Great Sage, shattering some of the asteroids behind it. Brilliant splendor blossomed one after another, causing people to feel deep fear. It was like fireworks, but in reality, it was the spectacle of stars exploding, sweeping through the pitch-black cosmos. This was a great calamity. When the Tribulation Crossing Immortal song was released, it stopped the two ancient imperial weapons, injuring two ancient race great sages. In the eastern wasteland, many people could see streams of light flashing in outer space even without looking through the ancient formation. Those were asteroids being destroyed, emitting their final flames. This is powerful to an inconceivable level. We can clearly feel the ancient emperor's might. This is an extreme Tao weapon, so how can Gai Jiuyo contend against it? We can only look up to this level for the rest of our lives. We will never be able to reach it. It is beyond the scope of advancement. Some ancient race saints couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Then, they felt a wave of desolation, as if they couldn't surpass it and had no hope in this life. In the outer space battlefield, Golden King and the Qianluan Great Sage stopped their decline with difficulty. They both roared. They didn't believe that they couldn't resist, so they launched another fierce attack. God, revive! The Golden King roared angrily and continuously poured divine power into the immortal truncheon. All kinds of radiance surged and revived the weapon soul contained within it. He wanted to kill Gai Jiuyo. Behind him, the golden treasury appeared, opening up a small golden world. Golden light shone brilliantly, and the heavenly sword, divine pagoda, great bell, and other things shone with dazzling brilliance. Boundless divine force surged into the immortal truncheon. Boom! The golden swordbreaker was like a golden celestial dragon, soaring through the boundless universe, shining with an eternal light in the darkness and coldness. Gai Jiuyo moved horizontally, retreating another 100,000 miles. However, his own Tao was advancing. The celestial song of tribulation transcendence resounded through the lonely starry sky. It was as if it had reversed the river of time and cut open the different worlds of the past, present, and future. Boom! Golden light shot out in reverse, ancient emperor might unending, tearing through everything. The immortal mace swept out, but it was also trembling, resisting the divine sound. The celestial song of tribulation transcendence possessed boundless power. This was a wondrous scripture technique that could resist ancient emperor techniques. It shook the Golden King until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood again. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Qianluan great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons wasn't much better. All of the pores on his body were overflowing with blood, and his body was continuously trembling. This won't do. The ancient imperial weapon has exhausted a large amount of our essence energy, and we can't hit him every time. If this goes on, we will definitely fall. At this time, Qianluan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Gai Jiuyo's cultivation was far higher than theirs. The divine technique he displayed could pass through 100,000 miles away as if it was right in front of him. This was truly a world-shaking immortal sound. The celestial song of tribulation transcendence was strange and unfathomable. Its power was extremely great as it swept through the dark cosmos. The Golden King and the Qianluan Great Sage had ancient imperial weapons, but they were still no match. In just a quarter of an hour, the two of them staggered, both of them coughing out divine blood. Golden blood and purple blood, every drop extremely precious, containing the essence passed down to them by archaic emperors. They felt their blood run cold. If this continued, they would undoubtedly die. We might have to merge with the ancient imperial weapon and kill him invisibly. The Golden King said fiercely. Correct, he has entered the ancient imperial weapon. He doesn't have an extreme weapon, so even if he has tremendous divine abilities, he still won't be able to do anything to us. Could it be that he can forcefully attack the imperial weapon and kill us? The nest of 10,000 dragons Great Sage Qianluan nodded. Wang, the heavens rumbled, and the divine mace trembled slightly. The Golden King turned into a blazing beam of light, entering the ancient imperial weapon and merging with it. A dazzling golden light tore apart the starry sky, turning into a streak of lightning as it directly rushed towards Gai Jiuyo. His body and the imperial weapon became one, and there was nothing it couldn't break through. This was a type of fatal blow. He took advantage of Gai Jiuyo's lack of an imperial weapon to break through the technique and eliminate him. Boundless divine might shattered the dark heavens. The Golden King's body entered the divine weapon, and it was as if he had inherited the sturdiest magical clothing. No one could break through it. He arrived in the blink of an eye, blasting the place where Gai Jiuyo stood into a black hole that stretched as far as the eye could see. Chaotic energy surged in all directions. Gai Jiuyo disappeared, appearing in another dark heavens. He stood there, his eyes cold as he looked over from the distance. At the same time, the purple gold 10,000 dragon bell turned into a purple true dragon that was over 1,000 li in length. Every single joint was a purple gold divine bell, and right now, it was like a great bell as it swooped over. Long, bell waves rumbled. The purple true dragon's claw tore apart the sky. Its head smashed into the air, and the fluctuations it produced made many stars tremble. Ancient imperial might surged outwards. The void of this cosmos collapsed. The purple true dragon was unmatched, able to tear apart everything in its path and destroy a part of heaven and earth. Gai Jiuyo, you can't hold on any longer. I want to see how you face the extreme Tao imperial weapon. The Golden King roared. He was inside the immortal mace, completely fearless. He turned into golden light that could drown out this cosmos. Right now, not even the army symbol art could effectively threaten him. It was because he had merged with the golden mace, becoming one. As the great sage, it was difficult for him to be controlled by others. Kill. The Qianluan great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons also shouted coldly. His body merged with the purple true dragon, extending to over 10,000 li as it swept over. This was a hair-raising battle. All kinds of light danced about, all kinds of divine techniques were used, and imperial weapons weaved about, hacking apart the cosmos. The tribulation crossing immortal song shocked the world, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, Gai Jiuyo was not an ancient great emperor after all, so he couldn't destroy an imperial weapon. But this was enough. Who would dare to fight against someone with an imperial weapon? Moreover, he wasn't weaker than anyone. Not good. What should I do? Yi Fan's heart sank. He wanted to secretly send a sound transmission to lend the green copper cauldron to Gai Jiuyo, but the distance was too far. It was impossible to contact the sickly old man. Gai Jiuyo, you don't have a chance anymore. Since ancient times, no cultivator under the ancient emperor realm has been able to destroy an extreme Dao ancient weapon. Even you, who have almost stepped onto the path of vindication, are useless. The Golden King and the Qianluan great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons finally relaxed at this moment. Their bodies merged with the imperial weapon, and they rushed over with extreme speed. They turned into 2 beams of immortal light and didn't fear Gai Jiuyo's attacks. They both used their strongest techniques, wanting to turn him into ashes. What supreme human being? In the face of time, you're nothing. You're getting old and don't have vigorous blood energy anymore. Do you still want to defy the heavens? Today, I'll send you on your way. The Golden King became more and more valiant as he fought. He let out a carefree roar and was insufferably arrogant. Under the starry sky, millions of strands of golden immortal light sprinkled down, dazzling like a god coming into being. During this period of time, he had been extremely sullen. First, he was defeated by the victorious fighting Buddha, forced to use a rare divine profundity to redeem his life, and then his incarnation was destroyed by Gai Jiuyo. As the great sage of the ancient race, this was a great humiliation. To be able to reach this step, there was no need to doubt his battle prowess. However, he was defeated again and again, causing many people to criticize him. His heart was gloomy. At this time, he finally had a chance to reverse the situation. He was about to wipe away his humiliation, so he naturally let out a loud roar. Gai Jiuyo, hand over your life. You don't have much lifespan left, and you don't have any masculine divine force anymore. You're old and unbearably old. What do you have to fight against me? I'll chop off your head and sacrifice it to my race's imperial weapon to relieve the hatred in my heart. The Golden King berated. At this time, he finally relaxed, feeling that everything was under his control. The tribulation crossing immortal song was destined to shock the past, present, and future, but it couldn't suppress the 2 resurrected ancient imperial weapons. It was difficult for Gai Jiuyo to accomplish anything. Suddenly, scarlet multicolored light rushed into the heavens. Brilliant rainbows sprinkled over every corner, dyeing the entire sky a captivating red, full of dazzling splendor. The cry of a 9-revolution immortal phoenix spread throughout this star domain. Its voice was clear and cold, and its Tao was imposing. Its power shook the world. A fiery red phoenix fluttered in the air, as if it wanted to swallow the entire universe, causing many ancient stars to instantly become dim. This is an imperial weapon. What? Gai Jiuyo brought an imperial weapon with him? What kind of weapon is it exactly? The several imperial clan elders who were watching the battle all shivered in fear. All of them were horrified, and chills ran down their spines. They knew that things weren't looking good, Gai Jiuyo stood there. In a daze, the heroic and imposing figure of the past appeared. His eyebrows were like swords, eyes like stars, and he was extremely handsome. However, in the blink of an eye, it was still that sickly old man with a withered body. He had finally reached his declining years. In his hand, a gorgeous scarlet furnace appeared. It was dazzling and resplendent, floating in the center of his palm. There were phoenixes spreading their wings and a rising sun, simple and unadorned. It was forged from phoenix blood and scarlet gold. It was precisely the eternal universe furnace, Hong. Gai Jiuyo remained motionless, standing in this cosmos. In the center of his palm, the eternal universe furnace quickly enlarged, becoming as tall as the sky. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent, scarlet red like a blood diamond. Layers of multicolored mist curled about it. This was a furnace forged by the Eternal Universe Great Emperor. Its power was boundless, and now, it completely revived, immediately illuminating the pitch-black cosmos. Dang, the furnace lid did not open. The immortal furnace forged from phoenix blood and scarlet gold directly smashed over. Dai Jiuyo used the army symbol to activate it, shaking the boundless cosmos to the point where the starry skies were about to completely collapse and be destroyed. The golden truncheon and the purple gold 10,000 dragon bell were almost ignited, their radiance flourishing greatly. The two ancient race great sage had a bad premonition and used all of their cultivation to block it. However, even after using two emperor weapons, they still couldn't stop the Eternal Universe furnace. Dai Jiuyo's cultivation had reached a shocking level. Now that he had the emperor weapons in his hand, he could be considered unrivaled. Hung Long, blazing light blossomed and boundless phoenix cries rang out. Scarlet multicolored light submerged the vast heaven and earth. Groups of stars trembled chaotically, and the nearby planets continuously shattered and exploded. The weapons of the ancient great emperors clashed with the magical artifacts of the archaic emperors. This was an extremely rare sight in history. The golden truncheon and 10,000 dragon bell were both struck flying. It wasn't that the weapons weren't good, but rather that the users were too inferior. Even though the two ancient race great sage were inside the divine weapons, they were still seriously injured and almost had their bodies and souls destroyed. You. A trembling sound came from the golden truncheon. Golden King was terrified. He drove the immortal truncheon away, not daring to stay for even a moment longer. Dang, the scarlet and translucent Eternal Universe furnace rumbled. It turned into a streak of scarlet multicolored light and rushed over. With another strike, it collided with the golden truncheon. The weapons of the ancient great emperors clashed head-on with the ancient emperor weapons. A metallic sound rang out. The golden truncheon flew out very far, shattering piece after piece of the heavens. Ah, Golden King cried out in an incomparably mournful voice. He was shaken out and fell from the golden truncheon. His body was in tatters and was almost destroyed. Even the great sage couldn't do it. Dai Jiuyo reached out a rough hand. His body was old and no longer possessed the heroic bearing of his youth. However, everyone was in awe and wanted to worship him. Pung, he grabbed the Golden King in his hand as if he had caught a golden butterfly. Brother Guy, be lenient. Great Sage Hunchuo shouted loudly. However, Dai Jiuyo ignored him and slowly closed his palm. Golden King cried out in alarm and struggled with all his might. However, he couldn't escape no matter what. Pooh. The moment that palm closed, the magnificent ancient race great sage, who stood at the peak of the world of experts, was smashed into pieces. Golden blood splashed everywhere. It was shocking and shocking. Golden blood splashed in all directions, filling the entire battlefield with brilliance. This was the descendant of the Golden Emperor, and within it were wisps of ancient emperor blood that possessed an indescribable divine power. Dead, the glorious great sage of the ancient race, ranked at the peak and able to look down on the entire ancient star, was now clenched to death by someone's palm. He was turned into a pile of mud and crushed bones, and only golden blood flowed. Something like this actually happened. Several old clan elders were all at a loss for words, full of shock. They simply couldn't stop it in time, nor did they have any way to stop it. The golden great sage had fallen, an enormous wave swept through the entire ancient star. The golden cave's only great sage had become a thing of the past, easily killed by someone. This made all the great imperial clans tremble in fear. Dai Jiuyo was too powerful. If it was a fair fight, the golden great sage was far inferior. He wasn't his opponent at all and could only be killed like a baby against a giant. It was earth-shattering. One could imagine that a great storm had already begun. This was a great event that would be recorded in the history of cultivation, and its effects would be far-reaching. Would the ancient race start a war with the human race? No one knew. Kuan-zhou is dead, and the Golden King is also dead. This is an immeasurable loss, a great disaster. In the battlefield outside the realm, an old clan elder said bitterly. In the eastern wastelands, everyone was shaken. They clearly saw this scene through the ancient formation eye. The human supreme being's cultivation was profound and incomparable. This was truly unrivaled. Too terrifying. Dai Jiuyo's technique is extremely profound and truly unmatched. Even the great sage couldn't withstand a single blow from him and was easily obliterated. With a turn of the hand, he can summon the clouds and summon the rain. With a raise of his hand, he killed the golden great sage with a single clench. Even the most extraordinary ancient saint would feel fear. With such methods and power, who would dare bully the old Gai Jiuyo? The Supreme Being's might wasn't any weaker than that of the past. This news quickly spread to all parts of the great earth. The golden great sage died, killed by Gai Jiuyo, and turned into a flood. The ancient races were deeply afraid, and the human race was incomparably excited. Is he still vigorous despite his old age, or is his lifespan running out? Is he planning to carry out the final act of intimidation? The rulers of the strongest races of the supreme ancient immortal realms muttered in a low voice, bewildered. The name of the Golden King shook the primeval times, and he stood at the peak of experts. His reputation was absolutely not undeserved. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, conversely, he was terrifying to the extreme. All of this was because Gai Jiuyo was too terrifying. In the extraterritorial battlefield, the moment the Golden King exploded, several old patriarchs of the imperial family, as well as great sage Hunchuo and the others, could no longer remain calm. One by one, they opened their mouths to stop him from continuing to kill. This was because Gai Jiuyo held the glistening scarlet eternal universe cauldron in his hand and was about to attack the Qianluan great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons. He wanted to destroy him in both body and spirit. Fellow Taoist, you should stop. Fellow Taoist Gai, when it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. You also don't want the two great ancient imperial families to have a true war with the human race, right? The Golden King came from the Golden Cave, and the Qianluan came from the nest of 10,000 dragons. They were both well-known primeval imperial families. If they were forced into a corner and these two great imperial families attacked at the same time, no matter which race went against them, there would definitely be a great disaster. Gai Jiuyo's expression was calm. He didn't stop and continued to walk forward. The Qianluan great sage's expression changed. His body couldn't help but tremble within the 10,000-kilometer-long violet gold divine bell. The Golden King had died in front of him. As a fellow great sage, even if he was strong, how strong could he be? If he continued, he would definitely not be able to escape death. Ding-ling-ling, the violet gold divine bell was strung together and was tens of thousands of kilometers long. It tore open the void and wanted to escape. Dang, however, the eternal universe cauldron flew over. The scarlet gold phoenix blood shattered the void and smashed into the violet gold divine bell. The Qianluan great sage cried out miserably. His entire body was covered in blood, and his body was in tatters. He fell out and could no longer continue to merge with the ancient imperial weapon. Dao brother, could it be that you really want to kill them all? In the distance, an extreme divine might appeared. It was clear that the ancient race had many layers of defenses. Several old patriarchs walked forward. Their expressions weren't very good, and they were all on guard. The great sage Hunchuo also stood in the middle, saying that this battle couldn't continue. Otherwise, there would definitely be a war between the races. Gai Jiuyo also didn't want the situation to continue to escalate. He didn't really want to start a war with the ancient race. Eliminating a golden great sage was enough. It would definitely be able to intimidate the 10,000 races. Dao brother Gai, I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to the Golden King's bewitchment. The Qianluan great sage braced himself and said these words. It was even more unbearable than killing him. The scarlet eternal universe cauldron flew back and landed in Gai Jiuyo's palm. It swallowed and spat out scarlet multicolored light that filled the sky. It illuminated the entire starry sky and made him look unrivaled. In the end, the Qianluan great sage felt as if he had been pardoned. He flew toward the ancient stars and disappeared. This time, it could be said that he was dejected and had lost all face. The Golden King had died, and he had fled in a sorry state. This was the result of Hunchuo and the others pleading for him. It was truly a loss for the great sage's dignity. In the outer realm battlefield, the golden truncheon floated quietly. Gai Jiuyo walked forward, wanting to take it away. The others' expressions changed. An old patriarch walked forward and said, "Brother Guy, this is the #1 treasure of the Golden Cave. You can't take it away." Hunchu, a great sage, and several other patriarchs of the royal families also came forward. Every single one of these extreme Dao ancient imperial weapons had great implications, so they definitely couldn't let the humans take them away. They would rather fight to the death. "I won't take this imperial weapon away. However, I will have to seal him for a period of time," Gai Joyo said. Clang! The Eternal Universe Furnace's lid was opened. Flames surged and the divine essence of the sun scattered down, swallowing and spitting out brilliance. It was as if it could swallow the endless stars inside. Many stars began to shake. The golden truncheon flourished with golden radiance. It rushed towards the sky and struggled violently. However, this was too passive. The Eternal Universe Furnace had been revived with the help of the human race's supreme beings. It swallowed the golden truncheon. Weng, the extreme ancient imperial weapon, entered the divine furnace. It wanted to struggle, but with a clang, the furnace lid fell down and sealed it inside. The several patriarchs were astonished. They wanted to stop it, but it was too late. "Gai Joyo, what is the meaning of this? Do you want to seize the ancient imperial weapon? Aren't you afraid of suffering a backlash and losing your life? You have to know that the weapon of an archaic emperor cannot be humiliated. At that time, you will be in great trouble. Even though you have the weapon of an ancient great emperor, you still can't seal it. In the end, the golden truncheon might shatter the Eternal Universe Furnace and break out." They shouted together. This was a very serious matter. All of them went forward to block the path. "You don't have to worry about me. I know how difficult it is, but sealing it for 100 years is not a problem," Gai Joyo said with narrowed eyes. He operated the army formula and borrowed the power of the Eternal Universe Furnace to seal the golden truncheon inside. It soon calmed down and couldn't break out. The expressions of the few people changed, but they couldn't act out. Otherwise, if they really did become hostile, no one could do anything to Gai Joyo. The Golden King was a good example. They knew that Gai Joyo's body had a problem a long time ago. Now, they just didn't know how much longer he could last. If they fought with their lives on the line now, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. In the end, this battle came to an end. The Golden King's body and soul were destroyed, Qianluan returned in defeat, and the ancient race trembled with fear. Gai Joyo did what he said. In the next half a month, he found the remaining ancient saints of the vicious races and killed them one by one. Only one person was able to escape. This was like a violent storm. The ancient saints of the 10 great races were all executed, and the Golden King was also beheaded. The supreme might of the human race swept through the 8 desolate lands, and no one dared to oppose it. No one would have thought that Gai Joyo would be so powerful. No matter who came forward, it was useless. He killed the 10 ancient kings, and even the ancient race's great sage came forward. How lamentable. The Golden King's might shook the ancient times. In that era, who dared to oppose him? Today, he was first defeated by the victorious fighting Buddha, and then killed by a supreme human. In the ancient times, the human race depended on the strong races and even became food for them. But now, they were so powerful that it made people feel intimidated. From this day onwards, no one dared to provoke or suppress the human race. After the destruction of the 10 great races, the ancient race quieted down. At the Jade Lake meeting, the human race played the card that the ancient emperors were still alive, causing the world to calm down for a period of time. Paper couldn't wrap fire, and in the end, it was useless. Now that a supreme took action, the world quieted down again. It was just that no one knew how long this would last. All the ancient race members were waiting, especially the great sage. They were all divining, wanting to know how long Gai Joyo could live. Otherwise, perhaps only the old senior who didn't die by accident could resist. "Senior, I have an ancient medicine that can prolong life," Yi Fan said to Gai Joyo as they walked together in the eastern wasteland. "No need. This kind of thing can be used once, but it will be weak the second time. It will be completely useless the third time." Gai Joyo shook his head. "It's not a medicine king, but a drop of immortal medicine." Although there isn't much, it will definitely be useful, Yifan said. I can still live for a few more years, until the path to immortality opens, Guy Joyo said calmly. Senior. Yifan was pleasantly surprised. They walked together in the great wilderness, and Guy Joyo didn't hide it at all. The blood in his body was boiling, and there were traces of the aura of an ancient emperor seeping out. Yifan thought that Guy Joyo had broken through, and his face was full of excitement. However, the sickly old man shook his head and said that he could only live for a while. In this world, living for a long time is also a kind of capital. Don't worry, I will definitely not die first. I will definitely pass away later than the ancient race's old senior. At this point, Guy Joyo's eyes were blazing. He looked towards the north. As if he was looking through the void and staring at a powerful opponent, Yifan took out all the ancestral ginseng elixir that he had obtained from Earth, and then he stuffed the few drops of immortal medicine that the Black Emperor had given him into his hands. I should be on my way. It was unknown when the path to immortality would open, but it might be coming soon. Now that Yifan wanted to rush towards the outer realm, Guy Joyo was very supportive. This was because once the path to immortality opened, this ancient planet would inevitably be in chaos. There would be a great battle between saints, and it would become a wretched land. In order to enter the path to immortality, no one knew how many heroes would be buried. I hope you succeed on the path to immortality. If you come back early, you might still be able to meet me before I pass away, Guy Joyo said. In the end, Yifan came to the extraordinary warrior residence of the Central Plains. He would once again step onto the ancient path to the outer realm, just to become stronger and resist the storms in the future. Master, you must come back alive. Yi Tong said with hot tears in his eyes. Come back alive. Li Tian, Li Heishui, the Black Emperor, and the sacred prince sent him off and watched as he stepped onto the altar. Yifan looked back, stood on the five-colored altar, and said to himself, goodbye, it won't be thousands of years. I believe that I will definitely walk to the end of the path, complete the most powerful trial in history, and live to see you all again. Swoosh! The five-colored altar opened, and the symbols of the 8 trigrams flickered, opening a starry door. Yifan stepped into it, and with a final wave of his hand, he disappeared. The starry gate closed and Yifan disappeared from this world. He had slain the heavenly prince, who was unrivaled among his peers, and defied the heavens to slaughter an ancient saint, leaving behind an immortal legend. Master! Yi Tong shouted towards the dimming altar. His voice echoed in the air, but his figure was nowhere to be seen. That place was completely silent. During these decades, Yifan had stirred up endless storms. The entire ancient star was filled with the legend of the Saint Physique. Even after he had disappeared for many years, people still found it difficult to forget. The path to the strongest, the most powerful trial in human history. I might know how to get in. The ancient saint who had descended from the outer realm said. Oh, I hope you can guide me, sir, an ancient race lord said. What do you want to do? Do you want to participate in the trial as well? The ancient king said, the path to immortality is about to open. As an ancient saint, I don't have such thoughts. I just want to send a few of my descendants and try my luck. There's no need to think about it. Ordinary people would only be throwing their lives away. Unless ancient princes go, they can only die. The outer realm saint sneered. Is that so? Perhaps I can consider it. I think some people are willing to go, such as the Golden Princess, Huangshu Dao, and the Dragoness of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons. Apart from that, most of the 10,000 ancient races came from the outer realm. Perhaps they can find the way home and return to their ancestral land. The ancient saint's eyes flickered. Although Yifan had left, the entire ancient star was filled with legends about him. During these decades, he had killed saint children, divine children, and slaughtered ancient princes. His fame spread far and wide. Many people believed that this was a path of no return. Once one stepped onto this ancient path, it was possible that they would never be able to return. This time, it was the final wave of his fame that would never appear again. A cold wind blew over. The desolate ancient star finally had a trace of movement, breaking the deathly silence. Yellow sand was everywhere. Yifan gazed into the distance and saw only desolation. Especially at dusk, it was dark everywhere. The heaven and earth were yellow and incomparably dusky. There were no signs of life at all. He had abandoned prosperity, left his homeland, and bid farewell to his old friends. He had stepped onto the path to the strongest. There was no longer the clamor of the mortal world. Now, there was only loneliness. He had already advanced for half a year, going from one ancient star to another, tirelessly repeating the monotony. Even now, he still hadn't encountered a single creature. The boundless sky was dark and cold. Just like that, he traversed without end. He didn't even know how far away he was from Big Dipper. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to return in this lifetime. Half a year ago, when he walked out of the five-colored altar, he found a small altar on that ancient planet. It was a one-way teleportation, just like the path from Hangu Pass on Earth. He didn't have a goal, so he could only follow the ancient road that had been paved by the ancients. He didn't know the starting point, and he didn't know the ending point. This kind of journey was extremely lonely. There was no one to talk to. Far away from the vanity of the world, one could only cultivate in solitude. In the strongest trial in history, 3 people with divine physiques died. Wuxia and Emperor Qing also walked through it. I am following in their footsteps. I must reach the end. Yifan muttered to himself. The wind became stronger. Yellow sand filled the sky, covering it. He opened his heavenly eyes. When the sand flew into the sky, some snow-white skulls appeared in the desert. He walked over and squatted down to carefully observe them. He discovered that they belonged to an unknown race. They had died tens of thousands of years ago, but their skulls were still very sturdy and had a flowing luster. Yifan released his powerful divine sense and carefully searched the entire ancient planet. Finally, he found a clue. There were some words engraved on a bone arm. They were almost obliterated by the passage of time. They were ancient characters of the human race. It was said that this was the trial gate. After stepping out of it, the true tribulation would begin. Is this the beginning? Yifan muttered to himself. The ordeal had already begun. It took him a full half a month to find the small one-way teleportation altar on this ancient planet. Some of those white bones belonged to the ancients who had lost their lives because they couldn't find the heavenly road. They had exhausted their vitality and died here. Buzz. With a flash of brilliance, he stepped onto the true trial road. He muttered to himself in the void passage, I'm looking forward to the road ahead. Before long, an oppressive and heavy aura assaulted his face. Yifan rushed out of the stargate and arrived in a mysterious world. Bang, a bone blade hacked over with a ferocious momentum. It was enough to shatter a great mountain. The moment Yifan left the stargate, he encountered an attack. I really won't be lonely anymore. I've finally met a living creature. He encountered an enemy attack, but he wasn't angry. On the contrary, he was pleasantly surprised. He had had enough of the monotony and loneliness. Pa! Yifan snapped his fingers and smashed the bone blade on the spot. He then swung his right leg and swept it out. A snow-white skeleton in front of him collapsed. It couldn't resist the power of the saint physique. What kind of world is this? Is this the most powerful trial ground in history? Yifan looked forward and couldn't help but frown. There was an aura of death everywhere. There was no light, but it wasn't very dark either. The surroundings were dusky with black mist lingering about. It was as if he had arrived in a country of death. Thick leaden clouds pressed down on the sky like a mountain, covering every inch of space and completely covering this world. There was no sunlight, moonlight, or stars. This was a black and white world without any dazzling radiance. It was like the darkest evening. The bones on the ground were piled up to an unknown depth, and there was bone powder everywhere. Just how many people had died to create such a terrifying scene, Yifan didn't know. He couldn't see a single creature with flesh and blood. There were only white bones moving about in the distance. Ghostly flames flickered in their skulls, making them look gloomy and demonic. What kind of world have I arrived in? He walked very far, but the ground was still covered with white bones. It was difficult to see the end. In the end, he broke through the sky and flew over many mountains and rivers, but all he saw was a vast expanse of whiteness. Yifan couldn't help but shiver. This was too terrifying. Even if this was an ancient star with life, there shouldn't be so many skeletons after it was completely destroyed. How were they formed? Hong, suddenly, a streak of dark light shot over, shattering the sky dome. It was as if a sea hacked over. This was a black-colored ancient spear that contained a bit of undying divine force. Yi Fan was alarmed. He quickly moved out of the way. In the distance, a black figure stood on a mountain of bones. It roared towards the heavens, its voice different from the other white bones. It was deafening. In the surroundings, many white bone creatures knelt down together, prostrating themselves in worship. They were all trembling with fear, suppressed by the power of his sea of consciousness to the point where they couldn't budge an inch. A Tao-severing expert produced a divine sense in white bones. Is this a miracle of life? Yi Fan stared at all of these withered bone creatures. Life was the world's greatest miracle. It couldn't be understood, couldn't be established, full of mysteries. That creature whose entire body was pitch black, bones like black jade stared at Yi Fan, full of hostility. It rushed into the heavens, the ancient spear in its hands thrusting over again. Dang, Yi Fan struck out, shattering the ancient spear. Then, with a caw-paw sound, his neck was twisted apart, and his head was removed in a clean and efficient manner. King! All around him, in the endless land of white bones, all of the creatures knelt down, all of them trembling. They released divine sense voices towards him, loudly calling him king. This mysterious world, this country of trials, I want to see clearly. Yi Fan swept his eyes over the surroundings, looking at those bone spirits that were prostrating themselves in worship. His mood was calm. He descended on a mountain of bones, extracted the ghost flame from within the black skull, and began to carefully observe it. Strand after strand of threads interweaved, forming this leaping ghost flame. To be more precise, it wasn't a flame, but rather a life imprint, a chain of order. This made Yi Fan's mind tremble. He opened his heavenly eye to observe, and every strand of flame became a divine law of order, appearing in his eyes. This is the damaged profound mysteries of life. He was greatly moved. He immediately sat cross-legged on the white bone mountain, not moving for an entire day and night. Was this created by someone, or was it naturally formed? The divine chains of order interweaved, and the domain spread, turning into a ball of ghost flame, turning into a living body. Was this the process of the birth of living beings? Who was controlling all of this? It wasn't the same as a human sea of consciousness, and there were still great differences. This kind of life form was very special. He carefully dissected the divine chains of order, and finally understood many profound mysteries, greatly enlightening him. His understanding of life deepened considerably, and he linked it with the secret character. He pondered for a while and comprehended the Tao for a long time. Was this the arrangement of the predecessors, or did he just happen to encounter such a strange bone spirit along the way? There's an unfathomable supreme existence within the sea of bones in the deepest depths of this kingdom of death. It even caused this black bone physique that's a Tao-severing body to be terrified and never dare approach it. Exactly how formidable is it? Yi Fan was astonished. With a thump, he tossed away the black skull, leaving it to fend for itself, and no longer paid it any attention. He flew forward, and in the end, he would encounter an especially powerful bone spirit every time he passed through a large area. However, they couldn't injure him, and he passed through more daunting than dangerous. Before long, he saw the black mist that overflowed into the heavens in the distance. There was a huge towering stone tablet, and the surroundings were faintly discernible. There were many soul shadows that were like specters. This was another kind of life form. They had no thoughts, no emotions, and were ignorant as they wandered aimlessly in this place. These are the ghosts that mortals speak of. They're just a part of the magnetic field. Why are there so many of them in this area? But they don't have intelligence. Yi Fan approached and arrived in front of the huge stone tablet. He carefully observed the ancient words on it. They were carved in the primordial divine script, and there were only 4 large words. They were bold and powerful, and they read, "Death to those who enter." This was a type of warning, and even more so a type of deterrence. Standing in front of this stone tablet, there was an earth-shattering killing intent surging over. It made people feel like duckweed in the sea, and they could be destroyed at any moment by the waves. There are white bones everywhere, and even the mountains are piled up from them. It's rare to see a huge tablet, yet it's so intimidating. Yifan was astonished, because even he felt an enormous pressure. His heart was oppressed, and one could imagine just how terrifying the one who carved these words was. There were many enormous bone fragments at the side, and every single one of them was over 10 meters in length. In this world of death, there were all types of creatures' bones, and it was impossible to identify all of them. There are words here as well. Yifan discovered that these were human words, and there were quite a few of them. They were written as a warning, informing those who walked on the most powerful path of training in history that they had to be careful and not enter this place. There was great danger, and this was something that the ancestors had learned through their bloody lessons. Suddenly, a streak of immortal light streaked across the distant sky. It was dazzling, holy, and flawless. It tore apart the dark clouds and scattered down onto the great earth. Oho! Many bone spirits roared in all directions, and they were all terrified. Under the immortal light, countless white bone creatures were turned into fine powder, and they were completely purified. What is that? Yifan was shocked. Roar! When the immortal light tore apart the dark clouds and scattered down, an enormous roar that made one's soul feel like it was going to split apart sounded from the center of this restricted region. It was incomparably terrifying, and it was as if the entire world was going to collapse. Sparkling and resplendent light poured down like water essence, scattering down. White skeletal creatures cried out miserably one after another. The ghost flames in their skulls were extinguished, turning into strands of smoke. Meanwhile, their bones exploded inch by inch, turning into white powder. What was this? The aura was auspicious and holy, able to purify this world. Yifan was shocked. Beside him, those boneless ghosts were like ice and snow, quickly melting, turning into clouds of smoke and disappearing. In the depths of the Forbidden Land, the roars became more and more terrifying, releasing streak after streak of black light. It was as if a black sun was rising, releasing strand after strand of demonic light. So powerful. Yifan backed up, escaping several thousand li in a single step. It was because he sensed a dangerous aura, covering the sky and covering the earth as it approached. If he didn't retreat, he would be like a small boat in a raging sea, overturned at any time. Kaka. Sounds rang out incessantly, this world becoming unstable. Even after retreating several thousand li, those bone mountains were collapsing one after another. The white bones on the ground were even more so turning into dust, turning into snow-white bone powder. Saint-level power. Yifan's expression changed. He never expected to encounter an ancient saint-level creature in his first battle in the training ground. One could well imagine just how terrifying the road ahead was. The great earth was covered in endless withered bones like pure white snow, a boundless expanse without end in sight, extending all the way to where heaven and earth intersected. Meanwhile, it was precisely at the end that a black sun slowly rose from the sea of white bones. It was incomparably large, covering the sky. Endless strands of black light interweaved into black divine chains of order, piercing through the void. Ancient saint-level black sun, Yifan opened his heavenly eye, carefully sizing it up, wishing to see through its source. This black sun was comparable to a black great mountain, resisting the resplendent immortal light in the sky. The two were incompatible, clashing innately. Light shot out chaotically, natural laws interweaving, continuously destroying each other. One was full of vitality, the other innately possessed destructive power. Even more immortal light scattered down, tearing apart the dark clouds, illuminating this dark world, no longer as murky as before. Intense explosions sounded. Countless mountains collapsed, bone fragments flying in all directions. The white skeletal creatures held in grief, struggling, rushing in all directions. You planted your so-called survey seeds in my kingdom of death and carried out your experiments, yet you continue to slaughter my people. All of you must die. A dignified voice sounded from the black sun. The divine laws affected the leaden clouds, causing them to boil and transform into deathly aura to devour the celestial light. The sky was covered once again. Buzz. A white bone blade, as brilliant as the moonlight, rose from the black sun towards the sky and struck the mysterious holy light. Boom. The dark clouds were torn apart. An expanse of great Tao divine marks descended. The intruder's natural laws were incomparably powerful, full of holy power. They continuously collided with that bone blade. Ancient sage, Yifan was certain that both sides were ancient sages with incredible means. He was glad that he had escaped far enough, or else he would have been reduced to ashes. This is a dangerous world. No wonder the predecessors never returned. Since the Desolate Era until now, only 3 to 5 people have returned alive. The rest, including the divine physique, have all died outside this realm. His expression was grave. This was just the beginning, yet he had already encountered such a terrifying saint-level existence at his first stop. One could imagine how dangerous and terrifying the trials later on would be. There was a powerful life form within this black sun. Strands of black light reached out from the gaps like tentacles, continuously colliding with the celestial light in the sky. Deathly aura surged. The black sun split into pieces, and a mysterious ancient beast rushed out from within. To be more precise, it was a white skeletal creature that produced flesh and blood. It seemed quite extraordinary. On its back were bone spurs that shot into the sky. They were snow-white and sharp, and with a light shake, they could split open the universe. Every single one of them was several hundred zhang long. This was a heavenly beast from outside this realm that had never been seen before. It was enormous and robust, with a tiger and leopard body, crocodile scales, and the horns of a divine deer. It even had the iron claws of a falcon, and it had a scorpion tail that hooked towards the sky. Apart from the bone spurs on its back that were snow-white and sparkling, sharp enough to split open the sky, the rest of its body was like purple jade, sparkling and brilliant. It looked incomparably divine, and holy splendor surrounded its body. Rebirth from death. Yifan was overwhelmed. He felt a powerful deathly aura. With just a casual move from this heavenly beast, a terrifying deathly aura would rush out from its body, shaking everything until it was about to collapse. This giant beast was several thousand zhang tall. It opened its mouth and roared, scattering the dark clouds. The scenery in the sky was revealed. Apart from the sun, moon, and stars, there was also a war chariot, as if a divine king was patrolling in the lower realm. Hong, enormous lightning struck down with chaotic energy, striking this heavenly beast. There were tens of thousands of saint-level Dao marks, and it wanted to purify this world into a place full of vitality. The immortal light that had scattered out not long ago was from this ancient war chariot. Rays of radiance scattered down, filling the world of death. Who was in this war chariot? Yifan was shocked. After walking on the path of the strongest trials, he finally saw some creatures, but all of them were incomparably strange. This was a battle between saints, and he didn't dare to get close. Alho, the heavenly beast roared and fought with the existence in the war chariot, causing the entire world of death to tremble. The leaden clouds were torn apart, and all kinds of light poured down. You are just borrowing the war chariot. You have violated my country again and again. This time, I won't let you get away. Master of Death Country, I don't want to offend you. The seeds I have scattered are to search for a type of mineral we need. If you allow me, I will immediately leave after collecting it, and I will never return. Divine ripples came from the war chariot. Yifan was shocked. He sized up the huge war chariot and felt a kind of majesty. How precious was the thing that the ancient saint wanted to collect? How can I let you steal the divine materials that belong to my death country? Stop dreaming. The divine will from this heavenly beast was like the shaking of a star field, vast and boundless. These minerals are useless to you, but I can exchange them with you. I will give you an immeasurable amount of corpses and deathly aura so that you can break through in the future. Ripples came from the war chariot. Yifan felt that it was strange. Mining minerals? He thought of Eternal Kingdom. In order to refine the most powerful evolution liquid, the people there would travel through the stars. Refining the divine liquid was the highest goal of many people. However, this war chariot looked very different from flying saucers. Could it be that it was also a product of the combination of technology and great Tao? No need. The heavenly beast refused. The dozens of white bone spikes on its back all rushed into the sky, turning into white bone spears. They pierced through the cosmos and rushed towards the huge war chariot. At the same time, it pounced over. Its antlers released five-colored divine light, turning the sky into a black hole. A great battle erupted. The two ancient saint-level existences rushed into outer space, entering the boundless cosmos to carry out a great life and death battle. Yifan's body flickered, turning into an aurora, entering the depths of the sea of white bones. He discovered great tombs one after another, all of them built from bone fragments. There were actually no less than 10 of them, and within each white bone tomb was a strange set of broken bones. It was eerie, and deathly aura pervaded the air. These were left behind by the previous masters of Death Nation after they passed away. Most of them were broken bones that had lost their luster because their essence had been absorbed by their successors. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Sea of Bones, the deathly aura far surpassed other places. This was the place where the previous masters of death cultivated in seclusion. It was known as the Forbidden Land, and other white bone creatures didn't dare to approach. Only those who broke through to the Saint Realm dared to challenge it. There's nothing valuable here, Yifan said to himself. This was a world of death. It was impossible for a medicine king to grow here or immortal elixirs. Apart from bones, there were only ghosts. He raised his head and glanced at the sky. The two ancient saint-level existences were fighting in outer space. Leaden clouds once again enveloped this world, and everything was dusky. This ancient star doesn't seem that big. I can look for those so-called rare minerals. Before this, he used the secret method given to him by the odd warrior Manor's old master. He chanted an incantation and sensed the fluctuations of an ancient secret formation. He found a formation gate far away from the Forbidden Land. That place claimed to be a small world, and there was a small 5-colored altar inside. Even ancient saints couldn't find it or enter. Only those who knew the formation patterns could enter. Yifan relaxed. The ancient formation was still there. If the formation platform was destroyed, he would need to repair it himself. This was also a type of trial, and it would be extremely troublesome. Although the old saint of the Odd Warrior Manor said that there would definitely be a break in the road ahead and that he needed to repair it himself, he didn't want to encounter such a terrible situation after just starting out for half a year. Yifan remembered the place where the immortal light scattered just now. He quickly appeared in that area because it was an exploration seed. It was most likely very close to the rare minerals. There's a strange fluctuation. Sure enough, after he arrived at this area, the ground where the celestial light shone emitted ripples that were almost imperceptible. Only his physical body, which was comparable to that of a saint, could keenly sense the unusual movements beneath his feet. Bang! Yifan's entire body emitted golden light as he turned into a golden god of war. His powerful physical body was as easy as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He sunk several thousand li underground and arrived at the core. Apart from the magma, there was also a sinister and terrifying aura. It was as if he had arrived at the source of death. His body was on the verge of collapse, and all the hair on his body stood on end. What is that? The magma surged and the temperature was extremely high. If an ordinary person came here, they would definitely be turned into ashes. However, he was still unharmed. In the magma, there was a millstone-sized rock that had long cracked apart. There was a black liquid inside, and it was as if black jade had melted. Black light flowed about, and specks of luster could be seen. This is an extremely terrifying aura of death. Every strand of aura that seeped out was extremely dense. Yifan was sure that if it was an ordinary cultivator, a single breath would turn them into bones. It was devouring one's life force. Is this the mineral that the ancient saint was looking for? What is its use? Could it be that it can be refined into supreme treasures or refined into precious liquid? Yifan muttered to himself. He didn't dare to get too close. This kind of thing devoured one's life force. The entire ancient star turning into a land of death was most likely related to it. Even though this rock was only the size of a millstone, Yifan felt as if he was facing a boundless ocean of death. The black liquid it contained made one's mind feel like collapsing. It must be something extraordinary. Forget it for now. I'll put it away and study it in detail in the future. Yifan took out a treasure bottle. It was a king-level weapon. However, as soon as he put the millstone-sized rock inside, the jade bottle made a crisp sound and many cracks appeared. What kind of liquid can actually destroy a king-level weapon? He was shocked. He revealed a look of disbelief and then took out a small blood-red gourd. This was a half-saint level weapon. It was a spoil of war seized from an ancient race expert. Gotcha. The same sound came again. The small blood-red gourd also broke. It couldn't bear the weight of the millstone-sized rock. The black liquid inside was sparkling and translucent, but it was a shocking sight. This is too outrageous. What kind of mineral is this? It's as heavy as the 100,000 mountains. Or is it a natural treasure that can be destroyed? Yifan increasingly felt that this mysterious black liquid was extraordinary. He didn't dare to touch it with his hands. He took out the myriad chi cauldron and put it inside. This time, it went smoothly. He didn't encounter any obstructions, and the cauldron was intact. I can't stay here for long. I don't know what will happen if I take this mineral. After rushing out of the earth's surface, Yifan immediately entered the ancient secret formation. Then, he boarded the 5-colored sacrificial altar and disappeared. After a quarter of an hour, the battle in outer space spread to the ground. Huge metal chariots and heavenly beasts that were thousands of meters long flashed from time to time, clashing head-on in the dark clouds. Celestial light sprinkled down from time to time. The owner of the chariot was still searching for the rare mineral. However, the owner of the kingdom of death was one step ahead and shouted, "Eh? No, it's gone. The density of the death chi has dropped a lot. You've stolen the divine object." The owner of the metal chariot was also surprised and said, "What happened? The mineral is really gone. It's not on this ancient star anymore. King of the kingdom of death, where did you hide it?" "Nonsense. Everything here is mine. Gu Xing's innate divine weapon has disappeared. It must be your doing. Hand over your life and give me back my divine treasure." "Who stole the mineral?" "Everything on this ancient star is more precious than it." "Why did it disappear?" "I've been searching for it for more than 1,000 years. I must find it." The eyes of the two ancient saint-level existences turned red. They fought with all their might. At the same time, their powerful consciousness swept through the surroundings, looking for suspicious places. Clear and cold moonlight sprinkled down. The entire ancient star was tranquil without a single cloud. Yifan strolled alone as he carefully sensed this unfamiliar land. After walking out of the 5-colored sacrificial altar, he arrived at an unknown ancient star. The surface was dry and hard, and the temperature was cold. This was a land of bitter cold. There were no plants, no water sources, and the sky was filled with stars. The night was quiet, and the land was vast and empty. Only some mist lingered between the mountain ranges. Is it really that difficult to find a true ancient star with life? Yi Fan had been out for more than half a year, and the only place he had seen life was a land of white bones. There wasn't even a bone in the other galaxies, and there was nothing related to life. This place was barren, and the ground was as hard as stone. He walked for over 1,000 li without finding anything, but he wasn't in a hurry to continue. Stars after stars are connected by an ancient road. What were the ancients searching for? It definitely wasn't a training ground specially arranged for later generations. Perhaps it was because they discovered all kinds of trials that they were used by later generations. Could it be that there are still ancient sages fighting at the forefront? Yifan thought of many things. The road opened by the ancient ancestors was definitely full of danger. Perhaps the battle had always been going on, and they were merely descendants living in a safe region. Suddenly, his expression became sluggish. After walking for several hundred li, under the clear and cold moonlight, he saw a figure. It was extremely withered, and it was currently strolling about. "There's someone there?" Yifan revealed a strange expression. Just now, he had used his divine sense to scan the distance, but he didn't see anything. Now, he actually saw a life form. The distance was extremely far. That person was at the end of the horizon. He was tall and slender like a specter as he walked unhurriedly. Who is this person? Yifan was on high alert. No matter how he looked at it, this was a dead star. The air was thin, and it was filled with poisonous gas. There were no plants or vitality. At this time, a humanoid creature suddenly appeared. It naturally surprised him, and he wanted to see what was going on. Who knows, he might discover something unexpected. When Yifan opened his celestial eye, he was shocked to find that it wasn't a human, but rather, a creature covered in red fur. It was walking slowly, head bowed. A humanoid creature with red fur. The moment Yifan saw it, he felt strange. He immediately thought of the Yuan Taoist master in his later years and shook his head. They've all entered the star domain, so it shouldn't have anything to do with the Yuan Taoist master's faction. He carefully followed behind and moved forward. Roar! Suddenly, a roar rang out. The red fur on the skinny humanoid creature's body stood on end. It raised its head to the sky and held at the moon. This was an extremely terrifying scene. The deathly stillness of the withered star was immediately shattered. Mountains swayed and all types of mountain rocks tumbled down. This was a Tao-severing creature, and it was extremely powerful. It was furious, and only after a long time did it calm down and enter the mountain range. At the end of the mountain range, there was a large black hole that led straight underground. Mist surged up from there, causing people to feel intimidated. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to enter here and would definitely turn around and return. However, Yifan didn't stop there. He wanted to find some clues. Perhaps this creature had seen Ji Haoyue, Pang Bo, Ji Ziyue, and Bodhisattva West. This hole was very deep and led straight underground. Not long after entering, he felt waves of life energy. At this moment, Yifan knew that this ancient star wasn't completely devoid of life. It was all underground, forming a small world of its own. After descending for thousands of meters, lava appeared and surged. Many humanoid creatures were underground. They could actually drink the lava and absorb energy. This name immediately appeared in his mind. It had long since gone extinct in the Big Dipper, and he didn't want to see it here. It lived underground and could survive as long as there was a fire source. This was a type of powerful humanoid creature. Their bodies were unbreakable and impervious to swords and spears. They were an extremely terrifying race, and there were a few spiritual treasures in their habitats. Who is it? As soon as Yifan entered, a loud shout was transmitted. Naturally, it was the fluctuation of divine sense that swept over like a tide. Half-saint, there was a half-saint existence in this ancient cave. Yifan had vaguely sensed it when he entered. Now that it was confirmed, he felt even more at ease. Humans, it's humans again. How hateful. The fire god monkey that was strolling on the surface just now shouted. It was a commander-like figure. I'm passing by this ancient star and don't want to become enemies with you. I just want to ask you some questions, said Yifan. I don't trust humans. You stole my race's fire god stone and made it much more difficult for us to survive. Humans are despicable, and we will never associate with you again. A group of fire god monkeys pounced over. All of them cried out malevolently. Their bodies were covered in dense red fur, and they wanted nothing more than to kill him immediately. Yifan frowned. He had suffered an undeserved calamity and had to protect others. He had no choice but to explain. Although it wasn't you, you are of the same race. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to quell the hatred in my heart, roared that powerful old monkey. A battle was simply unavoidable, but it was a pity that they encountered Yifan. Even a group of unbreakable fire god monkeys weren't enough. All of them were shaken until they spat out blood and their bodies were cracked. Yifan entered their ancient cave and searched carefully. He opened the stone jars one by one. Immediately, the smell of alcohol soared into the sky and almost made him drunk. Divine wine. He drank a jar without holding back. His entire body seemed to be on fire as essence energy overflowed in all directions. It was greatly beneficial to cultivation. You bunch of monkeys, all of you fought with your lives on the line with red eyes. Why are you all lying down now? Yifan stored the monkey's divine wine into his own magical artifact. This was truly a type of fine wine. The eyes of the group of fire god monkeys were all red. They thought that they had encountered another robber. Their hearts were filled with extreme resentment. All of them roared and glared at him. Yifan smiled and collected dozens of jars of divine wine. Then, he threw down a large pile of divine source. Essence energy overflowed in all directions and illuminated the entire ancient cave. I know this wine is extraordinary and might be of great use to your cultivation. I won't take it for free. I'll exchange it with you guys of equal value. The group of fire god monkeys were greatly surprised. They looked at each other and stopped roaring. I want to know if you guys have seen these people before. He took out the portraits of Jizue, Pang Bo, and the others to confirm if they were on the way. Yes, we've all passed by a few years ago. After getting a definite answer, Yifan let out a long sigh and said, you guys have been here for so many years. Have your ancestors seen any special people? There are a few that left a deep impression. One is called Wuxia, and the other is called Wanqing. I remember now. There are also people who are similar to you. Once they start fighting, golden blood chi surges. The fire god monkeys thought of some of the legends of their ancestors. Because they were isolated from the world, they did not have many opportunities to see other races. Hence, they had a deep impression of these people. Yifan's heart trembled. The strongest people in the history of the Big Dipper had indeed been here. Needless to say, Wuxia was known to the entire world. As for Wanqing, he was definitely referring to the Azure the Arch. This time, the reason why we got into trouble and had our supreme treasure, the fire god stone, robbed is related to that Wanqing. The half-sage-old monkey saw that Yifan had given them so many divine sources, which would be of great benefit to the younger generation's cultivation. It calmed down and asked some questions seriously. What? Related to the Azure the Arch? What's going on? Yifan's heart trembled. He felt that there was most likely a big secret. After the desolate antiquity era, the world changed greatly. The Azure the Arch was the only person who proved his Tao. He was called the Eternal the Arch by the fiend race because he walked the path of the strongest trial. Due to these reasons, Yifan had no choice but to pay attention. He did not expect the fire god monkeys to know something. Rumor has it that Wanqing went to the star domain of those bandits. He stayed there for a long time and left behind many traces. In recent years, they seem to have found some important clues at Wanqing's place of seclusion. They are incomparably crazy and are searching for something. The fire god monkeys had just suffered an undeserved calamity. That group of people did not come for the fire god stone. Since they found it, it was naturally taken away. Yifan's heart trembled. What did the Azure the Arch leave behind? Could it be the secret of him proving his Tao in the past? This caused great waves to surge in his heart. In the end, after he understood enough information, he bid farewell to the fire god monkeys and stepped onto the ancient path of the starry sky again. Let the ancient star with life appear. I am incomparably eager. It would be best if it appeared in the star domain of that group of people. Yifan prayed. He was really tired of the monotonous journey on the withered stars. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Along the way, Yifan encountered several dangers, but he narrowly passed them all. In the past year, he did not encounter a true ancient star with life. However, he encountered more than 10 types of tyrannical creatures, some of which were very terrifying. Another ancient star. Is there still no life? Yifan was helpless. He longed for green vegetation and hoped to see other races. Unfortunately, he was disappointed again. This was a small planet. It was barren and had nothing. Eh? Something's not right. Is there something monitoring me? Yifan stood in the sky. He suddenly raised his head and quickly opened his heavenly eye. Suddenly, he saw a small flying device flying over his head. Eh? This caused his expression to change. He used the line formula and his body turned into a bolt of lightning. He quickly rushed towards the flying metal object and caught up in the blink of an eye. Yifan was truly shocked. This was an ancient flying machine that was orbiting around this small star, moving around the Earth. Looking at the traces on it, it has most likely been here for tens of thousands of years. However, it hasn't fallen yet. It has always been orbiting the ground. His mind trembled. This was a product of a technological civilization. However, it had long been abandoned for tens of thousands of years. When he slowly disintegrated it, electric sparks flashed non-stop. This place once gave birth to an extremely advanced technological civilization. Yifan muttered to himself. He hesitated in his heart. Should he continue advancing along the ancient starry sky path or search this area horizontally? In the end, Yi Fan stopped. He decided to search the star field to see if he could make any shocking discoveries. He used the formation platforms prepared by the Black Emperor to cross over to the neighboring planets. Of course, it was impossible to reach them in one go. Instead, he changed the chessboard formation platforms many times. After descending on 4 dried-up small planets in a row, he discovered some ruins. It should be the temporary landing base of the spaceship. Unfortunately, it was also abandoned. When he landed on the 5th small planet, Yi Fan's heart trembled. He saw a huge platform with 2 spaceships parked on it. There was a base here. Although it had been abandoned for countless years, it could be seen that someone had recently reused it. There were very strong life fluctuations. Someone is here. Yi Fan quickly snuck over. He was underground and did his best to conceal his aura with his Dao marks. Did you guys find anything? After being busy for so long, we haven't discovered anything at all. What exactly did Wan Qing leave behind back then? It's already been 20 to 30,000 years, yet the higher-ups still attach so much importance to it and are looking for the places he has walked before. Yi Fan understood their intentions through his divine sense. His heart was not calm. Wan Qing was Emperor Qing, and these people were searching for his footprints in the past. We don't have any clues about Wan Qing either, but we have other great gains. We obtained a fire god stone, a very rare mineral used to refine the strongest physique evolution liquid. Fire god stone. Oh my god, you guys are really lucky to have obtained such a thing. Others can't even find a small piece of it even if they search for it for a lifetime. Tempering the strongest constitution evolution liquid is the most important divine mineral apart from the 6 main materials. You guys actually found it. It's really heaven-defying luck. Your harvest this time is too abundant. It's said that apart from the things left behind by Wan Qing, everything from this trip belongs to each of you. If you take it to auction, several generations of your clansmen will benefit. Endlessly. There were 2 spaceships parked on the huge platform. One of them was incomparably envious, and the other was extremely intoxicated. Although the fire god stone wasn't the main material, it was still a divine mineral. As an auxiliary material, it was still priceless. If the major forces knew about it, they would definitely break their heads to bid for it. Yi Fan was amazed. He didn't expect the mineral needed for the strongest constitution evolution liquid to be so precious. It was no wonder that the purple-eyed girl and her brother were so anxious that they risked their lives to fight with him. The others would rather be captured or killed than come back again and again to snatch it. Even a supplementary material was like this. It was unknown how many star fields they would have to explore to find it. As for the divine main materials, they didn't even need to think about it. It was hard to find even in several lifetimes. It could be said that the purple-eyed girl and her party being able to successfully gather everything they needed was a kind of miracle. It could be said that it was heaven-defying. Therefore, they were reluctant and didn't hesitate to give up their lives. A race that combines technology and the great Tao is really a bit scary, Yi Fan said to himself. He had a deep understanding of the strongest constitution evolution liquid. It was definitely a treasure. The purple-eyed girl and her party only refined those minerals for more than 10 years. Even though they only obtained some rough liquid, it allowed him to smoothly advance to the next level and seize the fortune. Wan Qing is really an immortal legend. He disappeared for 20 or 30,000 years, but his influence is still so great that even the nobles can't sit still. One person sighed. This star field is almost searched. We can go back, and the mission can be considered completed. Oh, that's true. Many people have left, so we should also set foot on the road back. There are still a few dangerous places in this star field that will be searched by the Saint-level spaceship. We can't set foot in. This was their abandoned base that had been here for tens of thousands of years. Today, they were just passing by and reusing it. There was a star gate here. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. He was too worried. These 2 spaceships were not Saint weapons and couldn't compare to the flying saucer he encountered outside Undying Mountain. They couldn't pose any threat to him. He adjusted his physiological functions to the limit and then took out a few pieces of wood. Those were the branches of the Tree of Enlightenment. The Black Emperor had carved the patterns of the heaven-deceiving formation on them and could even deceive the heavenly tribulation. When an ancient stargate was opened, Yi Fan was shocked. All types of light flowed within the circular gate, as if it was a node where time and space intersected, leading to an unknown place. At the moment when the two universe ships entered, he silently closed in. As fast as lightning, he attached to one of the ships and followed along. Yi Fan could be said to have covered the heavens, temporarily leaving the vertical starry sky ancient path, moving horizontally, following the universe ship into their country. After an unknown period of time, the two spaceships rushed out of the stargate and entered the dark universe. Everywhere was desolate and cold. In the endless distance, the stars twinkled. This star field was deathly silent without a trace of sound or fluctuation. It made people feel bored. What bad luck. That base hasn't been used for tens of thousands of years. It's already broken beyond recognition. The distance of the stargate is limited. If we get lost, we'll be in big trouble. When can we have a Saint-level spaceship? Then we can open the stargate at any time. The people in the two spaceships grumbled. However, they quickly became spirited again. Luckily we didn't get lost. Otherwise, we'll die in the universe sooner or later. There's a small planet ahead. It's a base left behind from tens of thousands of years ago. We can return from there. Full speed ahead. After they confirmed it, they began to move quickly. They were like flowing lights streaking across the sky, one in front and one behind. Life was mysterious, but compared to the vast universe, it was really insignificant. To ordinary people, it was almost impossible to enter another star field from one star field. Only by walking to the front and grasping great power could they do it. Only a few life forms could achieve it. Hey, you got the fire god stone. Did you find anything else? Maybe that star field still has divine ores. No, we've already searched thoroughly. We found it from a low-level race living in the underground. There was actually a half-saint who almost made us fail. In the end, he used the 5-colored divine light to sweep away the fire god stone. Yi Fan was surprised. He thought of his own experience. Back then, he was swept by a kind of divine light and was captured into the flying saucer. The power of the 5 elements is endless. Even if we can't defeat it, it's not something those low-level races can stop. We can retreat easily. Since a half-saint was born, it means that their bloodline is also extraordinary. Did you collect their blood? We killed a few low-level monkeys and brought their blood back. That's good. Yi Fan heard their conversation and sneered in his heart. He clung to the spaceship and used the heaven-deceiving formation to conceal himself, waiting to land. In the universe, time passed quickly. Along the way, he saw one magnificent star after another and brushed past them. That kind of splendid scene was extremely beautiful. Even saints can barely travel in the star field. Maybe only the ancient emperors can enjoy the magnificent scenery of the universe? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Several days later, a small planet appeared in his field of vision. 2 spaceships rushed here and slowly landed. It was still a dead star. There was no air or water, and it was completely bare. Ever since he walked out of the Big Dipper, he hadn't seen any green vegetation. One could imagine how rare it was to find an ancient star with life in the vast universe. After going through countless star fields, there wasn't even one. The stargate here is a little damaged. We need to repair it before we can make a spatial jump. The 2 spaceships stopped on a huge platform. The cabin door opened, and some people walked out. Without a doubt, they were also cultivators and knew about Dao marks. The stargate here was constructed based on the spatial laws and blended with technology to form a foreign gate. Something's not right. I've discovered an indescribable life fluctuation. Someone on the spaceship cried out and stared at the screen. The alarm was ringing incessantly. What? Could it be that we've encountered a powerful life form that can travel through the universe and was targeted by it? As far as they knew, there were terrifying life forms in the universe that could realize independent travel through the universe. There were many different forms, and some were extremely terrifying. If one was entangled by them, they might die without a burial. I don't know when it attached itself to our spaceship. Someone cried out in fear. He didn't care about the people outside and wanted to close the cabin door to escape immediately. Yi Fan sneered. When he put away the heaven-deceiving formation, his life fluctuation and traces were naturally sensed by them. However, this was nothing because everything was under his control. Buzz. Two large golden hands stretched out and firmly pressed down on the two spaceships. They couldn't escape at all. How could these people escape under the physical body of an ancient saint? What a powerful life fluctuation. His fleshly body isn't any weaker compared to the bloodlines nurtured by the various kings and marquises. The golden blood pressure he exudes is so suffocating, too terrifying. Quick, attack him, use the five-colored divine light to imprison him. A group of people screamed, their countenances turning pale. The strongest among them was only at the second level of immortal foundation. It was impossible for them to fight against him and they could only rely on the spaceships. Chi, 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 the five-colored divine light swept over, containing the divine energy of the five elements. It was resplendent and could imprison living beings. Even those with powerful bloodlines wouldn't be able to do so. Clang. Yi Fan wanted to test it out, but he was also afraid of failing, so he didn't take the risk. He took out the myriad chi cauldron, and thousands of silk ribbons fell down, blocking all the light beams. The five elements' divine light couldn't sweep in. Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of essence chi, causing these people to be flung through the air like scarecrows. All of them coughed out large mouthfuls of essence blood before collapsing to the ground. After that, he lifted his hand and imprisoned the people in the two spaceships. There were a total of over 10 extraterrestrials with blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. All of them had expressions of terror on their faces. This is a robbery. All of you extraterrestrials are my captives. Squat down on the ground and hold your heads. Don't move recklessly. Yi Fan spoke as a smile appeared on his face. You, who are you? Which star region did you come from? Someone asked with a trembling voice. Do you know that we are from the Eternal Kingdom? If you offend us, what consequences will there be? There were also people who were unyielding and threatened. Yi Fan only had a single action in response. He kicked them and said, as captives, you must have some self-awareness. All of you, shut up. Answer whatever I ask you. If not, I will make you shut your mouth forever. The eyes of these people were filled with hatred, but they appeared much more obedient on the surface. None of them dared to speak again. They held their heads and squatted on the ground, waiting for him to speak. The 6 of you, go and fix the Stargate. Yi Fan pointed out 6 people. The 6 people who had been pointed out stood up with calm expressions. They walked toward the Stargate and constructed a star platform there. The Stargate was activated, and the various patterns seemed to come to life as they lit up one by one. Suddenly, a brilliant light shot out from the Stargate and shone on Yi Fan. They drew out an extremely terrifying power to kill him. This was the power of the universe that they had absorbed from the void. Lowly race, go to hell. A series of miserable cries rang out. 7 or 8 of the extraterrestrials turned into thick blood and died a violent death. Not a single one survived. They're dead. The 6 people at the Stargate were pleasantly surprised. It's too early to be happy. Yi Fan's voice rang out beside them. He used the travel formula to disappear in a flash, leaving only an afterimage in his original position. He had surpassed their perception and was now standing calmly in front of them. You what you? Yi Fan took a step forward, and the leading person's bones were broken and tendons snapped by his powerful aura. He was sent flying, but he didn't lose his life. If Yi Fan wanted to enter the Eternal Kingdom, he needed the help of these people. In that prosperous starfield, there were a few types of the strongest physiques. According to the purple-eyed lady, the Eternal Kingdom even had the blood of ancient gods sealed inside. In addition, there were secrets left behind by the Qing Emperor. It was worth his time to go there. After the leading person fell to the ground, a container fell from his body. The lid of the container cracked open and emitted a dazzling light that pierced through the sky. A piece of bright red, sparkling, and diamond-like divine stone appeared. It was sacred and auspicious, and the light it emitted drowned the area. This was a sparkling and translucent divine stone the size of an adult's fist. Its entire body was fiery red, and there was a hole on its surface. It seemed to be breathing and possessed its own life. Scarlet multicolored light filled the sky and dyed the small planet red. It was full of essence energy like a blood diamond. Its entire body was bright red and glistening, and anyone who saw it would know that it was a divine object. Fire Divine Stone, this was the supreme treasure of the fire divine monkey race that lived by the magma. It was a type of divine ore that was extremely rare in the desolate universe. Not many of them had been discovered since ancient times. When the 6 captives saw this divine stone fall to the ground, their breathing became hurried and their eyes turned red. This was the future fortune of their race. A small piece of divine stone could allow them to soar to the top, and all the nobles would want to recruit them. Don't be jealous. Is this something that belongs to you? It originally belonged to the fire divine monkey race, which is what you call an inferior race. It was plundered by you guys. Yifan bent down and picked up the stone. Unexpectedly, it wasn't that hot. Its entire body was warm, and a fiery red mist brushed past the surface of his body. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring, and his bones were comfortably warm. It is indeed a good treasure. Even if you don't refine medicine, you can carry it on your body all year round. It will be very useful for cultivation. Yifan nodded and carefully put it away. The 6 captives' breathing became hurried and they were all agitated. After losing their supreme treasure, they wanted nothing more than to counterattack. However, they had no strength and were close to despair. The leader wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "You are an ascetic cultivator that excavates the human body's potential. This kind of thing isn't very useful to you. Why don't you come with us to the Eternal Kingdom and offer it to one of the nobles? Who knows, you might obtain the strongest evolution liquid. For you, that would be a true divine object. Do you know much about the strongest precious liquid?" Yifan asked expressionlessly. "Not much, but I know that it will definitely be of great use to you. You have to know that it has given birth to some of the most powerful physiques throughout the ages," the leader said. Yifan understood from the purple-eyed girl that there were indeed a few types of the most powerful bloodlines that appeared in their hands. He couldn't help but ask seriously. "I heard that there are primitive devil physiques, heavenly Brahma physiques, supreme immortal physiques, and others, each more terrifying than the last. They have all appeared in ancient times and are incomparably astonishing." Yifan was surprised and listened attentively. According to this person, the people of this star field paid attention to the perception and understanding of the Tao, but they hardly ever trained their bodies. They all relied on external forces to break through, so the evolution fluid was of utmost importance. It was precisely because of this that they exploded ancient stars one after another in search of divinity ores and refined them into a precious liquid that allowed people to transform endlessly. Moreover, there was a group of people who traveled to outer space to capture powerful life forms and extract their blood, using this to help them evolve. After so many years, some of the most powerful individuals had truly been born. Their comprehension of the great Tao was extremely deep, and their bodies had even attained a state of perfection, allowing them to sweep through everything before them. A very interesting star area. It is indeed worth a trip. Yifan's eyes were like golden lanterns, shining with brilliant light. The 6 of them tried their best to persuade him to enter the Eternal Kingdom with them. When the time came, they would be responsible for introducing him. With his physique, he would definitely be recognized and become an honored guest of the various marquises. "You've got guts. It's fine if you want to live, but you even want to sell me out." Yifan sneered. These people simply wanted him to be merciful and bring them back with him. In the end, the more they persuaded, the more they were tempted. "It's a misunderstanding, we have no ill intentions." The leader's expression changed as he hurriedly explained. Yifan pointed with his finger, and the 6 people's frontal bones sparkled. Their immortal platforms spasmed, and their sparkling and translucent sea of consciousness were all stripped out, flashing in the air. "Ah, what do you want to do?" The 6 people cried out in panic. They discovered that their divine souls had left their bodies and could be destroyed at any time. All of them were incomparably terrified. Yifan investigated a little and knew that these 6 captives indeed didn't have good intentions. Returning to the Eternal Kingdom, they not only wanted to take back the Fire God's stone, but also wanted to sell his flesh and blood for huge profits. Just a group of prisoners. You haven't even escaped yet, but you've already started scheming against me and want to sell me out. You guys are really. Yifan revealed a cruel smile. We were wrong, spare us. At this moment, they were truly terrified. Those were just thoughts in their hearts, but at this moment, they were naked and couldn't be hidden at all. The sea of consciousness of the human body was the most complicated. Under normal circumstances, even experts wouldn't read the memories of others because it would cause their own sea of consciousness to be incomparably chaotic. It was equivalent to experiencing the complicated life of others. Many cultivators came into being because they hoped to be free from the mundane world, to have a peaceful state of mind, to have fewer distracting thoughts, and to be close to the great Tao. And it was precisely because there were too many distracting thoughts that the primordial spirit was easily decayed. Some powerful cultivators would sever their mundane heart in their later years, just so that their heart would be as clear as a mirror and in harmony with the great Tao. Yifan didn't have any worries, but he didn't want to be tainted with too many memories of others. Now, because he wanted to enter the eternal kingdom, he had no choice but to selectively read them. A complicated life, a wondrous country, a strange life experience, one by one, they flowed through. In the end, Yifan only chose some of the key things, as well as the light of wisdom that was helpful for comprehending the great Tao. The other miscellaneous memories that didn't belong to him were all wiped clean. 6 wisps of primordial spirit flames bloomed and then extinguished. Yifan destroyed a spaceship and buried the corpse together with it. After that, he personally repaired the Stargate. A divine ring flickered like it was forged from metal. It flickered with a cold luster and was illusory inside. Yifan piloted another spaceship and transformed into a beam of metal light, entering the Stargate. All of this came from what he had learned after searching the other party's sea of consciousness. After an unknown period of time, he completed the spatial jump and rushed out of an ancient Stargate, entering a brilliant starry sky. It's here, I can feel the aura of an ancient planet with life. Yifan's heart stirred. There was definitely a habitable life planet ahead. He could feel that strange fluctuation even from far away. He piloted the spaceship and entered this star region with life. Not long after he got close, his mind was greatly shaken. There was a huge planet ahead that was not inferior to the Big Dipper and not inferior to the Purple Micro. It had an extremely majestic aura. The aura of an ancient emperor, how could this be? Yifan was shaken. There seemed to be an emperor lying dormant here. It was just like when he saw Emperor Wushu's figure on the Tao platform on the Purple Mountain. It was also like the terrifying pressure he felt when he entered the absolute beginning forbidden zone. Has an emperor been born here before? Yifan's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't calm down and didn't dare to approach immediately. He found that there were several other small life planets in this star region. At this time, the screen on the spaceship flickered non-stop, locking onto one of the planets. That was the spaceship's target. The big planet is the Eternal Kingdom, and the small life planets are its subordinates. Who would have thought that I would find so many life planets in this star region? Without a doubt, this was the same kind of civilization. It was just that there were different factions stationed here. This was a land of dreams. Yifan didn't approach. He didn't want to rush in recklessly. He wanted to blend in the safest way. After all, this was a powerful star region. A little carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. This race viewed the other races as inferior, so they naturally had their own strengths. He drove the spaceship deep into the sea of stars and temporarily left the few ancient life planets. He understood this star region in detail and even set up several formation platforms. In the future, if there were any changes, he could use them to retreat. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation came from the front. A brilliant light rushed out and radiated in all directions. Yifan was shocked. There was a huge fleet fighting. This kind of power was so great that it could destroy some small planets. When the light beam hit the battleships, nothing was left, only ashes. It was as if there were suns exploding there. The dazzling brilliance drowned out the universe, making this star region as bright as day. Yifan was shocked. Small planets were destroyed in that area. He could clearly see the battle through the screen in the spaceship. There were many battleships on both sides, but one side was clearly losing. They were being routed, and one after another, the ships exploded and turned into a rain of light. It was like a blooming firework. Such a miraculous scene in the universe could be said to be gorgeous, cruel, and beautiful. It was unknown how many people died when each ship exploded. The iron ships turned into ashes, the human bones turned into smoke, and the rivers of blood dried up. By the time Yifan had well, the battle was already nearing its end. The curtains fell on the final battle between the two Saint-grade battleships. One of the silver battleships was damaged beyond recognition. The other was sparkling with purple light and was in perfect condition. It captured the enemy's flagship and began to loot it. Great destruction, the defeated side still had more than 10 battleships. They fled for their lives, but they couldn't escape. With a boom, a 300-meter-long silver ship turned into flames as light waves engulfed the area. Chi, beams of light shot out like a meteor shower, sweeping towards the fleeing battleships. 7 or 8 battleships exploded and turned into terrifying balls of light that affected a wide area. Ha ha ha. The Immortal Feather clan is really generous. They actually managed to dig out the main material for refining the most powerful precious liquid. It's actually the Destiny Rock. Others wouldn't be able to find it even in a few lifetimes. A group of people on the resplendent purple battleship laughed and boarded the damaged silver ship. They carried out a large piece of gray rock and transported it to their divine weapon. Yifan's gaze froze as he saw everything clearly. It was the divine mineral rock he saw in Big Dipper. It was made into a pool, and he had soaked in it and obtained great benefits. I didn't expect that even the Immortal Feather clan's most resplendent fairy pearl, Princess Chi Meng, would be here. The most famous beauty of Eternal Kingdom would actually come to our heaven as a guest. Heaven was the name of a group of interstellar pirates. They were one of the 3 most famous groups of plundering in the Star Domain Sea. They dared to attack any major powers because apart from the divine weapon flying ship, they also had a true ancient saint overseeing it. This group of people could still walk in the starry sky after leaving the ship. They were all very powerful cultivators, and they cleaned out all the rare minerals in the silver ship. A woman walked out from the silver ship. Specks of starlight landed on her body, causing the group of plundering pirates to be petrified. Her beauty was almost illusory. Yifan was too far away, and the ship was hidden in a meteor shower. He couldn't see the woman clearly, but he knew that she must be very beautiful. Otherwise, that group of people wouldn't be in a daze. Oh, I heard that a supreme immortal physique appeared in the Immortal Feather clan tens of thousands of years ago. His name shook the ages, and he once unified the entire Eternal Kingdom. Seeing Miss Chi Meng, I believe that your body must still have the blood of a deity. I will ask the ancient saint ancestor Fan Yun to help us through marriage. Now, the divine materials for the most powerful physique evolution divine liquid are almost all gathered. I believe that after our descendants receive the baptism, the supreme immortal physique will definitely reappear and become #1 in the world. Although a red-haired man was very bossy, it had to be said that he was quite handsome. At this moment, he revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth and had a kind of demonic temperament. The starlight was like rain, sprinkling down on the woman's body, making her even more hazy. It was as if she was about to ascend to the heavens. Her palms and fingers moved as she rushed towards the red-haired man, launching a thunderous attack. Boom! This was a field of celestial splendor. Once the Taishang deity technique was used, the entire place was shattered. With the help of external tools and the comprehension of the great path of heaven and earth, this kind of combat power was astonishing. Chi Mei was graceful and elegant. She was originally as quiet as a virgin, but now she was as fast as lightning. Every attack was dazzling. Her physical techniques were astonishing, and the Taishang deity technique she was using was very frightening. Ha ha ha, the red-haired man was very wild. He laughed as he fought, and his handsome face had a hint of coldness. He said, in the fairy feather star ocean, in terms of physical techniques, if I say I am second, not many would dare to say they are first. Chi Meng, if you want to fight me, I will catch you myself. Heh. The two fought fiercely in the cold space. All kinds of secret techniques were used, and they turned into 2 bolts of lightning that tangled together. It was hard to tell who was the winner. In the distance, Yifan was in the meteorite layer, witnessing everything. His face revealed a look of surprise. There was indeed a mountain higher than the mountain, and there was no lack of experts in this world. He had met an extraordinary person here. In the Eternal Kingdom, many major forces are refining the most powerful precious liquid of evolution. Even if only a few people succeed, there must be other medicines that can refine the body and give birth to many extraordinary characters, he said softly to himself. Qi Meng and the others from the Silver Holy Ship could not escape. They were surrounded by a group of battleships, and the holy ship with purple light was already aimed at them, preventing them from escaping. The two fought fiercely, and they used many secret treasures. Their star area was a civilization that was a fusion of the Great Path and technology, so they naturally had many terrifying weapons. For a moment, splendor flashed, and divine radiance shot out in all directions. Weapons danced in the air, twisting the space and cutting off a corner of the universe. Oh, this is really amazing. I have never heard of Princess Qi Meng's achievements. Now that this battle is over, I know that your talent is amazing. You are indeed the descendant of the Taishang immortal physique. I guess the reason you are searching for the Destiny Rock to refine the strongest liquid is to awaken the dormant bloodline in your body. A cold smile hung on the scarlet-haired man's face. His teeth were snow white, and his attacks became even more vicious as he pressed forward step by step. Qi Meng softly shouted, "Brahma, don't go too far." The Heavenly Hall stole the Rock of Destiny of the Celestial Feather faction, and now they want to keep us here. News of this has already reached the clan. Even if your ancestor is an ancient saint, he will still have to face the endless fury of the Heavenly Hall. The Heavenly Hall will be destroyed. Lord Brahma's temperament was demonic as he said, "I know that your immortal feather clan is huge, has a deep foundation, and has an ancient saint overseeing it. However, we did not completely exterminate you. This time, we will form a marriage alliance with your clan. The divinity ores that both of us have gathered together can be refined into the strongest precious liquid. Both of us can share it. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Our descendants will definitely become the strongest experts of the Eternal Kingdom." His body exuded a domineering aura. Even though he was laughing loudly, it made others feel reverence. Many people shouted along, cheering for him. "Brahma, don't be so frivolous." Qi Meng didn't want to say anything more. As a woman, facing such a man, she would be at a disadvantage no matter what she said. Rumble, both of them used their protective battle garments. However, Qi Meng's divine garments were broken into several pieces when the silver sacred worship was broken. Her defensive capabilities were greatly reduced, and she was forced to retreat. "Qi Meng, even if you had a complete set of divine garments, you would still be no match for me. I have said it before. Within the immortal feather star ocean, no one of the same generation would dare to compete with me in terms of physical skills." Lord Brahma laughed coldly. His attacks became fiercer, and he was about to capture Qi Meng alive. Yi Fan, who was in the meteorite zone, witnessed everything from afar. He couldn't see clearly, but he also felt that the battle was extraordinary. He didn't want to make a move. Neither of them had anything to do with him. Moreover, in this foreign land, it was hard to tell who was good and who was evil. Rumble, suddenly, the saint-grade purple warship shot out a beam of light, restraining Qi Meng of the immortal feather clan. Purple gas rose, and the nebula chains wrapped around her tightly, making it difficult for her to move. "Robbers from heaven, are you really going to leave no room for negotiation? Taking the Destiny's Rock is fine, but you are also going to capture our clan's princess?" a group of people shouted from behind. Unfortunately, they were already captives and couldn't change anything. From the purple warship, a valiant middle-aged man walked out. His red hair was loose, and he looked like a hawk. His aura was imposing, like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. Beside him, there was a red-haired woman. She was tall, and her long, slender legs were very eye-catching. She turned her body sideways, and her face couldn't be seen. She said coldly, "Lord Brahma, you don't want to use the divine warship. Why do you have to fight? Do you want to chase after women again? Ancestor told you to be more obedient and not to act rashly. Cousin Fan Xian, is this how you talk to your elder brother?" Brahma glanced at her lazily. Then, he stared at Qi Meng and walked forward. He stretched out his hand to lift her chin and said, "The famous celestial pearl of the Eternal Kingdom has fallen into my hands." Haha. Let's go back and get married. From then on, Immortal Feather and Heaven will be one family. The people of the Immortal Feather clan angrily rebuked and struggled. Chi Meng was bound by the nebula chains. Her celestial face was crimson, and then frost covered her face, but she couldn't escape. Chi. A scarlet light blocked Lord Brahma's hand. The red-haired middle-aged man walked out of the purple warship and said, "Brahma, you better be more obedient. Don't act rashly." "All right, second uncle." It could be seen that Lord Brahma respected this middle-aged man and didn't dare to go against him. This was because this was the famous Fanzhou of heaven. He had dominated this sea of stars for thousands of years, and was one of the leaders of heaven. He had a fierce reputation. Don't worry. Your ancestor also hopes that the supreme immortal physique will reappear. He will help you matchmake. Before this, no one is allowed to mistreat Miss Chi Meng, Fanzhou said indifferently. Then, he swept his gaze around and ordered the battlefield to be cleaned up. The purple divine warship tore open the void and was about to jump through space. The woman called Xianxia stepped down and walked towards another warship. "Cousin, where are you going? Are you going to relax? Aren't you going to leave with us?" Lord Brahma asked evilly. "Do you think I'm like you who only knows how to chase after beauties? After seeing Chi Meng, I don't even care about the ambushers. I'm going to clean them up," Fanxian said. The huge fleet disappeared and the starry sky returned to its tranquil state. A 300-meter-long warship brought 4 300-meter-long ships and rushed towards the meteorite region. Yi Fan cursed inwardly. He had been discovered. He had used the heaven-deceiving formation as a cover, but when he entered this region earlier, he had still emitted a trace of fluctuations. He had long been discovered. He didn't want any unforeseen events to occur. He turned around and left because his ship was relatively small. It was only 300 meters long and would definitely be difficult to match. This ship was as fast as lightning and possessed extreme speed. It rushed into the depths of the cosmos, but unfortunately, it couldn't shake off the pursuit from behind. The other party was catching up quickly and was about to overtake it. "It's just a mineral exploration ship. I wonder which great power it belongs to. Young miss, let me go and take care of it." A burly man covered in hair stood in a flying ship that was over 1,000 feet long. He licked his lips as he spoke, seeming to be very excited. "Long hair just likes to play cat and mouse games. Heh." In another ship, a bald man with a fierce expression said. Fanxian nodded in the main ship and said, "All right, capture him alive. I want to see this person. If we didn't discover him entering that meteorite region earlier, it would be really difficult to detect him. He actually hid there and evaded our search." "Hee, understood. Brat, I'm coming. I'll let you have a taste of Sir Longhair's firepower. I'll let you have a taste of ice and fire first. Enjoy it." The huge man shouted excitedly. He activated the warship and shot out 2 beams of light. One was the pure firepower of technological civilization while the other was the magic power formed from interweaving Dao marks. They shot out simultaneously. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He skillfully controlled the ship and rushed into the depths of the cosmos, evading wave after wave of attacks. "This brat's technique isn't bad. I like it, haha." The long hair laughed loudly and began to shoot wildly again. Yi Fan was furious. He could hear the other party's shouts through the screen. It was unknown how many years it had been since someone dared to tease him like this. Boom, he began to counterattack and fired out all kinds of firepower. However, this mineral exploration ship was far inferior to the warship behind it. The other party propped up a screen of light and couldn't shoot in at all. "Young miss, let me join in as well. This brat's control technique is very strong. He actually evaded such ferocious attacks. I love live targets like this the most," the bald man said with a vicious glint in his eyes. "All right, just leave him alive." Fanxia nodded. There was a trace of bewilderment on her beautiful face. She didn't expect that Yi Fan wouldn't be shot down after such a long time. "Brat, I'm coming too. I'll train you well and prepare to enjoy it to the fullest." The bald man shouted fiercely. All kinds of divine light shot out. There were divine chains of the great Tao and also destructive technological weapons that pierced through the void. Mother of asterisk Kerr, you two bastards. Yi Fan's expression changed. He discovered that he had been overtaken. At this moment, he was pincered from the front and the back. All kinds of firepower were fired at the same time. His exploration ship was hit. It was useless even if he activated the energy barrier. It had already been penetrated and the hull was about to explode. His control technique had already reached perfection, but this ship was too weak. At this moment, he could only struggle free and rush out of the hull to fly into the starry sky. Brat, are you going to run again? A few spaceships approached and surrounded him. Longhair cried out. Brat, scream for help. However, it's useless even if you scream your throat out. The bald man's eyes flickered with an ominous glint as he laughed loudly. This was a group of marauders. They usually wandered between life and death. Their heads were all tied to their belts and could be killed at any time. Thus, they used all kinds of methods to reduce their pressure. Teasing their captives was also one of them. Damned Baldy! Yi Fan's eyes shone with cold light. The golden sword between his brows flashed, and with a chi sound, the warship was cut open, causing him to fall out as well. I can't tell, he's got some skills. He has a powerful Tao treasure on him. Everyone, be careful, the bald man shouted, but he wasn't too worried. Of course, they could only use telepathy in the universe. Yi Fan could more or less understand what they were saying. He already had some understanding of this language. Brat, let's have a spar in physical arts. You seem to be very strong, the bald man said fiercely. Sure. Yi Fan replied. He rushed forward and used very little strength to send out a palm strike. In the end, the bald man was still shaken to the ground, and the web between his thumb and forefinger almost split open. Yi Fan rushed over and grabbed the cut warship. With a rumble, he threw it out and smashed it onto the long-haired ship. Instantly, the hull of the ship was deformed, and a cry of pain came from inside. Damn, this brat is really strong. He needs to be taught a lesson. Easily throwing a small hill-sized spaceship in the vacuum of the universe was naturally nothing. If they knew that even on a planet with strong gravity, Yi Fan could easily throw dozens or even hundreds of mountains, they definitely wouldn't dare to fight with him in physical arts. Brat, we won't bully you. We'll fight with physical arts, the long-haired man shouted. Yi Fan's expression didn't change. He still didn't use his full strength. He was afraid of alerting the enemy and letting the red-haired woman escape. Bang! He fought with the fierce Baldy and the long-haired man one after the other, forcing them to retreat. Even though they used their secret arts and artifacts, he still suppressed them. From time to time, he would give them a few kicks at their sore spots, but he didn't give them an overwhelming punishment. Finally, the door of the main ship opened, and a red-haired woman walked out. She wore a purple skirt that flickered with splendor. It was obvious that it was a secret treasure. Two snow-white, delicate thighs were exposed, glistening and dazzling. It could be said that there were few beauties in the world who could compare to these slender, jade-like legs. I'll fight with you, Xianxia said. Before her appearance was revealed, a pair of jade-like legs stepped out. It was incomparably charming. You? Yi Fan coldly spat. He looked into the cabin, wanting to see what kind of woman this was. That's right, it's me. You don't seem to be someone from this star field. If you lose, you'll become my retainer. How about it? Fan Xian's voice was magnetic. What if you lose? Yi Fan said. Do whatever you want, Fan Xian calmly said. Yi Fan laughed. He actually wanted to fight with his true body. He had never seen anyone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Brat, you still dare to laugh? You're 108,000 li away from competing with young Lady Fan in physical arts. Heh, the bloodline power of the descendants of the Brahma Heaven battle physique is unparalleled. Who can compete with her in physical arts? This brat thinks he's picked up a great bargain. If he doesn't get beaten half to death this time, I'll be a pig head. Who knows how many people have challenged the young lady these years, but they all returned in defeat. Isn't competing with her in physical arts courting death? The bald-headed man, the long-haired man, and the others all laughed together. Their eyes flickered with an ominous light. The people from the other two battleships and the main ship also walked out, surrounding this place as if they were watching a play. Their eyes were all shining with a mocking light. "Brat, hurry up and admit defeat. Tell us your secret, otherwise you'll have to lie in bed for half a year to recover. You're far from being able to win in your current state. Even if you held back just now and only used 10% of your true strength, you still have no chance of winning against young Lady Fan." Yi Fan was speechless. These people looked as if they were going to eat him up. However, this also made him retract his contempt because this woman was actually a descendant of the Brahma Heaven battle physique. Before he came to this star field, he had already heard of the primitive devil physique, Brahma Heaven battle physique, Zenith immortal physique, etc. All of them were world-shaking, the strongest physiques that had ever appeared in this star field. Fan Xian's beautiful legs were unparalleled, long and beautiful. She walked out of the cabin door, swaying gracefully. Her figure was tall and slender, revealing a small jade white waist. Her upper body was also covered in a purple divine robe, revealing a pair of pure white arms that flickered with a sparkling luster. Her chest was very full, as if it wanted to break free. Her long red hair was very bright, and it naturally draped over her shoulders. Her skin was pure white and sparkling, and they set off each other. Her oval face had large watery eyes, and she was extremely beautiful. Together with her bright red lips, this woman looked incomparably moving, sexy, and mysterious. Her red hair was soft and shiny. Fan Xian's body was slender, and her legs were so white and perfect that it made people dizzy. Even her subordinates felt their mouths go dry. Fan Xian did not say anything. She extended a slender finger and hooked it at Yi Fan, provoking him. Her lips curled into a smile, and she had a different temperament. "Hey, kid, good luck. Just wait to be trained," the bald man shouted fiercely. "Ha ha ha, who wants to bet with me? I say the lady will beat him up in 3 moves. He won't be able to get out of bed for half a year, and he'll have to be a squire," Longhair shouted. "I don't think so. This kid is a bit different. He'll probably last 5 or 6 moves. I'll bet 10,000 yuan crystals with you," someone said. Bull*T. "This kid is only a little stronger than me and Brother Bald," Longhair said with a big grin. Yi Fan looked back at them and said, "Can I also bet with you? If you lose, you'll be my squires." "How about that? Where did this kid come from? How can he be so arrogant?" a group of people shouted. They all wanted to rush up and beat him up. "Kid, are you asking for a beating? How about Elder Longhair work out with you?" Longhair shouted. Fan Xian still didn't say anything. She waved her hand at them, and a faint smile appeared on her bright and sexy red lips. Then, she extended a finger and beckoned Yi Fan over. Faced with a beauty's provocation, Yi Fan laughed and said, "If you lose, I can do whatever I want, right?" "That's right, as long as you have the ability," Fan Xian said, raising her white chin. "I'm just afraid you won't admit it when the time comes," crying and screaming. Yi Fan laughed. The people around them were not happy. Before the long-legged beauty could speak, they all started to taunt Yi Fan one by one. "Why don't you find out who Our Lady is? A divine flower from the fairy feather star ocean. Do you really think you can win? This time, you will be beaten to a pulp. Miss has always been a woman of her word. However, you have no hope at all. Just wait to be beaten up." Fan Xian was a bright pearl in the fairy feather star ocean. She was very famous, and everyone knew about her. Her beauty spread far and wide, and in this star area, she was not any weaker than Qi Meng. She had a group of loyal retainers, each of them powerful. Many of them were willing to join her in order to get close to her, and there was no lack of young masters from great powers. It was just that this was a secret mission. She was afraid that the news would leak out, so she didn't bring those people with her. Otherwise, she would usually be surrounded by a group of young elites. Yi Fan glanced at the crowd, then stared at Fan Xian with a smile on his face. "How about this, all of you come at me together. I won't bully you. Let's work together. Good lad, you're quite arrogant. You even dare to ridicule the descendant of the Brahma battle physique. I hope you won't bare your teeth and howl like a ghost later. This guy is asking for a beating. He's too arrogant. Why don't we teach him a lesson first and beat him half to death? Long hair, bald guy, and the others could not hold back any longer. They all wanted to gang up on Yifan and help him loosen his bones. They really could not stand the sight of him. You are indeed arrogant. I should let you taste some pain. Xianxia took a step forward and swayed her slender body. Her appearance was beautiful, and her red hair spread out, covering half of her white cheeks. Come at me together. Yifan pointed at bald guy and long hair and said, especially that bald guy and that long-haired gorilla. You two are the loudest. Weren't you chasing me just now? This time, come at me together. At that moment, all the important people had left the battleship, and they could not outrun him. Even if they wanted to escape, they could not. Therefore, Yifan was no longer worried. Damn it, you need some training. You can't take it anymore, can you? This great one will let you have a good time. Daring to challenge us, I'll let you have endless fun. Bald guy and long hair's faces darkened. They threw themselves over together, but this time, they were not so lucky. Yifan's attacks became heavier, and bald guy became a bloody gourd. His entire body cracked, and his bones continuously broke. Long hair became a hairless gorilla, howling and covered in wounds from the golden Dao sword that flew out from between Yifan's brows. Xianxia's expression finally changed. She knew that Yifan's strength was shocking and rarely seen. If he wanted to take these two's lives, the result would be immediately revealed. All of you, back off. She was like a beautiful snake. Her waist was soft as she shifted over. Her slender hand attacked, drawing out an expanse of dazzling radiance as it stabbed towards Yifan's forehead. Pung! Yifan brushed out with his hand. A streak of golden light seeped out and swept towards Xianxia. Then, he continuously released heavy blows like a tiger pouncing on an eagle. His palms and fingers were 100 times sturdier than magical artifacts. They cut through layers of light barriers and sent the slender jade body flying. This brat is so powerful that he can fight against the young miss? Everyone revealed expressions of shock when they saw this. Who were the Fan family? They were the descendants of the Brahma battle physique. The toughness of their fleshly bodies was rarely seen. Even though their battle blood from the past was no longer apparent, they still weren't people that others could contend against. In this star domain, there weren't many cultivators that could compete against the Fan family's body techniques. Even secret treasures could be easily crushed by them. Their divine bravery was unstoppable. You really are a bit special. However, this is still not enough. The corners of Fan Xian's lips curled up slightly, carrying a trace of playfulness. There was also a trace of cold arrogance. Her entire body overflowed with layers of precious splendor. The blood within her slender and sparkling white body surged like a river, releasing waves of thunderous sounds. She began to use the terrifying combat strength inherited from the Brahma battle physique. Yifan said, "Is that so? I also want to stretch my muscles a bit. However, I have to remind you that if you lose, you can fulfill your promise." No problem. I always keep my promises. If you can defeat me, I will be yours tonight. Fan Xian licked her red lips, revealing a flirtatious temperament. However, there was also a trace of callousness as she said, "However, if you lose, you will become my retainer from now on. You can never leave." Fine, come at me then. Yifan laughed. Wang. Fan Xian's aura suddenly became 10 times stronger. Her entire body flowed with a sparkling red luster, as if a heaven-reaching blood chi was gushing out. It was like a red mist, making her look even more alluring. The power inherited from the Brahma battle physique. The group of people beside her shouted. They were all incomparably excited as they watched the battle with wide eyes. In the past, the Brahma battle physique once swept through this world. He was known to be invincible under the starry sky. Since his descendants inherited a part of his bloodline, they are naturally powerful. These people clenched their fists, as if they could already see the scene of Yifan being sent flying with his bones broken. Boom! Fan Xian's graceful body contained a terrifying power. The moment her beautiful leg swept over, her combat strength increased by a large amount. Mist flowed, boundlessly terrifying, right now, not to mention a person with a body of flesh and blood, even an imperial divine weapon could be destroyed by a swing of her leg. This was the reason why Xianxia was so confident. The power of her bloodline was extraordinary. However, to everyone's surprise, facing this beautiful leg that could easily distort the sky and explode inch by inch, Yi Fan did not dodge at all. His right hand turned golden as he struck forward. Bang! Yi Fan brushed the beautiful leg, and the tip of his finger moved forward. The golden power rushed out like waves. Xianxia let out a scream. She had a bad premonition. She used an artifact to tear open the void and disappeared, retreating hundreds of meters away. Even so, her entire beautiful leg was numb and painful. When that person's finger brushed past her, it was like a huge hammer smashing on her bone. Who are you? Xianxia stood in the distance, looking at him cautiously. Her face was cold. This person in front of her seemed to be unfathomable. She had thought that he had hidden his strength when he was fighting Baldy and Long Hair. But even if he had only used 10% of his strength, it should not have been enough for her. She did not expect this mysterious young man to be so horrifying. Even when their bodies touched, she had suffered a little. This was definitely a strong opponent. In the distance, a group of robbers was dumbfounded. This person had blocked the power of the Fan family's battle physique and was still safe and sound. Yi Fan smiled, raised his finger, and looked at her beautiful leg. He said, such smooth, long legs. It would be a pity if they bled. Oh, right, do you still mean what you said? Arrogant. I can't take it anymore. I want to use the battleship to blow him into pieces. Who has dared to tease Miss like this all these years? This B***star is really strong, but he is too arrogant to tease Miss like this. This is the fairy feather star ocean. He should be beaten up. Baldy, Long Hair, and the others were all angry, but they knew that they would not be able to help. Some of them wanted to enter the battleship to prevent trouble. A slight cracking sound was heard. Xianxia took off a few pieces of jewelry from her body. A few divine patterns appeared on her body, and they had sealing power. Of course I will keep my word, but only if you can defeat me. Xianxia's lips curled up. Her red hair contrasted with her white skin, making her look even more beautiful. The sealing power had been broken, and her combat ability was many times stronger. This moved even Yi Fan. This race was indeed extraordinary. This woman was worth his time. Whoosh, mist flowed, and the terrifying power of the Brahma battle physique was released. Xianxia was like a peerless warrior. Her whole body flew over, and her legs turned into scissors, aiming for his waist. Yi Fan's body was overflowing with golden light. He fought seriously, and both of his hands were aimed at her ankles. After a series of collisions, Xianxia retreated. Then, as if she was ascending the heavens, her slender jade-like feet made the sky collapse. Her strength was astonishing, a black hole would appear with every step she took. In the universe, this kind of combat strength was already quite impressive, and in her generation, it could be considered world-shaking. Brahma Steps, the young miss was actually forced to use the Brahma Steps. There are 33 layers in the heavens. Using this step technique to ascend the heavens can shatter a world with each step, and its power is boundless. If the Brahma steps are displayed to the extreme, any powerful enemy will be trampled into dust. Xianxia took 6 steps toward Yi Fan, each step filled with power. The black hole she created grew larger and larger, and the darkness of the universe seemed to shatter. It was a shocking sight. However, Yi Fan blocked all of them. Every time, his golden fingertips would strike her jade-like feet. Even though there was a black hole between them, Xianxia's feet still felt pain. Pong, Xianxia took the 10th step. Her short skirt and tight-fitting clothes flickered with a purple luster. It was obvious that they were divine clothes that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. Her fair legs, jade-like arms, and small waist were all exposed. She was beautiful and moving. Yi Fan launched a heavy attack, using the Battle Saint technique to produce a sparkling and fiery red furnace. It was precisely the Eternal Universe Emperor furnace, and it wanted to suck this woman in. Xianxia's expression changed. After the lid of the furnace was opened, a terrifying traction force appeared. She fell down and was about to fall into the divine furnace in the other party's arms. Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile. He stretched out a finger and hooked it at her in the sky, issuing a similar provocation. You. Fan Xian was angry. The amethyst divine clothes set off her exquisite curves, and her sparkling white body was incomparably moving. This was an extremely outstanding woman, like a peerless beauty under the starry skies. Fan Xian struggled with all her might. Her bright red hair danced in the wind, draping over her jade-like neck and chest. However, she was unable to escape the vortex formed by the blood-red eternal universe furnace. Now that Yi Fan's cultivation was profound, the ancient great emperor immortal furnace he produced was extremely lifelike, as if it was cast from phoenix blood and scarlet gold. It was brilliant and sparkling, releasing strands of scarlet multicolored light that wrapped around this wonderful body. Brahma steps! Fan Xian shouted. A halo appeared under her feet, and thousands of Tao traces spread out in all directions. The cold and dark universe collapsed, and the black abyss connected. She took a dozen steps and struggled to break free. She cut off the imperial furnace and wanted to fly up into the sky. Yi Fan looked up and pointed at her short skirt. With an impudent expression, he said, "You're exposed." Ah! Fan Xian's face turned red. This was the first time she screamed in anger. She closed her legs and spun like a top, shooting up into the sky. Lady Fan, I have to say that your beautiful legs are unparalleled. The only downside is that your skirt is too long. Yi Fan laughed loudly. Everyone was dumbfounded. This brat was too arrogant. He dared to tease the thorny fire immortal Rose Fan Xian in the fairy feather star ocean. In the past, people like this would have been thrown into the black hole of the universe. Fan Xian closed her legs. Her purple skirt flashed and extended downwards, becoming a battle armor. It flickered with a cold metallic luster, but it also made her white and slender legs even more dazzling. Her hair danced in the wind as she stared at Yi Fan. A purple light shot out from her palm, and a purple gold divine sword appeared in her hand. Dong, this was an extremely terrifying purple gold sword. Usually, she used her arm as a sheath to nourish it. It was extremely sharp, and the moment it appeared, it shone with a chaotic purple light that was dazzling. Lady Fan is angry. This is her treasure, and it will accompany her to the saint level. Legend has it that when it was forged, it was mixed with godly purple gold, and it is indestructible. Dang, however, what surprised everyone was that Yi Fan only used his golden fist to block the sword, and a string of terrifying sparks flew. Clang, golden blood energy filled the sky. Yi Fan went against the heavens to meet Fan Xian. His palm turned into a golden heavenly tablet with flickering runes. It was 3 meters tall, and it collided with the purple gold divine sword, causing it to tremble and hum. Everyone was stunned. This was not an ordinary scene. Not to mention Fan Xian, even her second uncle Fan Zhou did not have such a powerful body. This sword could become a saint artifact at any time. It was forged by an ancient saint for her, a secret treasure that she had nurtured for many years. It was precisely for the sake of matching her so that she could advance into the saint level together with her. Impossible. Is his fleshly body even stronger than Lady Fan Xian's? The bald man and the long-haired man felt a headache, and they felt as if they had. Tian of the sword. She stood there and continued to slash. The rays of the sword interweaved, and Yi Fan was shocked. She had such a complicated technique, and it was beyond his expectations. The chaotic sword energy contained the terrifying power of space law, and it formed a black door. It was trying to send him into a foreign land. This was a star door constructed by the invincible chaotic sword energy. It was connected to the dark prison, and the enemy would be banished there forever. The bald man and the others were excited, and they watched carefully. The dark prison was a prison in the fairy feather star ocean, and it was used to lock up serious criminals. It was a place where one could only enter, and there was no way out. Yi Fan was surprised. It was the first time he had seen a sword will penetrate the void, interweave the space law, and build a star door. It was indeed a wonderful and unique technique. Boom, he put his hands together, and it was as if 2 golden millstones were rotating. The sword energy and the star door were crushed, and a rain of light scattered in the universe, shining like a comet. Fan Xian's attack was easily disintegrated, and it turned into rays of dazzling light. Her arm, which was holding the purple gold sword, was trembling slightly. She had been hit by the huge force just now, and she almost lost her grip. The blood of the nirvana flowed in her body, and she had been tempered by various ancient techniques. Her corporeal body was extremely strong, and if it was someone else, they would have been smashed into pieces long ago. Yi Fan had a faint smile on his face, and he did not say anything. He hooked his finger at her again, provoking her in her own way. Fan Xian was so angry that her teeth hurt. It was the first time she felt that the kid in front of her was so hateful. If she really took him in as a servant, she would make him suffer. Her eyes suddenly turned into two bright spheres of light, like two small suns. Her aura rose continuously, and the purple gold sword hovered above her head, protecting her body. Her blood was rumbling, flushing the walls of her blood vessels. A towering battle intent rushed up, and her entire body emitted the radiance of an ancient deity. The Nirvana battle physique emphasized on conquering the world through battle. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I am the sole ruler, and it required a kind of invincible spirit. In ancient times, the corporeal body was known to be unparalleled. Lines of patterns appeared on the surface of her body, and her sparkling white body was filled with the aura of the great Tao. Every inch was dazzling. With a light shout, she turned into a beam of light and rushed over. It was a confrontation of body techniques, and close combat. Fan Xian's battle prowess soared, and he displayed the Brahma 8 Sanso created by his ancestor. Every move contained the profound mysteries of the universe, and they were profound beyond profound. Yi Fan was enveloped in brilliant immortal multicolored light. She didn't have a true battle physique, so she naturally couldn't compare to Yi Fan's corporeal body. However, this kind of wondrous technique was indeed boundlessly terrifying. Every attack contained the power of a star domain, and it increased her battle prowess. The Nirvana 8 techniques and Nirvana steps were comparable to the wondrous techniques of ancient emperors. Yi Fan was deeply shocked. He didn't know how powerful her ancestor was. Could it be that she was really an ancient emperor? Peng, both of Yi Fan's hands joined together again, and strands of holy splendor emerged, destroying all of Fan Xian's attacks. She was also sent flying, and blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. Young miss, lost. The descendant of the Nirvana battle physique was defeated by a nameless brat. Was this heaven defying? The group of robbers were all shocked. They couldn't believe this result. The Fan clan's member was defeated in a contest of physical strength. It was simply like a fantasy story. He must have used the most powerful evolutionary liquid. Could it be that the supreme immortal physique or the primitive devil physique has revived? The group of people were apprehensive. You've lost. Does that mean you belong to me now? Yi Fan's lips carried a hint of a smile. I haven't lost yet. Fan Xian's expression was calm, but one could see the panic in her heart through her watery eyes. All kinds of wondrous techniques were used, and she attacked Yi Fan. Pa! Dang! Yi Fan attacked, using his pure physical strength to break down all of her secret techniques. His entire body overflowed with strands of golden divine splendor, and his entire body became golden. His attacks were bold and unstoppable. Fan Xian was sent flying several times. She was simply not his opponent, and the few half-sage tools protecting her body were all shattered. Golden blood, you are the legendary. Indestructible golden body. You dug out all of your potential, or did you use the most powerful evolutionary liquid? Fan Xian cried out in surprise. Heh, you're exposing yourself again. Yi Fan raised his head and looked up without dodging in the slightest. He said with a smile, don't always think that you're so aloof. What's the point of standing so high? Looking down on the common people? Unfortunately, it's only me. Fan Xian's skin was like fine jade, but at this moment, black lines appeared on her forehead. She didn't say a single word, and with a stance of risking her life, she launched her most powerful attack. Can you blame me for this? You're used to being high and mighty, so I can only look up to you. Yi Fan laughed loudly. The bald man, the long-haired giant, and the others all cursed at the same time. All of their faces were flushed with anger as they shouted and made guesses. Can this bastard be any more shameless? Where did he come from? How come I've never heard of him? Such a freakish physique couldn't be a nobody. In their opinion, although he might not be the strongest in the Eternal Kingdom, he would definitely be a heavenly genius in the other star fields. They firmly believed that only an expert born in this ancient star could become the number one under the starry sky. I think he's almost comparable to the legendary Supreme Immortal physique and Brahma battle physique. Fan Xian let out a clear whistle and spat out a cloud that quickly enveloped the entire place, rendering the clairvoyance useless. This was the Brahma battle chi, the void distorted, and black holes appeared one after another. This was a terrifying technique. The Brahma domain affected this part of the universe, turning it into a special field. Fan Xian's talent was shocking enough. Even without relying on her bloodline, she was still a terrifying genius. Devouring, melting, disintegrating, all kinds of terrifying powers wreaked havoc, wanting to obliterate Yifan's golden body. Boom! A pure white lotus arm slashed across from the black hole with a violet gold ancient sword, shattering the entire place. Ding! Yifan flicked his finger and shook off the longsword. He circulated the army formula and, at the same time, took advantage of the momentum to snatch the sword and capture her in one go. He grabbed a smooth, snow-white arm and placed the sword on her neck. A mermaid's smooth and sparkling back was pressed against his chest as she struggled with all her might. Fan Xian's whole body glowed as she unleashed all kinds of wondrous techniques. She wanted to pierce through Yifan's body, but all of them were cancelled out by his golden domain. Buzz! Fan Xian's beautiful leg suddenly swung high into the air and kicked toward Yifan's skull. The attack was swift and terrifying, but it also displayed the flexibility and elegance of her figure. Bang! Yifan reached out with a single hand and firmly grabbed onto this fair and slender jade leg. He pressed it against her chest where it flickered with a lustrous luster. You've got quite the temper. Be careful that I don't bring you around like this in the sea of stars. Let me go. Fan Xian's skin turned bright red. She wanted to cut Yifan into 8 pieces. He had actually profaned her like this. This was something that had never happened before. Let go of the young miss, the Baldy and the others shouted. Retreat. Suddenly, another divine sense fluctuation arrived from dozens of kilometers away. The main battleship started up and turned into a stream of light before disappearing into the depths of the cosmos. Yifan was stunned. That was clearly Fan Xian's divine sense transmission. Then who was the person in her hand? He knew he had been tricked. This was only an incarnation. When she had released her Brahma battle chi just now, she had formed a domain to obstruct the heaven's eye and escaped. Yifan suppressed this incarnation. He used the row formula and turned into a bolt of lightning that smacked the Baldy, the long hair, and the others away. He also shattered their flying ships, leaving only one for himself. Thousands of kilometers away, Fan Xian stopped and muttered to herself, "Indestructible golden body, it's actually the legendary indestructible golden body. This is a supreme body that any great force would want to rope in." Suddenly, her face turned red and she felt uncomfortable. She gritted her teeth in anger and said, "How dare you touch me?" If the incarnation was far away from the main body, it wouldn't be a big deal. But at this moment, they were only a few thousand kilometers apart. It could be said that she felt the same way as the main body. Her soft and beautiful snake-like body immediately twisted and turned red. Yifan stood in front of the group of captives with Fan Xian's incarnation in custody and swept his eyes over them one by one. These people were panting and glaring at him. Not a single one of them submitted. In the distance, there was a flash of light and the 1,000 feet long battleship returned. Fan Xian's true body walked out of the cabin. Her tall and slender figure was extremely beautiful. "Young miss, just now this bastard profaned you in all kinds of ways. It doesn't matter if it's what he should or shouldn't touch. No, he shouldn't touch anywhere. In any case, he touched everything. He should cut off that hand of his." Fan Xian staggered when she heard these people's words. Her slender legs went soft and she almost fell. She glared at them and then stared at Yifan. Yifan said righteously, "Don't listen to their nonsense. I was just checking how your physique is. The Brahma battle body lives up to its reputation, it's beautiful to the extreme." Fan Xian grinded her shiny silver teeth. What did extreme beauty have to do with the Brahma battle physique? This fellow was just a cheap mouth that wanted to be stepped on. He was too hateful. You still dared to come back. You really exceeded my expectations. Yi Fan laughed mischievously. If I didn't come back, would you have killed all my subordinates? Fan Xian asked. Not necessarily. I'm a magnanimous person. Even though I was chased by you guys for a period of time, teaching them a lesson was enough to vent my anger. At most, I would have thrown them into a black hole and let them fend for themselves, Yi Fan said. The group of people were scared. Apart from the most powerful physiques, how many people could remain unscathed beside a black hole? They would definitely turn into dust and die a clean death. Oh right, you've lost. Are you here to fulfill your promise? Yi Fan had an expectant expression, but no one knew what his true intentions were. Fan Xian was so angry that her face turned red. She ground her teeth and said in a faint voice, I'm here to save them. I will pay a high price for my bet with you. You're quite loyal. But what kind of price can make you compare to a peerless beauty? I remember hearing you say that you're mine tonight. Yi Fan teased. I will give you the most precious divine object in the human world. It is extremely useful for cultivation and can help you break through continuously, reaching an unimaginable realm, Fan Xian said. There's such a thing in the human world? Yi Fan asked. Correct, it's the most powerful evolution liquid. We've already excavated many divine ores, and it won't be long before we can start refining them. Perhaps you don't know what this represents, but if you ask anyone in Eternal Kingdom, they will understand. It can allow one to walk on the most powerful path and transform into a god at the ultimate realm. Fan Xian said solemnly. So you're saying that you don't have anything right now? It's just an empty promise. Whether or not you can successfully refine the precious liquid is still unknown. Yi Fan frowned. The rarest Heaven's Mandate stone has been obtained, and all obstacles have been swept through. We have an ancient method to refine the pure precious liquid in the shortest amount of time. Fan Xian said. She tried her best to entice Yi Fan, wanting him to join heaven. The reason why she made the bet with him was because she hoped to take in a powerful retainer. She had long seen that this person definitely came from the other side, and now, it was proven that he might have one of the most powerful bloodlines. Moreover, his talent was astonishing, so he was even more worth roping in. Otherwise, he would have been invited by other kings. You were clearly the one who lost, and you still haven't fulfilled your promise. Why do you want me to join you and serve heaven? You're too cunning. Yi Fan sneered. I'm not taking you in as a retainer. Rather, I'm inviting you to become a first-rank guest elder. You'll only listen to me and not listen to me. You'll be completely free, Fan Xian said seriously. Then, he explained the pros and cons to him in detail. In Eternal Kingdom, only the most powerful factions had the ability to refine the strongest evolution liquid. Even if the rest could find divine ores, it would be useless. Moreover, the management of this star field was extremely strict. If someone from the outer realms barged in and was discovered, they would immediately be surrounded and attacked. In this civilized system where technology and great Tao coexisted, it was very difficult for outsiders to hide. That was because once they entered a city or a certain area, there would be a strict bloodline test. Especially if people knew that his constitution was special and that his bloodline was ancient and noble, supreme experts would definitely be drawn out to seize his divine blood. Yi Fan frowned. He discovered that Fan Xian's eloquence wasn't bad. She was clearly a prisoner, but now, he was slightly tempted. If you can refine the strongest constitution evolution liquid, your constitution will be tempered in all aspects. In the future, you will most likely be able to fight against the true supreme immortal physique and primitive devil physique. You might even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder. Fan Xian couldn't be sure how pure Yi Fan's golden body bloodline was. In her opinion, it might be more than 10 generations later. However, this was enough. She could use the evolution liquid to completely awaken the dormant divine blood in his body. Before this, Yi Fan had already searched through part of the sea of consciousness of the baldy and the long-haired man. He believed that Fan Xian's words were true and not exaggerated. The only thing he was worried about was that the Fan family had an ancient saint. This was the most terrifying thing because it could truly threaten his life. Moreover, several Saint battleships could only deal fatal damage to him during a decisive battle in space. Normally, he wouldn't have to worry about them at close range. You come from the outer realms and pay attention to excavating your own treasures. My ancestor might be able to help you, Xianxia said. Yi Fan laughed dryly. It would be best if he didn't meet such a terrifying character. He had no interest in receiving any guidance. From the Baldy Sea of Consciousness, he learned that this ancient saint was hiding in a certain part of the Sea of Stars. He was in seclusion all year round and rarely concerned himself with worldly affairs. He thought about it and felt that he could go there. That was because he had a secret treasure given to him by the Skyjade Saint. It could sense the fluctuations of ancient saints and allow him to escape in advance. Also, from the looks of things, Xianxia sincerely hoped that he could join them. There shouldn't be any conflicts of interest in the short term because he had already searched through the immortal foundation of that incarnation. The Azure Emperor had appeared in this starry space before. The strongest evolution liquid was so miraculous that it was extremely tempting to him. Maybe, he could increase his cultivation speed here. The path to immortal ascension in another world was about to open. He needed to be strong enough to face it. He felt a sense of urgency. I've only just severed my Tao. If I go there, I won't be treated as prey by those uncles of yours because of my special bloodline, right? Yi Fan spoke. He naturally concealed his strength. During the process of fighting with Xianxia, he didn't go all out to circulate his Tao. Hence, Xianxia didn't know that he was a cultivator who had just severed his Tao not long ago. Don't worry, no matter where you go, all the major powers would do their best to rope you in. My uncles aren't such short-sighted people. Xianxia smiled. Yi Fan nodded, he wasn't afraid. Other than that ancient saint, if anyone else wanted to fall out with him, he believed that he could crush them all. He let go of Xianxia's incarnation. Before letting go, he slapped her perky buttocks, causing both her main body and incarnation to cry out in alarm. They almost fought with their lives on the line. Yi Fan rubbed the bald man's shiny head, trying to get a feel while undoing the restrictions. He laughed loudly and said, "So shiny, even cleaner than a monk." After that, he pulled out a handful of the long-haired giant's chest hair and tossed it out, undoing the restrictions on the group of captives. Mother **Cur, this brat deserves a beating. He's too much. The bald man panted heavily. Normally, no one dared to tease his shiny head. The long-haired man was also roaring in discontent, but he didn't dare to go forward. If he did, he would probably be stabbed to death with a single finger. In the future, we'll all be on the same side. Don't have any conflicts and tolerate each other, Xianxia said. They boarded the main battleship and began their return journey to the starry sea where the heavens were. However, at this time, a wave of fluctuations came from the distance as a colossus appeared. On the screen, it was clearly displayed that this was a powerful fleet. There were dozens of ships, and in the center was a golden battleship that emitted saint-level fluctuations. They are the plunderers from the original Demon Star Ocean. They are our enemies. Xianxia's beautiful face changed. In this world, there were a few places with life. Among them, the main star was called Eternity, and it was located in the center. This ancient star was incomparably huge. There were a few other small life stars, Fairy Feather, Original Demon, and Divine Land. They weren't too far from the main star, Eternity. It was as if they were protecting it in the center. The plunderers from the Fairy Feather Star Ocean and the Original Demon Star Ocean often clashed. They hated each other and had fought many times over the years. Xianxia gave the order to fly at top speed, wanting to avoid the people from the Original Demon Star Ocean. It's too late. They have a saint-level ship that can perform space jumps. This time, we're most likely dead. Xianxia's face was snow-white. However, the Golden Saint ship didn't chase after them. Instead, there were a few warships that were thousands of zhong long that turned into lightning and chased after them. They didn't want to let them go. Hey, that Golden Saint ship is damaged. There are terrifying claw marks on it. How terrifying must the creature be to leave such marks? Xianxia was shocked. They saw the condition of the Golden Saint ship through the screen. The claw marks on it were so thick that they almost caused it to collapse. This giant beast is at least thousands of zhang long. They were attacked by an extremely powerful life form in the depths of the universe. They were lucky to return. There are a few survey ships in the fleet that are extremely damaged. This means that they went to mine. To use such a huge fleet and a saint-level flagship, they must have found a divine mine. Even though they were attacked by the giant beast, they still returned with so many ships. The losses weren't too great. This means that they might have successfully obtained the divine mine. The ships most likely have rare main materials of the same grade as the Destiny Rock. Fan Xian quickly made a series of judgments. His eyes were fervent as he said, if we can bring back the news, it will be equivalent to making a great contribution. But, we have to get through this first. Baldy and the others were all sullen. Behind them, the 3,000 Zhanglong warships chased after them. They were faster than them and shot out beams of light that could pierce through them at any time. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that the Golden Saint ship was damaged and couldn't jump through space. Otherwise, they could wipe them out in a matter of seconds. The one in front is Fan Xian. It's that thorny flame immortal rose. Capture her alive for me, haha. An arrogant laughter transmitted over. Through the screen, Yi Fan and the others saw a purple-haired male. He was quite handsome, but no matter how they looked at him, he didn't seem like a good person. He was laughing at Fan Xian continuously. It's Mo Feng from Origin Demon Star Ocean. Fan Xian's expression wasn't very good. It was clear that she had an old grudge with this person. If she was captured today, she would definitely wish she were dead. Haha. My little Xian you better not run. Our families are well matched and both of us are plunderers. We are a perfect match. Mo Feng shouted loudly. Hong. A huge beam of light flew over and pierced through the energy barrier. Fan Family's 1,000 Zhanglong warship was riddled with holes and was on the verge of destruction. The three warships traveled at top speed and overtook them. The huge beam of light shot over again and blossomed with dazzling flames. The 1,000 Zhanglong warship exploded on the spot and turned into cosmic dust. It's over. What do we do? The Fan family members who had already rushed out were all pale. Even Fan Xian frowned. Being blocked by enemies from Origin Demon Star Ocean wouldn't have a good ending. I'll open up a path. Fan Xian's entire body shone. A secret treasure appeared from her body and enveloped everyone, including Yi Fan. She tore open space and flew forward. Young miss, let us go. This kind of secret treasure's power will decrease with each additional person. You should escape first and bring reinforcements. I've already sent out a call for help. I think we'll receive reinforcements soon. We just need to persevere. Fan Xian said. There are cosmic storms in this place. It's very difficult to send a message. It most likely won't succeed. The Baldy was worried. This secret treasure tore open the void and flew over 600 li. However, it was too short in the cosmos. They were quickly discovered by several warships who locked onto them and rushed over in an instant. We can't escape. They've sealed the void. Fan Xian clenched her teeth. Everyone's faces were ashen. It was as if they could already see the tragic ending. All of them gripped their weapons tightly and prepared to fight to the death. Haha. Fan family's girl, I've been yearning for you day and night. I didn't think we'd be so fated to meet in this starry sky. Mo Feng laughed, but his face was grim. Fan Xian brought Yi Fan with her when she escaped. He felt that they could temporarily cooperate. At this moment, he took out a chessboard formation platform and prepared to cross the starry sky. Brat, don't waste your energy. This place has been sealed. There's no way to open the star door. Longhair said in a low voice. Yi Fan ignored him. This was an ancient emperor's formation rune. Even though it was only at the entry level, it would be strange if it couldn't cross the void. Fan lass, follow me. This time, we've gained quite a lot. We've obtained an absolute life stone. It won't be long before we can refine the most powerful precious liquid. Mo Feng laughed. He then coldly swept his gaze over the others and said, as for them, kill them all. That brat is using an ascetic cultivation method to sacrifice the formation platform. He really doesn't know what he's talking about. He wants to escape from the sealed divine domain. Too naive. Someone's eyes shot out cold light. Kill him for me first. Leave no one alive apart from Fan Xian. Mo Feng pointed at Yi Fan. A beam of light shot out from the Thousand Zhang battleship, wanting to start the slaughter with Yi Fan. Unexpectedly, a formation rune tore apart the universe and opened a realm gate. The inside was misty and led to an unknown starry sky. Yi Fan was the first to rush in. This brat is a true god. He can tear apart the sealed space. The Baldy and the others cried out. Fan Xian disappeared in a flash. They all followed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The giant battleship shot out hundreds and thousands of beams of light that swept through the realm gate, but it couldn't stop them. Mo Feng's expression changed. Not good, they actually escaped. Hurry and change the course. Send out a message and ask for reinforcements from the Origin Devil Star Sea. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Yi Fan and the others walked out of the realm gate. They were far away from the battlefield, but compared to the coordinates of the starry sky, they didn't move very far. Alright, we avoided the cosmic storm in that area. Hurry and send a message back to the clan. We might have a great harvest. Fan Xian was somewhat excited. Not long after, a giant stargate appeared. 2 purple giant battleships rushed out, followed by a huge fleet. Fan Zhou from the immortal Feather Star Sea had come. He was driving the divine implement that had captured Qi Meng not long ago. In addition, there was another divine ship. Little girl, is the news you sent true? Fan Zhou asked. Yes, the people from the Origin Devil Sea obtained the absolute beginning life stone. Their divine ship was damaged and can no longer jump through space, Fan Xian answered. She led Yi Fan and the others onto the giant ship that was flashing with purple light. Haha. That's great. In the other divine ship, the red-haired youth, Fan Zhou, had an evil smile on his face. Then, he revealed a cold expression and said, Mo Feng dares to have designs on my sister. This time, your clan will not be able to bear the consequences. When we get back, I will give you a great merit. Fan Zhou was 2 heads taller than ordinary people. His red hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were sharp, and he looked like a wolf king. The huge fleet opened another stargate and chased after Mo Feng and the others. They didn't want to let them escape because the absolute beginning life stone was related to a lot of things. This was a rare mineral. Many generations of people couldn't find even a small piece of it. It could replace 2 main materials to refine the strongest evolution liquid. It was a rare and wondrous stone. Fan Zhou, accompanied by Fan Xian, arrived in front of Yi Fan. In his eyes, mountains and rivers changed, the sun and moon fell, and the stars rotated. All kinds of terrifying scenes appeared. He was a powerful person. I heard from Fan Xian that you were the one who helped them escape and spread the news. If we get the absolute beginning life stone, we can refine it immediately. At that time, we will give you the celestial liquid that can help you increase a few levels. Yi Fan's heart was stirred. If he could really break through here and increase a few levels, would he immediately become a saint? This made him feel uneasy. In the darkness of the universe, huge battleships were flashing with silver radiance. The cold metallic luster was bone-chilling as they sailed towards a sea of stars in an orderly manner. Although this fleet looked majestic up close, it was nothing compared to the vastness of the universe. Many star regions were the same since time immemorial, and loneliness was the eternal theme. Target found. The large screen showed a fleet of battleships. In the center was a golden battleship that was several thousand meters long. It was carved with patterns of the Great Tao, simple and imposing. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. Fan Zhou shouted. The purple battleship he was on was the first to rush over and shoot out thousands of light beams. Attack the flagship and seize the absolute beginning life stone. Then, we can refine the strongest evolution fluid. Hope is right in front of us. Fan Zhou waved his hand mercilessly and gave the final order. In this star region, all kinds of light beams shot out, and all kinds of battleships exploded. The huge ball of light turned into a dazzling light that swept across the star region. Boom! A small planet exploded, and the terrifying light drowned the star region in front. Then, an even more violent energy storm wreaked havoc. The fleet was engulfed by the flames and turned into cosmic dust. A large area became a land of death as both sides fought fiercely. Fan Zhou, you've stretched your hand too far. Do you want to fight to the death with our original Demon Star Ocean? A dignified voice came from the Golden Saint Tool. Stop talking nonsense. How did you chase after my niece just now? You provoked us first. If you don't give us a divine mineral today, don't think about leaving alive. Fan Zhou shouted. On the Fan clan's side, the two Saint Tools propped up a huge light screen and blocked all the attacks. On the contrary, the enemy was not so lucky. All kinds of battleships exploded and disintegrated. The usually cold universe was now completely boiling. Endless light beams shot out, and many small planets in the surroundings were affected. They exploded one after another, forming a terrible storm. Yifan calmly looked at everything. Facing the attack of the Saint Tool battleships, perhaps only saints could withstand it. If he fought from a distance, he would definitely suffer a grievance. This kind of battleship was extremely powerful. Unlike other Saint Tools, it was specially prepared for long-range battles. It was the product of the perfect combination of the Great Tao and technology. This was a massacre because the strength of both sides was not equal. How could a damaged Saint ship withstand the attack of two Saint Tools? Boom, there was no blood flowing, no white bone fragments flying, but it was even more cruel, because after the warship broke apart, nothing was left behind, everyone could only turn into ashes. This was a bitter battle. The people of the Origin Demon Sea suffered heavy losses. The difference in strength was too great. Lives were lost in the flames, and their souls turned to smoke. Yifan was speechless. This star domain wasn't inferior to the Big Dipper, and it was even crueler. All kinds of divine laws of the Great Tao flickered, and all kinds of destructive martial arts attacked and reaped lives. They killed without spilling blood. As the stars exploded and fell, the battlefield became incomparably vast. Every battleship that was destroyed would leave behind a black hole. Boom, the Golden Holy Ship on the other side couldn't hold on any longer. It was already damaged to begin with, and now, it was even worse off. At this moment, a golden body rushed out from within. Fan Zhou, I will fight you to the death. This was a golden giant that was over 10 zhang tall, cast from an unknown type of divine gold. In its hands was a golden holy sword. It tore open the void, attacking in this direction. Mo Zhan, do you think I'm afraid of you? I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Fan Zhou also rushed into the star domain. His body was inside a giant purple body that was over 10 zhang tall, and in his hands was a purple golden spear. Without a doubt, these were all Saint Tools, supreme treasures refined from the Great Tao. They could also be considered the deities contained within the universal holy ship, and they were incomparably powerful. The two giants were covered densely in Tao marks, and resplendent divine splendor curled around them. All kinds of light beams attacking them were useless. These were Saint Tools, and a great battle unfolded between the two. Mo Zhan held the giant golden sword in his hands and hacked over. The beam of light reached tens of thousands of zhang, and it was like a saint fighting. Dang, Fan Zhou blocked with the purple spear in his hands. A string of bewitching divine splendor burst forth, collapsing a part of the starry sky and causing a terrifying collapse of this place. The battle between two great experts was like a battle between ancient saints. Their bodies were contained within the divine tools, and their battle prowess was raised to an extremely terrifying level. Boom, with a sweep of the golden holy sword, a star in front of it was split apart, and it turned into a giant meteor that flew in all directions. It struck 7 or 8 small battleships, and they instantly turned into flames. I heard that cultivators like you all rely on your own physical bodies to fight and don't use external tools. Is that true? The bald man moved closer to Yifan. That's right. True experts can catch Saint Tools with their bare hands. Yifan nodded. Fan clan, you've gone mad. Just wait to suffer the wrath of the original Demon Sea. We won't rest until you're dead. The battle between the fleets continued, but the Mo clan suffered heavy losses, and a large number of experts fell. Mo Feng, you dare to have designs on my cousin. This time I'll teach you a lesson. Hand over your life. Fan Tian took action. He was definitely a black-hearted and merciless person. He used the divine tool to rampage about, and he slaughtered more than half of the plunderers in the original Demon Sea. At this moment, he stared at Mo Feng. He didn't want to fight with him, so he directly activated the holy ship. Large amounts of purple lightning interweaved, and at the same time, there was primal chaos mist mixed within. He used a great Dao weapon, directly tearing apart that giant ship that was over 1,000 zhang in length, causing it to quickly break apart. Fan Tian, your old ancestor gave you this name. It's the same as your ancestor's title, to display your bravery. Do you dare fight against me? Mo Feng shouted. He rushed into the starry sky at the crucial moment and didn't die along with the warship's disintegration. Fan Tian was extremely handsome, but when he smiled, his domineering aura overflowed into the heavens. There was a trace of cruelty as he said, I have such a great advantage. Did a donkey kick me in the head to fight against your flesh? Chi. Purple lightning interweaved in the sky. Primal chaos surged, and the great Dao attacks became more and more ferocious. The nebula chains pierced through the void, surrounding Mo Feng. Light flickered about, and divine splendor erupted in tens of thousands of streaks. Alright, I admit defeat. Mo Feng was rather straightforward. If he resisted, he would undoubtedly die. He had his hands behind his back, allowing the nebula chains to land on his body, binding him firmly. Of course, he wasn't as lucky as Chi Meng. Fan Tian wouldn't show him any mercy. The light beam didn't decrease, and lightning danced about. Mo Feng's entire body was scorched black, and several dozen bones were broken. Mo Feng was rather unyielding. He didn't release a snort, allowing Fan Tian to take action and capture him. Cripple him, just leave him half dead. Brahma was very decisive, and gave such an order. Don't act rashly. I'll deal with you later. In the distance, Fan Zhou spoke. His body was within the purple divine artifact, and with the war spear in hand, he pierced through that golden giant. He was also on the verge of victory. Suddenly, the enormous ship that Fan Xian, Yi Fan, and the others were on was attacked. There were experts who tore open the void and charged in. Fan Zhou controlled the purple golden giant and slaughtered his way out. This holy ship lacked deities, so its defensive strength was reduced to the lowest possible level. These people successfully broke in. This holy ship was in perfect condition. These people were under Mo Zhan's orders, using secret treasures to break in and occupy it. If Mo Zhan could control the golden deity, he could immediately carry out a spatial jump, and then they could smoothly escape. This was a group of experts. After entering, they quickly attacked, killing a large group of people. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. The Everlasting Kingdom truly wasn't inferior to the Big Dipper Alliance. It was extremely cruel. Pooh. Blood splashed everywhere. Both sides suffered heavy losses. There was actually a super powerful half-saint among them. He attacked the control room and quickly occupied it. It was obvious that he was a direct descendant of the Mo family. Destroy this ship. Fan Xian decisively gave the order. He personally took action to destroy the important systems. This was the outer shell of a divine artifact. As long as the deity within was still alive, the ship could be reconstructed. Right now, they couldn't let the enemy control it, or else it would be troublesome. Naturally, there were also many people who attacked Yi Fan. Those who could board were all experts. He protected the Baldi and the others behind him, using the mountain-embracing imprint to fight. He didn't reveal his true strength, but this was already enough. Large groups of people collapsed, their bones broken and tendons torn. Blood splashed everywhere, and many people died a violent death. Hurry and stop him. Kill this brat, or else we'll let them destroy the ship. A few middle-aged men shouted. All the experts rushed over. Dao marks interweaved and secret treasures danced about as they attacked Yi Fan and Fan Xian. Battle intent surged, and the ones leading them were the 3 Dao Severers. Yi Fan's entire body flowed with golden light. As soon as the mountain-embracing imprint appeared, blood and flesh splashed everywhere. White bones flew in all directions, and several dozen people died in the blink of an eye. There was even a Dao Severer who had his head smashed apart by a single palm strike. Let's retreat. That half-saint might be coming. Fan Xian said. His gaze was chilly, and he wasn't anxious at all. It was as if he had a card up his sleeve. Yi Fan brought up the rear like a golden war god. The people of the original Demon Sea didn't dare to approach. They all felt restraining fear when facing him. They felt that it would be fine as long as they were chased off the ship. Fan Universe, many thanks for giving me this undamaged holy ship. I'll express my thanks to you the next time we meet. Mo Zhan's ice-cold voice transmitted over. He immediately reversed the situation. He took another spear strike, and a large hole was pierced through the golden deity's chest. He disappeared from his original location and rushed into the purple holy ship. Now that we have the golden deity, we can carry out a spatial jump. Let's return to the original Demon Sea. The half-saint who occupied the main control room shouted, ordering everyone to move. He. Fan Zhou sneered. He didn't chase after them, nor did he stop them. He stood there with the spear in his hand. Suddenly, blazing purple light surged, and the entire warship was submerged in purple splendor. It was completely sealed and turned into a cage. Mo Zhan, do you want to borrow the way? You don't know that I also want to invite you into my trap. I've already prepared this cage for you. Fan Zhou laughed loudly, and his gaze was extremely chilly. You actually set up a trap for me. Fan Zhou, you're really something. Mo Zhan said hatefully. Hand over the absolute beginning life stone, and I guarantee that your lives will not be in danger. Otherwise, you all know my character. When the time comes, none of you can even think about living. Fan Zhou said coldly. He stood in the void of the cosmos, and he was incomparably swift and fierce. The battles elsewhere had also ended. Many warships surrounded this place, and the plunderers of the original Demon Sea were completely routed. The only remaining direct descendants were all trapped in the purple holy ship. Mo Zhan was silent for a long time, and then he said, I hope you keep your word. Don't worry, the old ancestors of our two families have a certain friendship. I also don't want them to fight to the death because of this matter. Fan Zhou laughed loudly. Mo Zhan sneered incessantly in his heart. What kind of friendship did the two old ancestors have? They were just afraid of each other and didn't really want to fight to the death. A silver-white stone flew out. It was only the size of a fist, and as soon as it appeared in the cosmos, it gathered tens of thousands of strands of primal chaos energy. It was full of powerful vitality. End of chapter 1136. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.